I was sitting in the shade of a small tree growing on the banks of a small pond in my garden and watching my gardener, Benedict. A wide-brimmed straw hat made the old man look like a mushroom. He was fully engaged in rooting around in the dirt a few paces from me, all the while unsuspecting of my presence. A few times, Benedict bent over with a faint wheeze and, wiping the back of his hand on his waist, looked side to side. Once or twice, he even looked at me, or rather in my direction. My lips stretched out into a satisfied smile. It seemed to have worked. A few days earlier, while meditating, I used another magic pearl and, after a quick scan of my energy system, saw that my reservoir had finally grown to an acceptable size. Since then, I'd started experimenting more boldly with the aura, and today the experiments bore fruit. The only thing to darken my excellent mood that sun-soaked morning was the realization that continuing to increase the size of my reservoir would take even more magic pearls, which were harvested from the shells of mollusks I'd left far behind in a river south of the lands of the Lao tribe. Alas, my reserves of the shiny little balls melted away like ice in the hot sun, and that meant soon I would have to make another trip to the shadow. I thought I had more time. Another expedition would require a lot of preparation. First of all, I did not want to run around nude swinging from tree to tree slathered in all kinds of toxic acid again. I needed to look for an artifactor who could make me a suit of armor and weapon. Easier said than done, and that was with all the materials on hand. The snakeskin and fangs were awaiting their hour. I was reminded that the armor and weapons created by Ursula Hoog, which I had seen in her stall in Abville, were of incredible quality. At the very least, they were no worse than what I saw here in Oxville, perhaps even better. Honestly, though, if I went back to Ursula with an order like that, I would have to give up on trying to stay incognito. Benedict, stumbling on some dirt, started softly singing a song, which distracted me from my thoughts. I didn't move a muscle, glancing at my hand. It was enshrouded in lilac energy as before. After that, I checked how much mana I had left in the lilac crystal my aura was using as an energy supply and nodded in satisfaction. So far, everything was going surprisingly well. The idea of learning a striker ability, and more specifically how to become invisible without using any special armor, had attracted me for a long time. And now, after many unsuccessful experiments mixing various kinds of energy, I finally could boast of success. However, I still had a lot of work ahead of me. For instance, to remain invisible, I had to remain perfectly still. Beyond that, complete invisibility didn't properly exist. It was more like a kind of camouflage that did a decent job in the shade, but for some reason disappeared in full sunlight. Shadow magic didn't seem to appreciate direct exposure to the sun of this world, but I was stubbornly pushing ahead with my experiments. The first steps had been taken, and I was not planning to stop yet. Bit by bit, my thoughts shifted from magic to the events of the last few days. Lucas de Vers, Jacques' old war buddy, had been in my castle for 3 days. Mark had given him a room in the servant wing. The next morning, after Jacques and I had a talk, I sent for a healer, who cleaned and bandaged de Vers' wounds while also selling me a few phials of red hollowstone dust infusion. The mana concentration in the potion was vanishingly small, but now nobody would have any doubts that Lucas had gone on the mend after a visit from a healer. Still, if that really were all he got, the potion the healer sold me would have done precious little against the dark spots in Lucas' energy system. More likely would have just prolonged his suffering. As an aside, Jacques paid for the healer and potion out of his own pocket. Over 3 days of my treatments, Lucas' energy system gradually cleared. However, he was unconscious nearly the entire time, only occasionally gaining his senses before fainting again. Beyond Jacques, most of the care was performed by Gunnar and Kevin. They did not have to be told to try and help their instructor, who had gained their respect quite a lot over the last few months. Seemingly, my strange little community had slowly started to sprout curious processes of its own. As an aside, speaking of curious processes, the day before last, I got a short letter from Isabelle Legrand, elder sister of Max's mother. It told me that I had permission to visit the Legrand family crypt the following week. I wasn't totally sure why next week instead of, for instance, the next day, but even that was progress. As an aside, Max's relatives had practically buried me in correspondence since I'd moved back to the capital. Other than letters from Valerie giving brief retellings of the situation in the de Gramont home, I got a few letters from Eveline inquiring about my health and reminding me of the upcoming reception at my aunt, the Duchess Manor. My cousin also warned that this reception would be very well attended, and among the crowd would be my future wife and her brother, who I simply had to make an exceedingly good impression on. And most importantly, the central figure of this whole high society event would be Prince Louis. Uncle Heinrich also reached out with one letter. In his typical manner, he told me that, despite my father's crimes against the crown and my tarnished reputation, I should have felt very honored to have been invited to the Duchess' reception, and I simply could not embarrass myself in front of society. And the final letter from the de Gramonts, which I couldn't help but smile while reading, was a quick note from Francois angrily demanding that I return his wine. Monsieur, despite the fact that you refused the flowers your aunt was insisting upon, I must admit I like your choice more, declared Jean-Claude Sylvain, younger son of Robert Sylvain, one of Huxville's top tailors, while peeking over my shoulder at the reflection in a mirror. Jean-Claude was the man I'd put in charge of my new outfit, which was being fully bankrolled by my auntie the Duchess. His father didn't have time for me. Capital city nobles from exalted houses had flooded him with orders. Thankfully, Robert had 4 sons who mopped up the minor work from lesser chevaliers such as myself. As for me, I was happy it worked out this way. I had an easier time getting through to the junior Sylvain. The thing was that in her letter to the tailor, the Duchess was insistent that my outfit be embroidered with green flowers and shades. The father relayed these wishes to his younger son and immediately put my existence out of his mind. And when Jean-Claude and I were left alone, I asked him to show me fabric samples without any red, blue, or green flowers. The tailor's son spent a little while hesitating, but then, like any creative person, quickly got carried away by the process and started sketching out my outfit on a sheet of paper. In the end, after a few hours of arguing and discussing, we came to the joint conclusion that I would be very well suited by a black brocade jerkin with a moderate amount of silver thread embroidery and a soft, form-fitting shape that got bigger at the bottom, with a few silver buttons on the top to close it. The tails of the jerkin on the bottom would slightly spread to the sides. The huge number of buttons, bows, and lace at the flaps and armholes of the jerkin, which Jean-Claude wanted to sew on even more of, I rejected firmly, much to his dismay. The flaps of the lengthwise slits on the arms we decided to embroider with gray fabric with a silver sheen. The side seams of the narrow straight pants that came halfway down my calf Jean-Claude suggested with adorn with silver embroidery. I also refused all the lacy frills and bands. Not least of all because I was preparing to wear it with knee-high black leather boots, rather than stockings and uncomfortable shoes with wide buckles and high heels that were so in fashion here. The overall picture was completed by a black tricorn, a sash holding a basic sheath with a sword, and a dark cloak. When I saw everything Jean-Claude was planning to do, I expressed doubts about the timeline. But the kid reassured me that his atelier had an army of seamstresses and embroiderers, and that the order would be completed on time. Jean-Claude did not let me down. Today was the final measurement in my castle. At it, the kid spun around me deftly a few times, periodically tugging and straightening things with a light touch. In the end, what I saw in the mirror was also to my liking, and a few hours later I would stand before the Duchess du Bellay and her guests in that outfit in her palace. One last detail, Monsieur Bertrand, who had been helping Jean-Claude dress me all that time, poked the silver wing into my chest. The tailor's youngest son looked over the unremarkable decoration unenthusiastically and just shrugged as if to say, "It's your money." The kid must not have known what he was looking at, and how should he have known about Shadow Patrol decorations? Despite the fact Max's aunt had paid all the costs, I personally thrust a small purse into Jean-Claude's hands, making his face light up like a polished copper basin. Before saying goodbye, I asked the kid to sew me another few day-to-day outfits in a similar style. Jean-Claude agreed with satisfaction. In the end, we arranged that as soon as he had the sketches ready as well as fabric samples and mock-ups, he would come pay my castle another visit. We reached the Duchess du Bellay's palace early on my instructions. Jacques parked the buggy in the shade of a tall, wide-branching tree near the main gates of the manor. Bertrand wouldn't be joining me at the reception, so he gave me a brief rundown of every guest as they passed through the gates. I was most of all interested in who Max had met before. To my surprise, as far as Bertrand knew, Max had never been introduced to most of the attendees. I of course was aware, though, that the old man couldn't have possibly known everything about Max's life. After all, he didn't drag his valet around with him everywhere, but still this was better than nothing. Nearly every buggy entering the gates of the Duchess Manor was adorned with a green armband. Only a few of the carriages and buggies were undecided. Overall, Max's aunt had gathered Prince Louis supporters, as well as a few fence-sitters who had similar sympathies. As for greens, Bertrand spotted a few buggies with raucous groups of young nobles the former inhabitant of my body used to carouse with a year before. As an aside, none of them had written a single letter to Max in Abbeville. Pretty shoddy friends, if you ask me. Mere acquaintances who didn't give a crap about a bastard's fate. Monsieur, Bertrand came with a bow. You should be going. Better to arrive a few minutes early than to be late and show disrespect to her grace. All right, I nodded and the buggy touched off. A minute later, we made it to the wide visitors' patio, atop which stood the Duchess du Bellay between a pair of wide columns welcoming guests. Wearing a chic dress in shades of dark green, an emerald collar, earrings, rings, and a diadem, the princess was fully suited up for Prince Louis' visit. Finally, I reached the front of the line. "My dear aunt, you're captivating." I smiled and gave a respectful bow. The Duchess extended a little hand for a kiss, and it was cold as ice. Touching my lips to her smooth, jasmine-scented skin, I took a step back. Looking me cantankerously from head to toe, Jean Dubelle rendered a verdict with a smirk. Cheeky boy. Oh well, this will make things more interesting. She wanted to say more but didn't have time. Her attention was drawn by a dark green carriage pulled by a team of 4 pure white horses. Jean Dubelle's lips stretched into a self-satisfied smile, but at the last moment a shadow ran over her face. I looked where she was looking to see what had changed the Duchess' mood. Following the green carriage through the gate came another dark blue carriage drawn by a team of 4 raven horses. Based on the color and crest on the door, it wasn't hard to guess who else had come to make an appearance at the reception. I glanced at my aunt's gloomy expression and realized that 2 princes didn't fit into the schedule for the day. Following Prince Heinrich's buggy, loudly laughing and shouting in jokes, a group of riders with blue armbands came galloping. Among them I spotted a few old friends, Marquis Olivier de Hangest, the banker's son Gaspard Crayon, and of course Viscount André de Chatelain. De Chatelain's forehead was still marred with a dark spot he did his best to conceal beneath a hat. As an aside, the Viscount today looked slightly forlorn and contemplative. It must have been because he was not at the center of the happy company, while the tall, broad-shouldered blonde with a satisfied smile dancing on his cruel face and a long, slightly curved blade hanging on his belt. Based on his appearance, it was not merely for decoration like Max's cousin's blades. A scan also revealed that the rider was also gifted. His lilac energy system was less developed than the Wild Duke's strikers, but the quality of the gift was more than made up for by the large number of brutes he was wearing under his clothes. Baron von Herwart, the Duchess squeezed out through her teeth. I was clearly not the only person to notice the tall blonde with the eyes of a killer. Who is he, Auntie? I asked softly. Prince Heinrich's best swordsman. The Duchess enlightened me just as softly and added, beyond that, the Baron is a combat mage. You have to keep an eye out around him and watch what you say. So the blonde man's gift was not a secret. The Duchess squinted and hit me with a suspicious look, but at the last moment she was distracted by another carriage driving in through the gates. It was adorned with red bands and tassels. As an aside, I was familiar with it, too. I had seen it on my entry to the city a few weeks prior. Like the last time, the same pretty woman with dark eyes was staring out of the carriage window at the palace and Duchess guests with intrigue. Based on the Duchess Dubelle's eyes, the Duke of the South's visit was no surprise. Most likely, in contrast to Prince Heinrich, the Duc de Gondy and his daughter had been invited to this reception. You may go inside. Jean Dubelle came, not looking at me. Your sisters and cousins are already there. I gave a quick bow and walked toward the palace entrance, but then snuck behind a wide column and out of my aunt's view. I was curious and wanted to watch what happened. Meanwhile, the princes had already gotten out of their carriages and were speaking with the Duke and Marchioness de Gondy. The elegant, pale-skinned Prince Louis looked like a flower bending in the wind compared to the thorny, crude vine of the tall, broad-shouldered Heinrich, whose shock of tar-black hair looked like a horse's mane. Even the untrained eye could see that both princes had sympathies for the elder brother's future wife, each in their own way, until Prince Louis looked into the Marchioness de Gondy's black eyes with adoration and excitement. Heinrich looked at her more as one looked at a trophy. The Marchioness, meanwhile, was artfully playing up to both the first and second prince like a kitten, giving its prey one last chance to prove itself before its inevitable death. The Duc de Gondy had a haughty smile and mocking flicker in his black eyes as he watched the 2 young princes' rivalry, trading periodic short but pointed looks with his daughter. The 2 of them were clearly up to something, and the king's sons didn't seem to notice at all. When all 4 stood opposite the Duchess Dubelle at almost the same time, Prince Heinrich started, "Madame," he exclaimed with a broad smile. "I know I've come uninvited. I hope you'll forgive the intrusion." The Duchess performed an elegant curtsy and, putting on an overjoyed smile, responded, "Your Highness, you are always welcome in this house." While the upper aristocracy exchanged greetings, I felt someone staring at me. Turning around, I saw the sullen gaze of André de Chatelain standing below at Prince Heinrich's carriage. If the Viscount could cast fireballs with his eyes, I'd have turned into ash on the spot. I sent him a welcoming smile and nodded as I calmly proceeded inside the palace. The evening seemed full of promise for action. Hopefully, my aunt wouldn't get too mad at me if I had to spill a bit of blood. Before entering the main room, a footman in ceremonial livery accepted my cloak, while another led me to a wide door with the master of ceremonies standing at the step. In a well-composed, sonorous voice, he slowly and solemnly announced the arrival of the guests slowly streaming into the ballroom. On the way in, I heard a non-stop howl, which turned out to be a medley of seemingly hundreds of human voices, musical instruments, the rustling of women's dresses, and the clinking of wine glasses. Regardless of the power of the master of ceremonies' voice, it was no match for the cling-clang monster within. Nobody noticed when my name was called except a few people nearest the door who ran indifferent looks over my person. The ballroom was dominated by a seriously vivacious atmosphere. And of course, After all, news that Prince Louis had been joined at the reception by his brother Heinrich, as well as the Duke of the South and his daughter, had already leaked to the crowd. And the elites immediately began discussing that loudly. Meanwhile, a lot of people were constantly impatiently glancing at the front door, where Carl III's sons were supposedly going to appear any moment. I looked around slowly. Ahem, Max's aunt must have had very deep pockets. Most likely she had spent a whole fortune on candles alone, and she still had to feed us. The dishes could not be basic like the lentil, lardon, and red pepper sausage stew so beloved by local commoners. Sculptures of half-naked ancient gods and bas-reliefs depicting scenes of fairy tale balls in blue and rose marble, elegantly painted ceilings, golden chandeliers hanging from the ceiling, a wide music balcony containing an orchestra, and the mirror-polished marble floor the ballroom's opulence was blinding. Seemingly, the late Duc du Bellay had left a massive fortune to his wife after his untimely passing. Cousin, finally. I turned my head toward the cheery, familiar voice. A pair of pretty girls came walking my way quickly, and one had on a big, welcoming smile Eveline de Gramont. Wearing a light green dress, elegant emerald jewelry, and a small diadem, I got the feeling Jean du Bellay looked just like that in her younger days. I even wanted to rub my eyes to cast off the illusion. The resemblance was simply striking. Eveline made her friends simply fade away by comparison. They lacked her charisma and vivacious beauty, though they overcompensated for it with a huge amount of jewelry, ribbons, and bows. It was evident that Eveline was aware of her superiority over her friends and accepted it as a given, something definitional like snow is white and pitch is black. At any rate, Eveline and her friends looked at me and my outfit with zero interest. They even looked down on me a bit. Were I the real Max, I'd probably have felt acutely like a bum. But Max had long departed this world, and his body was now inhabited by the mind of a man who didn't care about scornful looks from girls who were utterly worthless without the wealth and high status of their families. My dear cousin, I bowed, looking charming as always. Dear cousin, Eveline snorted happily, extending her hand for a kiss. I am very happy to see you again. After that, she introduced me to her companions, who were viscountesses. He paid only distant attention to my greetings and compliments. They seemingly could not understand why Eveline dragged them over to meet me. The young women were occasionally shooting burning gazes into the crowd, searching it for the gentleman they'd come there to get to know better. My cousin, meanwhile, was no different. Hitting me with a distracted look, Eveline promised to come see me again later and flitted off with her friends for more fun. I see you decided to disregard our aunt's recommendations. I turned. Valerie was standing a few paces from me. In contrast to my cousin, her outfit was darker and with less gemstones. But at the same time, Max's blood sister looked stunning. I found myself unwittingly admiring her. She noticed, and a slight blush appeared on her cheeks. Good evening, sister. I bowed and kissed her warm hand. As ever, she wafted with an aroma of Eastern spices. You look stunning. Although my compliment was not the height of elegance and refinement, it came from the heart, and based on my sister's embarrassed and burning gaze, she could tell. As for the recommendations, I smiled. I took them into account. But Valerie gave a wily laugh. But I didn't think it right to wear something not conforming to my taste, I replied, and patting my stomach, added, beyond that, I came to the conclusion that green makes me look fat. Valerie, sticking out her upper lip amusingly to reveal little white teeth, laughed quietly. I was imagining how you would explain that to our aunt, she said, continuing to smile. I do not envy you. You know, I said thoughtfully. Something is telling me our fantastic auntie will be glad I chose this color by the end of the night. You have caught my interest, Valerie said, her thin little brows shooting upward. What scheme have you cooked up now? That's just it, none, I shrugged. It's just from time to time, things happen that I have no ability to predict, and so I have to play it by ear. For instance, today, whoever would have thought Prince Heinrich would decide to visit tonight's reception? I suggest you keep your distance from the prince and his circle, Valerie said softly. At any moment, they might bring up de Lamar's death. Heinrich doesn't like having his toys taken from him. Valerie's suspicious expression was in some way reminiscent of the way the Duchess looked at me a few minutes earlier. Wanting to change the topic, I nodded at Max's older sisters, who were stuck to their older cousin like glue, and said, I see our sisters are wasting no time. After all, today they are likely going to draw the attention of the offspring of some high house. And who knows, maybe this evening, the spark of a new love will be born. Valerie was not fooled by my pathos-laden tone. Curling her lips a bit, she replied, Love. Ha, what do you mean love? We are children of a traitor. We are only tolerated here because we are the nieces of the lady of the house. Then we're very fortunate to have such a caring aunt. Valerie furrowed her brow. The stone lady cares only for increasing the greatness of our house. The Duchess du Bellay, daughter of the de Gramonts, uses her nieces and nephews to marshal her wordless automaton soldiers to shore up breaches in defenses or attack with their bodies. She doesn't care about our feelings and wishes. All of us will marry who we are told, you, me, and our cousins. It's the way things have always been. Our grandparents and great-grandparents did the same. Or do you believe Jean du Bellay married the Duc du Bellay because she truly loved him? The only good thing about the Duke was his massive fortune. But alas, we can't even dream of such a thing. We have been branded children of a traitor. We cannot possibly dream of such a bright future. Valerie would have said more, but her monologue was interrupted by the coming of princes along with the lady of the house, the Duke de Gondi, and his daughters. As soon as the master of ceremonies announced at full yet insufficient volume that the highly placed guests had arrived, everyone in the room bowed in greeting. Valerie and I followed their example. A minute later, on the Duchess' signal, the orchestra on the music balcony again started playing their broken melody, while nobles quickly started flitting around the princes and de Gondi, hurrying to greet the king's sons and inform him of their esteem. Watching all the fuss out of the corner of my eye, I glanced at Valerie, who was breathing agitatedly and watching Prince Louis' every move. I suddenly wondered whether she considered how things might have unfolded had the king's uncle, the Duc de Harcourt, not lost the struggle for the throne, because Max's father was one of his closest friends and cohorts. One could only imagine the future Ferdinand de Gramont's children would have had in store then. Valerie's hands and heart would now be sought after by Vestonia's most elite and wealthy gentlemen. And why just Vestonia's? All mainlands. She might have even married into the royal house. The farther Prince Louis went into the ballroom, as a large number of ladies looked on coquettishly with promising smiles, the more goosebumps covered Valerie's neck and the uncovered part of her back, as if there had been a sudden gust of icy wind. Blush appeared on her cheeks, while a fleeting sparkle flickered in her eye. The Viscountess de Gramont was squeezing her fan so hard her thin little fingers went chalk white. She was probably imagining very hard, but couldn't conjure the image. I wouldn't have been surprised to learn that she sided entirely with the conspirators in her deepest thoughts, and the only thing that bothered and tormented her was the fact her father was too weak to prevail. The princes were being trailed by a merry company of nobles who had arrived with Heinrich. The Duchess' guests looked on them with caution, some even outright hostility. Honestly, though, that was more done quietly or at their backs in case, gods forbid, the fearsome, broad-shouldered, blonde von Herwart might notice. "What are your thoughts on the Baron?" I asked Valerie in half-voice. The Viscountess gave a slight shiver in surprise and, opening her fan, hid her lips. "Don't even think about messing with him, brother," she replied dryly. "These aren't the sons of some Western counts like the ones you playfully slung mud at. They aren't even de Lamar. Friedrich von Herwart is gifted. He is one of Estonia's most powerful combat mages." I snorted to myself. Rumors of the might and power of the man we were talking about were, to my eye, very exaggerated. Up close, I was able to scan him in greater detail. I was forming the impression that von Herwart was sophomoric. Well, not exactly. He had obviously not given much attention to improving his energy system. His energy channels were thin and nodes not reinforced. I wouldn't be so wrong to suggest the Baron relied completely on his dozen large lilac brutes, or rather the huge amount of mana within them. I wondered what he might do if one of his energy channels got overstrained in the heat of battle and simply burst. But that it would happen, I was 100% certain. Were he to cross paths with a striker as powerful as those I'd seen on the frontier, those brutes wouldn't have done much good. Most likely, the Islander had not often faced off against others like him. And why would he have? All he needed was for the rumors of his power and invincibility to spread. Beyond that, combat mages were vanishingly rare, particularly considering the fact a whole party of them had recently fallen near the lake next to the shadow. I even found myself wondering if I could take him down. What would he even have been capable of without the magic armor? I thought all Islanders at our king's court sided with Prince Philippe. I came. Baron von Herwart's father fought for Conrad V in the famous Battle of Lüneburg, Valerie replied. He passionately despises Otto II, who currently rules Island, same as all supporters of Conrad V, who was beheaded and quartered at Wolfsburg. They consider him a usurper. That made me wonder what the bellicose Prince Heinrich could have promised the Baron. My thinking was interrupted by a muted sob from Valerie. She suddenly went pale and terror seized her eyes. Grasping for my hand, she whispered hotly, "It's him. He's here. The monster is here." I followed Valerie's line of sight. "I see, the Viscount and Viscountess de Marbot," the master of ceremonies announced loudly. The couple strode into the ballroom, opposite people, Beauty and the Beast. A woman of uncommon beauty who had been designated to be my bride, Aurélie de Marbot, and a 6-foot broad-shouldered giant, her elder brother Emile de Marbot. Emile the lizard or Emile the toad. Valerie was not lying. The man looked extremely rough. The magic scalding on his skin made him appear reptilian. The finishing touch was a wide, lipless mouth, flat nose and yellow, magic disfigured eyes that looked out at the world like a herd of sheep, or even prey. He didn't seem the least bit concerned with the disgust in people's eyes when they looked at him. Out of interest, I decided to take a look at the giant in true vision. Now that was curious. Emile de Marbot was true gifted, with an energy system of his own that, while unconventional and hideous, was quite developed. He had clearly been cultivating it for years. Baron von Herwart wouldn't stand a chance against Emile the lizard. The Viscount would eat him for breakfast, and quite literally at that. Mile had an unmistakable stench of blood on him. I wouldn't have been surprised to find out that, before coming to the Duchess' reception, the mutant had eaten the flesh of his most recent victim raw and bleeding. Compared to the hideous giant, Orly de Marbot looked like a fairy tale nymph. Her light hair with a pearlescent shine seemed to sparkle in the light of 1,000 candles. The little diadem in her hair, which was shaped like a branch, was dotted with white pearls, emerald leaves, and turquoise buds. The necklace, earrings, and miniature bracelet on her left arm were all in the same style as the diadem. Her soft turquoise dress accentuated all the curves of her enchanting figure to great effect. I believed Orly to be nearly 30, but she looked so fresh and spry that I never would have given her more than 20. As repellent and frightening as Emile de Marbot's appearance was, his sister's amazing beauty was just as powerful at drawing the eye of everyone in the room. The Viscountess de Marbot was doubtless the prettiest woman in the room. I found myself unwittingly admiring her uncommon beauty and grace. A moment later, the Duchess du Bellay appeared next to her brother and sister, and as a good host should, started saying something to the new arrivals with an iridescent smile. A minute later, the de Marbots were set loose and got lost among the crowd. I felt Valerie's grip weaken. I even heard her breathe a sigh of relief. Waves of shivering ran over the Viscountess' body. Convinced now, she whispered with a shaky voice, "You were right, I decided to defuse the situation. Aurélie de Marbot is very beautiful." Valerie looked up at me uncomprehendingly and, seeing a smirk, was about to say something very mean. But before she could, my old pals came over to pay us a visit. Chevalier Renard, came the Marquis de Hangest, standing a couple steps away from us. A pointed smile blossomed on his puffy face. "It really is true when they say the world is small. What an unexpected meeting." At his side stood Gaspard Crayon, a light of happiness burning in his eyes, already tasting more fun. The third man was André de Chatelain. He looked gloomy and upset. Valerie, her mouth slightly open in surprise, tried to find an explanation for what was happening on my face. I gave her a furtive wink and, with a slight bow, smiled back at de Hangest. "Indeed, monsieur. If I knew last time we met that you were friends of my dear auntie, I would have been much more obliging. How is your health, Viscount?" Last time, alas, for entirely explicable reasons, I was unable to ask. "You were a bit out of sorts." André de Chatelain's face filled with red spots and his jawbones started grinding. De Hangest just shook his head while Crayon struggled to hide a smile. Based on her stunned look, Valerie was seemingly starting to figure things out. People standing nearby were drawn in by the unusual scene and started quietly walking over to us. Chevalier de Chatelain squeezed out through his teeth, "I assume you will not refuse me the pleasure of another meeting whenever is convenient for you." "Monsieur, I got the impression that last time we left with unfinished business." I came calmly, nodding at his forehead. "You are correct," the Viscount barked dully. "It was a mere impression. Hence why I insist we meet again. But given you wish for final clarity, I am at your service." "Time and place. Tomorrow morning," the Viscount replied sharply. "On the banks of the Legha, near Westbridge. I'll be there." Mademoiselle, the Viscount and his friends gave gallant bows, then turned and headed toward their lord. Valerie glanced at me. Her cheeks were burning red in excitement. "So you're the country aristocrat everyone at court is talking about, the one that took down the Viscount de Chatelain in a single blow." I sighed and looked around. The people standing closest to us and listening to me talk with de Chatelain and his friends were already spreading what they heard through the room, and it moved outward like the rings around a pebble thrown into clear water. "Brother, I need details," the Viscountess came in an impatient whisper. Meanwhile, her eyes were burning with excitement. She even puffed out her chest while all eyes focused on her. My brief recounting of my meeting with de Chatelain and his friends only made her more worried. Her chest started heaving, while a triumphant smile lit up her face, which she deftly hid behind a fan. Meanwhile, the more the rings spread, the more chattering nobles started casting curious glances our direction, and Valerie was clearly savoring the attention. To an extent, I couldn't blame her. After many months locked away in her uncle's house, 100 days of despair, hatred, humiliation, and reproach, the Viscountess de Gramont for the first time revealed the version of her I'd met 2 years earlier, a proud member of an ancient noble house. First de Lamar, now de Chatelain, Valerie came with a sly smile when I finished my tale. "Had I not known all the finer points, I might have thought you were purposely hunting down Prince Heinrich's top swordsman." Were that the case, I shrugged. The Viscount de Chatelain would probably not be attending this reception today. In one way or another, you stirred up the green swamp, and now Prince Heinrich will find out about you before the second dance is called. Valerie came with a slight frown. "And by tomorrow morning, every last mud in Heroicsville will know, and laugh at the warrior prince's vaunted favorites, who were unable to cope with an unknown chevalier, a traitor's bastard to boot. Heinrich is cruel and vindictive. Beware of Baron von Herwart. He is sure to declare open season on you." Most likely, yes, I agreed and nodded at the princes, preening their vibrant plumage before the Marquis de Gondi like young roosters. What if His Highness Prince Heinrich doesn't give a damn about some utterly unknown bastard? This evening, his attention has another, more interesting object. Prince Louis, as well. My last words made Valerie shudder slightly and, frowning, turn her head where I pointed. I saw sadness and pity in her eyes as well as, seemingly, jealousy. Perhaps my theories weren't all that far off. Maybe the letters Valerie was writing me praising Prince Louis were not dictated by my aunt the Duchess, but by the Viscountess's own feelings of love. In that case, I sincerely pitied her. But before Valerie could say anything, the Duchess du Bellay gave her signal, and the Master of Ceremonies declared a procession. In line with Bertrand's instructions, I already knew this dance was the standard opening number at Vestonian balls, and every guest was obliged to take part. After it, one could spend the entire evening lurking in the corner in silence, leaning on a column or sitting at the card table, but missing the procession would mean insulting both the lady of the house and all other guests. Because we as relatives of the Duchess had no partners, I turned to Valerie with an elegant bow and asked delicately, "Mademoiselle, would you please do me the honor of accepting this dance?" Valerie reached out with her left hand, smiling, and we joined the dance procession, which all the other guests had already started. Bertrand's lessons, which were now on the level of muscle memory along with my own coordination, meant the movements of the unhurried and relatively simple dance came easily and freely. My partner was experienced, which was why we quickly got a feeling for one another. I even smiled to myself when I remembered training with Bertrand. My valet invited a laundry woman up so I could practice a couple moves. Josie, daughter of the head cook, was a longtime partner of Max back when he was a child then teen and knew almost every courtly dance she had been taught along with her young master. As an aside, she was quite tense and clammed up during our first few sessions. She was clearly expecting her young master, like in days of old, to let his hands wander a bit and was seemingly already preparing to resist. But time passed, and contrary to her fears, I behaved with delicacy and restraint. Beyond that, I tried in various ways to emphasize the distance between us, which seemed to ignite the curiosity of both young Josie and the other young laundry women in the castle. Valerie's cultured poise, unhurried, measured gait, and noble, refined curtsies drew attention from other men and women nearby. She sensed it and couldn't blame them. She also liked it. As an aside, while we danced, I caught intrigued and coquettish glances from Eveline's friends, even though just half an hour earlier, they had looked at me like I wasn't even there. Several times, I locked eyes with my cousin. Eveline smiled provocatively and sent me an approving wink. The wave had seemingly now reached her as well. Watching her face glow with delight, I chuckled to myself. After all, she already knew de Chatelain and I had crossed blades, but she was still laughing and sending me frivolous winks. Eveline didn't seem to care that one of the top swordsmen had challenged me to a duel and that I might die. Still, on the other hand, she and Valerie were little more than daughters of their time. The death of a nobleman in a duel here was a standard occurrence. I got distracted from thinking about my relatives by a feeling someone was watching me. It was particularly hard to ignore. During the circle pas, I suddenly turned my head to meet eyes with Orly de Marbat, who was dancing with her brother. She instantly looked away and a slight blush appeared on her face. At the very last moment, I noticed she was looking at me without particular affection, more like scorn, really. Finally, the procession of the synchronically dancing couples stopped in deep bows and curtsies as the last chords played. And just then, I was 20 steps from Prince Heinrich, who was trading bows with the Marquis de Gondy. Not too far from there, with a sour face, I saw Prince Louis trading bows with his partner. For the entire duration of the dance, he was biting his lip and paying no mind to the woman in front of him, instead plaintively watching the gracious, soft movements of Blanca de Gondy, whose left hand was resting on his brother's shoulder. Even the untrained eye could see that the Marquis de Gondy's languishing looks falling on the Blue Prince injured Prince Louis. The elder brother saw the younger one's suffering and seemingly was fueled by it. The Green Prince was apparently crazy for the Marchioness de Gondy, who, as an aside, despite the fact she would soon be wed to Prince Philippe, flirted with Louis and Heinrich, clearly trying to spark a conflict between the brothers. During a short break between dances, the Marquis de Hengist walked over to Prince Heinrich and started quickly whispering something into his ear. After that, both of them lifted their heads slightly and started looking around. At the last moment, de Hengist noticed me and said something to Heinrich. I was purposely pretending to be distracted by the conversation with Valerie, so the prince and his crony de Hengist would think I didn't see them. My sister turned out right by the first dance. Prince Heinrich had been told I was there. A few minutes later, the Master of Ceremonies declared a new dance, and before the orchestra started playing a new melody, 3 young nobles appeared next to Valerie. She flitted off to dance with one of them while a footman appeared next to me. "Her Grace would like to see you," he said with a bow. "Show me the way," I nodded. A little while later, accompanied by curious noble onlookers standing along the wall, I was led over to the Duchess du Bellay, who was standing with the brother and sister de Marbat. "My dear nephew," the Duchess came, "I'd like to introduce you to the Viscount and Viscountess de Marbat." The stone lady, as before, was smiling welcomingly at me, but the cold look in her eyes told me she already knew the full story and I was in for a serious conversation. "It's my honor to make your acquaintance," I came with a bow. Orly, who was diligently hiding her scorn for me, made an elegant curtsy. Her brother gave me a careless bow in reply, and his lipless mouth splayed into an acrid smirk. He looked at me with his yellow eyes not so much as prey, but more like a little fly he was just about to swallow. Up close, the Viscount reeked even worse of blood and death. My instincts didn't let me down. This half-man, half-mutant had killed and mutilated someone just this morning. After an exchange of short, meaningless phrases with the de Marbot household, I bowed and turned to the Viscountess. "Mademoiselle, would you please do me the honor of accepting this dance?" The Viscountess extended her left hand, and just a few moments later, the pair of us started spinning between the dancing couples. In accordance with the etiquette of the leaf dance, which the master of ceremonies had announced, the partners were dancing in so-called semi-closed positions. The gentleman's left hand was placed on the tip of his sword, while his right went on the elbow of his partner. At the same time, the lady's right hand laid upon the gentleman's shoulder, while the left held a fan in open position, pointed slightly to one side. Heh, to my taste, this would all be a lot nicer and easier without the sword or fan. Orly was an expert at moving her own body. I could feel the excitement and delight she was trying so diligently to keep hidden. She now looked like a bird who had escaped a golden cage, but just for a moment. I was also aware that her partner was preventing her from fully enjoying the dance, and it wasn't my bad dancing. On the contrary, Bertrand would have probably been proud of his student if he could have seen me just then. There was another issue. The Viscountess found me distasteful not as a dancer, but as a man. I was curious why. As far as I knew, she and Max had never crossed paths. "Mademoiselle," I came softly, bending slightly down to her ear. "Would you allow me to ask a question that's been on my mind the whole last hour?" Aurélie de Marbot gave a slight shudder in surprise, but didn't break her step. "Of course, monsieur," she replied shortly with a colorless voice. "Would you care to tell me the reason you have such distaste for me?" I decided to be straightforward. Orly seemed ready for the conversation, so, wasting no time, she responded with a slight wryness in her voice. "I suppose that after you announced your wish to ask my father for my hand in marriage just to settle an old dispute between our families, I should be overflowing with desire and maybe even love." Now this was interesting. "Come now, mademoiselle," I responded in kind. "I wasn't even thinking it, but allow me to make a little quibble. Was something I said untrue?" The Viscountess' thin brows shot up. "What can I say, Chevalier? You have piqued my curiosity. The fact is, the reason I wish to be engaged to you is down to more than the age-old dispute between our noble families. I was also promised a barony by your father after." Laughing internally, I watched the Viscountess' eyes narrow menacingly, shifting from a light cornflower blue to a bright gray. She started to blush while her crimson lips closed tight. "Well, monsieur," she came coldly. "You have lived up to your reputation. It seems everything they say about you is the honest truth." Curious, I smiled. "And what is it they say about me? Do you really want to know?" Orly clarified, raising her chin and boring into me with an angry look. "Okay, don't mind if I do. They say you're hot-tempered and all your disputes end in duels, and that you chase every skirt. A recent scandal with some actress also ended in a duel and the death of your opponent. And now that you've returned to the capital, you appear to be back to your old ways." And then she looked at the silver wing on my chest. Orly's lips curled in scorn. "My grandfather was a member of the Order of the Silver Wing. Unlike you, he was a knight and the most noble man I've ever met." The Viscountess practically spat out the last sentence. The music had long quieted down, and we stopped next to a column. The way it worked out, there was nobody next to us and no one to hear our conversation. "You have my gratitude, mademoiselle," I bowed and smiled. "Very informative." "Is that all?" she snorted. "You have nothing more to say. Why should I?" I responded in the same tone. "The rumors about my duels are indeed true. And yes, some of my opponents are now dead, when it comes to reasons. I don't know how the de Marbots do it, but the de Grammonts are taught to defend the honor of a lady even if she is a mere actress. You mentioned the distinction on my breast. I consider myself unworthy of such a high honor. I'm sure any nobleman in my place would have done what I did. Doubtless, your noble grandfather was a knight of the highest caliber. I'm certain your brother inherited his ancestors' good nature, which you claim not to see in me." The last thing I said seemed to take the earth out from beneath the Viscountess' feet. She went pale, and a shadow of fear and seemingly despair flashed in her eyes for a brief moment. But just as quickly, Orly de Marbot went back to her old self. "Monsieur," she came coldly, "I kindly request you bring me back to my brother." Walking in silence along the wall, we crossed nearly half the room when the master of ceremonies again stepped forward to announce a dance, but suddenly fell silent. His gaze was trained on Prince Heinrich, who stopped him with a gesture. Silence dominated the ballroom. Everyone there was staring at the king's sons. "Madame," Prince Heinrich said loudly with a mysterious smile to the Duchess du Bellay standing at his side, "I hope you won't be opposed if I make a small alteration to your dance program. The atmosphere here is a bit grim for my taste. I'm simply positive that everyone will like it. Your Highness," the Duchess made a deep curtsy. Not a single sinew on her stone face moved. "It would be all of our greatest honor." "Then it's decided," Prince Heinrich exclaimed with a broad smile and conspiratorial wink at the immediately dejected Prince Louis. "I declare a sword dance." A wave of excitement swept the ranks of the nobility. A few of the Greens appeared fearful, but Heinrich's people seemed happy. "But Your Highness," the Duchess tried to object. "That is a highly technical dance. It requires special accessories which I, alas, do not have." "Don't you worry about that, Madame," Prince Heinrich responded, continuing to smile. "By happy coincidence, we have enough accessories for all. Hey, whoever's out there, bring it all in." The ballroom doors flung open, and Prince Heinrich's footmen dragged in a bundle of wooden swords and 2 plump silver pots. Pulling 2 swords from the bundle with small canvas sacks on their tips, Prince Heinrich raised them over his head and declared loudly, "As I'm sure you've noticed, we will not be hosting a slaughter with real weapons like our forebears did, and that is not the only change." Heinrich walked over to the pots the footman placed on the floor and threw the tips of each wooden blade into one. A moment later, he showed everyone that the canvas tips had been painted blue and green. "We have precisely 20 swords, gentlemen," he exclaimed. "We need 2 teams, green and blue." Turning to Prince Louis, he asked loudly, "Brother, would you be opposed to having me select the first dancer for your team?" Prince Louis breathed a heavy sigh and waved a hand fadedly. "Of course not, my brother." This dance seemed to involve some kind of standoff, and Louis was clearly not confident the Greens could win. A few moments later, Prince Heinrich stopped opposite me. In his dark eyes, I saw a sort of sneering anticipation. "Chevalier, I've heard you are quite handy with a blade. I'm sure you'll be a big fan of this dance." After saying that, while the others looked on with burning anticipation, he extended me a green sword. "Have you ever danced this fine number before?" Heinrich asked with a slight smirk. Somehow Bertrand and I had overlooked this one. "Alas, Your Highness," I replied. "What can I say? I'm not surprised," the prince smiled acridly. "This dance is highly rare and fraught with danger." After that, he nodded disparagingly at my silver wing and asked, "Still, I assume a cavalier of the Order of the Silver Wing is hard to scare with some dance. Beyond that, I noticed that you are an expert at controlling your own body movements." The Viscountess de Marbot would never allow me to lie. With a slight squint, he glanced at Aurélie standing beside me who, giving an elegant curtsy, stopped with her head down. A treacherous blush again appeared on her cheeks. The prince, meanwhile, was looking at the Viscountess like a cat at a pot of cream. "I even envy you to some extent, Chevalier," Heinrich chuckled and added after a brief and quite vague pause, "I for one will always remember my first sword dance." And although he was talking about a dance, after what the prince said, the Viscountess' cheeks went even more crimson. "This dance has no particularly complex pas," Heinrich assured me. "A man with your coordination won't find it hard to learn on the fly." After saying that, the prince turned and went back to where his brother and the Marchioness de Gondi were standing. Walking past the Baron von Herwart, Heinrich tossed him a blue sword, which the mage handled playfully. "Friedrich, remember," the prince said to his striker loud enough for the whole ballroom to hear. "For the duration of the dance, you are a regular person. No using the gift. I understand, Your Highness," the Baron bowed. "You have my word I will not use magic." I snorted to myself. Yeah, sure. What a sly smile he had on, and both of their eyes looked to be the picture of honesty. I could even guess who the Baron was going to not use magic on specifically. My brother, Prince Heinrich, came loudly when he got near Prince Louis. "My team is ready. Your move." And indeed, while the prince was speaking to me and the Baron, 9 swords had already been dealt out to his cohort. The Viscount de Chatelain was naturally among them. He repeatedly cast promising, angry looks my way. Prince Louis nodded and looked over with a bored glance. His taciturn and implicit obedience of his elder brother, who was clearly trying to assert his dominance, said a lot. Although upon closer inspection, one might have thought Louis considered his brother something of an inevitable evil, someone easier to obey for a short time than putting up long, tedious resistance. After all, Heinrich didn't make the impression of a man accustomed to backing down. While Louis looked around thoughtfully at the ballroom, many young nobles started to step forward. Their eyes burned with excitement and a desire to curry favor with their prince, to stand out, make a name for themselves, be remembered. Max's cousins with decorative swords and fancy scabbards were already in the front rows, watching Louis' every move with pleading looks. As an aside, Orly's brother Emile de Marbot stepped forward as well. His green insignia was a clear indication to everyone whose side he wanted to fight on. Out of the corner of my eye, I was watching the Viscountess de Marbot. The cold expression on her face made it hard to tell what she was thinking, but her eyes, I saw fear in them. Was this dance really so scary and dangerous that she was afraid for her brother? To my eye, if that was the case, then a 6-foot-tall true gifted could certainly come in handy for the green team, but Louis seemed to think otherwise. I didn't know the criteria the prince was using to select his team, but Emile the Toad clearly did not fit them. It was plainly all down to the fact that his outfit was not adorned with sufficient bands, lace, or jewels. because those were the exact kind of dancers Prince Louis was selecting as Prince Heinrich and his people smiled acridly, and Emile the lizard gritted his teeth. For the record, Max's two cousins did get chosen, which made them hold their heads high and start beaming. Essentially, compared to the lords weighed down with the latest fashions in lace and plumage, I was essentially invisible. As a matter of fact, I wouldn't have been surprised to find out that, by giving me the wooden sword, Prince Heinrich, beyond all the rest, was trying to dig at his brother a bit. A few off-handed and unpleasant glances from Prince Louis aimed at me served as proof of that. "Gentlemen," Heinrich exclaimed, "take positions." After that, turning around, he looked up at the music balcony and said, "Maestro Gamblin, I am here, your highness." A tall man of around 50 approached the balcony railing wearing a light brown frock and light yellow beret topped with a long plume. If even Prince Heinrich knew his name, this man must have been a relatively well-known figure on the Vestonian music scene. "I suggest the composition Wind of the North. Can you handle it?" Heinrich asked, glancing wryly at his brother. Prince Louis gave a slight shudder and a shadow crept across his face. Every last footman in the ballroom was aware that it was a hint at Louis' upcoming betrothal to the daughter of the northern Kanang. Heinrich had quite a good time winding up his younger brother. Louis cast a plaintive gaze at the Marchioness de Gondi, who was watching the proceedings with a captivated smile. He seemed very near to throwing himself at her feet in tears. They'd really gotten him. "As you like, your highness," the director responded. "Follow my hands, maestro," Heinrich added. "After every clap I make, increase the tempo." Gamblin nodded in silence and went back to the musicians. "Madame," Prince Heinrich said to the Duchess du Bellay, who was watching with an impenetrable facial expression as the king's middle son called the shots in her home at her reception, "I have no doubts that your nephews will prove themselves highly effective today." "I never doubted it, your highness," my aunt replied and cast a fleeting glance at me. Some might think it was an attempt to cheer me up, but I could see perfectly well that Jean du Bellay was infuriated. Prince Heinrich had clearly outraged her. The Duchess' serpentine unblinking gaze seemed to say, "Get me the win." I responded with a barely perceptible sidelong smirk. "Quite the tall order, auntie." With a bow to Orly de Marbat, who was watching me with a cold, haughty expression, I said with a smile, "Without a doubt." She nodded, adding with a slight squint, "But I will be very happy if you're the first one knocked out of the dance." "Oh," I said with an even bigger smile, "your words have only further ignited the fire in my chest. Now I will put every effort into standing to the end." Bowing, I turned around and went into the middle of the room where the teams were already huddling up. Walking past the crowd, I caught Valerie shooting me a burning gaze. I winked at her and moved on. The de Gramont brothers were already there. They were discussing something softly with another two young men and making a diligent effort to pretend not to notice me. The men they were talking to did the same. All the greens had seemingly been instructed to ignore me, but as for the blues lined up opposite, they on the contrary were watching my every move. Like wolves waiting for a signal from their pack leader to attack a deer. Catching malevolent looks from my old pals de Chatelain and de Hengist, I gave a sidelong smirk. "Monsieur, good evening." A cheery voice behind me forced me to turn around. Before me stood a short, plump young man. His wide and on first glance simpleton's face was sown thickly with freckles. If I were asked who at the reception was wearing the most bands, lacy ribbons, and precious stones, I would have pointed to this man without hesitation. Even the red wavy hair falling over his thin shoulders had 3 ribbons and 1 emerald hairpin. But along with that, he was the only member of the green team to have a non-decorative sword on his belt. It remained to be seen whether he could use it. "Good evening," I replied. "Who do I have the honor of meeting?" "Baron Jean-Louis de Levy, personal perfumer to His Highness Prince Louis," my new acquaintance said, removing his wide-brimmed hat with chic plumage and bowing gallantly. "At your service. Chevalier Maximilian Renard at your service." I bowed back while giving him a close scan. As expected, he was shadow-gifted and had an emerald energy system fed by 3 large brutes of the same color. Baron de Levy hid them beneath a gold brocade jerkin next to his heart. "Yes, I know," he said with a welcoming smile, "as I'm sure everyone else in the ballroom does as well. I heard you've never danced the sword dance before. I have accepted the responsibility of teaching you the finer points." "Very kind on your part," I nodded. I wouldn't want to lose face in front of their highnesses. The Baron was laconic. Before all the greens had made it to the dance floor, I already had a basic idea of what to expect. "You have my full attention," the redhead nodded. "What happens if one of the dancers is exposed for using magic?" Baron de Levy shot a distasteful look at von Herwart standing in the middle of the blue formation and looked back at his green rivals with unhidden superiority. "It would be hard to do, but if it were to happen it would be counted as a loss for that person's team," the perfumer responded. When the blue and green teams had formed 2 ranks in the middle of the room, the Master of Ceremonies took a signal from the Duchess to declare that the footmen would be coming out shortly to, on Her Grace the Duchess du Bellay's request, collect the real swords for the duration of the dance. I was standing on the left end of the rank, and opposite me, 10 steps away rubbing his right wrist, a A tall, black-haired youth was getting ready for the dance. He was trying to be casual, but the look in his eyes clearly said he was full of excitement. I honestly thought I would be put up against de Chatelain or von Herwart to start, but the Blues must have had other plans. I had seemingly been left as dessert, and I even seemed to know for whom. Tilting my head slightly forward, I glanced at the green rank. Ah, now I see your plan, gentlemen. De Chatelain was standing opposite Gabriel de Gramont. First you want to humiliate my cousins for show, then pick off the bastard. Okay then, let's see how that works out for you. Good luck, monsieur, Jean-Louis said in a slightly agitated voice, standing 2 paces from me. His thickly freckled face blossomed into a happy smile. And happy hunting to you, Baron. I responded somewhat loudly and traced a few quick figure eights with my wooden sword. I saw smiles on the faces of the onlookers standing nearby after that. The kid opposite me frowned. What did you think I was intimidated by you? No, kid, you're the one who should be intimidated. The Blue clearly didn't like my sly glance. Right when all the formalities with the real weapons had been settled, I heard the first dull, measured drum beats from up on the musical balcony. After the drums, the flutes came in and we got to action. Both ranks formed moving circles. Raising their swords overhead, the dancers stepped out in imitation of riders being cleared before the infantry clash. The flutes and drums were joined by violins, and I suddenly felt the body I'd inherited start to slightly sway to the music. Muscle memory kicked in, so I must have inadvertently lied to Prince Heinrich Max had done this dance before. Oh well, all the better. I just had to not get in the way. I stepped aside and allowed the body to take over. It must be said that after training and mana cultivation, it was in excellent shape. Meanwhile, the circle fell apart and the ranks again froze opposite one another. We started to approach. First circle pa. We changed places. Second turn and we were back in our original positions. Now would come the first lunge. The rules stipulated just 1 blow could be landed. Whoever took the color wound first was knocked out, while the first round victors would then go to restart the cycle. The black-haired kid opposite me froze. His hands were shaking. His pupils were enormous. A drum beat in the ranks dashed forward at almost the exact same time. Lunge. I easily dodged the wooden blade of the black-haired man while the tip of mine made contact with the blue man's chest. Opposite his heart, I saw a fat green dot. The kid hissed curses through his teeth and, grasping his chest with his left hand, fell out of step. We turned around just then. Good boy keeping face. A faded blush on his cheeks, anger in his eyes, but no words, no time for a bow. The dance went on. Just 4 greens were still in up against 6 blues. Out of the corner of my eye, I spotted Gabriel de Gramont wincing in pain and clutching his stomach. Catching a gloomy, intent look from de Chatelain, I replied with a smirk. Get ready. Jean-Louis was in place. The perfumer's back moved in front of me. His opponent, tossing his sword to the floor in anger, disappeared into the crowd. A little way away, I spotted Francois Plumage. He must have been incredibly proud of himself for making it to round 2. De Chatelain was now opposite him. Our 4th man was up against von Herwart. First circle pa second. The Marquis de Hangest stopped opposite me. I no longer saw the confidence he had in his eyes before. He was afraid, and rightly so. My expression could mean nothing good. Approach. Lunge. The puffy de Hangest wasn't even able to properly take a step before the tip of my blade plunged into his stomach. It was a powerful blow. The Marquis gasped and doubled over. He immediately vomited on the floor. Down on all 4, de Hangest barfed up his entire breakfast and lunch right onto the feet of the audience, who scurried out of the way with loud outbursts. I turned my head and met eyes with Prince Heinrich. His dark eyes unblinkingly followed my every move. He was aware that it was revenge for Gabriel de Gramont. Based on my aunt's triumphant look as she stood next to the princes, she was also aware. Her chin went up proudly, and for the first time that evening she started to blush. Just before I turned around, I happened to spot Blanca de Gondi shooting me an intrigued look. Through the mask of unconcern and boredom, I saw her true colors, the colors of a true predator. After cycle 2, Baron de Levy and I were left alone against 4. Francois joined his brother, rubbing his shoulder with a pale face. De Levy and I traded glances. The red-headed perfumer's flushed face beamed with a happy smile. For the record, neither he nor von Herwart had used magic. Excellent hunting, monsieur, de Levy exclaimed. Saluting him with my sword, I smiled. Prince Heinrich's clap was not too loud, but Maestro Gamblin had a sharp ear, so the orchestra increased tempo. Cycle 3, 2 on 4. The dull beats of the drums grew quicker. The flutes and violins were joined by a previously silent bagpipe. First circle pa second. De Chatelain stopped opposite me. He was gripped by thrill of the hunt. Like a wolf that just killed all its former enemy's pups, he was preparing to cut down the last, youngest, and most flea-ridden of the bunch. Approach. De Chatelain made a burst and aimed directly at my heart in a long lunge. A look of triumph and delight danced on his face. He had finally got his enemy, the man who humiliated him. The blow was completely unrestrained, hoping to skewer the heart of the man who'd humiliated him. The Viscount was fast, but not fast enough. I, like a toreador, made a small step to the left so the bull would sail past me, and raising my right elbow high, greeted de Chatelain's approaching forehead with the tip of my blade. The Viscount's body out of inertia kept moving, but I could tell by his eye roll that my blow had knocked him unconscious. To be frank, de Chatelain had dug his own grave. I just had to hold up my blade at the right moment. His arms splaying limp, the Viscount collapsed to the floor. When the footman deftly dragged the Viscount aside, holding him beneath the armpits, I smiled at the fat green dot on his narrow forehead. But alas, my partner Jean-Louis was also knocked out. He didn't stand a chance against 3 rivals, but the valiant perfumer took one of his opponents to the grave with him as he perished, and that left me 1 against 2. Monsieur, the redhead exclaimed, smiling in spite of the pain in his chest and stomach. I did all I could. Prince Heinrich clapped again, and Maestro Gamblin increased the tempo more. Another cycle, 2 circle pas and a lunge. Baron von Herwart, who had been watching me like his long-awaited prey all that time, made a sharp lunge. Watching his energy system in true vision, I was able to distinctly make out a pulse of lilac. The striker had used magic. Oh well, untied my hands. The second blue was more sluggish, which I took advantage of. Treating myself to a small mass of energy, I dodged the tip of the mage's blade and slid forward, poking his slowpoke partner beneath the armpit. The blonde aristocrat with a blue armband gasped loudly and stepped aside. I saw disbelief and shock in his eyes. Okay, now it was 1-on-1. Another cycle, the last, or maybe not. The Baron didn't seem to be preparing for another round. He moved forward sharply. A lunge, I easily parried his blade and dancing, continued circling. Another lunge, another miss. The Baron was spending his lilac mana sparingly so the audience wouldn't think he was cheating. So far, everything was going according to the plan I'd instantly formed after Jean-Louis' instruction. 1 circle pas. The striker, no longer caring about the dance, as the crowd gasped loudly, made another lunge, and missed again. I had a smile on my face. I saw the combat mage's jawbones grinding. He was starting to lose patience. The unexpectedly spry bastard was embarrassing him in front of the prince. Von Herwart was clearly not accustomed to such things. 2nd circle pas. The mage's energy system was now aflame with lilac fire, but he still wasn't ready. I needed to give him a push. Perk up, Baron, I shouted. It's just a dance. Never fear. Okay, ready. I had noticed strikers having this quirk before. They were painfully given to fits of temper. The shadow's lilac energy must have affected the psyche of the combat mages. Baron von Herwart's eyes filled with blood. A fast lunge from the striker. Very fast. A normal man couldn't move like that. On the edge of my perception, I heard a few audience members murmuring. It was starting to hit them, but I had yet to hear any cries of protest. Oh well, that remained to be seen. I pretended to have dodged by dumb luck, though I was already using mana to the fullest. 2 circle pas back. Now the final lunge. We stopped opposite one another for a moment. Baron von Herwart's broad chest was heaving rapidly. He seemed to be enraged. He didn't care about anyone else. There was just this nimble bastard who refused to be defeated. A moment later, the striker's silhouette seemed to go blurry in the air. Just after that, the Baron appeared a step away from me. The tip of his blade was racing toward my chest. I just stood with my hands dropped, slightly pushing brown lilac energy into my aura to ease the now unavoidable blow. The Baron and I met eyes. He saw a sly smile on my face. A moment before the blow, he seemed to see what had just happened, and a second later, my chest was pierced with pain, and darkness overtook my mind. I had another vision. It was another strange dream of the dark-haired woman who bore a striking resemblance to my ties. I had long since realized that all these dreams were far from delirium and coming to me for a reason. I even thought I knew who specifically was involved and why. It was my mysterious benefactor's way of having a bit of fun. This time, the vision was more detailed and clearer. I was standing in the middle of a wide causeway, which wound like a giant gray snake between 2- and 3-story stone buildings with sloping roofs, all of them with horizontal ribs topped by variously designed carved figures. Some had the heads of horses, bears, predatory fish, and dragons. Others had large, toothy animal skulls, clearly harvested from the shadow. Buildings with decor like that differed from the others in their considerable sizes and higher quality materials. Despite the sunny weather, there was snow on the building roofs and in the shade of fences. Puddles were stretched over by thin mosaics of ice the local children delighted in crushing with their feet. There were a lot of people on the roads of the northern city, and even to the naked eye, it was clear that many were from out of town. The main road that bisected the city ran toward the seacoast with a huge, sprawling port that seemed to have a mind of its own. And that was the origin of the multitudinous horse procession of richly appointed Northlanders, headed by a broad-shouldered black-bearded man in a long wolf pelt cloak measuredly rocking in his saddle. Next to him on a black steed rode False Ties, looking as sullen and concentrated as ever. Her opulent clothing, jewelry, and golden diadems spoke to the fact that she came from an elite, wealthy family, a viscountess at the minimum. Following the bearded giant and False Ties on a white steed rode a bannerman. I took a closer look. His dark yellow cloth was decorated with the black head of a viper with big exposed fangs. A minute later, the procession had passed me by. I watched where they went. There could be no doubt. Their destination was the large city sprawled out on the hill. I wanted to follow after them to find out more about the people, but a sharp pain in my chest stopped me dead in my tracks. A moment later, I opened my eyes. Thank the gods you're awake, monsieur. I saw hunched over me my trusty Bertrand. By now, he felt like family. Pale with dark circles under his eyes, my valet looked like he'd aged several years. I blinked a few times. I took a closer look. No, Bertrand was fine. It was just shadows. He backed away slightly, smiling happily. The extra years melted away. The mana of several colors I was dumping into his energy system had not gone to waste. And my sessions were bearing fruit. The old man had grown younger and was feeling much better. After that unusually vibrant and lifelike vision, at first I couldn't tell what was going on. But a few moments later, my memory caught up with reality. How long was I out, and where were we? As far as I was aware, my castle didn't have any rooms with such rich decor. I asked Bertrand all that as he bustled around the bed I was lying on with an unbuttoned tunic. Ah, sun rises in 2 hours, he came, fussily fluffing up the pillow beneath my head. We are in her grace's home in a bedchamber. Your auntie is currently seeing off the last few guests, so I've only been out for a few hours. That is correct, the old man confirmed. I came straight to you as soon as I'd heard what happened. I breathed a heavy sigh and winced at the sharp pain in my chest. Closing my eyes, I instantly switched to true vision. A scan revealed that I'd gotten off with just a severe contusion, the consequences of which my reservoir was clearing up right on schedule. So all that training wasn't for naught. My aura, charged with variously colored energy, eased the Baron's blow. Honestly, though, the unique type of defense proved to be very costly in energy. The whole brutes hidden in secret pockets in my tunic had lost almost a quarter of their mana. The Crimson Brute was all the way down to half. But disregarding mana expenditure, overall I was happy with my aura's independence. By the way, speaking of that, what medicines have you given me? I asked Bertrand. Just like you instructed for such circumstances, I gave you 2 whole flasks of crimson potion, the old man nodded. Good, I said, and wincing, tried to sit down. Can't hurt. I'd be helpless without you, my friend, whom I couldn't remember trying to dodge, but all the better. In people's imagination, that must have been exactly how it all went down. Otherwise, how could a normal man have survived a blow from a striker, even with a wooden sword? I tried to make my voice sound steady and said, this is too much. It's just a big bruise. Yes, the old man responded with a heavy sigh and started buttoning up my tunic. There really is a big bruise across your whole chest, but oh well, we'll take you home and you'll sleep it off. I opted not to tell the old man that I was supposed to duel de Chatelain in just a few hours. What happened after I passed out? I changed the topic before Bertrand started his habitual old man moaning. The footman said all the gentlemen in the ballroom were outraged by the Baron's deed. His Highness Prince Heinrich even ordered the Baron to leave. He wanted to say more, but before he could, hurried footsteps sounded out from the corridor behind the closed door. A moment later, the door flew open, and the Duchess du Bellay entered the room. Upon her entry, I glanced at Bertrand to stop him when he jerked in my direction and got up out of bed on my own. Wincing, I pulled on my tunic and gave a tender bow. My valet, standing next to me, also froze in a deep bow. The Duchess' eyes shot up in surprise. Her mouth peeked open, astonishment in her eyes. My aunt clearly was not expecting to find me conscious. And neither were the 2 footmen looming behind her. Nevertheless, nephew, she said, shaking her head, you never cease to amaze me. Then, waving a hand, she ordered all the servants to leave, and a moment later we were all on our own. Sitting down in a soft, wide armchair perched next to the extinguished fireplace, the Duchess breathed a sigh of relief. These balls are so tedious, she said, closing her eyes and touching the back of her hand to her forehead. After that, casting an attentive gaze at me, she added, take a seat, nephew. We have to talk. Under the Duchess' evaluating, cold gaze, I winced slightly and plopped down in a second armchair. By the end of the night, you will be the most popular person in Heroicsville, she said with a sidelong smile. Auntie, everyone knows that popularity is fleeting, I chuckled back. Like a gold-winged moth that lives just 7 days, my glory will be gone by the end of the week. There'll be some other big event, and high society will forget about me forever. That is only if you do not have a hand in the next big event as well, the Duchess snorted. Because my intuition tells me keeping to the shadows isn't your thing. You think I don't know that you are to duel the Viscount de Chatelain in just a few hours. So this was what she really thought of me. Curious. The duel with the Viscount is a question of honor, I responded. By the way, speaking of that. The Duchess came with a sidelong smile. After the dance, Heinrich ordered the Baron to leave. He even pretended to be sincerely infuriated. Without a doubt, His Highness is one of the most just people in our country, I responded in kind. I'm certain your esteemed guests appreciated his noble gesture. The Duchess snorted. Smart ones, as it always happens in matters relating to the royal family, pretended to be stupid and to take it all for the genuine article, but the stupid ones. The Duchess fell silent for a moment, and sizing me up with an unblinking gaze, continued in an icy tone, stupid ones don't last long at court. That's the nature of politics, dear nephew. In fact, this isn't even the first time Baron von Herwart has fallen into supposed disfavor with Prince Heinrich, but every time he reclaims his place next to His Highness in short order. Princes and kings are just like that. One day they're mad, the next they're handing out mercies left and right. Don't let this lesson go to waste, nephew, the Duchess snorted. The whole time we were talking, Jean du Bellay was striving to maintain her image as the stone lady which she'd earned at court, but I could see her true emotions through cracks in the mask. She seemed to have liked what happened today. It would be a long time before people forgot this reception, and the Duchess would surely like that. By the way, speaking of mercies, Jean du Bellay said, looking at me slyly and setting 2 golden rings on the little table. The first held a dark blue sapphire, and the second an elongated emerald. Their highnesses send tokens of appreciation. Generous, I said, nodding at the rings. Thank your new patroness, the Duchess said with a wry edge, enjoying the surprised look on my face. No, she objected. I'm not talking about me. Then who, I asked, continuing to be surprised. Blanca de Gondi, the Duchess responded with a crafty smile, adding mischievously, the Princess of the South appeared highly impressed by your dance. Rolling her eyes, the Duchess said softly in a high voice, clearly imitating someone, Heinrich, it would be ever so wise of you to give a sword to that young man. He's even a hero of the frontier. You have an eye for talent. Louis, that brave chevalier, found an elegant way out of his position and brought victory to your team. Without a doubt, he is deserving of your attention and a rich reward. Then the Duchess continued in a normal tone, that young woman, without particular effort, has the princes wrapped around her finger like marionettes. She is truly her father's daughter. Everyone is aware already of who will truly rule our country if the Princess of the South is made queen. I see, I came thoughtfully. Need I mention again that you should keep your distance from the Marchioness? The Duchess asked seriously. Her patronage will lead nowhere good. I'll heed your warning. My response seemed to reassure the Duchess. I think it would be for the best if you left the capital for a time. She came in a tone that wouldn't bear objection. And when passions settle, you can come back again. Don't look at me like that. Who do you think Baron von Herwart is going to blame for today's humiliation? He's sure to come looking for revenge. By the time you're back, the Baron will be out of here, Oxville. As far as I know, he and Prince Heinrich are shipping out to war with Atalia. And all kinds of things can happen in war. I met the sunrise on the banks of the Legha, not far from Westbridge. Sitting on a small rock, I was watching the city wake up and contemplating. The roof slowly changed color with the rising of the sun. I breathed a heavy sigh and winced at the unpleasant stench of filth wafting in from the Legha's waters. As far as I was aware, all the waste from the capital city's sewer system fell into the river. On especially hot days, being near it was a real test for my nose. I had just read the notes from all Max's sisters and cousins the Duchess had given me. The short missives from the women expressed concern for my well-being and wished me a speedy recovery. Seemingly, after the ball, my status in the family was slowly starting to change. At this rate, Francois was going to start writing me friendly letters soon enough. Picturing the scene, I chuckled to myself. No way, that would never happen. The de Grammonts were a real viper pit. One wrong move and my little relatives would devour me, entrails and all. Valerie's letter was little different from those of her sisters. Most likely, she was aware the Duchess was going to read through them, but despite the dry text, I could imagine how my sister really felt. Most likely, she would share that in her next letter. Eveline, meanwhile, as the favorite of the family, was not sparing with her expressions. She was captivated, describing the reaction to the sword dance in the whole ballroom, and even hinted that both viscountesses, her friends, were now seriously interested in me. Stashing the notes in my pocket, I laughed and shook my head. I was certain that, were the real Max in my place, he'd have been in seventh heaven. The grounds the Viscount de Chatelain had chosen were a fairly popular place for aristocrats to settle scores, and now, coaches were starting to arrive from all directions. Most likely all bets had already been placed, and now there came my new acquaintance. A light buggy rolled up to the grounds drawn by 2 bay mares, and from it Jean-Louis Levy hopped down like a spring despite his full figure. With a broad smile, he sauntered my direction. "Good morning, monsieur," he exclaimed, still smiling. "I thought I'd come out to enjoy the fresh morning air." "Pleased to see you, monsieur," I responded with a slight bow. "I suggest you take your air away from the river." The Legha is wafting with particular aromas this morning. The red-headed Baron guffawed and, taking a lace kerchief from his sleeve, waved it quickly in front of his nose. I immediately smelled a slightly tarry pine aroma. "Your worship," Bertrand distracted me. "They're coming." A wide buggy rolled up to the edge of the meadow, drawn by a pair of raven horses. From it, stumbling and bracing himself heavily on the sideboard, the Viscount de Chatelain struggled to get out. To say the least, he looked unwell. All wrinkled and disheveled, pale face, bruises beneath the eyes. Even from a distance, I could see a huge bloody area on his narrow brow with a greenish tint. Finally, the standoff ended into Chatelain doubling over and starting to vomit right beneath the wheels of his buggy. A pitiful sight, Jean-Louis snorted. Drinking before a duel was not the best idea, but I don't blame the Viscount. He is no longer in His Highness' favor. I dare to suggest the Viscount is not entirely drunk. I came, watching de Chatelain's motions closely. Or rather, he is entirely not drunk. Do you suppose it's all effects of your blow? The Baron lit up right away. I'm sure of it. Would you come with me, monsieur? After saying that, I headed toward de Chatelain's buggy, and His Highness Prince Louis Perfumer followed eagerly behind. When I crossed the meadow with the Baron, the onlookers immediately perked up. Out of the corner of my eye, I spotted the familiar carriage hiding in the shade of the trees. My aunt seemed to be right. Blanca de Gondi was now interested in me, but that was unlikely to bring me any benefits. De Chatelain's servant noticed our approach first. His eyes contained so much pain and pleading. Most likely, like my Bertrand, he had been caring for and doting on the Viscount since he was a child. I suddenly felt very bad for the old man. I also suddenly considered something. How was it that such foul bastards as Max and the Viscount de Chatelain had people like Bertrand or this trusty old man at their sides? On the face, it was an injustice of universal scale. Oh ho ho, de Chatelain came in a mumbling voice when he finally noticed me. So here he is, Chevalier Renard, I'm at your service. After saying that, the Viscount peeled himself away from the buggy and, taking a step forward, reached his right hand for the grip of his sword. Meanwhile, I looked at his energy system in true vision and came to the conclusion that the Viscount had suffered a severe concussion. I was even surprised he was still on his feet. I could see that the old man was doing everything in his power to resist running out to help his master, but he remained standing still. He didn't want to bring shame upon the Viscount. Good morning, Viscount, I greeted de Chatelain, touching 2 fingers to the edge of my tricorn. And where are your friends, Monsieur Crayon and the Marquis de Hangest? To hell with friends like them. The Viscount spat out, and I saw a faded look in his cloudy eyes, but at the same time a determination to see this through to the end. He clearly did not believe he would live to see the end of this day. Take position, monsieur, and let's end this once and for all. As you like, I nodded, and we went into the middle of the meadow. I heard the Viscount breathing heavily as he stubbornly walked after me. A dozen steps and I stopped. Removing my tricorn and cloak, I threw them to the ground, and not drawing my blades yet, I waited for the Viscount. I was not planning to mock or provoke my rival. I respected the way he held himself. I never should have compared him to Max. This quarrelsome man had earned my esteem with his tenacity and force of will. De Chatelain also stopped and, stumbling, stood with his legs splayed. Ready? I asked. Yes, the Viscount replied dully. Then let's get started. I came and, drawing my blade, went on the approach. De Chatelain also drew his blade. Boring into me with a hazy look, he stepped forward, but at the last moment his eyes rolled back and he, taking another step out of inertia, fell face first on the ground. His body must have finally run out of fuel. Cries of dismay were heard at the edges of the meadow. Turning sharply, I gestured for de Chatelain's servant and coachman. When the old man, gasping and wailing, bent over the Viscount's body, I said loud enough for all to hear, my dear man, despite the wound he took last night, the Viscount de Chatelain came at the appointed time to cross swords with me. That is truly the act of a noble man. Tell your master I am prepared to give him a postponement to get his health on the mend. As a noble, it would bring me no honor to duel a man at death's door. You have my gratitude, your worship, the old man whispered. After that, picking up his master with the coachman, they carried his unconscious body to the buggy. Meanwhile, I turned to see Baron de Levy standing in the near distance. Monsieur, this morning's walk has awakened my appetite, I said, smiling, watching out of the corner of my eye as de Gondi's carriage started away. What do you say we go get breakfast? Baron de Levy had a lot to say over breakfast, mostly petty rumors from court, amusing happenings at balls, and other minor and utterly insignificant tidbits. But he also told me in broad terms about a big embassy to be headed by Prince Louis going north, and which Baron de Levy would also be taking part in, as of course would all others attached to the Green Prince. But meanwhile, he never forgot to ask a lot of questions about me, my life, and my family. After a few minutes talking, I concluded that Jean-Louis was acting on someone else's instructions. I could even guess whose. I just had to remember whose personal perfumer he was. In general, either the junior prince or his inner circle must have started looking into me more closely, though neither possibility should have been written off entirely. Let them look into me. No skin off my back. Pretending to take the bait, I eagerly told the red-headed green spy about my exile in Abbeville, the frontier, and my move back to the capital. We also talked a lot about what happened at the ball after I passed out. He had nothing new to tell me. Based on what the Duchess du Bellay said about the categories of Vestonian court nobility, I could confidently place Jean-Louis in the group of smart people who try very successfully to act stupid. It occurred to me that those were practically the only kind of people at the Duchess du Bellay's ball. In sum, all society's blame had fallen squarely on Baron von Herwart, because he promised not to use magic, but lost his cool, making himself look foolish and bringing defeat to his team. And the fact that the Baron had thus put his suzerain into a compromising position was something everyone there, including the spineless Prince Louis, preferred to ignore. Just the way they always ignored things relating to the royal family. Everyone who was ever bold enough to go against the king and his family had either been executed or placed in the dungeons. Max's daddy was a clear example. Prince Heinrich, of course, had expressed his displeasure publicly and ordered the Baron to leave the ball, but everyone knew perfectly well that it was just an act. Soon enough, the disgraced striker would be going off to war with the Italians together with his suzerain. I assumed that were the Baron not a combat mage, a valuable commodity in this kingdom, Prince Heinrich would have given him a harsher punishment. In the end, my shared breakfast with the Baron de Levy turned out very informative both to him and to me. "Good day, madame," I came with a bow. Despite Bertrand's admonishments to get some rest, I was already riding out to the Legrand Manor the next day. I could not afford to lose all that valuable time. The chance to visit the Legrand family crypt, which Isabelle Legrand had given me for some reason I still didn't understand, was something I could not afford to miss. "So you came," Isabelle Legrand said either inquisitively or affirmatively, hitting me head to toe with her unblinking, hawkish gaze. Like the last time, she met me in the garden. In the same gazebo the quiet footman led me to before. Today, Pascal Legrand's eldest daughter was alone, as was I intentionally left Bertrand in the carriage. His presence would have made it harder for me to get Isabelle to speak candidly. Ignoring my gratitude, Isabelle suddenly asked a question I was not expecting. "Is it true that you set Bertrand free?" "Yes," I replied. "What were your motives?" she kept pressing. I seemed to know what she was getting at. "I considered it the right thing to do," I responded. As an aside, my words were the pure truth. Isabelle, meanwhile, seemed to have a different opinion. "What if you had a different intent?" she asked with a slight smirk. Curious. What intent should a person have when freeing another from a life lived in slavery? I feigned sincere surprise. "Maybe drop the comedy act, Max," Isabelle said, rolling her eyes and shaking her head. Then, curling her lip into a sarcastic smirk, she added, "Do you take us all for idiots? I always had a high opinion of you, but this time you've really outdone yourself." Was she trying to provoke me or being sincere? Although they were hardly mutually exclusive. Considering how worthless Max used to be, I wasn't the least bit surprised to hear that. In one way or another, if I wanted to get what I was after, I couldn't respond to her rude remark. "Need I remind you the content of your letters?" She continued with a sidelong smile. "The ones where you rudely demand payment for a supposed share in our family business. You even threatened to take it to court if we didn't pay up to your satisfaction." Isabelle shook her head. "Now you want to come at it another way. You think we believed you suddenly started to feel like a son of the family for the first time in all these years when you asked to visit your mother's crypt, and you freed Bertrand in the hopes of softening our father." I wondered if her and Adeline were working together, or if Isabelle knew nothing about her younger sister's independent activities. In one way or another, it was still too early to say. I had no proof. Isabelle was partially right. I really had no business with Max's mother. Visiting her crypt was just a pretext to officially visit the Legrand home. Maybe I'd find a hook of some kind during my visit, like when I met Adeline's son the last time. He was already one potential source of information. "Madame," I said with a heavy sigh, "if this is your way of trying to prove yourself to me, then your efforts are going to waste. I know perfectly well how I'm thought of in your home, and I have no desire to convince you of anything, much less justify my every last action and decision to you. I simply want to pay my debt to my mother, whose death everyone here blames on me. If you invited me just so you could read me the riot act again, you're simply wasting my time." I already wanted to turn and leave, but Isabelle stopped me. "Wait," she came coldly. "As promised, I will take you to our family crypt, but don't count on anything more." I nodded in silence, so I was right, they couldn't refuse to let me visit my mother's tomb. Society simply would not understand. Things like that were no laughing matter here. The Legrand mausoleum was located past the park. A narrow alley paved with wide marble slabs led me to it. It was a long, narrow building with two towering columns at the entrance with a pair of gray stone statues. When we had just a few more steps to go, the mausoleum's massive door peeked open and a woman's figure appeared in the frame. Inside, I laughed. Very well. Adeline Beauchard was on the doorstep of the family crypt. When she saw me, she shuddered, her face covered with red spots in surprise while her brows shot upward. But a moment later, Max's second aunt got herself together and her face warped into a scornful grimace. "Good day, Aunt," I bowed, smiling openly. "Father will be upset." Adeline threw out angrily to her sister, ignoring me. "I'll survive." Isabelle came phlegmatically, as if swatting away a bothersome little fly. "He shouldn't be here." Adeline made another attempt. I looked at her hands and saw in her right fist a little scroll of light pink paper. I had seen things like that at the shops outside temples. Beyond standard scrolls with prayers written by priests, they also sold clean illuminated scrolls which buyers were supposed to use to write messages to the deceased. Based on the thickness of the scroll in Adeline's hands, it was meant to contain more than one prayer. Write a few words on illuminated paper to a deceased relative, tear it off and burn it next to the urn of the person's ashes, and so on until you run out of paper. Such multi-use scrolls were the most expensive. "You know perfectly well that we couldn't refuse," Isabelle said, and letting me know the conversation was over, walked into the crypt. When I got even with Adeline, through her teeth she hissed with hatred in her voice, "You have no place here, bastard." She and Max must have crossed paths somewhere before. I'd like to know why she got so mad at him. She even hired an assassin, maybe more than one. I wouldn't have been surprised to learn the Nightwolves were also her handiwork. Honestly, though, I wasn't totally sure why they were taking so long, because they had not completed their task. There must have been some kind of serious reason. I smiled at her in silence. No, not now. This was not the time. Leaving my hissing aunt behind, I followed after Isabel. It was quite bright and cool in the crypt. It was immediately obvious the mausoleum had been built relatively recently. Most likely Pascal Legrand had it constructed, and meanwhile I supposed the de Gramont's mausoleum was likely one of the most ancient in Vestonia. I sniffed. The far corner smelled strongly of smoke. Adeline must have burned a prayer somewhere over there. I looked around. In the center of the room on a stone pedestal was a bronze chalice with a flame burning inside. There were lots of niches in the walls, most of them empty, clearly made with room to grow, but some of them already contained urns. And Isabel led me to one. Here it is, she nodded at a pretty, artfully carved vase of blue marble. You have a few minutes. After that, a footman will show you the way out. With that, Isabel turned and walked to the exit. Waiting for Max's aunt to leave the crypt, I looked around again, but more closely and in true vision. Clear, not a drop of mana, nor was there anyone around. Here, it must not have been acceptable to spy on those communing with the dead. Wasting no time, I walked over to the flaming chalice. I lit a prayer scroll Bertrand had bought for me, waited for it to catch, then placed it in a small marble dish next to the urn. Logically concluding that my business was done there, I turned and wanted to leave, but then my gaze fell on the smoldering bit of paper. Why not? With a glance at the front door, I listened closer. Silence. Raising my head, I sniffed and went toward the faint smell of smoke wafting from deep in the crypt, which had almost completely blown away through windows beneath the ceiling. A few moments later, I stopped opposite a niche with a fat urn made of black granite. In a flat dish on a pile of weightless ash, there laid a fragment of light pink paper, which was covered with a thick layer of neat little handwriting. I didn't know which late relative Adeline Bochard had prayed to, but she must have had something to say. I looked around just in case, carefully extracted the surviving bit of paper and stashed it in my pocket. And with that, I was done. I hoped the spirits of the dead wouldn't hold it against me. But really, who was I fooling? They had all long since been reborn in other worlds in the endless multiverse. They didn't care about any of these urns or crypts, much less some half-burned scrap of paper. I didn't yet know myself what I needed it for, but in my line of work, all I needed was a hook. I got back home by lunchtime, where I was awaited by a message that there was a red picture on the watchmaker's office windowsill. The Viscount de Tosny had requested another meeting. I couldn't help but be alarmed by how quickly it came, because in my last meeting with the watchmaker, he claimed he would take the product to his clients who eagerly and discreetly purchased all my hollowstones only next week. It was all a bit odd and sudden. My sixth sense was screaming that problems were coming my way. And it had never let me down yet. In one way or another, I would figure it all out that night. The message from the watchmaker put not only me on guard. Jacques didn't like it either. He, as usual, tried to ask to come with on my nightly stroll, but in my turn I refused him as usual. If I really was in for something nasty at the watchmaker's, I would have to act on instinct, and at times like that I couldn't afford distractions. Also, regardless of all Jacques' talents as a fighter, nighttime was not his forte. As if on cue, it was a moonless, quiet night. The part of the city where the watchmaker lived had long been sleeping deeply. Flower Street, always so lively and crowded, seemed to have died. Moving silently as a ghost from shadow to shadow, I walked over to the inn where the Viscount de Tosny had rented a room on the second floor. Despite the cold night air, all the windows of his room were slightly ajar, but the blinds on the lower windows, on the other hand, were shut tight. It was as if I was being invited to climb inside through the second story. For a moment I closed my eyes and listened. It was suspiciously quiet inside. No snoring or creaking beds, no coughing. It was like I'd come to a graveyard. I quietly drew in air through my nose. There it was, that smell, thick and suffocating. I could never mistake it for anything else. Only death smelled that way. There were clearly a number of fresh corpses inside, but also some living people, and all of them were on the second story. I could have simply faded into the darkness and gone back home, but if the watchmaker for some reason held that against me, I couldn't afford to have an enemy like him at my back. Overall, very strange. What made the Viscount cut down every resident of the inn where he himself was also a guest? Utter delirium. It had to be something else. Climbing over the fence, I found myself in the backyard. Recently, I had done quite a good job studying the building, and if needed, I could have gotten around in it even with my eyes closed. Over there was the stable, and there was the woodshed. But somehow I couldn't see my friend, the old guard dog I tried to feed every time I came to visit, and with whom I shared little masses of crimson mana. Animals were more sensitive in that way. They could tell straight away who was friend and who was foe. He made friends with me right after my first visit. Happily accepting a treat and some crimson mana, he granted me access to his territory. I found the dog's body not far from the back entrance. The poor guy had been shot with a crossbow or bow, more likely the former. An experienced marksman had shot him straight in the heart. The watchmaker couldn't have done it. The Viscount was probably a goner at this point, and if I had been summoned with our special signal, he must have been tortured. Or more likely, they got all the details out of him using a potion. The back door was locked from the inside, but that couldn't stop me. Slowly pumping my mana into a small area on the door, I waited for the wood to pulverize, then made a careful hole with my hand and unlocked it. Okay, I was in, quiet as a graveyard, holding my small crossbow at the ready, which I'd gotten a few weeks before at a curious weapons stall in the old capital. I walked a slow circle around the first floor. I finally found what I sensed on the street: dead bodies, 7 corpses. They were all piled up in one room the farthest from the door. In it were the owner of the inn, his wife, and 5 guests. It was immediately obvious that they had all been dragged down there alive and only killed later. The watchmaker's body was not among them. I could already safely go for the guards, but if I did, I would be bringing unwanted attention from the authorities to my little side hustle with the Viscount. I didn't have to be too wise to figure out that the strange cutthroats had come here for my brutes. The watchmaker must not have been careful or discreet enough. Okay, done with the first floor, going up to the second. I sensed the ambush on the approach to the stairs. Scanning revealed that a person was hiding on the narrow stairway landing. Not a guest, that was for sure. I didn't see any mana, but he had a well-formed energy system. This man was an experienced warrior. His energy system looked very calm, meaning he was unaware of my presence, sitting in the corner and guarding his section of the stairs. Closing my eyes and continuing to watch the stranger in true vision, I raised my crossbow. The dull, dry thud of the bowstring sounded to me like thunder on a clear day. But the man hiding on the stairs didn't even move before the short crossbow bolt went through his right eye and straight into his brain. I decided not to shoot for the chest. Based on a thicker area under his clothing, this stranger was wearing armor. Standing in place and holding my breath, I listened closer. Time was passing, but no one came down to investigate. The watchmaker's new friends must have been waiting in his office, which was in the far wing of the building. From there, it was hard to hear what was happening on the stairs. Quickly reloading the crossbow, I started going up. A few moments later, I hunched over the body. He had a small arbalist on his knees. He must have been the one to shoot the old dog. Oh well, now I had got my revenge for my little buddy. Picking up the dead man's arbalist, I continued on. Walking slowly down the corridor, I closely scanned the space in front of me. There was the door leading into the room used by Arnault Lefevre, the watchmaker's personal servant. Peeking into the ajar door, I saw the pipsqueak's eyes glassed over. The dead Arnault was sitting against the wall with his hands bound and a gag in his mouth. His head was tilted slightly, while his chest and stomach were covered with lots of blood. On his throat, I saw a deep slice from ear to ear. I looked around. There were another 2 bodies lying on Lefevre's bed, which I had no trouble recognizing as the 2 hulking men who drove me around the first time the Viscount and I had met. The watchmaker was seemingly without protection, if of course he was still alive, which I was starting to doubt. I killed a second shooter by sneaking up from behind and snapping his neck. He was hiding at a window and watching the street, not well enough, and he paid the price. The second man was also Italian, and the third fighter was almost a loss. I was just coming out of the room where I left the broken-necked Italian when his comrade suddenly appeared at the end of the hallway and slowly, practically by feel, came toward where I was standing. To my relief, he didn't see me in the darkness. Freezing in place, I instantly pumped mana into my aura, and my body seemed to disappear into thin air. When the third Italian walked past me unsuspecting, I made a sharp burst forward. A quick jab to the temple reinforced with a pulse of energy, and the Italian fell to the floor limp. Carefully holding the flaccid body, I quickly scanned his energy system. It only took one blow to send him to the next life. The hallway and rooms were empty. That left the watchmaker's office. I walked over to the door and took position, then settled in to wait. All my sense organs were telling me that there were 3 men in the room, the office's primary occupant, and his 2 guests, one of whom, based on his ragged and angered breathing, must have been losing his patience. He didn't seem to like the fact that the little birdie, i.e. me, didn't want to fly into his net. The impatient man saved me from having to wait very long. The silence in the office was broken by muted cursing, clearly in Italian. Then the door flew open sharply and a broad-shouldered, girthy silhouette appeared in the dark passage. Not letting the big man take another step, I ran forward and knocked him off his feet with a single blow to the solar plexus. His armor lessened the blow but couldn't hold back the pulse of energy. I was afraid to hit him on the head. I wanted this Italian alive. He was clearly in charge. Before the big man's body could even hit the floor, I was inside the office. Everything looked just like I thought. The watchmaker, badly beaten, was seated in an armchair with his arms and legs tied up and a gag in his mouth. The Italian who was in the room meanwhile I caught just as he was getting out of the chair. My bolt going through his head made his head jerk back before his whole body fell into the chair. I looked around the office to make sure the big man on the floor had just passed out and finally walked up to the Viscount, who was staring half-blind into the darkness and mutedly mumbling through the gag. Gently pulling the rag from his mouth, I came with a slightly sardonic edge. "Monsieur, you never should have gotten involved with Italians. Haven't you heard His Majesty Karl III declared war on their king?" I returned home before dawn. Bertrand and Jacques had spent all night up waiting for me, so they had lots of questions. I simply responded that I was fine, ordered them to go rest, and collapsed into the soft armchair in my office. Honestly, though, the gloomy thoughts swarming in my head made it impossible to truly relax. But alas, I was not able to save the watchmaker. The torture and heavy dose of truth serum they fed him had finished the poor man off. The dark spot slowly growing in his brain I was unable to stop. The Viscount died in my arms without saying anything I could use. He didn't even seem to recognize me. I breathed a heavy sigh. The Viscount de Tosny was a complicated man, and I didn't harbor any particular sympathies for him, so it wouldn't exactly be true to say I felt bad for him. I was more upset by the loss of an established channel for selling my Hollowstones, and that was not all. The watchmaker was a very well-informed man. I was accustomed to thinking I could always turn to him for a consultation, and now this indubitably useful man was no more. But the big man I had tied down tight with bedsheets and dosed with truth serum was able to tell me a lot more things. Honestly, though, at first he tried to resist the elixir's magic. He even tried to pretend not to understand my language, but then the serum took effect, and the Italian started singing like a bird in unaccented Vestonian. Still, if he had kept speaking Italian, I'd have understood him. That was one good thing I'd inherited from Max. As it turned out, Guido Sordi, and that was the big man's name, with a gang of 4 other Italians I'd now snuffed out, were all that remained of the band of assailants that came after Princess Adele and her bodyguards. He told me they didn't have a proper plan of attack on that day. They simply acted according to circumstances. In Guido's words, it all might have worked out if the unknown mage hadn't gotten involved and helped the princess guards. When I told him he was now speaking to that very unknown mage, his eyes shot up into his forehead. The potion worked as intended, so Guido was suddenly overcome by warm feelings and warned me that the Scarlet Knights had set a big reward for information about the Princess Mystery Savior. Beyond that, he said the temple functionaries were not the only ones pursuing me. Guido had overheard the man who oversaw their group speaking to an informant, who said royal investigators were turning over every last stone to find the unknown mage. It was all down to Princess Adele. Supposedly, Karl III's granddaughter wanted to bestow her savior with royal gratitude. The conversation turned smoothly to the watchmaker. As it turned out, everything that had happened that day was the result of a long string of coincidences. Guido Sordi and his men got an order from their handlers to immediately go east over the border with Asland, then make for Italia. And that would have all been well and good, but the 5 decided to get into a little side hustle so they wouldn't go home empty-handed. Naturally, without telling their handlers. They had no reason to know about such things. As it turned out, the Italians' initial target was an Icelandic merchant one of Guido's fighters had heard about. After a quick planning session, the 5 killers broke into the room the Islander was renting in a portside hotel. They quietly took out his protection and gave the merchant a thorough interrogation. Needless to say, they were very happy to find a bag of Hollowstones on the merchant. They hadn't even imagined they might get this lucky. Before dying of torture and truth serum, the merchant told Guido and his fighters who his supplier was. From there, it wasn't hard to guess who Guido Sordi's band targeted next. Before killing the moron without the slightest bit of pity, I extracted everything he knew about his handlers and their informants. And the more I heard, the less I wanted to get involved in any of this crap. The biggest thing I learned was to keep my distance from priests both in Vestonia and other lands. All these nightly orders starting to pop up in mainland like mushrooms after a rainstorm, and which mercilessly hunted down true gifted, were deeply intertwined like a massive root system. Guido also said that Karl III was in for many unpleasant surprises from the war. What specifically the Italian did not know, but his handler had at some point made reference to an indomitable knightly brotherhood. Essentially, I wouldn't be surprised to find out the knights known as Stone in Vestonia, or the Knights of the Grey Rock would flip to the side of their brethren from the Order of the Scarlet Shield at the very worst moment. After all was said and done, I searched the attackers' bodies. My take was a dozen brutes I had sold in the first place, gold and silver coins and a small sack of gemstones. I didn't take any jewelry or other things. The thing was that the watchmaker had a lot of conspicuous objects that belonged previously to rich, influential people. They would make it easy to identify me. Better not to risk it. I was awoken by a timid knock at the door. I opened my eyes and looked around. Through a crack in the heavy curtains, sunlight was streaming into the office. So I must have dozed off for a minute in the chair. Getting up from the desk, I stretched and went to open the door. Monsieur, the footman standing outside, said in a clear voice. In his hands was a small silver platter with an envelope atop it. a letter for you. Taking the envelope from the small platter to find it sealed with red wax, I opened it without much thought. The sheet of thick, high-quality paper monogrammed with what was likely the seal of a ducal house. The following was written in an elegant calligraphic hand: "Young man, you have caught my eye. I would like you to join me in my manor for lunch tomorrow. No refusals accepted. The Duc de Beaufremont." And now the Reds were in on the game. I wondered what the Queen's brother could want from a common bastard. While I read, I heard hurried footsteps coming my way from the main entrance. I looked up. Bertrand appeared, breathing heavily. I read clear concern on his pale face. "What happened?" I asked, trying to make my voice sound steady and confident. I noticed that intonation reassured the old man when he was worked up. But this time the trick didn't seem to work. "Monsieur, out there." Bertrand's voice was shaky. Droplets of sweat beaded on his forehead. "Someone has come to pay you a visit. It's His Worship Baron von Herwart." Here at Uxville, the Legrand Manor. Adeline Beauchard's bedchamber. Adeline Beauchard reasonably assumed her light sleep was a blessing from the gods. Honestly, though, it wasn't a trait she'd had since birth, nor in the years when she was a cute, carefree little girl living in her father's home, only after marriage. It all started the night after her very wedding, or to be more accurate, after the first night of married life. It was on that horrible night that little Addie, which was what everyone at home called her, realized the true nature of the man her father had found for her. Pierre Beauchard, who always seemed so sweet and caring, conquered Adeline's heart quite quickly. And though at first she didn't want to marry him, a few months of Pierre's lovely courtship was all it took for her to start anxiously awaiting the day the priest of the forefather would tie their hands with the familial ribbon. Later, Adeline realized their marriage had been arranged years prior when the Beauchards and Legrands formed their partnership. That was the day Pascal Legrand promised Pierre's father to give little Addie's hand in marriage to his son. On the first night of marriage, Adeline realized that Pierre's soft and considerate ways were just a facade. She had married a monster. At first, her husband beat her savagely, then raped her. That night, little Addie died and Adeline Beauchard was born, forgetting all about the sound, carefree sleep of her youth. She tried to talk about what happened to her older sister, but it went nowhere. She was told to bear it like all women did, and never to speak about it to their father, and Adeline gritted her teeth and bore it in silence. The violence ended when Adeline told her husband she was with child. The healer she paid off advised Pierre for the duration of the pregnancy to let his wife live in her father's house where she could bear him an heir in peace. Pierre, to Adeline's delight, agreed with the healer's conclusions. Furthermore, he even seemed happy to have the temporary freedom. The 9-month break flew by for Adeline as if it were one vibrant and happy day. But one day, everything changed. The young Beauchard family had a boy, who was called Elaine. The young mother and newborn again moved into the father's home. And the first night after the birth, Pierre said he missed his wife so much, and decided in his next fit of rage to try to take the child from her as he was peacefully suckling and sleeping on his mother's breast. That was the first night Adeline fought back, and it wasn't for her sake but her son's. Driven by maternal instinct, the meek lamb turned into a predator. Killing came easily to her. It only took one blow from a heavy bronze statuette to open the back of her assailant's head. Every time she thought back on that night, Adeline couldn't understand how she was able to resist turning the bastard's head into a bloody pulp. It was all seemingly down to the months she'd spent in her father's house gestating her son. 1,000 times she'd imagined killing her despicable husband. It even turned into a mind game, because killing was not enough. She would also have to cover her tracks. Oh, the sheer number of clever methods she'd come up with in those months. But in reality, it was completely simple. Elementary, really. The thin, sinewy body of her dead husband she pushed out the window of her bedroom right onto a stone-paved path. She didn't even have to dose him with alcohol. Pierre came into her bedroom already inebriated. In the end, all her relatives and acquaintances received an announcement that Pierre Beauchard had tragically fallen out a window and died. Their servants, of course, could have shed some light on a couple details. After all, everyone in the building knew what kind of man their master was, but for that very reason none of them even considered casting doubt on the official story. Plus, every one of them got a handsome reward from Pascal Legrand for keeping their mouths shut. The Legrand trading house could not afford to lose reputation, after all. After burying her beloved husband, Adeline Beauchard and her little Elaine moved into her father's house, where she devoted all her time to the child she believed would inherit the Legrand Empire. And her father thought very highly of his grandson, slowly preparing him for the role of emperor. And it wouldn't have mattered a bit if Anna's bastard hadn't shown up and started threatening Elaine's prosperous future. Adeline, like the last time her son was in danger, decided to deal with the problem herself. And when she thought it was over and done with, the Renard bastard somehow survived and got away without a scratch again and again. Adeline was awoken by a rough, hot hand covering her mouth. On top of that, she had dark fabric over her eyes. How could this be happening? She was such a light sleeper. Adeline tried to move, but a familiar voice hissed sardonically into her ear. Don't struggle, madame. You shouldn't make too much noise. We wouldn't want to wake anyone up on such a fine, quiet night. You wanted to meet with us again. Why? The hand moved away, and Adeline was able to speak. What do you mean, why? She whispered indignantly, continuing to stare into the darkness. Can't you see for yourselves? No, madame, the sardonic voice hissed back, seeming to mock her. Adeline clenched her teeth to suppress her rage and breathed a muted sigh. You took payment but didn't finish the job. I understand you might need more time, but the man you were supposed to get rid of has already visited this house 2 times. I require explanations. Madame, are you certain you have the right to demand explanations? The voice whispered insinuatingly in the darkness. Such things were in his style, which made a chill run over Adeline's body. She immediately lost her confidence. For a moment, a thought flickered in her head that she was minutes from death, and once this conversation was over, the man with the scary voice would kill her. No, she shuddered internally. She would not die today. Elaine needed her, and if he was still talking to her, there had to be a chance to reach an understanding and see this through. All right, she said, making concessions and gulping. Perhaps I didn't delve into the details deep enough and got overheated, but don't get me wrong. You came very highly recommended, and what do I see? The fearsome nightwolves can't take down a puny 20-year-old boy. Oh, madame, the voice adopted an openly mocking tone. Very cunning of you to call your nephew a puny little boy. Don't call that dirty bastard my nephew, Adeline hissed through her teeth. In that case, the voice snorted. Words have no meaning. No matter what we call him, nothing will change the fact that he is the son of your late sister. Blood ties. They have always meant something and always will. And as for him being puny, before hiring us, you somehow neglected to mention that your puny 20-year-old boy was able to strike down one of the best swordsmen in Vestonia in a single blow. Does that really change anything for your guild? Adeline asked with a slight smirk. Fair point, the voice agreed with unexpected ease. Oh well, but there is a slight hitch. Your nephew proved quite the spry little fellow, and all on his own he killed 3 of our fighters who de Lamar couldn't hold a candle to as a sword fighter. And meanwhile, our people caught your nephew completely off guard. Adeline shuddered. A wave of chill ran over her body. Oh gods, how could this be? What do you think, madame? What was the first thing we thought after that? The hissing voice insinuated. Adeline suddenly felt a firm hand settle on her throat, and its strong fingers started to slightly clasp around her neck. Trying not to make any sudden movements, she gulped fitfully and replied quietly, but the voice cut her off. At first, we thought you were either intentionally concealing the truth about your nephew for some reason or were yourself unaware. The truth, Adeline rasped, hiccuping. The truth that your nephew is a mage, the voice responded. As a matter of fact, he is not merely gifted, he is true gifted. The hand on Adeline's throat started to slowly change in size while the fingernails started transforming into sharp claws. That was when she realized the unknown man could crush her throat in a single movement like a sheet of paper. I didn't know, she rasped plaintively. We are aware, the voice responded. Honestly, there was nothing human remaining in it. It was more a muted animal growl. Otherwise, we wouldn't have sent anyone to talk. Adeline felt something warm spreading beneath her on the bed sheet. She must have wet herself. The hand on her throat started to shrink back down and a moment later disappeared entirely. Taking the new circumstances into account, came the again fully human voice, notes of disgust and scorn slipping through in his tone. Our prior arrangement must be reconsidered and altered. Are you prepared to hear our conditions? Adeline, suppressing her fear with sheer willpower, gathered all her courage and persistence into a ball and rasped back, yes, I am. In light of the fact that our target is gifted, we'll have to use werewolves, and that will require another level of finances. I agree. Adeline shot out without letting the man finish, adding with hate in her voice, I'll pay whatever it takes to see that bastard dead. Northland Fjordgrad, capital of Vintervold. The Pearl of the North, Palace of Konung Bjorn Sharptooth. The personal chambers of Princess Astrid. Sister, are you certain this is the man you wrote me about? A thin set of lips curled slightly belonging to Helga, popularly known as the Valiant. Note of skepticism came through in her voice. Yes, sister, Princess Astrid replied, her voice quavering somewhat in worry. Despite the fact that they were cousins, they had called one another sister since childhood. Helga's father, Jarl Sigurd Bloodsword, was the elder brother of Queen Margaret, Astrid's mother. The cousins were now standing opposite a portrait depicting Prince Louis, youngest son of Karl III, King of Vestonia. Helga, who was accustomed to a certain northern type of man, shook her head in confusion when she gazed upon the southern prince. The son of the Vestonian king bore a greater resemblance to a game bird than a person. Sister, are you certain he'll be able to pass the trial? Helga asked for the millionth time. After all, he isn't even gifted. Have you forgotten that he does not have to personally take part in any of these stupid contests? Astrid replied, running a loving gaze over the portrait. Stupid contests, Helga snorted. And that coming from you, a combat shadow mage. Since when have you considered magic competitions stupid? Astrid shrugged her little shoulders and asked, Karl III isn't gifted either, but he rules a massive country, and all the combat mages in his kingdom are obedient to him. But we aren't talking about Karl, who earned his cognomen the Victorious. He has been fighting battles since he was a child, but that son of his, Helga nodded at the portrait, trying in vain to hide her scorn. He's so wimpy, and so what? Astrid threw out in the prince's defense. Ruling doesn't necessarily involve taking part in every battle. That's why rulers have marshals and generals. Doesn't fight battles or earn glory. Helga shook her head. Won't compete in the trials to earn the hand of his future wife. Sister, don't you see? If he has marshals going to war for him and mages completing the trials for him, he'll have someone else ruling the country for him as well. Princess Astrid changed in a heartbeat. The 18-year-old love-struck girl was completely gone. Now a dangerous, gifted woman stood opposite Helga. Don't worry, sister, the princess came coldly. When I become Queen of Vestonia, power will rest squarely in my hands. There's my old Astrid. Helga came with a big smile, the one we all used to call Whirlwind. Astrid sighed and looked wistfully at the portrait of Prince Louis. If only you knew, sister, she came, how ready I am to get out of here. They say Prince Louis has mainland's largest collection of painting. He also designs new outfits, music, dances, and all kinds of other things that could never happen here at my father's court. Out in Heroicsville, the upper crust throw glimmering balls and receptions in their palaces. Their counts and dukes don't trudge around in furs like savages or get into fistfights at royal balls. Helga shrugged her shoulders and answered with a smile, you speak of their capital like some fairy-tale city where everyone smiles to each other and bows. I'd bet anything Karl III's royal palace is quite the viper pit. Better a viper pit than a den of savages constantly squabbling like boars, Astrid chuckled. Helga laughed and walked over to Astrid. The cousins hugged. I missed you, sister. Me too. A few moments later, Astrid moved away and staring closely into her cousin's eyes, asked with concern, is it true that Ivar the Raven, son of Harold Greywolf, wanted to be at the trial? You should ask your father, Helga responded gloomily. Only the Konung knows the answer. After all, you are aware that Ivar, like any other son of a Konung and Jarl, would be within his rights. Your father announced the trial himself. That means conflict is forbidden in Wintervold. The gods will punish all those who violate the ceasefire. I will never be Ivar's wife, Astrid came confidently. Okay, sister, Helga laughed and squeezed her cousin's hand in approval. Let's hope they send their best warriors with your Prince Louis then. Good morning, Monsiur. I hope you'll forgive me the early visit. Baron von Herwart hopped off his horse and, not looking at the footman, tossed him the reins. The broad-shouldered Islander looked fresh and seemingly very happy. A self-satisfied smile beamed on his face while something clearly unpleasant and snake-like shone through in his blue eyes. The Baron clearly had a scheme in mind, and no wonder. Oh, come now, Baron, I smiled back. It's my honor to have you. Still, I must admit I do not entirely understand your purpose. I have come to check on your health. The Baron came loudly enough for all to hear. Furthermore, my duty as a nobleman implores me to apologize for the blunder I committed during that unfortunate dance at your esteemed aunt's reception. The voice was full of passion, but the eyes zero repentance. The Baron looked at me with unconcealed mockery. You needn't have troubled yourself, monsieur, I came. A letter would have sufficed. That was what my uncle did, for instance. The Baron snorted back. Oh, come now, Chevalier, it's no trouble at all. After all, it's a fine morning for a horseback ride. Beyond that, I have a custom of handling everything relating to my honor as a nobleman personally, face to face. I got the hint. I already figured he wasn't going to leave me alone. Everyone was buzzing in my ear about it. Oh well, I put on an open smile. Seeing how you're already here, won't you join me for breakfast? And then he came to personally tell me that news and enjoy the look of astonishment on my simpleton's face. How petty. Or was he about to get revenge on me now? He wouldn't attack me in my own house in front of all my servants, right? No, he clearly had another plan. As an aside, the Duchess and Baron de Levy were right, his disfavor lasted just a few days, if he had ever truly fallen into it. But I wouldn't say no to a glass of wine, the mage added. The wine collection in your castle's cellar is the stuff of legend at court. Then, please, I came, again putting on a cheery smile. I don't know exactly what they say at court, but I can assure you my cousin amassed quite the collection. When we were all alone in the fireplace room, the Baron sat in an armchair opposite me, took a little sip from the glass, smacked his lips in satisfaction and said, if taking Francois de Gramont's wine collection was meant to anger him, then I can say with confidence that you pulled it off. As far as I know, he's still infuriated by the loss of his playthings. The sudden familiar tone didn't bother me. The veneer of respect and good intention was just for the outside world. I just shrugged and asked, why did you come? Can't you guess? Von Herwart answered with a question. We're wasting time, I replied coldly. I have a lot to do and your master is probably waiting for you. I see you weren't too surprised to hear I'd been pardoned. The Baron laughed, ignoring the word master. No, I wasn't, I shook my head. And neither was anyone at court. They're all used to your outbursts. By the way, the prince must have really given you an earful about that slip-up. After all, you were only ordered to humiliate me, but what did you do? You humiliated His Highness in public. I imagine he only tolerates you because you are a mage. Otherwise, he'd have gotten rid of you ages ago." The Baron squinted and, tilting his head to one side, said, "Nice try, but I do not intend to attack you in your own home." I shrugged and chuckled. "I had to try, you understand. I already got you once. You must have skipped the day your teacher taught self-control." Despite his external calm, I could see perfectly that the Baron's energy system was slowly filling with mana. If I could provoke him to attack right now, I could forget about this threat once and for all. If, of course, I survived. "You're one to talk about self-control," von Herwart snorted. "Think I couldn't tell you're also playing dirty?" Ah, there it was. While I was sizing him up to find the best way to make him snap, the Baron was trying to play the same card. I chuckled internally. "All right, let's play, but you have no proof. If not, Prince Heinrich would already know, and I'd be the one branded a cheat." Feigning sincere surprise, I asked, "What led you to such conclusions?" "Let's assume it's possible you could have dodged and parried my lunges," the Baron responded with a sidelong smile. "But how did you survive my final blow? Everyone said you moved away at the last second." "Nonsense. I was there. I saw you. You didn't move. Even with a wooden sword, I could easily pierce you straight through like a moth with a pin. Perhaps you're losing your touch," I shrugged again. "Couldn't even kill a mere mortal with magic." "Mere mortal?" The Baron laughed. "Oh no, you're no mere mortal. Leave the fabrications for the easily fooled simpletons. You think I couldn't sense the surge of alien power before the blow? You were cautious, but I was able to sense your magic. I know for a fact you used a spirit shield and gave yourself up to my blade so easily only because you were confident you couldn't be hurt. So the fruit of my many days of experimenting turned out to have a defined name here. And no wonder. Those magic guilds must have been teaching them something. Intriguing theory," I chuckled. "His Highness Prince Heinrich must be taken by your investigation, especially given you could easily test it by challenging me to another duel. But if you muck things up again, I suspect the prince's patience has its limits." "Oh no," the Baron smirked back at me, standing from his chair and setting his unfinished glass of wine on the table. "I will not kill you right now. You won't get off so easy, bastard. I don't yet know who you are or what guild trained you, but sooner or later your secret will come to light, and when it does, I will destroy you. In any case, remember this: I am ever at your service, Baron," I responded, standing from my chair. "Uncle, I'd like to have a peek at the fish you recently received from the East." Prince Philippe came, standing from the table and hurriedly wiping his mouth with a napkin. Lanky with an unhealthy pallor and narrow, sunken chest, long thin arms and legs, the king's eldest son gave off the impression of a man who had never been made to do physical exercise. I, like every guest sitting at the table, stood up at once and, in accordance with etiquette, bowed my head slightly. I had spent 2 hours already at lunch with His Highness Prince Philippe and his uncle the Duc de Beaufremont, brother of the Queen of Vestonia, and another few dozen elite nobles from the inner circle of the King of Vestonia's eldest son. To say I was surprised by the honor I had been afforded would be an understatement. I was also intrigued. The Duke clearly wanted something out of me. I'd have bet my right hand it had nothing to do with my present popularity. Although the topic of the Duchess du Bellai's last reception did come up a few times, as well as my part in the sword dance. I was asked questions. I responded, sometimes joking, but unable to shake the feeling that the lord of the house didn't care one bit about what happened at Max's aunt's ball. I was here for another reason. The long table was set on a broad terrace of the huge ducal palace with a view of a giant garden with fountains, elegant shrubbery, and a huge amount of marble statuary. Compared with all the opulence the Prince of Vestonia's uncle immersed himself in, my relatives' palaces were like modest little country shacks. And that put me even more on guard. A simple bastard sitting at the same table as Karl II's eldest son and one of the most powerful people in Vestonia, it all made me feel two different ways. On the one hand, I was aware I had been given a unique opportunity to make important connections and gain access to knowledge that might benefit me greatly. In theory, that was exactly how I was trying to move in this new world. But on the other hand, I knew from first-hand experience how too much attention from people with power could end. I spent the 2 hours observing the prince and being silently baffled. And that thin, out-of-shape kid with a shifty gaze and dull eyes, zits all over his gray face constantly blowing his nose, was the future Dauphin of Estonia. Aha. Now I could partially understand why Karl III was tolerating this whole circus with the different colored armbands. At first glance, Prince Heinrich looked like the best choice for future Dauphin and king of the country. But appearances wouldn't win the fight for the throne. That would primarily be decided by having strong backing from rich and influential allies, who in their turn would not benefit from having an independent and willful man on the throne. Prince Philippe behaved like a 9-year-old boy. Or rather, sometimes I heard phrases and expressions of an adult human, but less often than I should have. Prince Philippe's main passion was a huge menagerie assembled especially for him by his beloved Uncle Claude. Beyond his animals, the Red Prince wasn't interested in much else. Over the last few hours, I became convinced that Claude de Beaufremont had total control over his eldest nephew. Essentially, he had taken the place of the boy's family. My aunt was wrong about Blanca de Gondi. Even if the princess of the south did become wife of Prince Philippe, and as a consequence the Queen of Estonia, the ruler of the country would be the Duke de Beaufort. If the de Gondis wanted to take power, they had to take down de Beaufort. It was the only way. Of course, your highness. The Duke smiled sweetly to his nephew. After all, I got them especially for you. When the prince had gone, I sat in my place and continued savoring my dessert, a tender souffle with pieces of fruit of some kind. It practically melted in the mouth. Out of the corner of my eye, I glanced at the Duke, who was thoughtfully tracing his dessert spoon around the plate. Claude de Beaufort was the total opposite of his nephew. The short, broad-shouldered, black-eyed man practically reeked of health and vivacious energy. My scan revealed that the Duke was not a mage, but since I'd arrived, I couldn't shake the feeling that some magical power was present. Furthermore, it was a power that seemed dimly familiar. The Duke finally sighed and glanced at me. Chevalier, I assume you're tired of questions after the last few hours. The Duke chuckled, showing his even white teeth. He looked 50 years old but had the teeth of a 20-year-old. With the kind of resources the Duke had, he could afford the best healers and the most effective potions. Setting aside the silverware and placing one hand on my knee, I responded, "Indeed I am, your grace. It's like you can read my thoughts." I just can't figure out what the Duc de Beaufort might find so interesting about a common chevalier. Your question has a simple answer, the Duke replied, taking a small bell off the table and ringing it shortly. I heard another door open behind me, and a few instants later, my body was tense, ready to react at any moment. If I had hair on the back of my neck, it'd have been standing on end. Dimly familiar magic power I could only scarcely sense had just revealed itself to me in full measure. I pulled in air through my nose and breathed a heavy sigh. Then I said calmly, "So you survived." As did you, I heard a familiar purring voice behind me. "Mem, you're looking a lot tougher, fox pup." An instant later, the lutein, and that was exactly who it was, gently slid behind the Duke's right shoulder and froze in silence. Her wry and impudent gaze studied me from head to toe. "So this is who you really serve." So the steppe dweller I took down in that hollow was talking about the Duc de Beaufort. Okay, the puzzle pieces were starting to come together. I think we'll understand each other better this way. The Duke came, sitting back in his chair. "Isn't that right, Chevalier?" "Yes, your grace," I nodded. Inside, I laughed. Different worlds, but these powerful patrons were like lab-grown clones of one another. If only you knew how many times I'd heard things like that. "Am I understanding you correctly, your grace? Are you offering to be my patron?" Claude de Beaufort snorted and shook his head. "Not so fast, young man. It isn't so easy to have the Duc de Beaufort as a patron. You have to earn it first." Of course, the Duke chuckled. "But my sixth sense, which never let me down before, is telling me you aren't going to do that." I stayed sitting and feigned complete attention. "Great then," de Beaufort nodded. "Good decision, monsieur. I always liked people with a business-like approach." The Duke moved his hand slightly and came. "Tika, you may go." "Yes, monsieur," the lutein bowed and, casting a playful gaze at me, made for the door. "As far as I know, you met my assistant under less than ideal circumstances." The Duke chuckled, noticing my rapt gaze as I watched the lutein leave. "Less than ideal?" I asked coldly. "You might say that. She and another few of your people locked me in a cage and fed me to a flow." "But you already know that, don't you, your grace?" "I do," he agreed. "And if you think those barbaric rituals were my idea, then you're deeply mistaken. Responsibility for everything that happened to you and the other gifted my partner sacrificed to the barrier lies squarely and fully with him. As for Tika, the lutein is a creature that must have a master. I ordered her to obey the Duc de Valence, who knew he had gone so wild out there on the frontier." "You speak softly. Very believable." "Pretend I believed it." The Duke fell silent, giving me time to think it over. I frowned and pretended to digest what I'd heard. "You mentioned a ritual." I came, holding a pause. The Duke rubbed his nose and sighed. He was doing his best to communicate that he was a man of civilization and such bloody sacrifices were foreign to him. "Have you heard the legend of golden brutes?" he inquired. "Children's fairy tales about crystals of unusual power," I asked, "which harbor a powerful sorcery." I had been told that legend once by Lotta when, according to our deal, she was instructing me about the frontier. The witch didn't believe in them, but she told me about them in a skeptical manner. But now these gold brutes were coming up in conversation again. "Exactly," the Duke nodded. The Duc de Valence, known by all as the Wild Duke, was obsessed with this legend. He got his hands on some ancient folio that spoke of a very rare consequence of the barrier to change the energy system of gifted people and give them a golden reservoir. In other words, to create within them a golden brute. After saying that, the Duke stared closely at me, then continued. The folio also had a detailed description of a certain ritual. Basically, to sum it up, a golden brute could change a normal person into a powerful gifted one. Do you think my reservoir was changed? I laughed. "No," he came seriously. "I assume your ability to pass through the barrier dates to much earlier. Have I satisfied your curiosity, Chevalier?" "Yes, your grace." "Okay, then let's discuss the reason I invited you here." He came in an authoritative tone. "Chevalier Renard, I would like to give you a mission that can only be completed by a man with such particular skills as yours." because alas, the strikers I once relied upon, as you know, are dead. You have my attention, Your Grace, I responded, trying to look casual. Inside, meanwhile, I was tense like a compressed spring. Claude de Beaufremont had just directly told me that the Wild Duke and the renegade strikers were his people. Essentially, he was now directly telling me I had no other way out but to agree to whatever he offered me. Otherwise, I'd never get out of this place alive. The Duc de Beaufremont was power and authority. Essentially, he controlled the entire eastern part of the country. He was accustomed to being obeyed by virtue of his birthright. Honestly, though, the last powerful patron to try so blatantly to recruit me died of a sudden heart attack in bed. Just like the good old days. My old line of work seemed to have followed me into this world. Before I name my offer, I want to show you how I intend to pay. Here came the carrot. After saying that, the Duke again rang the bell, and a footman hurriedly hopped out to the terrace holding a golden platter. On it lay a plump pillow woven of golden threads interspersed with red silk. I only needed one look in true vision to tell what was in the bag. What I saw gave me a chill. I had a very hard time keeping just an interested facial expression. Taking the bag off the platter and giving the footman the signal to leave, the Duc de Beaufremont set it in front of me. Take a look, Chevalier, the Duke offered with a slight, self-satisfied smile. I carefully undid the clasp and poured some of the contents of the sack onto my hand. Now I could give in and show a bit of emotion. I had lying there 2 dark turquoise pearls, each the size of a large quail egg. The mana concentration in the brutes was simply off the charts. The pearls I'd brought from the shadow were nothing compared to these giants. One pearl like this would significantly accelerate the growth of my reservoir. I assume you know what that is, the Duke came. My astonished appearance clearly delighted him. Yes, Your Grace, I came with a dry throat. This sack contains 10 of those pearls, de Beaufremont came. That is in advance. If you do as I ask, you can have just as many more. On top of that, if you're satisfied, we can return to the conversation about my patronage. Believe me, the Dukes de Beaufremont have always taken care of their people. Oh, I'd heard more than my fair share of such pathos-laden phrases, but as for work. The payment was more than generous. Dodger was still Dodger, no matter the world. No need to tell me the risks, I could tell who I was dealing with just fine. I'd seen my fill of them in my past life. And no problem. I did my work and everyone was happy. Most important was to constantly keep my nose to the air so my red tail could get out of harm's way before shit hit the fan. You have my full attention, Your Grace. I'm certain you are a cautious person who knows how to hold his tongue. The Duke stared me straight in the eyes and continued in an icy tone. That is why I presume I don't have to remind you that everything you're hearing must remain a secret. Let this assignment be something of a trust exercise. If you do not pass, you and your people will have unpleasant consequences to deal with. Am I making myself clear, Chevalier? More than Your Grace, I responded firmly. You have my word. The secret dies with me, and there was the lash. Inside, I laughed. He had no idea who he was dealing with. Dukes, after all, were also mortal. He clearly desperately needed help from someone like me. He must have wanted to send me past the barrier again. Otherwise, what ability was he referring to? He had gotten ahead of himself. Proof of that was the generous advance and no less generous payment. To keep him on the hook, I gave him a whole song and dance. How could I not? He needed me. But did I need him? Hey, why not? The pay was more than generous, plus I stood to earn a lot and gain a lot of opportunities. Well, if I refused, I'd have to pack my things and take off for another country. After all, I was not content to live my last life as an outcast and wanderer. If I sensed a real threat, I would deal with it. I could already see several black spots in his energy system. Even the top healers couldn't deal with him. I would only need a single energy pulse and Prince Philippe would be crying for his beloved Uncle Claude. Okay then, let's get down to business, the Duke nodded. Just yesterday, I became aware that Prince Louis expressed a desire to have you in his embassy, which will shortly be heading to Northland. My brows shot up. To be honest, the Duke caught me off guard. I was preparing to hear that he intended to send me to a fortress on the frontier. I see you're surprised, he snorted, but I am not in the slightest. After your performance at the Duchess du Bellai's ball, where you wiped the floor with that upstart Baron von Herwart, it's an utterly expected outcome. It just so happens my mission for you is also related to Northland. What can I say? Get ready for a long trip. I believe you'll be told of His Highness' desire any day. And now, listen carefully to what I want you to do in the north. The outskirts of Heroicsville. A retreat for the mentally ill at the temple of the most luminous mother. Mother, Valerie exclaimed, unable to believe her eyes. When Max offered her a ride out of town before his trip up north, Valerie accepted his invitation enthusiastically. Recently, she had not often been able to escape the incessant control her uncle's wife, the snake Catherine de Gramont, had imposed upon her. But Max was easily able to talk them into a trip with the Count, and Valerie enjoyed the freedom, though she knew it was temporary. Needless to say, she was very surprised to find out where Max ended up taking her. As it turned out, he was somehow able to pay off the superiors at the retreat where they were keeping Margarita de Gramont so she could go see her mother. She was so overwhelmed and delighted her heart was about to jump out of her chest. Logically, she might have realized that this strange brother of hers, who made her feel truly protected, was trying to win her affection. But at the time, she was prepared to do a lot just to see her mother's beloved face after so much time. And now, Valerie looked at the woman the orderlies at the retreat brought into a separate room to talk to her and had a hard time recognizing her mother. The severe gray dress, a strict call of a mousy shade. Her once luscious black hair was pocked with gray and up in a taut, modest style. There was a burnt-out look in her dark eyes set into a pale, sunken face. In her thin fingers, a well-worn copy of the Acts of the Most Luminous Mother. Whatever happened to the glimmering, proud Margarita de Gramont, the one everyone admired and envied at balls? Oh, Abyss, what had they done with her? Valerie, a spark of recognition lit up in her mother's eyes. Child, is it you? Unable to resist any longer, with tears in her eyes, she threw herself into her mother's embrace. Sobbing with bitter pain, she squeezed herself against Margarita, all the while feeling how much thinner she'd grown. There, my girl, Margarita de Gramont said, stroking her daughter's hair. Calm yourself, dear. It isn't fitting for a viscountess to show herself in elite society with a face puffy from crying. Mom, Valerie sighed mutedly. They said you don't recognize anyone. Those vile scoundrels and liars. What are you saying, sweetie? Margarita said with surprise. Of course I recognize everyone. Yes, Valerie came, moving away from her mother and hurriedly drying tears. Now I see that you have your memory in your mind. This ghastly retreat is no place for the Countess de Gramont. She hit the dark stone walls and gloomy icon of the most luminous mother looking down on the two mortals with reproach. It's all true, my sweet. Margarita came straight away. Tell your father to send a carriage for me. My fast is over. I can return home. We have a lot of business to attend to. We must ready you for the ball. What do you think? Will your brothers finally make up their minds? Or will I have to find them brides myself? The happy smile slowly crept off Valerie's face. She started to unconsciously nod slowly at her mother's every word as if agreeing with her. But at the same time, Valerie felt her heart flutter in sorrow and hopelessness. She suddenly realized that the old, proud Margarita de Gramont was no more. She died along with her husband and beloved sons. In her place was left this husk with old memories. But where are your sisters? Margarita asked. Why are they not with you? They're back at home. Valerie came in a lifeless voice and lied for some reason. They're getting ready for a reception you're planning. What clever girls, the Countess shook her head. I always said you should take after your older sisters, sweetie. Valerie sighed sadly, because they had turned against their mother. They accepted their traitor uncle's will and were obedient to his wife. And how did you get here then? The Countess asked. Unaccompanied. Alone, what will society think? No, Mom, Valerie replied, I'm not alone. My brother is accompanying me. Henry is here. Margarita smiled wide. Her eldest son was always her favorite, but why didn't he come in, or is Philippe with you? He probably got held up flirting with some young orderly. The rogue, now I'll have to hear complaints from my prioress. No, Mom, Valerie shook her head. Maximilian is accompanying me. My third brother, son of my father and Anna Renard. Ah, that brother. Margarita's face went pale and lucid. Valerie thought she saw her old mother for a moment. Stay away from him, my daughter, the Countess said with an authoritative voice. He isn't who he seems. If the truth gets out about your father's sins, there will be trouble. What are you talking about, Mom? Valerie frowned, but the old Margarita disappeared. A pitiful shadow returned in her place. Sweetie, the Countess said in surprise. You're talking foolishness. Anna Renard died long ago in childbirth along with her newborn daughter. A little while later, saying goodbye to the Countess, who was brought away by retreat orderlies, Valerie thought fatedly that her mother's illness had not only not improved, it was starting to progress. She was even starting to get confused about her own memories. Northland. Fjordgrad, capital of Wintervold. The embassy finally reached Fjordgrad, Wintervold's capital city. The dominant atmosphere was one of cheery, celebratory animation. The main roads from the port to the Konung's palace thronged with crowds of gawkers who appeared to have come from all corners of Northland, Vestonia, Island, and other counties and baronies. The building walls were decked out in colored banners, with the crests of families that were going to take part in the trial. Our embassy was a source of lively interest from the locals. The bright outfits, feathers, expensive armor and swords, jewelry, ribbons, and lace common northerners, dressed in normal clothing stared at the Vestonian nobles with unconcealed delight. I, knowing firsthand about cold climates, bought good warm outfits for myself and my people with the minimal amount of adornments which, for the record, earned us scornful looks and snickering from the nobles accompanying Prince Louis. Only when we reached the true north did they seem to realize how wrong they were. If not for the healers and magic potions, half of the embassy would have been lost on the way to Wintervold. Based on your expression, monsieur, I get the feeling you've been here before, Jacques said, following my gaze as he rode next to me stirrup to stirrup. Our carriage was now being steered by Gunnar while Bertrand sat inside and stoked the oven. My warm things and merchant's wagon, which at first elicited mockery and laughter from the elites, very soon became an object of envy. Jean-Louis de Levy, meanwhile, who I got along with quite well, was often invited to visit at breaks. To To my left on a white horse rode Lucas Devers, Jacques' war buddy, who asked to join my employ after he came to his senses and put on some muscle. Jacques and I had agreed not to raise the questions of the man's origins just yet. Otherwise, Lucas would get curious. Despite the fact that Jacques vouched for his friend with his own life, I first needed to get a closer look at the man. So Lucas didn't exactly know who put him back on his feet. I, by the way, didn't regret for a second that I had taken him with me. Beyond the huge amount of travel experience, Devers truly had a talent for cookery, though I could see what his secret really was. Lucas had a great understanding of herbs and used them in his cooking to masterful effect. Most likely, he descended from true gifted from a forest region. Do you ever get the feeling? I replied to Jacques that you've been somewhere before, even though you know you haven't. That's how I feel now. I was of course being elusive. I had been here once before, but in a dream. This broad street paved with rough stones leading toward the port, the buildings with animal skulls, the people, and most importantly the dark yellow banners with the head of a black boar. I had seen all this before, and realizing that fact made the blood turn to ice in my veins. My secret benefactor, the one who put me into this body, must have figured he would find it more interesting to watch over my last life this way. The veterans nodded to one another. Yes, I've had that happen a couple times, Lucas confirmed. Especially when I try new food. Everybody has their thing. Grub was always yours, Jacques guffawed. Meanwhile, he happily winked at a young red-headed woman who, opening her mouth in surprise, was staring wide-eyed at the embassy. The young woman instantly went beet red and responded with a shameful smile. The big, bearded beast of a man standing next to her sent an evil glare at us. Must have been a husband or brother. Watch yourself around here, I warned Jacques. The last thing we need is problems with jealous husbands or angry brothers. We're in Northland, monsieur, Jacques chuckled carelessly. These savages find ways of squabbling even if you give them no excuse. They only understand the language of force. Shrugged as if to say, you know best, I warned you. Northland. I went back to the conversation with the Duc de Beaufremont in my mind for the millionth time. He was right. By the next morning, I got a letter from the secretary of His Highness Prince Louis, saying I had been given the massive honor of embarking with the embassy to the north. I thought back on the faces of my cousins when they found out I'd be traveling with them and laughed. Francois was the most upset. Gabriel took the news with more restraint. Over the course of the trip, I exchanged just a couple words with him. He spoke to me through his teeth, as if doing me a huge favor. Francois, meanwhile, was pretending he simply didn't notice me. Prince Louis, for the record, was also not that interested in me. I was apparently right in the end, and it was his people who insisted on including me in the embassy. The king's youngest son was constantly annoyed, sad, and melancholic, and everyone knew exactly what was happening. His depressive state was all due to Blanca de Gondi. I wondered what he would have said if he found out about the letter she sent me. In it, she asked about my health and wished me luck on the upcoming trip. The paper it was written on had been soaked in perfume. It gave the impression the Marchioness had used an entire flagon of magic perfume on the one letter. Valerie, meanwhile, was genuinely upset when she heard I was going away. She, by the way, after the visit to her mother I arranged for through my attorney, had started looking at me in a new way somehow. It was as if she was trying to detect something new in my eyes and face. My aunt and uncle's send-off also stood out, where Heinrich de Grammont, as always, was primping and puffing out his cheeks. The Duchess du Bellay wished me luck and asked me to look after my cousins. While riding past the big tavern, I noticed 3 men wearing white robes with deep hoods on their heads. The 3 of them, paying no attention to the fuss surrounding our arrival, were intentionally walking parallel to us. Everyone cautiously made way for him. Some made protective gestures while others spat scornfully after him. Clearly not the most popular guys around here. Priests of Hor, Lucas hissed scornfully through his teeth. He must have spotted them, too. Their vile god just can't get his fill, the brute. Jacques, old buddy, had scores to settle with priests, and not only northern ones, all priests. He wasn't a huge fan, which was more confirmation of my theory. Priests from the Frost Temple. I took another look at the trio. My scanner immediately revealed that one was a striker. He, by the way, shuddered and stopped before turning sharply and staring out into the crowd. He could tell I was looking at him. Based on his reaction and developed energy system, he would have been a serious opponent. If they had a lot of people as strong as him, the Duc de Beaufremont's mission would require more resources and effort from me, but challenges were nothing to be afraid of. The pearls he was paying me were worth all the effort. In the meantime, our procession reached the Kanung's palace. The closer we rode to it, the more my heartbeat sped up. The 4-story stone monster, which was more similar to a giant fortress, was oppressive with its fearsome power. The Vestonians from the embassy, staring scornfully at the buildings and streets of the capital city all while exchanging rude comments about it, somehow all fell silent at once. Aha, this palace would be hard work even for big armies. By that time, we'd crossed the broad square paved with huge stone slabs, and our column heads slowly started approaching the wide stairwell, atop which stood the masters of Vinnervold. The tall, powerful figure of Kanung Bjorn Sharptooth could be seen from afar. When I made it closer, I was able to get a better view. With his long gray hair, gold crown made of the long fangs of a predatory creature, and blue-face tattoos, he made Prince Louis look more than silly with his ribbons and lace. And seemingly, I wasn't the only one to think so. All the men and women around Bjorn Sharptooth started smiling happily. The younger guys even elbowed each other, provoking bouts of laughter. The only one who looked at the Vestonian prince with no scorn or mockery was the beautiful pale blonde woman with blue eyes and an elegant golden diadem atop her head. In fact, the woman seemed to look at Carl III's son with a certain approval and satisfaction. Louis was clearly to Princess Astrid's liking, and the fact it was the Konung's daughter, the reason we'd come here, could not be doubted. I gave her a scan out of curiosity. She caught me off guard again. Princess Astrid's energy system pulsated with lilac mana. Furthermore, her channels and nodes were well cultivated. Baron von Herwart was as far from the princess as Fjordgrad was from the shadow. As an aside, every third person in the Konung's circle was gifted, him included, and there were both shadow mages and true gifted. Our embassy, not counting me or Lucas, had just 7 gifted people. Gifted could seemingly live more openly in Northland than Vestonia or Atalia. Looking at the Northerners in true vision, I hit upon a saturated crimson energy system. When I switched to normal vision and saw the face of the person it belonged to, my heart skipped a beat and my throat clenched in a brief spasm. Because this whole time, I just thought all these visions from my mind were nothing but a dream. But it was her, the woman from my visions who looked so much like the girl I'd lost forever. Sensing my attention, the raven-haired beauty narrowed her dark eyes and sized me up wryly with a degree of superiority in her cold eyes. Then she lost interest and turned away. Only then did I realize I hadn't breathed the whole time. With a deep breath filling my lungs with the icy northern air, I exhaled shortly and shivered like an animal. Well, Jacques, I came fairly loudly to the veteran, nodding at the dozen most elite Vestonian nobles, who were invited into the palace together with Prince Louis. Looks like you were right. That's northern hospitality for you. They couldn't find space in the palace for me, or most other people in the embassy. Oh well, I heeded your warning. I'm sure the food at the tavern where you rented us rooms, the food is no worse than the halls of the king. Jacques gave me a clever smile, and while the other Vestonians looked on perplexed, turned his horse around and showed us the way. Before following him, I saw out of the corner of my eye that False Ties was looking at me with a burning, unblinking gaze. She seemed to hear what I was saying perfectly. I turned and with a broad smile bowed to her in the saddle. Chickadee, whose years of traveling with a circus had taught her many tricks, immediately gave an elegant equine curtsy while the public looked on captivated, and as the crowd shouted in delight after me, carried me off after my men. Are you certain the tavern owner will still be waiting for us? Lucas asked Jack. There are more visitors arriving all the time. To be frank, I shared Lucas' concern. Crowds of outlanders mixed with local city folk and people from nearby villages had flooded the capital city in the run-up to the grand event, and all these outlanders would need somewhere to stay and something to eat. At this pace, local property owners were going to start renting out space on their roofs. In Jack's words, the Copper Cauldron Tavern, where he had rented us the entire upper floor, was quite a nice place. So there was a risk that some nobleman would offer the owner more silver than us, and we would have to spend another night in the wagon. I'm certain, Jacques laughed back. You just don't know Leif René. Call him what you like, but he is a man of his word. Luke just shrugged his shoulders without comment. René, I asked, is he Vestonian? If Leif is to be trusted, his daddy was Vestonian. Came to Fjordgrad's port years ago on a pirate schooner. The ship got badly tossed around in a storm, and the crew had to sit idle while it was in for repair. And that was when Leif's daddy met a beautiful red-headed northerner who he fell madly in love with. He took his share of the booty, married her, and opened a tavern near Fjordgrad's port, which Leif then inherited along with his mother's copper red hair and his father's stern ways. After a brief pause, Jacques continued with a smirk. Before settling down in the capital and starting his family business, Leif heard a lot of tales from his father about the freebooting life, ran away from home and spent a long time journeying around the continent in search of adventure, which was how we met. As young hotheads, we got hired into a certain baron's retinue. He then got into a dispute with a neighbor. While storming their castle, Leif was injured. A healer tended to him but was unable to save his leg. And that was when his life of freedom came to an end, and he returned home. He got married and had a bunch of kids, and now he's looking after the family business. When he heard my Vestonian aristocrat master wanted to stay in his lodgings, he looked very happy. So I have a hard time imagining old René breaking his word and ruining his reputation over a couple silver coins. When we made it to the solidly constructed 2-story stone building, which in comparison with the other port buildings looked like a giant standing in a row of dwarves, I whistled in my mind. Seeing where I was looking, Jacques said with self-satisfaction, when René's parents first started the place, it was a little 1-story hovel. Leif lost a leg but never lost his vibrant, bustling nature. He has gotten a nice little business going over the last few years. I must admit that I was already starting to like Jacques' old war buddy. At the entrance, a muscular red-headed kid was waiting to lead us into the backyard, where he and a few other servants took care of our horses. We meanwhile were invited into the tavern. Once inside, I looked around. Jack was not lying at all, really did look quite seemly. All three main rooms were packed with visitors. The kitchen doors never closed. A dozen servers flitted around the rooms with full trays of food and drink. The owner even had to set a few dozen tables and benches outside the front of the tavern, and despite the cold weather, they were also occupied by patrons. The great trial had brought a huge number of people to Wintervold. With no exaggeration, one could easily call it the event of the century up here. The locals must have been very pleased with their Konung's decision. So the most junior Vestonian prince has come to test his luck in the great trial. Leif René stroked his beard half inquisitively. The broad-shouldered, thick-set big man spoke fluent Vestonian and Northlandic. Beyond that, owing to his service, he was able to capably express himself in Atalian, Icelandic, and the language of the Foggy Isles. With a black bandana on his head, pipe between his teeth, golden earrings in his ears, and wooden peg leg to tell the truth, René looked more like a pirate than the owner of a respectable tavern. As an aside, our fears proved to be misplaced. I couldn't say for sure what Jack told his old mercenary pal, but he took us in with a big hug like old friends. After that, he expressed a wish to personally serve us dinner, or rather, to have his servers do it. Leif himself just orchestrated the process, and of course, he was unable to resist asking about the latest news from King Carl III's court. That's exactly right, my good man, I nodded. His Highness Prince Louis craves victory. He is eager to take the beautiful Princess Astrid for his bride. That made Jack and Lucas give clever chuckles. Everyone in the Vestonian embassy knew Prince Louis' true feelings toward the northern princess. Leif René, on the contrary, puffed out his chest as if the Konung of Wintervold's daughter were his own. In fact, I had noticed already that Princess Astrid was very popular among common folk, even more so than her father. We truly live in great times, Leif René said, slowly shaking his head and patting his slightly extended belly. His broad, freckled face beamed with satisfaction and cheer. While I ate, I spent a little while observing René. Despite the excess weight and peg leg, the tavern owner's movements were light and quick. At first, I even suspected we were dealing with a gifted man, but a scan revealed that not to be the case. And how often do the Konungs declare a great trial? Lucas asked. As a part of the warrior class, he had the right to sit with me at the table. Bertrand and Gunnar, meanwhile, were at a neighboring spot. The old man was a keen enforcer of etiquette, even in this tavern. And that earned him a respectful glance from Leif René. The last time was almost 100 years ago, the tavern owner replied, and again patted his stomach for some reason. There was a change of the royal dynasty in Wintervold at that time. I hope that doesn't happen again, Jack snorted. I wouldn't want to be caught in a gory struggle for the throne. No, Leif shook his head with a smile. You aren't getting it, the dynasty change was peaceful. Ivar the Wise's titles were inherited by an ancestor of Bjorn Sharptooth, Ulf White-Eye. It was entirely voluntary. Ulf White-Eye was the winner of the great trial. Ivar the Wise, meanwhile, after the death of his nephew, the rightful heir to the old royal dynasty, declared a trial precisely in order to find a new heir. This time, everything will be different. The king has 3 sons as well as a daughter. Then what's all this for? Jack asked in surprise. He could just marry his daughter off without any trial. Leif René's eyes lit up with delight. It isn't all that simple, my old friend. Our Konung's daughter is no common princess. Astrid the Swift is one of the most powerful, gifted people in all Northland. Every elite and influential house in the country would want a bride like her. Her sons will become great warriors and rulers. Bjorn Sharptooth, meanwhile, doesn't want to insult anyone with a refusal, which is why he declared a great trial. Jack finished for him. Now I see. Indeed, Leif replied, raising a pointer finger. Curious, here I thought it was all prearranged between the Konung of Wintervold and King of Estonia. Lord Grey was without a doubt the most powerful striker I had ever seen. Even the Wild Duke seemed weaker. But still, who could guarantee his victory in the trial? There were probably other powerful, gifted people among the northern contenders. Without a doubt, Bjorn Sharptooth was playing a game of some kind. Either that or he and Carl III already had prearranged things, and the other contenders were in for a lot of surprises. Meanwhile, Leif continued passionately, everything that happens this winter will forever remain in the memories of our descendants. Any idea what the Konung is planning? Jack asked, adding with a smirk, just don't tell me the fine people of Fjordgred live in ignorance. The tavern owner nodded and smiled. It is a secret to no one that the trials take place at Icefjord. There, the Konung constructed a large arena where the best warriors of all mainland will face off in mortal combat. Actually, speaking of warriors, the number of banners bearing the crests of elite families arriving in Fjordgred boggles the mind. I nodded. I am ashamed to admit it, but I did not recognize many of them. For example, the black boar's head on a yellow backdrop. Jarl Sigurd Bloodsword, elder brother of our Queen Margaret, Leif said with an important nod. That is his banner. He has brought along his daughter, Helga the Valiant, a most powerful healer. So that was False Tie's name. The tavern owner wanted to say more, but he was interrupted fairly unceremoniously by a loud demanding cry from the bar. Hey, what's this seasoning you're putting on everything here? Leif, upset to be interrupted, frowned and turned around. At the table, there stood a plump, rosy-cheeked man dressed to the nines in Vestonian fashion. His little, closely set eyes were filled with disdain while his meaty lips curled in disgust. The chubby man, who in every way resembled a stuffed turkey, was speaking to Leif in Vestonian with a noticeable accent. I had heard similar pronunciation before on multiple occasions. A Burgundian nobleman must have decided to try his luck in the great trial. Quite right, the tavern owner nodded. My name is Leif René, and you? Yes, the turkey waved Leif off. I am Pierre Leger, third valet of his lordship Count Etienne de Mornay, who will be arriving in Fjordgred tomorrow to take part in the great trial. This backwater only has a few hotels and inns, and they are all at full occupancy. I was suggested your tavern as a decent establishment. With that, the third valet looked around scornfully at the hall and continued in his commanding tone, You should be happy. You will be afforded a great honor. My master will be staying in your tavern. He will take the entire second floor. But before that can happen, I need you to show me the rooms. I simply must be certain everything is up to standard. Step 2, we haven't got much time. Order your people to commence with cleaning and… Alas, we have no vacancies, Leif interrupted him. Despite Pierre Leger's arrogant tone, the tavern owner remained calm. Visitors such as him must have been no rarity. What do you mean no vacancies? The third valet exclaimed in indignation. He clearly was not going to give up so easily. I was told you had the whole upper floor free. You must have been misinformed. Leif shrugged his shoulders and added, nodding in my direction, the entire upper floor is occupied by Chevalier Renard. The turkey's little eyes immediately sized me up with his arrogant gaze. Pierre Leger's thick lips curled into a condescending smile. You must not have heard me right, good man, he proclaimed in a nearly triumphant tone. My master is Count Etienne de Mornay. His family is one of the wealthiest and most ancient in Burgonia. His lordship is also a most powerful striker. Do you not see what a great honor is being afforded to you? Think about the prestige of your establishment. Some obscure chevalier is never going to improve your reputation to the same high degree as my master. Beyond that, you will receive handsome pay. Well, what do you say? Do we have a deal? You seem not to have understood. Leif's self-control was a thing of envy. As soon as everyone finds out that Leif René, flattered by the clanking of coin, put his guests out on the street, my reputation and that of my establishment will be at an end. The turkey raised his chin slightly and glimmered his little eyes in rage. Leif bore his gaze calmly and wanted to get back to our interrupted conversation, but the Count de Mornay's third valet didn't allow it. He walked around the tavern owner quite nimbly and loomed over our table. Quickly hitting us with an arrogant gaze, he unfailingly determined who was who. Your worship, he addressed me with false politeness. Would you be so kind as to give me a modicum of your time? Do you suppose you'll be able to draw me in somehow? I decided to play the insolent man's game. His master the Count must have really been a bigwig in Burgonia, given his third valet was behaving as if he were at the very least a marquise. Pierre Leger must have found my tone sympathetic, because he took heart and said in a trusting voice, I'm simply sure of it. His dismissive look, his high-handed smile at all evinced the fact that I had already been written off and assigned a price tag. I could somewhat understand Pierre. Despite his common origin, his outfit was twice as expensive as mine. Chevaliers like me were a dime a dozen in his world. He just needed to find my price. But my companions were not fooled by my tone. Jacques and Lucas smiled, looked at one another, and got ready. Okay, I shrugged, and sitting back in my chair, added, You've piqued my curiosity. Pierre Leger looked encouraged. In his little eyes, I saw sparks of delight. He must have already been imagining getting rid of the simpleton chevalier and receiving praise from his master. He rubbed his puffy hands together and said, Your worship, you wouldn't deny that a noble lord such as the Count de Mornay doesn't deserve to spend the night in a hayloft like some commoner, would you? You are correct, I wouldn't, I shook my head. As a matter of fact, I would consider that a blatant injustice. Pierre Leger smiled even bigger and continued, Both of us understand that his lordship requires comfort equivalent to his status. Quite right, I agreed eagerly. Pierre Leger, like a regular magician, took a fat sack from his bosom. Here I'm sure that a man of indubitably noble blood such as yourself might find it in himself to relinquish the upper floor of this tavern to my master. I then will compensate you for the inconvenience. I rubbed my chin thoughtfully. A short pause hung. How do you mean? Pierre Leger decided to hurry me along. Do you agree? It's a very tempting offer, I snorted, but I'm going to have to refuse. But why? Pierre Leger seemed genuinely taken aback. Do I really need to give you an explanation? I asked. No, but it seemed we had started to understand each other and my master. I raised a hand to stop him. If his lordship will have to spend the night in a hay barn, all that means is that he must quickly replace his listless, lazy servants for failing to provide their master with the comfort his status deserves. That made the chubby man's face go long. and you'd be entirely right to do so, your worship. Jacques picked up the game. It would be a lesson I'd never forget. I looked around quickly. The visitors sitting at the other tables in the tavern had fallen silent and were all listening to our conversation with rapt attention. Leif René's red-bearded face flickered with a satisfied smile. After Jacques spoke up, I heard laughter. Pierre Lager seemed to finally understand that we were simply mocking him. He frowned and opened his mouth. Before you continue, I turned to him coldly. Let me give you some free advice. Weigh your words carefully. I know you're accustomed to being afforded protection by your master's status in Burgonia, but you're up north now. Here, personal valor is valued above all else, and those who cannot answer for their words are not tolerated. A buzz of approval flew around the tavern. The Count de Mornay's third valet flickered his eyes in fury, turned and hurried to leave. Watching him closely, Jacques glanced at me. Something's telling me his master will hear a radically altered account of what happened just now. A duel with a striker is serious business. I shrugged. One more striker couldn't hurt. In any case, we need to hurry. Jacques gave a nod of understanding, while I glanced at Leif René and asked, my good man, beyond all else, I've heard tell that Fjordgred is a city where one can hire powerful warriors. If that is the case, could you perhaps recommend me a guild of mercenaries with flawless reputation? You heard right, your worship, the tavern owner smiled back. As for recommendations, that all depends on how well you can pay. Money is no object, I replied. I need the best, particularly gifted. I didn't know they were in Northland, Lucas came, rubbing the back of his head. Me neither, Jacques agreed. As far as I recall, the main Dusksworn stronghold is in Island. They must have gotten into a serious dispute with the king if they've taken shelter under Sharptooth's wing. I was riding next to him and listening in silence. Essentially, this was a repeat of yesterday's conversation between these two, but after Leif René recommended me a mercenary guild called the Blades of Dusk, whose members were popularly known as Dusksworn, I heard that they were the most famed and oldest guild of mercenaries on the continent. Despite being essentially new to this world, even I had heard them mentioned. Leif's words came as a surprise both to Jacques and Lucas. As it turned out, the Blades of Dusk had established themselves up north a year before. It would have been a shame to miss this opportunity, especially given my finances allowed it. We got up early, ate a big breakfast, and headed to the outskirts of Fjordgrad. And there, amongst the cliffs, I saw a castle called Icy Cliff, the new Dusksworn stronghold. It's hard to even imagine what could have happened there, Lucas said thoughtfully. I'd bet my life that the usurper Otto II must have tried to bring the guild to heel. Jacques shook his head. Further evidence that the impostor is also a fool. I never thought Jacques would share Baron von Herwart's opinion about the current ruler of Island, but I would speak to him about that later. Now I wanted other information. Last night we weren't able to have a proper discussion. I went to sleep, while Jacques and Lucas stayed back with Leif to toss back a few tankards of ale and reflect on bygone times. I decided not to interfere with the two old war buddies catching up. What do you know about the guild? I asked, other than the fact that they're one of the oldest guilds in mainland. Emissaries of aristocrats from various countries, including messengers of kings, always prefer Dusksworn first and foremost when looking for troops to fill their ranks, Lucas came. If of course they have the gold for it, Jacques snorted. The guild services cost a fortune and have for their nearly 200 years of existence. That's true, Lucas confirmed, but they're worth the money. Whoever has the Blades of Dusk on their side is certain to come out on top. What's the secret? I asked. Gifted. Then I don't quite understand. They're not the only guild where one can hire mages. The Red Axes or the Steel Souls also offer such services. Your worship, Lucas came. With all due respect for those doubtlessly serious guilds, the Blades of Dusk are as far in reputation from the rest as we are from the Shadow. Jacques nodded. They train their fighters from birth, and if they take on adults with experience, the selection process is very harsh. Which is why the guild guarantees that their fighters will complete their contract no matter what. What about conflicts of interest? The guild stays out of royal politics, Jacques replied. They care not for the disputes of priests and aristocrats, and as far as I know, Dusksworn never fight against one another, and they never retreat unless ordered and never leave a battlefield, Lucas added at once. Betraying their employers is all but impossible, Jacques confirmed. Deserters and traitors are punished harshly by guild enforcers. I have personally witnessed Dusksworn cohorts perish while covering the retreat of the Duke von Welf's troops in the Battle of Black Creek. Every last one of them died, but they never ceded an inch. No other guild can boast that level of discipline. Yes, your worship, Lucas replied. The guild code demands a lot from their fighters, but it gives a lot in return. For instance, if a client violates the terms of the agreement, the guild will take decisive measures to protect their fighters and their honor. They don't care who that may be either. It could even be a king. Violate the terms of a contract, expect consequences, and that's why people have a particular attitude toward the Dusksworn. No one wants to risk their life for nothing, and that is one of the main reasons gifted choose to work for their guild in particular. That and, of course, the high wages. And that was worth considering. I figured that after existing for so many years, the guild must have accumulated a lot of firm and far-reaching connections with different levels of society all around the continent. The head of the organization, or whatever they called it, the Grandmaster, was likely one of the most influential people in all mainland. Contacts in royal courts with the upper aristocracy, trading houses, members of various sects. I was afraid to even imagine the levels of information the guild leadership must have possessed. How many mysteries and secrets they put together in their nearly 2 centuries of existence. But in spite of all that, as paradoxical as it may have sounded, the guild maintained neutrality. The blades were beyond politics or any religious disputes. That was precisely why, to my eye, no kings or upper aristocrats had exterminated the guild after all these years. They simply didn't view the mercenary guild as a threat to their rule. Until now, something had clearly gone wrong with Aslan's king. Bjorn Sharptooth, meanwhile, was a sharp old fellow. The more I learned about his deeds and actions, the more I liked him. First, he made a whole show out of his daughter's engagement, while also letting his citizens earn some cash on tourism. And now he was giving shelter to the most powerful guild of mercenaries. Lucas sighed loudly, staring wide-eyed at the high walls surrounding the well-defended castle, which seemed to grow directly from the cliffside. I have heard of Icy Cliff many times, and I have to say it really lives up to its name. Storming this castle would take a whole army, Jacques whistled, riding next to me. I'm afraid to even imagine the kind of gold the guild had to pay the conung for it. I looked around. All nearby trees had been cut down to the roots. Well-armed troops were standing guard up on the walls. Despite the apparent calm, the masters of this place were clearly on guard. The air was charged with danger and menace. The many narrow loopholes up high kept watch over every passing traveler like the dark eyes of a giant monster. When we made it to the main gates, 2 Northlanders standing on the wall asked as politely as any Northerner could who we were and what we wanted there. Jack introduced me and quickly laid out the purpose of our visit. When he heard that we were there to discuss business with Herman von Salm, Grandmaster of the Guild, we were asked to wait. A little while later, a new face appeared up on the wall. The swarthy, gray-haired man with military poise spent about a minute staring at us all in silence from afar. After that, with a nod at the guards, he disappeared, and we were invited inside. At the main gates, we were met by 2 taciturn boys, both appearing to be 14 or 15. They took the reins and led our horses toward a wide structure. They must have been stable boys. A few moments later, the door to one of the towers leading to the wall flew open, and on the doorstep, I saw the gray-haired man from before. Your worship, he said to me in Vestonian with a noticeable Italian accent, bowing respectfully. My name is Armando Marino. I am an assistant to the commander of this fortress. I heard you'd like to employ our services. That's right, I nodded back. That's why I came to discuss that with His Excellency Herman von Salm. I should tell you, your worship, that business matters are dealt with by Master Gisa Felon, the gatekeeper replied. Let me show you the way. I was expecting a certain disregard from the men in the castle. After all, the guild's usual clientele consisted of kings and dukes, wealthy merchants, and religious cults. And here was some chevalier in plain clothing that made him look poor, and yet he wanted to play employer. But my fears were unfounded. Neither the fighters on the walls, nor the youngsters who collected our horses, nor even the gatekeeper so much as thought of laughing. Furthermore, they all spoke to me very politely and respectfully. Either I was missing something, or I was in for some kind of nasty surprise. Still, if the gatekeeper up on the wall decided to turn us away, we never would have made it inside. He must have seen something in me. Magic had nothing to do with it. The gatekeeper had no magical gift at all. In all likelihood, he simply had finely honed intuition. He saw something the others missed. For instance, our fancy horses and our clothes, which, despite their simplicity, were very high quality. Or the weapon, which I could say with no false modesty cost me a pretty penny. His darting and attentive gaze didn't even miss my wing. Essentially, I didn't look much like a trifling petty noble, and he could see that. He probably thought I had come to hire myself a couple of bodyguards, but what he didn't know was that I wanted gifted people, preferably the best they had. Watching the gatekeeper, we headed toward the castle. Stepping through the door, we found ourselves in a large hall. I looked around and laughed internally. Whoever made this place clearly knew how to present the guild to potential clients in a positive light. The dark stone walls, hung with a great variety of weaponry and armor, would have given any visitor the impression that their former owners had centuries of service and expertise behind them. The majority of the central wall in the hall was occupied by a large mosaic made of dark stones depicting crossed-shadow blades. It must have been the guild's crest. The clearly very ancient mail armor, shields, swords, and battle axes still seemed to carry an air of battle, blood, and sweat. The place had an atmosphere of martial brotherhood, and at the same time palpable respect for history and guild tradition. So your worship, did I hear you right? You require bodyguards who are gifted? Master Gisa Felon asked in a bemused tone. The black-haired woman with a strict, narrow face who looked to be about 50 was seated on a high-backed chair at a solid desk in the middle of a spacious office. And to be more specific, strikers, I confirmed. Jisa Felon first gave me a scrutinizing once-over, then my companions, who weren't even considering leaving the office. Their grim faces were stamped with determination to fly to their master's defense at a moment's notice, and they didn't care that they were in the heart of the lair of one of the mightiest mercenary guilds on the continent. Once done staring us all down, the master said, "I must warn you, Monsieur Renard, that our guild's services are not cheap. I've heard a great deal about your influential and wealthy clients." I nodded back, "and I am perfectly aware of what it will cost me. I am prepared to pay it. But as my grandfather Pascal Legrand loves to say, never buy a pig in a poke. And much to my dismay, you have not yet shown me what you have available." "The head of the Vistonian trading house Legrand and Sons is your grandfather?" Master Felon asked. "That's right," I nodded. "And Heinrich de Gramont is my uncle. The Duchess du Bellay is my aunt. I came to Fjordgrad with the embassy of His Highness Prince Louis, youngest son of His Majesty the King of Vestonia. Here are my documents and travel papers. I hope they will suffice to dispel any doubts about my ability to pay." After Master Felon studied my papers, the look in her eyes changed. "You have my gratitude, your worship," she nodded. "This will do just fine. But I must warn you that if you were planning to hire strikers from the guild to take part in the great trial, you have embarked on a mistaken path. Our guild reached an understanding with the Kanung of Wintervold that our fighters will not take part in the trials." "You needn't worry about that," I replied. "That isn't what I need them for, particularly given His Highness Prince Louis has brought one of Vestonia's mightiest strikers along with his arms bearers." "Then what do you need them for?" "This is a standard question we ask all potential employers." "Simple," I replied. "I need bodyguards and seconds to duel in my stead against gifted people. I've seen that presently there are a huge number of them in Northland, and they're all raring to fight. Will that answer do?" Master Felon nodded with understanding. I clearly hadn't said anything unusual. "Entirely," she responded. "That leaves one question: the rank of your bodyguards. So strikers are divided into ranks. First I'm hearing of it." "And no wonder," the master replied. "The system of ranks I'm talking about exists only in our guilds. It's based on each striker's level of effective fusion with the power of the shadow. For us, it's a way of helping to organize teams and select mercenaries suited to your particular requirements." "Interesting," I nodded. "What are the ranks? And most importantly, which can you offer me?" "There are 5 ranks," Master Felon responded. "Initiates are essentially strikers who have just become acquainted with the power of the Wing of Strix. For the most part, they are children and teenagers. Some of them can complete basic tasks and even have mastered fusion, but they still are not suited for fights on even footing against experienced, gifted people like in your case." "Fusion?" I asked. The unexpected stream of free information had me delighted. "Fusion with striker weaponry and armor," the master nodded. "Ah, yes," I nodded. "Right. The next 2 ranks are expert and medius," Master Felon continued. "By the way, we just so happen to have an incomplete group available containing 1 medius and 2 experts. They are experienced warriors who have taken part in many military conflicts in various parts of mainland. I'm certain the 3 of them will meet your demands with ease. Insolent brawlers will quickly become a thing of the past with them at your side." "Very intriguing offer," I nodded. "But I'd like to raise the stakes. What rank comes next?" The master gave an understanding smile and nodded. "Avent, they are the most powerful gifted. For example, we have reason to assume Lord Grey, who came with your prince to take part in the Great Trail, is an Avent. At present, all our Avents are tied down with contracts." There he slightly stumbled and corrected himself. "GHM, or rather, almost all. 1 striker of that rank is currently without employment. So in other words, you're saying I could hire a whole 4 strikers right now. A medius, 2 experts, and an Avent." I was already rubbing my hands together mentally. I even missed a correction from the master, and seemingly it was important. "Alas, but no," Master Felon shook her head. "You'll have to choose. Either the group of 3 strikers or the 1 Avent." "Is that some kind of rule?" I asked in surprise. I had already started imagining my team with 4 new experienced strikers, and here my hopes were dashed. "It's confidential," Jisa Felon retorted. "All you need to know is that the guild answers for all its fighters and guarantees their unquestioning obedience to their employer. So either 3 or 1, but very powerful," I muttered thoughtfully. "It's our final offer," Jisa confirmed. "All right," I sighed. "I'd like to see your Avent." Master Felon nodded and rang a little bell to call her helper a bit too eagerly for my taste. My 6th sense, which had never let me down before, was telling me that Jisa seemed to want to ink the contract more than I did. I was curious to see the Avent who for some reason was still without a contract, even though strikers at that rank were probably scheduled out years in advance with dukes or kings. After the door closed behind the master's assistant, I asked, "You said there are 5 ranks, but never named the last one." "Absolutes," Jisa responded, and with a heavy sigh, added, "At present, I am not aware of a single striker at that power level. The last absolute we knew of founded our guild almost 200 years ago, so it's more likely a legend than reality." We traded another few phrases primarily about the history of the guild when suddenly the door opened without warning, and in came a tall, stocky man wearing leather striker armor with a one-handed sword on his belt. His long gray hair was up in a taut bun on the back of his head while his beard was in braids. The first thing to jump out at me were a set of hideous burn scars on his cheeks shaped like runes or hieroglyphs. He looked around the room in silence with a heavy gaze from beneath shaggy brows and stopped on me. Just then I heard Lucas hissing from behind me with a voice full of hate. "Frost Priest." I calmly bore the giant's gaze, then glanced at Master Felon. "Is it true?" Partially, she replied, wincing slightly. "Sigurd is a heretic. He disavowed Hor the Wicked, and is no longer a cavalier of the Order of the Frost Spear. His former brethren cast him out many years ago and left him with these markings on his face as a parting gift. Well, at the very least it was now clear why I couldn't hire other strikers with him. They didn't want to work with a heretic. Why the Avent was still without work was no longer a mystery, either. Upper aristocrats didn't want to tarnish their reputations by hiring a former priest of one of the most bloodthirsty cults on the continent. While the master spoke, I cautiously scanned the striker's energy system out of the corner of my eye as he remained in the doorframe, blocking the passage with his bulky body. Whoa, yes, this big fellow was tougher than Lord Grey. At the very least, I wouldn't have bet on Grey were the two to meet in a duel. Okay. "Madam, I suggest we discuss the conditions for hiring this Avent," I said, meanwhile watching Jisa breathe a sigh of relief. "I'm certain that, in light of the circumstances, I can count on a significant discount." Northland Fjordgrad, capital of Vintervold. The Pearl of the North, Palace of Konung Bjorn Sharptooth. There were 3 figures seated on the roof of the Crimson Tower, keeping away from prying eyes. Princess Astrid, Helga, and Prince Eric, youngest son of Konung Bjorn Sharptooth. Being almost all the same age, the 3 of them had been friends since childhood. Together they romped and played practical jokes, then came up here to the roof to hide away in their secret spot. Now, years later, they were again gathered here and reminiscing about childhood playtime and adventures. "Ah, for a moment I felt like we were children again," Astrid said with a glum sigh, watching the far-off blood-crimson disk as it slowly dipped beneath the horizon. "I'd forgotten how much fun we used to have." "If you ask me, sister," Prince Eric snorted and nodded down, "the fun is just beginning." There, in the palace's internal courtyard, was a crowd of foreign guests. Astrid again sighed, while Helga gave a dismissive snort and looked down on the vibrantly colored mass. "How ridiculous these southerners are," Prince Eric snorted. "Ridiculous." Princess Astrid's thin little brows raised slightly. "What do you mean, Eric?" "Well, for example, they wear these useless hats with feathers in them," the prince replied, waving his hands. "In this cold, they'd lose an ear soon enough. Plus all that bowing makes them look silly, stamping their little feet like goats. I mean, don't you find it all ridiculous?" Helga laughed. "Yes, and they talk so loud it seems like they're shouting to the whole world. And yet their fabrics are among the finest in the world." Astrid jumped to the southerners' defense. "Their craftspeople are more skilled than ours, not to mention their artists, sculptors, and poets. Can you really dislike the South so strongly?" "Of course I like the South, sister. Particularly their fruits and vegetables." Eric came with a broad smile. "And wine," Helga added, nodding. Yes, Eric supported her. "Their wines are fantastic. But alas, sister, wars are not won with wine and fruits. Vestonians, much like their king, are weak." Princess Astrid chuckled back. "Brother, you're as ignorant as ever. If you hadn't spent all that time dodging Mater Jacob's lessons, you might have known that unlike our Jarls, who fancy themselves great military leaders, Karl III, King of Vestonia, put down a rebellion and managed to unite the country under his rule. He forbade his nobles from warring amongst themselves, declaring that from that point on, all disputes would be settled by a royal court. He forbade dukes, counts, and barons from minting their own coins, and that is just the beginning. And if, gods forbid, you have to fight against Vestonians, don't forget that their army is much better prepared for war than ours." "Now that's going too far," Prince Eric chuckled. "Look at those primped-up peacocks. One of our warriors is worth a dozen of those winemakers. Those peacocks, as you put it, are well studied in concepts such as discipline. The famed Vestonian cohorts are thought to be unbeatable. And yet our divisions have been marauding in their cities and raiding their caravans unpunished for months." "Good point, brother." Princess Astrid came coldly, standing to her full height and smoothing the folds in her dress. "Unpunished indeed. Our warriors return home alive and unharmed only because they have never met Vestonian cohorts in battle. We're facing only little city garrisons. Because all aristocrats from the Vestonian northern provinces took their troops to fight the war with the Italians, which our Jarls took advantage of. As a matter of fact, their actions are far from heroic. They're acting like common bandits and robbers." "Sister," Prince Eric exclaimed, "have you forgotten that you're now speaking about your fellow countrymen?" "Oh, brother," the princess laughed, "I'll never forget it. But you should keep something else in mind. You're currently speaking to the future Queen of Vestonia. Get this through your thick skull: as soon as the crown rests upon my head, the first thing I will do is bring order to the northern borderlands of my kingdom. Without another word, Princess Astrid thrust her chin up in pride and made for the doors of the attic. When her silhouette disappeared into the dark passage, Prince Eric turned to Helga. No, I mean, did you see that, cousin? That silly and weak Prince Louis hasn't even won the trial yet, and she already thinks herself the future queen. And that's with that prince being Karl III's youngest son. Dear cousin, Helga shook her head. In case you haven't noticed, your sister is no longer such a pushover. She became Astrid the Swift long ago. If she gets an idea into her head, it simply will come to pass. Yet Prince Eric rubbed the back of his head. She sure is a stubborn one, and her will is iron, Helga added. I never doubted for a second that she would ascend to the throne of Estonia, so I suggest you heed her words. Eric breathed a heavy sigh. Perhaps you're right. They spent some time watching the lively movement down in the internal courtyard, thinking. Then Eric again breathed a heavy sigh as if awakening from a short dream and glanced at the sullen Helga. A wry smile appeared on his face. He already knew why his cousin was in such a rotten mood. What's going on with you, Helga? He asked. Ever since the Vestonian embassy came to town, you've been dark as a storm cloud. What makes you say that? She tried to wave him off. Oh, come on, Eric laughed. You don't have to pretend. Astrid already told me everything. What the insolent Vestonian on his white horse said hurt you. I don't think you should give his words such weight. Helga rolled her eyes and shook her head. Astrid was just as big a talker as ever. She'd never learned to hold her tongue. In fact, Helga was afraid to admit it to herself, but the insolent man had actually caught her eye. There was something about that young Vestonian, something inexplicable, as if she'd seen him before. Furthermore, she got the feeling they'd known each other for years. The strange and unendingly inexplicable feelings made her heart beat faster, but at the same time she felt annoyed and angry. Prince Eric, not waiting for his cousin to respond, said, If he's upset you so badly, you could have stopped his heart or something. After all, you're a healer. I shouldn't have to tell you this stuff. First of all, you're forgetting that a ceasefire has been declared for the duration of the great trial, Helga objected. And second, your sister would rip my head off if something happened to anyone from her beloved Prince Louis retinue. But duels are permitted, Prince Eric replied. Want me to order Magnus to teach him a lesson? I promise the Vestonian will not be killed. Though without a tongue, he may have a hard time saying anything ever again, but that may be to his advantage. What do you say? Forget it, Helga threw out, standing up. Let's go, people are probably looking for us. After saying that, she lunged forward. If she turned, she'd have surely noticed the clever smile on Prince Eric's face. He always smiled like that when he was thinking of playing a dirty trick. Northland, Fjordgrad, capital of Wintervold. It had been 2 days since my visit to the Mercenary Guild. In that time, Mater Baralt de Briançon, chief steward of His Highness Prince Louis Embassy, has not bothered me, but I was perfectly aware that the more prominent members of our delegation were visiting the Konung's palace daily. Max's 2 cousins had certainly been. Honestly, though, I preferred it that way. I wouldn't have even been mad if they completely forgot about me, preferably until the great trial was completely over. Of course, I understood that this was essentially free time, so I used it as rationally as possible. Early in the morning on day 3, at the breakfast table, I asked a question to Sigurd Hansen, who was seated next to me and silently eating a lardon omelette. Are you aware of what's written in the contract I signed with the guild? In general terms, the striker shrugged. I assume it is little different from standard contracts. And logically so, Sigurd boomed back. Felon has been wanting to get rid of me for a long time now. Nobody wanted to hire a former Frost Knight. You sure are open. You hired me for a whole year, your worship. Sigurd shrugged his bulky shoulders. It's easier this way. I am with you there, I nodded and asked. Did you know that I wanted to hire 4 strikers, but Master Felon refused with no explanation? Is that somehow connected to those? I nodded at the hideous scars on his face. The burns went over some tattoos, which once marked Sigurd as a cavalier of the Order of the Frost Spear. That was what signaled to Lucas that Sigurd was a Frost Knight. Your comrades in arms didn't want to be hired because of your past. They are not my comrades in arms, Sigurd snorted and ate a big bite of omelette, and they never were. And if it's come to that, it's not that they don't want to work with me, on the contrary. So that's how it is. We spent a little while eating in silence. I was first to break the silence. You local, I was born beyond Crooked Pass, but I know the capital well, the striker replied. That's good, I nodded. I want you to show me the city. I'm interested in magic shops and crafters' workshops. Who better than a striker to know those places, right? Sigurd stopped eating and glanced at me in surprise. Is something the matter? I asked. What I said must have come as a surprise to the northerner. Very strange, he snorted, staring me closely in the eyes. What do you mean? I asked in surprise. To be frank, I wasn't expecting that out of you, your worship. What were you expecting? Well, for one, I thought you were going to set me against all the people who hurt you, your enemies, on day 1, to settle scores. I chuckled. Well, to be fair, considering the kind of money the Mercenary Guild charged me for you, I'd have every right to do that. That's what I mean, Sigurd confirmed. It would be a completely logical move for any noble at your age and in your position. Which is why after all this time at your side, I still can't figure why the devil you wanted an Avent. If you think I have hidden motives, you're mistaken, I came. Very soon, you'll have to start earning the money I spent on you. I just so happen to have a lot of enemies, and almost all of them are gifted. To get the striker, I had to give up one of the sacks of gemstones I'd taken from the Fox Den's treasure chamber. It was easier that way than dragging a whole cartload of gold and silver up north, because I was planning on spending a lot here. Making deals through the Crayon Family Bank was also not an option. I had decided not to make any withdrawals yet so I wouldn't attract attention. And that's not all, I added. According to the contract, beyond room, board, and everything else, I am also required to provide you with magic energy, which is why the quicker we go make purchases, the better. What exactly do you want? Sigurd asked seriously. The guild gave me just one lilac brute, I said, and set the small crystal in front of him. Take it. I didn't need to ask the striker twice. The crystal disappeared from the tabletop as if by magic. As an aside, I should note that the crystal was filled to the brim with energy. Master Felon was honest with me when she said it was a whole brute. From what she said, one brute to start was standard practice, and from there it was up to the mage and his new master's requests. Well, and of course the length of the contract. For a one-time mission, one brute would be more than enough, but my case was somewhat different. I assume you haven't had any missions in a long time, so your energy supplies must be exhausted, I said. So I first wanted to provide you with plenty of crystals. How many brutes do you have left, by the way? This isn't just idle curiosity. I need to know what to prepare for in case of an attack. That's better, your worship, the striker responded, and utterly unashamed added, not considering what you gave me, I have 3 more crystals. Yes, I hadn't had a contract in a long time, but I was trying to conserve energy. He wasn't lying. On the day we rode out from the Dusksworn Castle, I gave him a surreptitious scan as he rode on his horse, also examining all his few possessions. On Sigurd's chest, beneath his armor, an amulet with 3 large purple crystals glowed faintly, but I didn't spot any other magic light in his traveling bags or voluminous backpack. Good, I nodded. In any case, we should restock. There's no such thing as too many brutes, Sigurd shrugged. Just be ready to spend big. Beyond crystals, I'd like to get magic elixirs, I said, ignoring the warning about spending. As you like, your worship, Sigurd responded. I don't know what he wanted to say because he was cut off mid-sentence by a loud cry from the front door of the tavern. He's here, your lordship, a familiar voice whooped. There he is, sitting like nothing happened. I turned toward the door and saw a group of 5 men with a broad-shouldered blonde towering in the middle wearing a steel striker armor suit richly adorned with gold. In his blue eyes, I saw anger and disdain. The other 4 warriors were just as well armed and looked quite dangerous. In front of the fivesome, hopping and pointing a hand at me, I saw my recent acquaintance stamping his feet Pierre Lager. Jacques must have been right again. The Count de Mornay's 3rd valet had indeed spewed falsehoods to his master about me. Okay, this would be interesting. There's the insolent man. Pierre continued to whoop, pointing at me. Can you imagine? He said you should sleep in a hay barn. Is that true? Sigurd asked, continuing to calmly gulp down the rest of his omelet. Of course not, I snorted. But I am not planning to explain myself. Look at his lordship's armor. I assume he is not cheap. Right you are, your worship. Sigurd nodded and added with a sidelong smirk, something's telling me you found a way to save money on buying brutes. Can you handle it? I asked, nodding at the warrior in glimmering armor walking towards us. His fighters meanwhile deftly encircled us. Yes, the striker answered curtly and set his knife and spoon aside. Which one of you is Chevalier Renard? The blonde who walked up to our table asked intimidatingly. By the look of him, he was 30 or 35. Me, I replied, standing from the table. Who do I have the honor of meeting? The Count de Mornay, he introduced himself dryly. And I demand explanations. Explanations, I asked, pretending not to understand. Whatever do you mean, your lordship? The Count de Mornay frowned and nodded at Pierre Lager. My servant claims that you pushed him out of this tavern, insolently taking advantage and threatening him with retribution. Beyond that, you occupied rooms my servant had already agreed with the tavern owner to rent. How do you intend to explain yourself? First of all, your servant is an insolent scallywag and fool, I chuckled, watching the Count's already frost-reddened face go crimson. And second, what makes you think I need to explain myself to you? Insolent man, the Count spat out, squinting his eyes. Do you have any idea who you're talking to? House de Mornay is related to the kings of Burgonia, but no matter. I will teach you manners, whelp. Honestly, though, you won't be needing them after today. You'll be dead. Ripping the leather glove off his right hand, the Count cast it pointedly at my feet. That very second, Sigurd stood from the table to his Herculean height and picked the glove up off the floor. Monsieur, I accept your challenge. I came, watching the Count de Mornay's surprised countenance. This man will be fighting in my stead. Word of the striker duel spread through the port quarter in the blink of an eye. Despite the early hour, a boisterous crowd of onlookers appeared next to the copper cauldron. Leif René, who I had yet to see that day, was already on the scene. He was dragging a slightly wheezing, gray-bearded fat man in a dark robe. Apparently, he was a priest from the local temple of the forefather. According to the rules of the ceasefire, A priest of that sect had to bless the upcoming duel so the gods wouldn't be angered if blood was spilled. Naturally, to make sure the duel abided by all the rules, the temple got some donations as well as did the priest attending to the event. Leif and the priest were of approximately the same build, but despite his wooden prosthesis, the tavern owner moved with several times more energy than the flabby cultist. He never let himself get too far behind, though, anticipating a generous reward. I laughed and nodded at the savvy owner of the copper cauldron. He didn't leave me hanging and responded with an identically cheeky smile. I wouldn't be surprised to learn that Leif ran to the temple for a priest as soon as he found out the Count de Mornay was on his way into the port quarter. While the duelers got prepared, the area outside the tavern entrance was cleared of tables and benches. The people formed a circle, and after a quick prayer from the priest, the strikers entered. Today was my first time witnessing a mage duel, and that scalawag Peerlager was not lying when he said his master was among the most powerful strikers. Scanning the Count de Mornay's energy system and comparing it to Sigurd's, I was forced to admit that my bodyguard was up against a worthy opponent. Honestly, though, in terms of development of energy nodes and channels, the Count lagged a good bit behind the former Frost Knight. I wouldn't be too far off to suggest that, in Dusksworn Guild qualifications, the Count would be considered a strong medius. If he continued progressing at this pace, another few years of training and meditation would lead to mainland gaining another Avant. Beyond that, unlike Sigurd, Etienne de Mornay had no problem with energy. He was draped in a dozen whole brutes like a Christmas tree. I spent a little while watching him as he prepared for the fight. It was plain to see that the Count was very agitated, though he was trying not to show it. And of course he had come to teach a lesson to a simple upstart chevalier, and now he was going to have to duel a fearsome striker, and one with a Blades of Dusk medallion hanging around his neck at that. Sigurd then acted like nothing was going on. I had already figured that this northerner was not all that easy to get to. He just slid a studious gaze over the Count a few times and seemed to have seen enough. Before Sigurd walked forward, I whispered to him quietly, if possible, don't kill him. But don't handicap yourself either. I need you alive and well. After all, the death of a relation of the King of Burgonia might attract unwanted attention, even though I had every right. Got it? Sigurd nodded calmly and, drawing his sword, stepped forward. The Count de Mornay, his chin thrust proudly upward, made a loud declaration while pointing the tip of his hand and a half-sword at me. After I'm done with the former priest, you're next. The crowd buzzed with delight and approval, and the looks in the audience's eyes retrained on me. Everyone was waiting for me to respond. The show had begun. What was more, the northerners didn't care one bit for some southerners. Let them cut each other down. They just wanted a good time, preferably with as much blood as possible. Your lordship, I responded with a smile. I insist that you remove more of your jewelry. Otherwise all of it, along with that exquisite blade and fine armor, will all find its way to the shelf of a local merchant. I heard laughter in the crowd. You're next, whelp. You won't be able to hide behind that heretic forever. Everyone around hummed in approval. They regarded Sigurd with clear disdain and scorn, but the striker himself didn't seem to care. I switched to true vision as usual and looked around at all the people. As expected, I saw a few glowing magical spots in various parts of the crowd. A few gifted people must have come to enjoy the free show. One of the lights came from a short woman of 30 years with snow-white hair braided into 2 long strands. Her pale cheeks danced with blush, while her light blue eyes were filled with a look of concern. I followed her gaze and snorted to myself. She was clearly worried for my bodyguard. Very interesting. Meanwhile, the priest blessed the fighters with protective signs and announced the start of the fight. A moment later, the crowd froze, watching the combat mages start their approach. The tough and dangerous Sigurd looked like a cave bear about to make a deadly charge. His opponent, the Count de Mornay, on the other hand, moved with the speed and grace of a stone cat. They started with a quick series of blows. Their swords glimmered with magic light. Metal scraped against metal, sparking and squealing. With every blow, the pace of their attacks quickened. The fighters were trying to feel for gaps in the other's magic defenses. As a seer, I found them easy to spot, but alas, I couldn't yet tell Sigurd. Also, to be honest, my bodyguard was doing a great job without any hints. The thing was that while the crowd gaped, staring at the lightning-fast movements from the combat mages, more experienced observers like me, for instance, were perfectly aware that the duel was essentially already over, and Sigurd was going to win. The only reason the Count was not yet laid out on the ground was because my bodyguard had to be careful not to kill him. He was looking for an opportunity to disarm the Burgonian without killing him. And then, the fight finally reached its long-awaited peak. The Count de Mornay must have thought Sigurd's passivity was cover for weakness or confusion. He smirked triumphantly, deciding to finish the battle with an elegant and grandiose lunge. My bodyguard couldn't overlook the gift. If I were in his place, I'd also have been sure to take advantage of the opportunity. Sigurd dodged with unexpected ease from the Count's sharp lunge, then made a quick burst forward. The tip of his sword filled with dark lilac energy, and a moment later he struck. Sigurd aimed for the gap between his opponent's shoulder plate and cuirass. With a sudden flash, a gap appeared in the Count's magic armor. Etienne de Mornay gasped and, rolling his eyes back, fell to the ground. The pain must have shocked him into passing out. Blood streamed from the wound on his shoulder, and he really got off easy. If Sigurd had kept feeding energy to his blade, the top half of the Count's body would have turned into a solid mass of bloody minced meat. His shoulder and arm, meanwhile, would have been torn off. An eerie silence hung over the square where the duel had taken place. Everyone was waiting to see what the heretic would do next. I took a quick glance at the onlookers. Almost the exact same expression was stuck on all of their faces. They all were thinking the Dusksworn was about to kill the Count. In his turn, he whipped around in silence and glanced at me. Waiting for a nod, he glanced at the Count's companions. My chevalier asked me not to kill your master. He came. I have complied with his order. Tell his lordship that he may deliver the trophies I earned for winning this duel to my employer. And another thing. Sigurd met eyes with Peer Lager, who was peeking out from behind the backs of the Count's fighters and nodding at him, stated in an icy tone, along with the trophies, I want the liar's tongue. That commoner must receive a fitting punishment. Peer Lager's puffy face went white and a look of horror froze on his face. If not, I will come for it myself, Sigurd added, then turned in silence and came walking my direction. When I walked past the pretty woman with the unusual hair, I saw them exchange fleeting warm looks. Apparently my bodyguard's skin wasn't all that thick after all. Evidently, the heart of the former Frost Knight belonged to this true gifted woman. Outskirts of Fjordgrad, where the capital city's top workshops were located, was in some way reminiscent of Vestonian crafting quarters. It was a neighborhood that, like its southern counterparts, brimmed with unusual sounds, aromas, and an atmosphere of mysticism and creation. Narrow little streets wound between stone buildings to form a labyrinth where one could easily get lost on their first visit. Lining those little streets, I found various workshops, each with its own banner and crier. Smithies where the clanging song of hammer on anvil burst forth, jewelers' workshops where golden masterworks glimmered in the rays of the northern sun. Out of a manor near the very edge, wafting with its own particular aromas, was a leatherworker's shop. The air of the crafting district, which was how this place was called, was saturated with smells such as leather, wood, stone, and many other materials, all mixed with the sour, bitter stench of the alchemy shops, where potions and concoctions brewed away. The energy of creation and diligent labor were evident in every corner, every sound, and every shop. The huge wheels of watermills churned under the pressure of a mountain stream that flowed through the district. The stream was the founding kernel of the crafting district, in fact, and it was known throughout Northland and beyond. The river's power set various mechanisms into motion used to aid the craftspeople. Owing to the great trial, work there was in full swing, not taking even a minute's break. The craftspeople and their apprentices labored for days on end to complete orders from the many outlanders who had come to the capital of Vintervold. If the locals were to be believed, every craftsperson working there constantly strove to hone their craft. This was a place merchants came to from all over the continent when they needed unique and high-quality works or services unavailable elsewhere due to the draconian regulations of the southern magic guilds. And thus most contraband brutes and other shadow ingredients made their way to these very craftspeople. Local artifactor artisans were under the personal protection of the Conung of Vintervold, so they had no time for southern laws. They plied their wares and kept their mouths shut, and that was precisely where I asked Sigurd to take me. We walked up to a 2-story stone building, and Sigurd stopped. Here it is, he came, nodding to a heavy front door all decked out in steel bands. This is the workshop of Albrecht Lothar, artifactor, a person I've known a long time. Patting his leather breastplate, Sigurd added his work. I nodded and said, lead the way. Without another word, Sigurd grasped the steel ring of the door and pulled it toward him. The heavy-looking door smoothly gave way, and somewhere deep within I heard the melodic chiming of a bell, informing the owners that new clients had come to visit. Stepping through the door, we made it into a spacious weapon shop that looked Ursula Hoogs in Abville. Honestly, though, the decor of this establishment was imbued with less of that all-encompassing pathos that defined Ursula's weapon shop. This one also had a lot more weapons. The walls were decked out with all kinds of weapons, ranging from swords with long blades to massive halberds and battle axes. The shop display cases were arranged with care, each item having a place of its own. The well-composed lighting and the sheer abundance of goods had my eyes flitting all around. In the corner, I saw a workbench with tools on it, as well as various designs meant to bear witness to the craftsman's creative torments. I mentally placed another plus into the column of whoever designed this place. On the wall opposite the entrance, there were mannequins with shields and striker armor sets made of various materials. In the corner past the counter, in the most visible and well-lit location, there were sets of rare and exotic artifacts decorated with gold and gemstones. In the middle of the shop was a small passageway framed with cases holding knives, daggers, and other small piercing and slashing implements. The shelves held weapons from various regions and countries. While I looked around, Sigurd traded words with the seller, who stood at the counter. When my bodyguard was finished, the clerk ducked into the dark passage of a back door, and a few minutes later, a man of medium height appeared in the doorframe with free-flowing light chestnut locks and a sharp, intelligent gaze. By the look of him, he was 40 or 45 years old. In his left hand, he held a tool that resembled a pair of pliers. When he saw us, he placed the tool on the table and, smiling openly, greeted Sigurd. "Well, look what the cat dragged in. You haven't been here in ages. Have you finally gathered the courage to bring me back my sword?" Sigurd snorted and, setting a hand on the grip of his sword, replied, "Yeah, right, Moonfang isn't for sale, and you know that perfectly well." "Too bad," chuckled the man, who seemed to have been Albrecht. At the very least, his dark brown energy system indicated as much. "I could give you a good price for it. Best friends aren't for sale," Sigurd muttered back. "If you say so," the craftsman said, still smiling and raising a hand. "Okay, then you have my full attention. Allow me to present my employer," came Sigurd, stepping aside to let me through. "This is Chevalier Renard. Your worship, this is Albrecht Lothar, the master weaponsmith I told you about. Your worship," the craftsman gave a slight bow, "pleased to make your acquaintance." Albrecht smiled, but I could see that he was surprised and somewhat taken aback by my height and appearance. "Same to you, Mater Lothar," I replied, "and I'm doubly glad that Sigurd finally found employment. You'd never find a better fighter or bodyguard in the whole capital. That much I know," I nodded. This morning, Sigurd put his incredible skills on full display. "Is that right?" The craftsman's thick brows shot upward. "I hope you're all right." It was nothing out of the ordinary. Sigurd waved it off. "Just one Medius who held a high opinion of himself. Gods know where he got it from. A certain Count de Mornay. Etienne de Mornay of Burgonia. Albrecht Lothar somehow knew of him." "The same," I replied and asked. "Know him?" "Not personally, no, but I've heard tell," the mater replied. "He's a close relation of the Burgonian royal family. He trained at the Sapphire Guild." "Doughy weakling," Sigurd commented. "What about the Marquis de Lattel?" Albrecht quickly objected. "To my eye, he was one of the most powerful avants of his time, and he trained at the Sapphire Guild." "De Lattel is an exception," Sigurd replied. "But he was too cocky, and that was his undoing." "What happened to him?" I asked. "Disappeared in the frosty gloom," the mater responded with a sigh. I just snorted with understanding. The frosty gloom was what they called the northern shadow up here. "Listen, Albrecht, we didn't come all this way to reminisce about long-dead acquaintances." Sigurd redirected the conversation. "Yes, of course," the craftsman nodded. "Might I ask what brought you here then?" I nodded at the craftsman and pointed Sigurd in silence to a bulky backpack given to him by Bertrand before he left. The mercenary took it off his shoulders and set it on the floor. Out of the corner of my eye, I looked on with interest. The issue was that Sigurd was still unaware of the true reason for our visit to the crafting district. Untying the string, I took a thick envelope from the backpack, then another, but smaller, and set them both on the counter. A few moments later, while both gifted men looked on in astonishment, I unfolded the black skin of a shadow snake and placed atop it the two snake fangs. "What is that?" the mater asked in a slightly hoarse voice. Meanwhile, he led a trembling hand cautiously over the scaled skin. "Materials for you to use to make me a suit of armor and a pair of swords," I answered calmly. Venterwald, somewhere in the western part of the port quarter of Fjordgrad. It was the middlof the night. In a warm room in an inn that was small but cozy, Sigurd was lying on a wide cot stuffed with the previous year's straw. The moonlight streaming through the small window beneath the ceiling glinted off the walls, creating a soft, reassuring light. Sigurd slept soundly, deeply, and undisturbed. Elira, meanwhile, couldn't get to sleep at all. She was sitting next to the cot, wrapped in a warm cloak made of bear pelt, and watching her beloved sleep. The white-haired beauty gently led her fingers over his face, staring pensively into each detail, every wrinkle and scar, thinking about how much Sigurd had been through in his life. She considered how much their lives had changed since they met, and how Sigurd saved her from the knightly order of the Frost Spear. He had served as her protector and closest confidant. Elira often thought about what was waiting for them in the future, and how they would manage to withstand all the obstacles that would arise in their path. But she believed that their love would never die, and together they would overcome any trial. Somehow, all on their own, the contours of long-ago events appeared before her eyes. She recalled her old village, her father and stepmother, two younger brothers, her friends, and breathed a heavy sigh. Elira, child of the snowy peaks, was born in a far-flung northern tribe that had settled in the very heart of Barren Pass. She was the eldest daughter of the chief, a powerful and wise man who was thought to descend from legendary snow leopard shapeshifters. The people of their tribe had adapted to the harsh northern conditions over the years and tried to keep contact with the outside world to a minimum. They had relations only with neighboring tribes whose lifestyle differed little from their own. Since childhood, Elira and the other young people of the tribe learned hunting and the art of survival in the harsh conditions of their homeland. She didn't know any other life and didn't care to. Time passed, and Elira grew into a beautiful young woman with astonishingly white hair that looked like snow on the peaks of mountains and light blue eyes that reflected the bottomless northern sky. Beyond that, 3 years before her first period, within her awoke the gift of her tribe. Like her father and another few elders of the tribe, she was able to take the form of their spirit familiar, the great snow leopard. She was destined for a great future, but alas, the gods of the north had other plans. One day at a general assembly of all mountain tribes, where people traded items, weapons, food, and met wives from other tribes to avoid mixing close kin, there was a group of outsiders. They had been invited by the chief of the cave bears, who introduced them as peaceful merchants who had supposedly come to buy rare goods from the mountain folk. Later, Sigurd would explain that they were scouts for priests who worshipped the bloodthirsty deity Hor the Wicked. The priests were out looking for true gifted to join their ranks for some purpose. A month after the General Assembly of Tribes, one early morning, Elira's settlement was attacked by a group of knights of the Order of the Frost Spear. These cold-blooded warriors, headed by priests of Hor the Wicked, had come for their gifted people. Among the Order's knights was a young Sigurd, out on his first mission. The priests, whose prophecies the young knight believed implicitly, claimed that they were all acting in the name of Hor the Wicked and for the good of these souls who lived aimless lives of ignorance. But in the course of the attack, when he saw firsthand exactly how his knightly brethren brought salvation to the unfortunate savages, or rather cruelly murdered innocent people, his heart was first filled with tumult, then rage. The young combat mage turned against his own. In the end, after the slaughter, the only ones left alive were Sigurd and Elira, who the young knight saved from death at the very last moment. When hunters from other tribes arrived to aid Elira's tribe and saw what their neighboring village had been turned into, they wanted to kill Sigurd. But the daughter of the chief stood to his defense, and that was how both of them became outcasts among their own people at the exact same time. As time passed, wandering around the north in search of a new home, Elira and Sigurd not only became inseparable allies, they also discovered that their feelings for one another were much deeper and stronger than they thought. They fell in love. They'd been through a lot together. Sigurd's imprisonment by his former brothers in arms who, seeking revenge for the deaths of their friends and allies, tortured the traitor ferociously. His escape from the dungeons of the Frost Temple, arranged by Elira. Wandering the northern villages, a failed attempt to cross to the small continent, where Sigurd was planning to enter the shadow to collect brutes and provide both of them with a future in some southern land. In the end, after many years of nomadic living, they made it to Wintervold. There, they put their new plan into action. Sigurd, having risen to the level of Avent, signed on with the Guild of the Blades of Dusk. The next steps in their plan were to make it to Vestonia, away from the northern clans of shapeshifters and frost knights, and settle down on the frontier among other outcasts like themselves. But to cross the border, they needed cover. The first step was acquiring the Medallion of the Dusksworn. After a long wait, they had the next thing they needed: a signed contract with a Vestonian aristocrat. The calm rhythm of Sigurd's breathing reassured Elira, and she finally laid down next to him, embracing his powerful arm. Squeezing up against her beloved, she slowly started to listen to her worrying thoughts, and as always over the last few years of their life together, convinced herself that their shared destiny would be full of love, warmth, and understanding. And perhaps one day, when they had a home to call their own, they would finally hear the sound of children's voices. Her touch woke Sigurd up. "Sleep," she whispered. "The day will soon be dawning. You know, I only need a couple hours," Sigurd replied just as quietly. His voice sounded like he hadn't just been sleeping a second earlier. She knew. Strikers at his level could go without sleep for long periods, but he also needed rest. But her Sigurd could only fully relax when she was watching out for him. "It's so odd that this Renard gave you a whole day free." "I told you he's odd," Sigurd snorted. "It would have been suspicious if he only let me have it. But he also gives his other people whole days of leave. He calls it personal time." "Very strange," Elira whispered and added. "Take for instance his wish to have striker armor and matching weaponry made for him. I'm scared to even imagine how much he spent on the skin and fangs of a shadow snake." "Yes," Sigurd agreed. "But to be fair, I should note that I've met such rich eccentrics before. They have to find something to do with their money." Honestly, Chevalier Renard doesn't seem much like an eccentric, much less a rich man. In fact, he constantly tries to hide the fact that he possesses a moderate fortune. "Oh, he does, without a doubt. You should have seen how much he bought in the crafting district. No wonder he took you along," Elira nodded. "Otherwise he'd have been robbed blind." "You know," Sigurd said thoughtfully, "I think he needed me more for cover. He's the grandson of a wealthy Vestonian merchant. Renard doesn't need to be taught to haggle. He could teach a thing or two to anyone. As a matter of fact, he has a sixth sense for high-quality items. He knows how to pick the best artifacts and potions." Gifted, Elira asked in surprise. No, I'd have sensed it, Sigurd replied, tight-fisted like all merchants then. Elira kept grilling him. The young aristocrat had suddenly caught her interest. There was something unusual about him. He's rational, Sigurd replied after a brief pause. He's no spendthrift, he makes purchases for the sake of the deal. After the Count de Mornay's representative came to discuss buying back trophies, Renard agreed to accept money for everything except the brutes, and he was impossible to convince. And you know what he did after the crystals were delivered? Gave them all to me. Now I have 18 of them. He getting ready for war or what? Elira asked, cautious. I don't know, Sigurd shrugged his broad shoulders. I'm getting the impression he's always preparing for something, and that he always has everything under control. But after all, he's just 20 years old. Other aristocrats in his place would be letting loose without people watching their every move, binge drinking without end. But this guy, well, like I said, we've found ourselves a very unusual employer. My sixth sense is telling me we need to keep our eyes peeled with this one. Not just him, Elira added quietly. It's hazy for now, she shivered slightly and pressed up harder to his arm. I feel something coming, something very bad. Did you see how many members of shapeshifter clans came to Fjordgrad? That's easily explained, Sigurd responded. Sharptooth declared the trial. Yes, but many of them here won't be taking part, Elira objected. I also heard at the market that a big camp of 100 tents has formed outside the city. The shapeshifter Jarls even took their common warriors. And the camp keeps growing, but I'm not even talking about how many priests of Hor the Wicked I saw. She practically spat out the last sentence. She hated the butchers with all her heart. Sigurd stroked his thick beard thoughtfully. You think Harold Greywolf is preparing something? Lyra spent a little while in silence, then added in a quiet voice, there's something swirling in the air. I sense that much blood will be spilled. Sigurd didn't even consider objecting. So no matter what happens, we will be ready. There's another thing, Elira said tensely. Were she in her other form just then, the white fur on the back of her neck would have been standing upright. Sigurd felt her fingernails dig into his arm slightly. Something scare you, my love? He asked with agitation. You know, my sixth sense never lets me down. Yes, I do. What did you sense? Werewolves have appeared in Fjordgrad, she came with a slightly quavering voice. You sure? Sigurd asked in an icy tone. The territory of the werewolf clans, unlike that of the northern Ulfidnar, is to the south. Normally, wolves do not enter the hunting grounds of other wolves without particularly good reason. Yes, I'm sure, Elira answered firmly. A pack, no, just two, but they're seasoned. And the locals haven't torn them to bits yet, Sigurd snorted. That must mean the lords of this land gave them permission to hunt. Like I said, something is up. Elira came softly and buried her nose into Sigurd's warm shoulder. Take care, my love, she whispered. I will. They spent some time lying there in silence, enjoying the warmth. Then Sigurd heard a measured snoring from his beloved. He lay there staring at the ceiling and thoughtfully watching the shadows creep over the walls. In his heart was a mix of timid hope and sharp anxiety. Delight that he had finally found an employer who would serve as his traveling permit for the way south, and anxiety about what Elira said to him. He would have to redouble his vigilance in order to defend the woman he loved. Sigurd tenderly ran a hand over her snow-white hair, thinking back on the day they met and found something they'd long been seeking in one another. He remembered the promise he made to himself to defend this woman, who was his everything. He was aware that these promises were now more important than ever because they now had hope for the future. Soon enough, Sigurd felt his own eyes were getting heavy and his concerns retreated, ceding space to the soft haze of dreamland. He embraced Elira harder and closed his eyes, surrendering to sleep's embrace. Sigurd left the cozy den a few minutes before dawn. Elira was still asleep, balled up like a little kitten. So warm, so lovely. Coming outside, Sigurd filled his lungs with frosty morning air and breathed a loud sigh, releasing a thick cloud of steam from his freshly awakened lungs. With another few breaths in and out, he looked around. The western part of the port quarter was deserted and quiet. The first rays of the sun were lighting up the narrow alleys, reflecting off the pure white snow and glimmering on the ice. The buildings, coated in frost, looked like a fairy-tale castle sparkling in the dawn light. Flocks of snow slowly twirled in the air, creating a sense of calm. Taverns and shops had yet to open their doors, waiting for the city folk to awaken. Streetlights over the sidewalks were capped with snow, losing their dim glow in the light of the rising morning sun. The only sound was falling snow. Thin wisps of smoke rose up from chimneys, dissipating into the cool morning air. Sigurd walked the dark alleys of the port quarter, where the sun had yet to reach, out of habit watching everything around him. Recalling Elira's words, he was particularly cautious and suspicious of everything happening around him. His sharp hearing picked up every rustle, and his intuition said that danger could be lurking around every corner. But when the Copper Cauldron Tavern was within arm's reach, he spied a suspicious, scarcely noticeable movement in the shadow of a building. Then he heard a dull clap, followed by another. To him, the sounds were unmistakable. Someone was trying to shoot Sigurd with a bow. Two people, in fact. Lilac power flowed out through his armor, heading off the first arrow by just an instant. Were Sigurd just an expert or unexperienced medius, he'd have died. The Avent dodged the second arrow easily. Distantly, he thought that the ambush for him had been set up on the approach to the tavern where Renard lived, and that meant these enemies must have been unaware of the little den where he and Illyra were holed up. He had to be happy about that. The shadow power ran down his channels as always, and the battle mage started moving. For the record, no more shots were fired. Why? After all, an experienced archer could shoot over a dozen arrows in 1 minute's time. The attackers must have decided the element of surprise had been lost, and they couldn't get through the striker's magic defenses. If so, they were making a mistake. If it were Sigurd in the archer's place, he'd still have been shooting arrow after arrow, forcing his target to dodge and fill with anxiety. Plus, the energy in the brutes would surely run out eventually. The magic shield would drain it in immeasurable quantities with every hit. He wondered who would be so bold as to break a ceasefire announced by the Conung of Wintervold himself. Either someone very stupid, or someone confident they couldn't be touched. When out of the shadows there came two figures in dark cloaks and striker armor, Sigurd realized that it was more likely option 2. His former brethren from the Order of the Frost Spear had come to settle scores, not caring what the lord of these lands thought. Won't you ever just knock it off? Sigurd cried wryly, continuing to turn his head. At any moment an arrow could have come flying out of the darkness. You've run from us for too long, vile heretic. The broad-shouldered warrior in the thick helmet cried back to him. Thick steam poured out of his visor. Thomas, Sigurd laughed. I see the Order's affairs are going so badly they sent a scavenger. Do you really think you can defeat me? And who's the other one? You die today, traitorous beast. A crude woman's voice came from beneath the second visor. Ha, Sigurd kept celebrating. Greta, you're still alive. What joyous news. Now I'm definitely going to end you. Sigurd tried to keep his voice steady, but in reality he was tense to the very limit. The most bloodthirsty strikers in the Order had been sent after him, and archers had set up an ambush. Bad, very bad. The voice that suddenly sounded from the roof of a neighboring building made Sigurd clench his teeth. He recognized that voice. Had Renard sold him out? Curious circumstances. His employer commented, wry as ever, 2 against 1. Sigurd gave a dull roar, or rather, former employer. After finishing with these two, he would end the treacherous chevalier, and he would be right to do so. But what Renard said next made Sigurd's heartbeat speed up even more. By the way, Sigurd, you don't have to worry about the archers. Wrap things up here. We have a lot to do today. I was SEATDAT a table in the far corner of the tavern's main room. Leif always tried to reserve it for breakfast, lunch, and dinner just for me. I just so happened to be finishing my omelet when the tavern's front door opened, and Sigurd's broad frame appeared. The giant cast a sullen gaze around at the half-empty hall. When he spotted me, he took a decisive step forward. I had left him to deal with his former colleagues on his own. I eliminated the archers, while 2 experts would be no problem for an Avent. Honestly, though, he was out there a long time. He must have killed them slowly and with deliberation, then covered his tracks. Having breakfast, I asked calmly, breaking off a savory, still warm piece of bread. The striker bored into me with a look, silently lowered into his bench and setting his elbows on the tabletop, which gave an immediate plaintive creak, stated coldly, "Speak, your worship." Let me first warn you I'll sense a lie straight away. Sigurd reeked of blood, death, and powerful magical emanations, also of impurity. I snorted and, as if nothing was happening, supped a bit of warm broth from a bone mug. You do recall that you're speaking to your employer, right? Now is no time for niceties, Sigurd threw out, because I could snap my employer's neck at any moment like a chicken, if he of course does not answer my questions honestly. In other words, I continued in a steady voice. You intend to worsen your already unenviable circumstances. In case you haven't noticed, you aren't the most popular guy around here, not to mention your friends from the Order. Don't care, Sigurd waved it off. I don't think so, I shook my head. Murdering a noble from His Highness Prince Louis embassy and during a ceasefire. You'd have to race headlong wherever your legs would take you. You'd become a pariah not only in Northland, but in Vestonia as well. Then I'll go to the Italians, Sigurd shrugged his shoulders, parrying my tone. I'm sure they could find room for an Avent. Of course they could, I nodded. They'd be happy to have any striker now, but you'd be in trouble. First of all, they aren't big fans of heretics, and second, you'll never make it to Italia, or any other country for that matter. And why might that be? For murdering your employer, the Dusksworn will declare open season on you and execute you in broad daylight. The guild's enforcers are a far cry from a couple frost knights who can't even pull off a proper ambush. How'd you know about the ambush? He quickly changed the topic. I was following you, I shrugged and saw the striker's energy system flood with purple energy. So that day of leave was a simple excuse to spy on me. Sigurd squeezed out through clenched teeth. Partially, yes, I replied. After all, I must know how my personal bodyguard lives. Beyond that, I've been seeing that bleach blonde woman a bit too often. I had to make certain you were not sent by my enemies. I was aware I was playing with fire. Sigurd was on edge. He was moment from attacking, but the striker was slowing down. My reasoning was just too strong. He knew about my origins. He would not be forgiven for murdering a nephew of the Count de Gramont and Duchess du Bellay. The Dusksworn were vigilant about maintaining their reputation. Sigurd stopped boring into me, breathed a heavy sigh, and taking the second mug of water, downed it in a single gulp. Wiping his mouth with the back of his hand, he looked me straight in the eyes and asked, "Why did you help me? You mean the archers or the three keeping watch over the building where your woman lives and who I had to take down after you left?" I decided not to mention that one of them was a striker. Sigurd's face went pale. He instantly hopped up and wanted to run to the exit. "Stop," I ordered sternly. "She's fine. They get to her. She doesn't even know there was an ambush, but you can make sure of that yourself later. As for your question, first, you're with me now. I take care of my people. Second, I paid a fortune for you at the guild. I tend to keep my investments safe. And third, we're in the same boat now and bound by the blood of your enemies, who are now my enemies as well. Who is she?" I asked the last part in a normal tone. My wife, Sigurd responded, continuing to bore into me with a grim gaze. "I see," I came thoughtfully. "What can she do?" "Fight," he replied without thinking. I stroked my chin. "Then that simplifies matters a lot. I just so happen to need people who know how to swing a sword. If she's looking for work, we could discuss terms of employment." Sigurd kept silent. The look in his eyes changed. The shade of anger retreated. He looked at me as if for the first time. "You can consider my offer," I continued. "Now a question, what about the bodies?" "In the sewer," Sigurd replied. "They won't be found there for a while." I waved a hand in front of my face and said, "Now I see where these aromas came from. I trust you didn't take their armor or weapons." "No," he shook his head, "just money, brutes, and potions. But I stashed the armor and weapons underground nearby." "Good," I nodded. "Now if you'd be so kind, get yourself together. You stink so badly my eyes are tearing up." I wasn't lying, we have a lot to do. "At noon, you'll be coming with me to the Konung's palace." Mater Beralt de Briançon, steward of His Highness Embassy, finally remembered I exist. "You have 2 hours." I said the last part with a significant nod at the door, as if to say, feel free to run to her and test my words. Sigurd first darted forward, but then stopped and said with a deep bow, "It cleared up by midday." The northern sun peeked out from behind the gray clouds. In its rays, the Pearl of the North, palace of Konung Bjorn Sharptooth, towered on a hill in the very center of Fjordgrad, this time not quite so oppressive with its gloomy majesty. Yet again staring at the stone monster, I was astonished by its odd name. The palace's central complex was made of dark gray, nearly black stone. The roof was covered in flat tiles of the same shade as the walls. From a distance, it seemed that the palace was topped by the huge, scaled pelt of a giant dragon. The many spires of the towers launched up into the sky, while their bronze weather vanes reflected the rays of the sun, casting off flickering light. The palace's giant oaken gates were decorated with bronze sheets depicting the crest of the ruling dynasty, a bear rampant. The gates were guarded by fighters in suits of armor wielding battle axes on elongated shafts. Inside the palace there were spacious halls, their walls decorated with tapestries and trophy banners from vanquished foes. The high arches were supported by stone columns decorated with carvings depicting scenes from northern mythology. The central area in the palace was the throne room, dominated by an opulent seat made of stone and gold set with precious gemstones. This must have been where the Konung greeted foreign guests and vassals and rendered his judgments. Everything around was massive, heavy, solid, and based on the simple carving in the stone, very ancient. I suspected that, in the opinion of the local rulers' ancestors, this primitive gigantism was invoked to demonstrate their might and majesty. Konung Bjorn Sharptooth's feast had lasted for over a month already without pause, and if it was at first a diligently planned festive occasion, by the time our delegation made it to the event, it had turned into a never-ending binge-drinking session. The nobles from Prince Louis' inner circle, who had gone straight from the ship to a ball on day one, were no longer glad to be staying in the palace. Jean-Louis de Levy, who I had made friends with on the way, certainly felt that way. He sincerely envied me. Walking down the wide throne room past the long tables set with various delicacies and beverages, I saw noble counts, barons, and viscounts and couldn't recognize them. Some were sitting on the bench with their heads laying on a plate of pâté, snoring loudly. Others were lying under the table, embracing bearded northerners and croaking out bawdy tunes. At the base of a column, curled up in a circle with his hands under his cheek like a child, slept Max's cousin Francois. I never saw the older cousin. "Now do you see what I mean, monsieur?" Jean-Louis asked with a sad lilt to his voice, having volunteered to take me to the feast and show me around. The red-headed perfumer ran a pointed gaze over the chaos. Today, the Konung had expressed a desire to invite junior nobles from Prince Louis' embassy to the feast. The people from Karl II's youngest son's inner circle seemed to the Konung to be weaklings, incapable of having fun and drinking. Basically, now it was time for embassy members of my level. In the Konung's palace, beyond Vestonians, there were junior members of various northern clans and foreign nobles from other lands. Like us, they looked in surprise at the tables and revelers at them. Honestly, the Northerners looked on it more with satisfaction. They must have been raring to get here all this time. Sigurd was utterly unsurprised, but not losing his head, keeping a sharp eye out, ready to cover me at a moment's notice. The air in the throne room was abuzz with raucous laughter, drunken cries, false singing, and trashy music. The smell of the delicious dishes prepared over open fire filled the air. Aromas of meat, fish, savory herbs, and sauces mixed with smoke and tar from stone chalices, burning with some kind of oil. The faces of the fresh guests read as hungry and full of anticipation. Some Northerners, who the older guests met with cries of joy, were already seated at the long tables. While Jean-Louis led me to the far end of the room, I looked around at the tables, familiarizing myself with the menu. The tables strained beneath the abundance of varied yet simple dishes. Stewed and roasted meats, baked fish, smoked sausages, fresh fruit and vegetables, lots of bread and cheese. The clanking of plates and silverware blended with the sounds of loud belching, champing, and scratching. Crowds of servants flying around the room filled pitchers and tankards of mead, ale, kvass, and wine. The sound of loud toasts and clinking of glasses was accompanied by joyous cries and wishes for good fortune. The main table, which should have been occupied by the Kanang and his royal guests, was empty. Jean-Louis said that they only visited at lunch and dinner, and didn't stay long. I didn't blame them. The throne room was turning into a pigsty, though the army of servants was giving it their very best. When we had practically made it to the part of the table where Jean-Louis led me, my path was blocked by 3 Northerners. "Magnus," exclaimed a red-bearded kid. "Look at this Southerner. I think we've seen him before." He was speaking to a bulky, broad-shouldered kid with long, wavy hair. The look in his dark, closely set eyes promised nothing good. "Yes, Nut," the fit blonde encouraged the redhead. A mischievous smirk played on his lips. I recognized him too. "This is the jester that rode in on a white pony. He was acting rude, and he complained about our hospitality." The redhead looked around pointedly at the long table of food. "What do you have to say now, Southerner?" A quick scan revealed that I was now dealing with regular people. Heth, apparently false ties, or whatever she was called, Helga the Valiant, was holding a grudge and had sent these 2 young lads out to teach me a lesson. I sensed movement behind me. Sigurd stepped forward. He brought a mage with him. The fit one laughed. "These softy Southerners are afraid of their own shadows." As an aside, all 3 of them noticed the wing on my chest but had no reaction to it. Either they didn't know what it was or they didn't care about Vestonian decorations. Jean-Louis came over to me and softly said that I was dealing with minor local nobility, but his face had no expression. He had already studied me well and was simply waiting for things to unfold. "Sigurd, what do you think? Would the king be very mad at me for cutting out the tongue of this red-headed blabbermouth?" I asked the striker calmly. "Your worship, do you really think that would teach him anything?" Sigurd answered me in his turn. "Just let me cut his head off. It's empty anyway." Red-headed Nut's face flushed and he lunged forward, but the black-haired Magnus held him back. "Cool it, cousin." Then he said to me, "How about a duel with wooden swords? You and me. That way we're not breaking the law. If you're not too scared, of course." "Is he lying?" I asked Jean-Louis. "No," he replied. "There's a special area here in the garden. People have been settling scores there for days now." "I agree," I nodded at Magnus. "But I have one little addition. I say we have your cousin take part too. That will save us time." Magnus and Nut smiled and traded looks. The black-haired one grinned. "You asked for it, Southerner." Around the wide square next to the palace, there was a small crowd of spectators from the north and abroad. Among them, I noticed a tall young man with light hair and dark blue eyes. He was surrounded by several young people laughing bodily, commenting and nodding in my direction. Based on his opulent clothes and large amount of jewelry, he was a local rich kid. Following my gaze, Jean-Louis, who had been at my side all that time, came. That is the Kanang's youngest son, Prince Eric. Apparently, I nodded at the trio staring me down. His Highness has strong feelings about me. Magnus and his buddies were also standing next to the prince and listening to him speak with rapt attention. "Are you sure you don't need my help?" Jean-Louis asked yet again. "Those 2 seem like formidable opponents." "If you say so," he shrugged. Sigurd, on the contrary, didn't say a word. He often tried to keep his opinion to himself, especially after our morning conversation. After a signal from a footman, the 3 of us entered the circle at almost the exact same time. Based on the cheery and bloodthirsty laughter from my opponents, they must not have been planning to take it easy on me despite my numerical disadvantage. Taking a training sword in each hand, I gave them a few swings to get used to the balance. I decided not to use any energy yet. Recently, the body I'd inherited from Max had undergone significant transformation. My daily workouts and energy procedures had not gone to waste. "Hey, Southerner," Nut shouted. "Today you learn the true meaning of Northern hospitality." "I very much hope so, Northerner," I replied. "But first I'm going to teach you some manners. You must not have been whipped enough as a child." That time, Magnus was unable to hold his cousin back, though he didn't particularly try. Clearly, no one here took me seriously, other than the Vestonians, of course. They had already seemingly placed their bets on me. The red-headed kid came racing in my direction, his face warped in anger. With a big swing, he chopped down back to front. thought he could end the battle in one blow. If his sword hit me, I'd have ended up lying in the snow in a pool of blood. Ducking beneath the redhead's right hand, I found myself behind him. A loud thump rang out through the square. That was me hitting Nut below the belt with my right sword full force. I hit him with the flat so the sound was juicy and evocative, and of course it hurt. My opponent balled himself up and started wailing. "That's for calling me a jester on a pony," I shouted as the crowd chuckled loudly. Red-headed Nut, red as a freshly boiled crayfish, turned over, but that was all he managed to do. My left blade, again flat, came down on his forehead. The big man's eyes rolled back, and he fell to the ground like a sack of turnips. For a moment, silence hung over the square. And then everyone started buzzing all at once, expressing their opinion about what they'd just seen. The Vestonians smiled in satisfaction, while the Northerners and foreign visitors exchanged surprised glances. It clearly was not the outcome they were expecting. Magnus, having learned from his cousin's bitter experience, was taking his time. He adopted a defensive posture, waiting for me to strike, and I didn't keep him waiting. A quick step to the right, then left. I smacked his wrist with my right sword, and Magnus' training sword fell to the ground. A moment later, the tip of my left blade was sticking into the throat of the black-haired Northerner. In a regular battle, you'd have lost your hand, then tasted your own blood. I came coldly to Magnus, who was frozen in place. I didn't know what he read in my eyes, but he was clearly not planning to move a muscle. "I suspect our training fight is over," I asked. "Yes," Magnus rasped, trying not to wince in pain. A bruise was forming on his wrist. I took the sword off his throat and, paying him no more mind, walked toward Prince Eric and the group of young nobles surrounding him. "Your Highness, allow me to introduce myself," I came, performing a respectful bow. "Chevalier Maximilian Renard at your service. I hope you enjoyed our little friendly duel. I tried to go half strength so I wouldn't hurt your warriors." Prince Eric just nodded in silence. I saw his jawbones grinding through the temples of his well-groomed face, a glimmer in his dark blue eyes. Giving another bow, I froze, bowing my head, only standing up straight when the prince and his escort had left. "Valiant," Sigurd said in a respectful tone, stopping next to me. I just shrugged my shoulders in silence, and when Jean-Louis walked over, I asked him, "Don't you think it's time for us to have a little pick-me-up? Lead the way, my friend." Baron de Levy came with a smile. Before walking after Jean-Louis, I sensed someone watching me from above. Looking up, I spotted two familiar female silhouettes in the window of the palace's third floor. "WOEH, that KNUT took ENOUGHBETNG for two men." Jean-Louis laughed and took a gulp from his goblet. "As far as I know, he wasn't the one to call your chickadee a pony." Baron de Levy kept tactfully silent on whether the lanky Northerner had called me a jester. "You're right," I nodded. "Oh, come now, monsieur," I chuckled and shook my head. "What dastardly plan. It was just a little prank." After I said that, Sigurd sat down next to me, and measuredly taking in all the grub on the table, just gave an indefinite snort. For the record, the part of the table Jean-Louis and I had been placed at was much cleaner and had empty benches. That was probably because it had more fruits and vegetables, and less meat dishes, which the feasters preferred. I, meanwhile, on the contrary, was happy to add a bit of plant-based variety to my diet. Jean-Louis, judging on the contents of his plate, held the same opinion. Sigurd, meanwhile, was a true son of the north. He didn't even seem to see the fruits and vegetables. After what I said, Baron de Levy laughed and, with a telltale crunch, bit into a little cucumber the size of a pinky finger. "By the way," I said to him and pointed at all the fruit and vegetable dishes, "I've been meaning to ask where'd they get all this treasure. It's fresh like it came straight from the fields." "Oh." Baron de Levy exclaimed, "You couldn't have chosen better words. Just imagine. This treasure, as you put it, is grown right here in the palace, in the personal orangeries of Princess Astrid, which are looked after by a group of specially selected gifted people. Her collection numbers over 100 varieties of plants from around the world. Curious pastime for a northern princess," I said in surprise. I should note that I, like all members of my embassy, was pleasantly surprised and charmed by Her Highness' manners and education. Jean-Louis fell silent for a moment and looked around pointedly at the throne room, which had been methodically turned into a pigsty, especially compared to all this. I nodded in agreement, encouraging him to continue. "Even His Highness Prince Louis, whose melancholy state is well known to you, had his heart melt a bit in conversation with Princess Astrid. What about her?" I asked. "Her Highness seems smitten with our prince," Baron de Levy said with a satisfied smile, lowering his voice. "What's more, she's in love with Vestonia, our culture, our art, our music. She can't wait to visit Heroicsville and see it all with her own eyes. And meanwhile, she's a very powerful, gifted woman," I added. "If everything comes together right, our king might have grandchildren with the magical gift. I am once again witness to the wisdom and foresight of our king." I heard unfeigned triumph in Jean-Louis' voice. And of course, Baron de Levy was a loyal supporter of Prince Louis. If everything came together as planned, and Karl III's youngest son's children were gifted, it would significantly reinforce the position of the Green Party. Essentially, Prince Louis' supporters would do whatever they could to secure the alliance with Winterwald. "I agree completely, my friend," I nodded. The embassy, which seemed like an exile to this harsh land, proved to be a well-thought-out move by His Majesty. Let's all drink to the health of our king. We raised our goblets, then drained them. And just then, one after the other, a new cast of characters started filing into the room. Based on their fine clothing and many companions, these were the Kanung's most honored guests. Casting a glance at the diverse procession, Jean-Louis immediately confirmed my guesses. The Council of Five Jarls is all here, he commented softly, coming closer to me. Seeing by my eloquent gaze that I needed more information, Baron de Levy started giving me a quick rundown of each person. Jarl Gunnar Fiercebear, he nodded quickly at a muscular old man who really did look like a bear standing on hind legs. I may be wrong, but he seems to look like Bjorn Sharptooth, I shared. You're very observant, monsieur, Jean-Louis replied. Jarl Gunnar and Kanung Bjorn are brothers. Sharptooth is a few years older, and both were powerful, gifted men, but I didn't say that out loud. Jarl Torstein the Baron quietly introduced me to a broad-shouldered pipsqueak with a thick black beard walking quickly, popularly known as Stonehands. They say he's one of the best hand-to-hand fighters in Northland. He can take down an adult aurochs with a single punch. If of course he can reach its head, I heard Sigurd say. My bodyguard, unlike the Baron, was speaking at full volume. Based on the wry look in his eye, he must have known this Torstein. Jean-Louis shot the striker an unhappy look and gave a slight wince. I decided not to straighten Sigurd out. First of all, he hadn't really said anything. And second, I found the situation amusing, because I had seen the pipsqueak Jarl notice Sigurd but pretend not to recognize him. He even quickened his pace while walking past our table. His retinue followed after, diligently ignoring the former Frost Knight. Know him? I asked Sigurd briefly. Once upon a time, he responded with a shrug. Your bodyguard's lack of restraint might cause problems, Jean-Louis said. Your worship, Sigurd glanced at the Baron, then pointed at the palace walls. You are now in a huge stone chamber, surrounded by Northland's most dangerous hunters. Problems could arise at any moment. After that, Sigurd turned away and again concentrated on a big, huge piece of meat lying on his plate. Nearly whispering, he muttered something to himself, but I could hear. I'm surprised all these spiders haven't eaten each other up yet. Meanwhile, Jean-Louis, no longer paying attention to my bodyguard, continued bringing me up to speed. I of course knew something about the local political situation, but Baron de Levy was better informed. The goings-on in Northland could be summed up in one word: chaos. Not like what was happening on the Foggy Isles, of course, where everyone was fighting everyone, but something similar was starting to take shape here. Essentially, this part of the continent now had three large centers of power. The first was the so-called Alliance of Five Jarls, which was engaged in an open and unrelenting bloody war with the second biggest player, Kanung Harald Greywolf, who had made an agreement with the priests of Hor the Wicked, and that agreement was essentially what kicked it all off. At the very least, that was how the five rebel Jarls who were Kanung Harald's vassals explained their disobedience. Greywolf plotted to change the pantheon. He had already started actively worshipping Hor the Wicked. For a long time, his vassals pretended not to notice their suzerain's religious quirks, continuing to worship the forefather, but the Kanung was pressured by the priests of the Frost Temple to take it further. He got it in his head to start forcing all his subjects to believe in that vile deity just like him. Many obeyed except the most influential Jarls, and that was how this war started, which I was now dreaming of in short episodes. My mystery benefactor must have been trying to show me something. I wished I knew what. And finally, the third center of power, Wintervold, under the rule of Kanung Bjorn Sharptooth, and which had taken a neutral stance. Because beyond the big players, there were also various minor Jarls and chiefs, who were also quarreling amongst themselves. Based on everything I'd heard recently, I concluded that the Great Trial, or rather the ceasefire announced for the duration of the festivities, was supposed to be a sort of first step toward a future peace treaty. Bjorn Sharptooth wanted to play peacemaker, although looking a bit ahead, I could confidently say that he was planning to unite the whole North under his banner. At first, he would bring peace to the North, which had been mired in bloody war. Then they would start viewing him as a sort of arbiter capable of wisely settling any dispute, and with that authority, he could lay claim to the crown of the whole North, and now we were in the first stage. The two opposing camps had been pretty whipped by their battles and may have made concessions to one another, but nobody wanted to take the first step. They needed a powerful and respected intermediary, which was to be played by the Kanung of Wintervold. Meanwhile, Jean-Louis continued at half voice, and that's Sigurd Bloodsword, elder brother of Queen Margaret. The black-haired woman next to him is Helga the Valiant. Alstais, majestically proceeding to her table, was trying very hard to pretend not to notice me. I just chuckled and looked at her father, who she didn't much resemble. She must have taken after her mother, though she did get her father's eyes. Sigurd Bloodsword looked positively Herculean. Tall and broad-shouldered, he was a great boulder of a man. His thick black beard was carefully plaited into thin braids capped by golden cylinders with runic writing, lending him a severe, majestic quality. His eyes glimmered sternly beneath thick brows, bearing witness to unshakable determination. I suddenly distantly considered the vicissitudes of reincarnation. I wondered what false Ty's mother looked like. Did she look like the mother of my adoptive sister, who died while performing a circus trick? They had to look somewhat alike, right? However, my Ty's father looked nothing like Jarl Sigurd. I considered it and immediately saw my bodyguard looking tense. The striker froze and stopped eating. I followed his gaze. My new characters had entered the hall. With a heavy, measured gait, a tall, gaunt, beardless man proceeded to his table, surrounded by 3 identical beardless priests of the Frost Temple. All 3 wore austere gray robes with hoods, concealing cold, unwelcoming faces. When they entered the hall, it felt colder. The voices of the feasters fell silent. Everyone looked at them cautiously and with disdain. King Harold Greywolf is today bringing his priest friends to the feast for the first time. Jean-Louis came quietly. One of the priests suddenly stopped and turned to face us. He spotted Sigurd. A moment later, the priest came racing our direction. I heard Jean-Louis utter a curse word under his breath, stopping a step from our table, but on the opposite end, the priest bored into my bodyguard with a silent stare. Sigurd meanwhile thrust his chin stubbornly forward and calmly watched the old man's every move. The priest was short and narrow-shouldered. I'd put him at 50, with pale, almost transparent skin. His eyes were deeply set, which lent a penetrating, cold air to his gaze. His face didn't have a single hair on it, while his thin lips were frozen in a grimace of disgust. Sigurd then responded with an identical look. I must note that despite all his external fragility, the priest was behaving confidently in the presence of the dangerous striker. The long fingers of his right hand clenched a necklace around his thin neck with a symbol of the Frost Temple. The priest was gifted. I could sense emanations of his aura. Honestly, though, I didn't risk switching to true vision. Yet again, one of the old man's brothers easily sensed my scanning. While Sigurd and the priest silently played the staring game, I looked at the medallion on the strange cultist's sunken chest. The Frost Temple medallion was a thin, wrought silver pendant shaped like 3 bolts of intersecting lightning. At the point where the bolts met, a piece of ice was set, clearly some kind of brute. I listened to the power that emanated from it. The ice stone was framed with thin silver branches like frozen ice nodes, which gave the medallion a deep air of cold and wintry elements. "Vile heretic," the priest came in a creaking voice. "How dare you come here, before the eyes of the Most High? You desecrate this place with your presence. Your soul is cursed, and you are destined for eternal torment in the cold embrace of the demons of the deep." Sigurd wanted to respond, probably with something very harsh, but I gave him a hard kick under the table. The big man shuddered and looked at me anxiously. Then the look in his eyes sobered and he quietly breathed out, "Your Reverence." I drew the priest's attention. "My name is Chevalier Maximilian Renard." He turned his colorless eyes on me. The old man was clearly surprised and discouraged by my interference. Not letting him find his bearings, I continued with a broad, open smile. "The thing is that Sigurd Hansen is currently in my employ, and if you have any complaints, you should direct them to me. That would be more proper, don't you find?" Monsieur Renard the priest replied with a creaking voice. The old man hit me with a favorable look. "The man you hired is a heretic and a traitor. This feast is no place for him. You should order him to leave at once. But your reverence, whatever for?" I feigned astonishment and slight confusion. "So you're saying I'm dealing with a criminal," but I was assured his name was clear. "Trust me, kid, Ayman Larson always tells the truth," the priest said, nodding importantly and casting triumphant looks at Sigurd, who was sitting calmly all that time. "Those who assured you otherwise are lying. Would you allow me to ask who it might have been?" Setting my hand beneath the Mercenary Guild medallion hanging on Sigurd's neck but which had gone behind a flap of his cloak, I said, "Look here, your reverence, are you familiar with this?" I could tell based on the priest's surprised gaze that he was. "I think so, but—" "Over there past the Konung's table, if I'm not mistaken, you will find Herman von Salm, Grandmaster of the Blades of Dusk, the mercenary guild I hired him from." The contract stated in black and white that the Blades of Dusk assured me that Sigurd Hansen was no criminal and was not wanted by Wintervold law enforcement. But Monsieur the priest slowly started to back off. He must have already been aware of where this was leading. I then continued to press, gradually raising my voice. "The issue is, your reverence, that I, as a noble man of noble heart, never would have allowed myself contact with some crook or even worse, murderer. That is precisely why I turned to the esteemed mercenary guild. It would be wrong for me to sully the honor of my house, which trusted me to accompany His Highness Prince Louis to Wintervold. And that is why I will go directly to His Eminence von Salm to tell him that our agreement is null and void. And that he tricked me when he said Sigurd was clear before Wintervold law. You have my gratitude, your reverence, for opening my eyes. I am forever in your debt." I pretended to want to run directly toward the Konung's table, but Ayman Larson shuddered and took a step back. His already pale face now looked like a plaster mask. I meanwhile became even more convinced of the Dusksworn Guild's extreme power. Even the priests of Horror, the wicked, were afraid to tangle with them. "No need to do that just now, monsieur," the priest said, trying to hide his worry. "You needn't tarnish the festivities with unnecessary trouble. "But your reverence, I started," but the priest had already turned and, not listening to me, fairly quickly raced back toward the table where his brethren were seated. I sat back down on the bench while Jean Louis and Sigurd smiled. A minute later, we were joined by Olivier de Belmont, Prince Louis Chamberlain, Monsieur Renard. "His Highness requests that you join him." Winterwald Fjordgrad, eastern wing of the Pearl Palace. The Koung's palace, which was called the Pearl Palace for some reason Prince Louis found utterly inexplicable, was a gloomy and tasteless structure. Honestly, though, the part of the palace where Princess Astrid stayed and where the King of Vestonia's youngest son was now dining with his court was something of an exception. In this corner of the palace, though it was very crudely rendered, there was an attempt to create some level of elegance and luxury, which came as a pleasant surprise to Prince Louis after the long and dreadful journey. The walls were laden with expensive fabrics and works of art from various countries, while the floors were set with pink marble decorated in a way that, while modest, was at least pleasant. Big windows facing a mountain landscape flooded the room with cold northern light, reflected in the gold statuettes and vases. The central part of the space was a lunchroom where Prince Louis and Princess Astrid, as well as their court, were seated at a long, richly appointed table, which was set with silver and fine porcelain dishes. In both directions, the room had a few recreation areas where people could chat with guests or just relax after their meal. These zones were packed with soft sofas and armchairs surrounded by small tables, with floral compositions delivered from the princess, personal orangery, Vestonian furniture, fresh winter flowers, porcelain dishes, and proper silverware. The Konung of Winterwald clearly indulged his daughter's every whim, and she must have been entranced with the culture of her southern neighbors since childhood. In the depths of this part of the palace, where Prince Louis was not allowed to go, were Princess Astrid's living quarters. According to his entourage, who did everything in their power to present their prince with more information about his future bride, which they got in exchange for generous gifts to the princess, servants, her personal chambers were no less opulently appointed. Contrary to the opinion he'd formed on the way north that the barbarian princess slept in a cave on a pile of wild animal pelts, her servants reassured the prince's entourage that Sharptooth's daughter lived in chambers furnished in the Vestonian manner. Prince Louis believed that eagerly because the spacious chambers he had been given to stay in had a large bed with a canopy, a wardrobe room, a bathroom with marble tub, and a drawing room. He was later told that Princess Astrid personally saw to the furnishing of these chambers for him. Louis and his entourage thus spent their time in this more or less tolerable setting. Meanwhile, Karl II's youngest son overcame his humiliation and did his best to enjoy the hospitality and majesty of the Pearl Palace. Today, like almost all the time, Prince Louis was drowning in thoughts about the Marchioness de Gondi, who he'd left behind in Heroicsville, and felt depressed and awash in sorrow. His heart beat in time to memories of the Marchioness, and being apart from her was like torture. At first, Prince Louis tried to hide his feelings from those around him, but with each passing day, the farther the embassy went from the capital of Vestonia, the more palpable his despondent state became. The once lively and vigorous look in his eyes had lost its shine. His cheeks were pale, giving his face a tortured expression. While Prince Louis traveled, he often kept secluded from his entourage, preferring solitude in his traveling tent or carriage, where he spent long hours ruminating on his love and sighing over the Marchioness. He brought on the trip all his beloved Blanca's old letters, which he slowly read through, enjoying every word and loop that had come from her quill. Sometimes he pulled away from reading and spent a long time staring out into the monotonous northern landscapes. His eyes looked into nothingness, dreaming only of a rendezvous with his beloved. Louis became tight-lipped and laconic, which made his friends and entourage alarmed. They didn't recognize the charming prince full of lust for life they'd once known. A few of them even tried to entertain him, but all their efforts were in vain. And thus His Highness, tormented by love and separation from the Marchioness de Gondi, slowly lost his passion for life, and his heart became ever heavier with sorrow he simply could not get rid of. Prince Louis was sad not only about the Marchioness de Gondi, but also because of the state of his life in Heroicsville. His paintings and books, balls and receptions were going on without him, seeming untouchable, as if retreating into the past. He had an especially hard time with the inability to work on composing his plays, which he poured so much heart and effort into. His theater, his actors, who he had expended such long and diligent labor to gather from throughout the land, were stuck back in Heroicsville. And in this production, the prince was planning to play the main role of the love-struck minstrel, flattering an elite, young aristocrat. He dreamed of taking all his actors along on the trip north to continue working on the play and to bring his dream to life. Nevertheless, his father forbade him from doing so, asserting that Prince Louis had to be a victorious warrior in Northland, not Prince Louis the jester and minstrel. Those words hurt Louis' feelings deeply. After all, he was perfectly aware of who told his father to do that. Sooner or later, the day would come when the vile Kiko would answer for his machinations and mockery. Sorrow for his past life and artistic torment felt even stronger when the embassy finally made it to Wintervold, to this land of barbarians, full of people who seemed stuck in an earlier age. For the first few days, excluding some mandatory lunches and dinners, the prince spent a lot of time in the chambers he had been assigned, thinking over how excellent it would be to get back to work on his play and again surround himself with people who shared his passion for the arts. But here in the far north, in savage Wintervold, he was deprived of the opportunity to practice his art. Prince Louis often caught himself thinking that every day the creative spark within him was fading. In those moments, he felt an acute emptiness and longing for the things that truly mattered to him. But a few days later, Prince Louis started feeling a bit better, and the reason for it was his first meeting with Princess Astrid. His conversations with the northern beauty lightened the burden in the prince's heart, helping him to forget his longing for the Marchioness de Gondi. Princess Astrid, much to Louis' surprise, was an arresting conversationalist. He was particularly taken by her ability to listen and converse on a variety of topics. Astrid turned out to be a keen study of Vestonian culture, and specifically everything connected with His Highness Prince Louis' creative output. So imagine his surprise when the princess from a bear den knew his verses by heart, as well as his two most recent plays. Everyone around started to notice the prince looking more clear-eyed, while his face started to regain its former color. Despite the fact that His Highness' heart still belonged to the Marchioness de Gondi, Astrid's warmth and care helped him conquer the burden of sorrow and longing. The princess was not only a solace to him, but a friend who he could share his thoughts and feelings with. The night before, on a stroll through her orangeries, the two of them discussed passages from Prisoner of Love, a poem by Arnold Gaspard de Laval. Astrid was so open and so kind at that moment that Louis nearly shared everything that had been tormenting him for the last few months. But no matter how good Louis felt about Astrid, somewhere in the depths of his mind, the fire of reason had yet to be fully extinguished. After all, this was all leading to the two of them being married very soon. Was it really intelligent to share such details from his personal life then? Of course not. Louis hated himself in those moments. The melancholy and sorrow fully swallowed up his nature and kept him from thinking soundly. To keep himself from giving in to temptation and making a mistake, he turned the topic of discussion that evening down a different path and spent almost the whole night in bed sleepless, staring at the ceiling. Which was why since morning, Louis had been grumpy and closed off, surprising Princess Astrid with his behavior. The Kanung's daughter, meanwhile, was already getting used to the abrupt shifts in his mood and paid them no special mind. She decided to act patiently and intelligently to slowly conquer the heart of Prince Louis. What was more, she was already perfectly aware of what was going on. Prince Louis wasn't the only one with his spies. All of Astrid's servants had been letting supposedly secret information slip about their master to members of the Vestonian prince's court. By sharing the princess' secrets, they were slowly getting all the dirt on Louis. In that way, she quickly learned who her beloved was sobbing over, a certain Blanca de Gondi, daughter of the Duke de Gondi, a mighty ruler from Vestonia's south. But Karl III decided his elder son would be married to Blanca, and Astrid found that a genuinely wise move. That way, the King of Vestonia would make the Duke de Beaufremont and the Duke de Gondi butt heads. Astrid could benefit from that. Those who had known her since childhood were perfectly aware that if the daughter of the Kanung of Wintervold decided she wanted something, she was sure to get it, and in full measure at that. If it was a magic gift, not even the prospect of being flattened like a pancake could keep her from honing it to the finest point. If it was getting into art, her collection would have the rarest pieces in the country sooner or later, and if it was love, then her husband would surely become king. She would take care of that, and no princesses of the south could stand in her way. Astrid had already made up her mind. She would be Queen of Vestonia and then Queen Mother, and that was why, when sitting at the table today, she was pretending not to notice her future husband's dismal mood. When the doors of the room where they dined opened, and in the frame appeared the man who had irritated first Helga and now Eric, Astrid smiled. Very good. Everything was unfolding just as she planned. The thing was that, after a conversation with Helga about the young man whose words had wounded her so much on the day of the Vestonian embassy's arrival, Astrid ordered a detailed dossier drawn up on him. She now knew that Maximilian Renard was the bastard of a count from a very ancient Vestonian house. His father had been executed for treason, and his mother died in childbirth. The young man was thrown out of his own house and sent to some backwater town in the west of the country, and that was where the story might have ended. But then this Renard made several public displays of excellent swordsmanship, making himself a hero of the frontier in the process, and all that from a young man with no gift. Upon returning to the capital, he managed to wrest back his manor and get noticed at court. They even sent him along with the embassy. Astrid was sincerely confused about why such an energetic and industrious young man was not yet a part of Prince Louis' personal retinue, though actually that was clear. Her Louis was not of this world. He was not interested in courtly intrigue or politics. He lived through art and creativity. That was why the only people at his side, with few exceptions, were nobodies. For example, Renard's cousins. Both were absolute zeros except for their origin and position in the family. When the time came to stand and defend their prince and future king, those two weaklings would turn and run. But people like this Renard. Over the last day here in Fjordgrad, which was essentially foreign territory, he had already proven himself severe and calculating. Those who saw him as a particularly daring blusterer were severely mistaken. Beyond that, by all appearances, the kid was not financially constrained. He had hired a very powerful striker practically on day one who even her father spoke of with respect. Beyond that, by hiring a heretic, Renard was provoking the vile priests, which earned her sympathy. And the way he taught a lesson to Eric and his toadies Astrid found particularly heartening. He was exactly the kind of person she thought kings should have by their side. His father's people like Lord Grey didn't count. Her and her Louis needed their own loyal, daring, and cold-blooded people to become the foundation of their royal retinue. Those were the very kind of people who in the future would serve her children and defend her grandchildren. They were the sort of people her father brought into his world and showered with favors. And although Louis was a person with a different mindset, not cut out for ruling a state, that was nothing to fear. That was what he had her for, Astrid. Together, she and Louis could forge a new kingdom, both strong and enlightened. People like Renard, meanwhile, would serve as its supports, its architecture. That was what Princess Astrid was thinking when Chevalier Renard came walking their direction with a light, almost animalistic gait. "Your Highness," he came, performing a respectful bow. "I've been told you wanted to see me." Louis emerged from his dismal thoughts, gave a slight shudder, and glanced in surprise at the young person looming before him. After that, the prince turned to look at Astrid, who gave him an immediate smile of approval. "Indeed, monsieur," the prince came languidly and glanced back at Astrid. "Your Highness, allow me to introduce Chevalier Maximilian Renard." "Your Highness," Renard then bowed to the princess. "It is a great honor to make your acquaintance." Astrid gave a favorable nod and smiled with restraint. After that, she nodded at the little silver wing hanging on the Chevalier's chest and said in a welcoming voice, "Monsieur Renard, I am always glad to see all those who serve the king and people without regards to their own lives." "Mere luck," Renard smiled. Meanwhile, Astrid didn't even notice a shade of embarrassment on his face. It was as if he wasn't 20, but 40 years of age. These were the very kind of people she needed. "In one of my father's northern fiefdoms, a large wolf pack has formed," Astrid responded. The fief turned for help to the free bonds of those lands, who were unable to deal with the incursion on their own. The leader of the pack is extremely wily and intelligent. When my father became aware, he decided it was a great opportunity to let off a little pressure and relax. The pelt of the leader of the wolf pack will make an excellent trophy. "Okay then, amazing news," Renard smiled, though Astrid didn't see even flickers of happiness, much less fear. "I'm brimming with anticipation." "Excellent," Princess Astrid replied for Louis, pointing at the table to the right of hers and adding, "We depart tomorrow. But for now, eat and drink to your heart's content, Monsieur Renard." The Chevalier again bowed and headed for the table occupied by his drunk elder cousin, who was watching him with unconcealed disdain. Astrid just laughed to herself, noticing how uneager the nobles at the table were to make room for Renard. Perfect. This was only the beginning. Soon, the worthless weaklings would all be replaced by people like this Chevalier, strong people loyal only to her. It had been 2 days since my invitation to the Grand Hunt, and we still had yet to properly get started. Meanwhile, in the time I'd spent in this world, particularly in the company of local nobles, I had ceased to be surprised by that. Kings could set a departure date, then move it, or cancel it altogether if they saw fit. That was what it meant to be king. As an aside, all the circumstances delaying our departure, such as, for instance, the Kanung's favorite mare falling ill or the arrival of an old friend of His Majesty, which urgently required a mountainous feast, just showed me that the northern ruler was no different from his southern royal peers. I was totally fine with it. I made good use of the time. Before falling asleep, I absorbed another pearl from the batch the Duc de Beaufremont gave me, significantly increasing the size of my reservoir. Now, having a sufficient reserve of personal energy, I could put more attention into the energy nodes and flows, which could only be tuned using mana from a personal reservoir. Brutes could only do so much, for instance, reinforcing or accelerating processes. Overall, before sunup that morning, I slipped out of the tavern and made for the seacoast. I had earlier found there a small, secluded bay where I could train in peace and test my new abilities. I stood on a wide, flat ledge and stared into the distance. The humid air filled my lungs and icy wind enshrouded my body. The waves of the northern sea, incarnations of wild nature, cold and unencumbered elements, heaved up toward the heavens like ancient gray titans carrying the weight of eternity on their shoulders. Their manes, replete with foam and ice crystals, burst into thousands of sparkles like diamond dust born out of a clash between primordial forces. I stared captivated at the sea, at the Titan monster, and grew accustomed to its rhythm, trying to comprehend its mysterious nature and inner strength. The waves rose and fell like the breathing of the very planet, and I could sense their power through the vibrations in the black cliff beneath my feet. Closing my eyes, I took a deep breath and surrendered to the elements. I slowly started performing the dragon wings kata, feeling my movements grow more confident and rhythmic with every gust of wind. My breathing and movements synchronized, and I stopped noticing the icy chill seeping into my clothing. The mana circulating in my channels warmed my body, becoming light and weightless all at the same time. Here, at one with the elements, I felt free and full of energy. It felt like the rapid bursts of the northern wind were at my command, and my heart beat in time with its ceaseless motion. My blades, like two dragon wings, easily and smoothly sliced through the air as if they were mere extensions of my arms. They reflected the morning light coming from the rising sun, and their dark blades seemed to flicker with a huge variety of shades of silver and blue. With every motion, I sensed the magic energy pulsating within them. I knew the common steel was already ruined, but I didn't care. I wasn't thinking about that. Then the war dance had swallowed me up entirely. A few moments later, it was all over. The world around me rushed back into existence. It was as if I returned from another dimension. There was a satisfied smile plastered on my face at this pace. I would get my energy body back to its old form very soon, and not just that I would outdo my former self's development. Glancing at the blades, their surfaces covered in little cracks, I shook my head. Oh well, soon Albrecht Lothar would finish my order and everything would be different. Lucas already looked down on me for having to replace my weapons all the time. Going over to the edge of the cliff, I cast the now useless metal into the water, then turned toward the cliff ledge. You may go, I am finished, I said. My magic scanner revealed that, for the last few minutes of the kata, I had gained an unbidden viewer. They didn't interrupt my training because I recognized the energy system. It was a woman I'd met before. Slowly and animalistically, the lutein stepped out from behind a cliff. She gave a sly smile, staring at me with her green cat eyes. Little animal fangs peeked down past her lips. You sure look different, fox pup, she mewed. Her white hair streamed slowly down her back and glimmered in the northern sun. On her head, two cat ears stuck out from beneath her hair. She was dressed in a warm waterproof shawl lined with mink fur. A fluffy tipped white tail, which seemed to have a mind of its own, stuck out from beneath it, swerving and moving in time with her mood. You're growing before my very eyes, she mewed, and slightly lifting her nose, sniffed. You've learned to conceal your essence well. There's no telling you apart from a common person now. I chuckled internally. After many months of cultivation, it would no longer be so easy to recognize my essence. If I were to meet a person now, unlike a year ago, they'd never be able to tell I was gifted. After what I just saw, Tika continued mockingly. I'm certain you could have handled that count even without your pocket striker. By the way, very clever move hiring a Dusksworn, especially one as powerful as him. My master will be satisfied, and that had me interested. What master was she referring to? It couldn't be the Duc de Beaufremont. When Vadoma told me about luteins, she had given me a clear indication that these unusual shapeshifters served only mages. When I thought Tika was attached to the Wild Duke, everything made sense. But when I saw her in the de Beaufremont household, I immediately recalled all my adoptive mother's tales. The lutein wouldn't obey any human without the gift. Between mage and lutein, there existed a strong bond. The master shared a fragment of their personal power with the cat woman. If the mage died, his lutein would also come to fade in time. I of course may have been wrong, but my sixth sense was telling me that it wasn't a theory to discount. These may have been different worlds, but I was already convinced they had a lot in common. And here I was wondering when you'd show your face. I snorted and started getting dressed. His Grace needs results, the lutein replied. He doesn't like to be kept waiting. How are things going? Nice try, I chuckled. Or did you really think I was going to explain myself to you? His Grace Tika started. Can wait, I interrupted. I'll tell him that, she purred back mockingly. Great, I nodded and stared into her eyes. Tell your master just that. I put special emphasis on the word master, which made the lutein give a look of slight confusion. But a moment later, she regained her usual composure. She must have figured it was all in her head. Picking up my things, I walked past Tika without a word. When I reached the path, which wound like a thin snake between the stones toward the capital city port, I heard a mocking voice from behind me. Remember, fox pup, time is ticking. After breakfast, when Bertrand, who was very eager to run off and perform his duties, had finished helping me get dressed, a knock came at the room door. Come in, I said loudly, beating my valet to the punch as he headed to answer. Your worship, Bertrand came with slight reproach in his voice, but so quietly nobody else could hear. Etiquette dictates. After Bertrand found out I had been brought into Prince Louis' circle, he seemed to have doubled his efforts to hone my flawless aristocrat act. He even tried, following the latest trends in Vestonian fashion, to adorn my outfit with various bands and lacy pendants. Honestly, though, he didn't get very far, but he never gave up either. And now, Bertrand was here to teach me another lesson on etiquette in the upper nobility, which every noble was required to follow. But I interrupted. "It's Sigurd," I replied just as quietly. "Your worship, it doesn't matter who is out there," Bertrand objected firmly. "All that matters is who is in this room now. Upper noble etiquette is first and foremost a way of life for every noble person. Even when alone, aristocrats remain aristocrats." Meanwhile, the door flew open, saving me from having to hear the remainder of the lecture. Though to tell the truth, I had asked Bertrand to teach me such things. I had fallen into amnesia, so I ordered him to make sure I did everything correctly, and thus he corrected me when I made mistakes. Sigurd stood in the doorframe. There was also someone behind him. "You may go," I nodded at Bertrand, to which he bowed and left the room. Sigurd then, on the contrary, walked inside and said with a half-turn, "Your worship, allow me to introduce my wife, Elira Hansen." The white-haired beauty took a few steps forward and stopped short. I found myself admiring the northern woman. Elira seemed to be the very embodiment of the strength and indomitable spirit of this northern land. Her short but strong and fit body concealed a savage energy gifted to her by the northern gods. Her pure white hair, all gathered into a ponytail, fell freely over her strong shoulders. Her face was sunburnt and slightly windswept. Her light blue eyes reflected an iron will and determination, as well as surprise, curiosity, and seemingly hope. Elira's outfit was simple and practical. She was dressed in a fur skirt and pants made of thick cloth which, despite their loose cut, emphasized the litheness of her figure. Elira also wore large boots on her feet, while her belt held a long dagger in a basic scabbard. My bodyguard, who had told me their story very quickly, informed me that she was essentially a savage raised in the mountains of the far north, and so if I hired her, communication would be no simple task. Beyond that, my status obliged me to make sure that the people around me behaved with honor, but that was manageable. I would set Bertrand on her. Elira, in Sigurd's words, was overly straightforward, and that, let me say, made perfect sense. She didn't know Vestonian traditions, prejudices, or behavior norms. Still, on the other hand, as the daughter of a chief, she belonged to the upper crust of her homeland. And no matter that her homeland was an icy country on the edge of the world with practically no human population. "I know what you've done for Sigurd and me." Elira came with a firm voice, proudly thrusting her chin up and not waiting for me to say anything. I chuckled internally. Were Bertrand there right then, he'd have been in cultural shock from this savage's manners. "Did Sigurd tell you what I said?" I asked. "Yes," she responded shortly. "And what have you decided?" "I will follow my husband," she came firmly, "and I am prepared to serve you. But he said you don't need me for dueling." "That's right," I nodded. "Sigurd is for dueling. You'll do what your husband told me you do best, hunting and tracking prey. You'll be my extra set of eyes and ears, both here in the north and back in my homeland when we return. By the way," I added, "soon we'll be headed for one of the Konung's northern fiefdoms. I am to accompany my prince on the hunt, which will be arranged by Bjorn Sharptooth." Elira just nodded in silence. Sigurd then asked, "Where exactly are we going?" The Konung was told that a large wolf pack has been raiding the village of some free bonds in his fiefdoms. Princess Astrid, I believe, mentioned its name, Varglund. Hearing that made Elira shiver. She and Sigurd traded glances. "What happened?" I asked. "Nothing yet," Sigurd muttered thoughtfully and stroked his beard. "Then when has you on guard?" "Don't get me wrong, your worship," Sigurd started. "The thing is that Varglund, or Wolf Glade in your language, once belonged to a powerful clan of Ulfhidnar. Their greatest warriors were able to take the form of their forefather, a brown wolf. Bjorn Sharptooth drove them out many years ago and took their valley." "You think the coming of that pack is somehow connected to the clan of exiled shapeshifters?" I asked. "I don't know," the striker shook his head slowly and added, "but we can be certain that the young chief of Clan Brownwolf is currently in Fjordgrad. He arrived together with Konung Harald, and he also brought werewolves," Elira added grimly, "which is strange enough on its own," Sigurd supported. "The northern clans allowed exiles to pass through their lands, and with them were members of a southern clan. Elira sniffed them out a few days ago." I snorted. "What if?" Walking over to a chest in the corner of the room, I took from it a small satchel. Then I took out the wolf amulet which once hung around the neck of one of the assassins that attacked me on the road near the frontier. "Look at this," I said, and threw Sigurd the wolf claw. Elira snatched the amulet from her husband's hands and raised it to her nose. Drawing in air, she closed her eyes and a moment later stared at me point blank. "It is them." "Oh well," I said, rubbing my chin thoughtfully. "It had to happen sooner or later." The Konung and his entire numerous retinue were gathered in the internal courtyard of the palace next to the stables, getting ready to set out on the great hunt. It felt like the air was vibrating, with all the voices talking loudly at this early hour. Bjorn Sharptooth, the mighty and proud ruler, was dressed in a warm, elegant garment made of expensive fabric adorned with the symbols of his clan. His hair fell over broad shoulders, and his face, covered with blue tattoos, glowed with a happy smile. He was seated atop a powerful white mare, towering over all the riders. From such heights, he could easily see everyone around. Surrounding him were groups of foreign nobles headed by Prince Louis, dressed in vibrant and lavish outfits with colored plumage and opulent patterns. They were speaking to one another and smiling, discussing their future hunting feats and expressing hope for good luck. The internal courtyard was filled with horses of all breeds and colors, from heavy, woolly northerns to the quick and gracious southerns. They shook their heads nervously and stamped their hooves, sensing the atmosphere of anticipation and excitement. The carts, loaded with supplies and hunting ammunition, were ready and awaiting their turn. The servants, watched over by the stable servants and huntsmen, hurriedly finished loading everything necessary for a successful hunt, checking their reserves for arrows, spears, and nets. The royal hunting pack, consisting of several dozen large wolfhounds, were waiting impatiently for things to begin. They howled, whimpered, and barked, making the atmosphere feel tenser. The giant beasts' powerful bodies expressed an unhesitating strength and readiness for action. When everything was ready, the Kanong raised a hand, calling for silence. The crowd stopped, waiting for his word. Even the dogs stopped whimpering and barking, sensing the power of their master. With dignity and confidence in his voice, the Kanong announced the start of the hunt. Addressing everyone there with a send-off speech, he emphasized the importance of working together cohesively to catch the dangerous wolf pack. I was getting the impression we were headed not out on a hunt, but embarking on some grand endeavor. After he finished speaking, everyone again livened up, and the column of hunters, dogs, and horses started slowly moving toward the main gates of Fjordgrad. Sigurd, Elira, and I also started forward, trying not to lag behind the group of riders headed by Prince Louis and Princess Astrid riding side by side. I turned. Somewhere behind me among the remaining carts was our wagon, driven by Gunnar and Bertrand. Unfortunately, Jacques and Lucas were not able to join us. They were still out of town carrying out my orders. Looking over the column of carts and wagons, I felt a heavy, imposing gaze directed at me. Turning my head suddenly, I spotted a crowd of gawkers staring at their Kanong's departure. I immediately lost the feeling I was being watched. I glanced at Elira, whose nose flared predatorily. "They're here," she said with lips alone. I nodded. Good time to settle the score. Vestonia, the outskirts of Heroicsville. Eagle Island, Sunstone Palace. Carl III greeted his court astrologer Arnold de Garnier in Sunstone Palace, which His Majesty had won as a trophy from his hated uncle, the Duke de Harcourt, who fell under the mistaken belief the Vestonian crown rightfully belonged to him. Now his uncle and most of his supporters were worm food, and their holdings belonged to the triumphant king. In a small room set aside for personal audiences burned a hot fire, illuminating the master of the palace, who was seated in a large armchair with a brocade canopy. The king was dressed in a freeform garment made of black velvet, embroidered with a plant motif with a slot in the front and fur covering. His wide fingers were decked out with rings, golden scabbards on his belt decorated with gemstones, a curved dagger hanging a gift from Kublai Khan, delivered by an ambassador from the Great Khanate. The king's head, meanwhile, was crowned with a thin golden band, used for non-festive occasions. As always, at the right foot of his master, head turned to one side and digging in his nose, sat Kiko. And in the corner, where the light didn't shine, stood Marcel de Gaben, shadow of the king. Kiko upheld his promise to put a word in for the king's main bodyguard. His Majesty's anger then was replaced by mercy, and now he looked on de Gaben with less hostility after blaming him for so long for failing to protect Prince Bastian. So then, Monsieur Garnier, the king came languidly. What have the stars shared with you? Carl never believed in all the fairy tales about constellations and wandering stars. He considered Garnier and his ilk nothing more than grifters and charlatans. Although among them were also some who sincerely believed in what they did, but Arnold de Garnier was not among them. The rail-thin old man who had recently turned 72 was a toady of Carl III and beyond the king, composed horoscopes for all members of Vestonian elite society. Carl's eyes happened upon the jester seated at his feet for a moment. Once, a very long time ago, Kiko had advised him to take care of the old grifter, and Carl listened to his little friend. It proved to be the right move. Arnold de Garnier had made an excellent tool for influencing his subjects. The clients of the main royal astrologer had no idea who was really making their horoscopes. Your Majesty, despite his advanced age, the royal astrologer could still bow with significant ease. The king snorted to himself. He saw a report that Arnold hadn't spared a copper on healers and magic potions. He simply had a painful weakness for members of the fairer sex. The Black Dragon constellation is gaining power, Arnold continued speaking. And what does that mean? Carl asked, laughing. It means you shall prevail, Your Majesty, the old astrologer announced triumphantly. Alfonso V, who was born in the year of the Red Dog, is certain to lose this war. I trust you've shared your observations with your clients, the king asked. Of course, Your Majesty, the astrologer answered quickly. The king's tone seemed to Arnold to be well-meaning, but the old man had known Carl a long time. He saw that the king was unhappy with something. Otherwise, why would he have summoned him urgently from the capital out here, to Eagle Island? Furthermore, Carl III himself didn't believe in astrology or all this fortune-telling. All my clients' horoscopes are composed in such a way that it's hard to doubt the star signs the sky reveals to us, Arnold de Garnier quickly continued, meanwhile watching with horror as the king's face started to slowly change. Carl III raised a hand, ordering Arnold to stop speaking, and the royal astrologer cut off his hurried speech mid-word. In fact, the monopoly brought in decent money to the royal coffers, but the king said nothing about that. Arnold de Garnier, his whole body shivering, went down on one knee, squeezing his thin, frail arms to his chest and started to snivel. Carl nodded and Kiko, still digging in his nose, strutted from foot to foot like a monkey, walking over to the kneeling astrologer. Carl had a hard time holding back a smile. What a ratbag. These were his gesture tricks. The king could see right through him. Kiko was trying to soothe his master's anger so the old Arnold wouldn't have a heart attack. But the little rascal was right. The death of the elder royal astrologer before a campaign would be taken as a bad omen. Taking a scratch of paper folded several times, the jester extended it to the old man who had tears of fright in his eyes. His hands shivering, the royal astrologer hurriedly unfolded the paper and started to read what was written on it. Bit by bit, his eyes went wider, a look of horror coming over them. Arnold was just about to fall into a coma. He looked up at the king and started to quickly babble out, "Your Majesty, it isn't me, it's an Italian scheme, it's." "I thought so at first, too," the king interrupted his grumbling, "and I was partially right. But then I ordered my people to check up on the stamp beneath the horoscope. Recognize it." Arnold again stared at the sheet, though had been aware of who had composed this heresy for a long time. The old man was just trying to run out the clock. "I will help you, monsieur," the king continued. To Garnier, it sounded like he was putting another nail into his astrologer's coffin. "This stamp belongs to a certain Jean-Paul Boucherin. Remember him? Actually, what am I talking about? Of course you do. He was your top student and his stamp was issued by you, and personally at that. Or at the very least, that was what he told the investigators." Upon mention of the enforcers, Arnold de Garnier shuddered with his whole body. The chief royal astrologer, a man who could make commoners remove their caps in respect in public, and who young mothers felt compelled to hide their children from and cross their fingers in protective signs when he walked by, felt like his heart was about to jump out of his chest from the horror that had seized his entire being. If Arnold hadn't drank a crimson potion that morning after breakfast, as he was told to do every 2 days by Maître Dugarry, one of the top capital city healers, he'd probably already have been dead from heart failure. De Garnier was certain magic had saved him. Honestly, though, he wasn't certain if that was for the best. It probably would have been easier to give his soul to the gods quickly and relatively painlessly right now than spend any time in a torture chamber. "So then, monsieur," the king continued, "I cannot wait to hear why a student of my main astrologer has published a horoscope which predicts that I will soon meet my end. I expect an explanation." "Your Majesty," Arnold began in a raspy voice. "Jean-Paul Boucherin was indeed one of my best students, and what exactly made him so special, given he gained the attention of the very royal astrologer?" the king asked glumly. "He had a fantastic gift for convincing," Arnold replied. "I am old, Your Majesty, and I had to see to it that someone would be ready to continue my cause and serve you in good faith as I have done, Your Majesty. I was preparing Boucherin for the role and in a few years was planning to present him to you. He passed all exams with distinction. The horoscopes he composed were very detailed and convincing, but then the young man suffered a misfortune. His entire family perished in a fire which, as you remember, took place over a year ago in the Crafters' Quarter. From that moment, Boucherin changed. To put it simply, he went mad." Kiko laughed. "Indeed he did," Arnold nodded rapidly. "That was why I placed him in a shelter for the mentally ill under the auspices of the Temple of the Forefather. And then, a few months later, these strange papers started to appear on the streets of the capital. The jester came with the utterly foolish ravings of a madman. Only your pupils started talking nonsense before you locked him up in the shelter," the king objected. "I am aware that he composed several horoscopes, for me, my sons, and my grandsons, and you neglected to share them with me. You took pity on the young man, but our foes seized on his misfortune. He meanwhile gave up the ghost on the rack." Arnold came in a raspy voice. "Where are the horoscopes?" The king raised his voice. "I burned them, they were the ravings of a lunatic, and I showed them to no one." "But still my horoscope leaked onto the streets of Heroicsville," Carl threw out angrily. "I don't know how it happened," the old man muttered. "But we do know it just doesn't matter," the king muttered and sat back in his chair. For some time, silence hung in the hall. By the way, Carl came unexpectedly. What was the comet he was talking about? I believe he called it Foxdale. That fool was claiming that the appearance of the comet will bring drastic changes to the entire royal family. "Why don't I know about it?" Arnold lit up somewhat because the topic had turned to his professional expertise. Beyond that, the king's tone of voice changed slightly. For the first time in the last few minutes, the old man felt hope that the storm might pass him by. Your Majesty, you already know about it, he came hurriedly. It is also known as the Great Fire Dragon. It appeared in the sky over a year ago and disappeared a few weeks later. It is shown in your horoscope as a symbol of your victory over your enemies. Ah, there it is, Carl frowned. Then where did this Foxdale name come from? The ravings of a madman, the astrologer plaintively replied and shrugged, who constantly claimed the truth was revealed to him by some deity. The king again considered it for a time, then came back from his thoughts and glanced at the old man who was still kneeling. Stand, Monsieur Garnier, Carl came. This time I forgive you. Yes, the king muttered thoughtfully and stared at the astrologer. But what do we do about the damage your student did to our government? Bring him to me, Your Majesty, Arnold de Garnier exclaimed, immediately aware of what the king was getting at. Tomorrow at noon, I will give a speech on Memory Square rebuking the heresy that madman wrote. You think that will help? The king encouraged. Then I'll write a missive, and beneath that missive will be signatures from all the most respected astrologers in our kingdom. What if it has signatures from your foreign colleagues? The king asked innocently. Your Majesty, you are wise and penetrating as ever, the happy Arnold de Garnier exclaimed. He had already realized that the storm had passed him by, and today he would be sleeping in his own bed, not in the dungeon on a damp bedroll filled with rotten straw. And that's not all. The king stopped his praise and looked over at Kiko. The actions of one of your kind nearly led you to ruin. I am now not speaking of you only, but about your colleagues as well. Who knows what kind of mysteries could be revealed in the future, and more importantly, who might get another revelation from some unknown god. After all, we don't want to throw my kingdom back into chaos all because of some loony vision, right? Of course not, Your Majesty, de Garnier confirmed hotly. He was already aware of where this was leading. The king was not about to let him off so easily. Arnold prepared himself to hear how much Boucheron's slip-up was going to cost him and his friends. Any day now, we will be conducting negotiations with the Grand Master of the Red Axes Mercenary Guild, the king started. They are prepared to field 300 riders and 1,000 infantry against the Italians. We have already brought down the price a good deal. Arnold de Garnier gulped loudly. For a moment he thought it would be much easier to just die of a heart attack, but he quickly drove off those thoughts. After all, the king had given a clear indication that all his colleagues should take part in this affair. Good, the king replied, rubbing his hands together mentally. Gabriel Delacroix, Grand Master of the Red Axes, had taken advantage of circumstances to ask for more money. Now that burden would fall on these scoundrels. They would have to shake out their piggy bank. Then go, monsieur. I will not keep you any longer. When the door closed behind the royal astrologer, Carl nodded at the place where he had been kneeling just a minute earlier and asked, did he crap himself? Oddly no, Your Majesty, Kiko replied, then added, but I'd swear on my hood the price of horoscopes and soothsaying is about to go through the roof. And good thing, Carl nodded. More silver for the treasury. Beyond that, the old villain will now be carefully checking all would-be astrologers before giving them a stamp. That bog has been festering for ages. High time someone cleaned it out. Yes, Your Majesty, Kiko said, tilting his head. What about the dead Italians? The king asked. Marcel de Gabin came into the light. We have established that they were the remnants of the group that attacked Her Highness, he stated. Do you know who killed them? The king asked. No, de Gabin replied, but we assume that it was done by a single person, most likely someone gifted, either a close friend or client of the apartment's occupant. And another thing. Marcel de Gabin fell silent for a moment, a look of doubt plastered on his face. Speak, the king ordered. Well, Your Majesty, after looking over the bodies, I concluded that I had seen a similar style of fighting before, the king's shadow replied. By whom? Carl asked briefly. The Italians slain by Her Highness' mysterious savior had very similar wounds, Marcel de Gabin replied. The words mysterious savior, he said with a slight wince. Not a day went by that he didn't hear from Princess Adele about her mysterious savior. The king sat back in his chair and stared at his closest confidants. One time might be happenstance, he said. Two is a pattern, so he must be connected to the Italians somehow. But he clearly doesn't have friendly feelings for them, Kiko chuckled. Otherwise, why would he be cutting them down like rabbits all the time? Find him for me, Carl came coldly. Marcel de Gabin bowed and left the room. For some time the king and his jester sat in silence, each thinking about different things. Then Carl asked, what is the news from Winterwald? Kiko could tell from the king's tone that he shouldn't beat around the bush. Earlier reports have been confirmed. Princess Astrid is truly madly in love with Louis. I'm still surprised, Carl snorted. How could someone like her fall in love with someone like him? But that's good for us. What else? Everything else is the same, Kiko responded. Bjorn Sharptooth is still in no hurry to start the trial. Some people still haven't arrived yet. By the way, our little rogue has really stepped up. Who now? Carl asked in surprise. Remember the Chevalier, the de Gramont bastard? The jester smiled wide. Well, he went north with Louis' embassy. Clever bastard, the king answered with a smile. He'll make it far if they don't take him out first. I was told he embarrassed my Heinrich at a ball hosted by the Duchess du Bellay. By the way, do you remember how gorgeous she used to be? A flower on the outside, but a heart of stone. Karl's eyes glimmered dreamily. For a little while, they discussed the king's former conquests on the amorous front. Then Karl suddenly asked pensively, "What do you think? Why did the madman Boucherin call that comet the foxtail?" The royal hunt proceeded over a wide road that wound between endless snowy ravines. Ancient trees formed an impenetrable wall lining the road, standing watch like eternal guardians as the noisy column of riders and carts passed. Sometimes, the northern tract would rise and fall, or lead to small but sturdy stone bridges over burbling mountain streams that didn't freeze even in winter, girded by towering frost-coated cliffs that lent the surrounding area a particular air of magic and mystery. Huge heavy clouds drifted slowly and majestically over the endless pure white plain until they collided with the dark bodies of the tall mountains that formed the horizon. Snow blanketed the ground in a thick impenetrable layer, glimmering in the sun with a variety of shades ranging from white to light blue. When the road brought us up high enough, I glimpsed the seacoast and its broad fjords filled with cold water as dark as the night sky. The fjords were framed by nearly vertical coastlines overgrown with thick pine forests. In these forests, centuries-old trees reached majestically up to the sky, standing watch over the endless northern solitude. And all of it was beneath a dome sky, which could go in a moment from saturated gray to an explosion of the many colors of the northern lights, which pierced the heart with their beauty and mysteriousness. Northland was just the way I imagined it, a landscape both harsh and beautiful. For some still unclear reason, Princess Astrid had expressed a desire to have me join her and Prince Louis for the hunt. So for the last few hours, I had been riding in quite a noisy group, most of them staring at me in incomprehension, though I also saw plenty of disdain. The looks from Max's cousins were particularly hostile. It clearly must have been because Her Highness had reacted quite coldly to them, at times ignoring them outright. "And there's my cousin," Astrid said with a mysterious smile, nodding at the galloping cavalcades of northerners behind us led by false ties, better known as Helga the Valiant. She rode atop a large, powerful mare with amber-brown eyes and a coat that glimmered like fresh honey. Despite her considerable dimensions, the horse moved with surprising ease and grace. She easily sprang over obstacles. Her thick red mane flittered in the wind like a flame. Her ears constantly rotated like radars, picking up every sound, while her big nostrils flared with each big inhalation, taking in the cold winter air. The fine animal was clearly enjoying every moment of travel, every jump, every step on the snowy earth. Pensively staring at the woman rider racing our direction, I found myself yet again mechanically starting to compare her with the woman I'd once called my sister. Helga, like Ties, was not tall, but, unlike my sister, who was thin verging on dainty, the Jarl's daughter was larger with a more solid build. Based on how easily and confidently Helga stayed in the saddle, she had been studying the art of riding since childhood. Still, she was a far cry from my Ties in that regard. Having been born and raised in a traveling circus, my little sister was an excellent rider and even spent some time performing complex tricks in the ring. Helga wore a light suit of armor. Her belt held a short sword, while her saddle was fixed with a bow and quiver of arrows. A true northern warrior. There my Ties would have lost outright. She was a kind and soft person. Weapons and ties were two concepts that did not go together. Too bad if Helga had been in her place that night. She'd have gutted Lord Derm's son like a fish. For the record, she very much lived up to her nickname, the Valiant. When Helga was 17 years of age and her father was on a campaign with his retinue, someone attacked their home and she slayed many of the attackers to protect her domestics. And she did it using her crimson magic, stopping the hearts of enemies and turning their circulatory systems into minced meat. Or at the very least, that was how Leif the tavern owner told it. I now had to admit that it seemed plausible. A powerful healer with a highly developed energy system could easily pull off such tricks, and at the very least I could confidently say Helga was a powerful healer. "You're late," Princess Astrid said when Helga's mare caught up to her white horse, snorting with delight. "I figured you were staying behind in Fjordgrad and missed the wolf hunt." Helga smiled wide, casting her condescending gaze in my direction. Today was my first time getting so close to my sister's twin, and so I found myself overcome by sudden anxiety. This raven-haired beauty was a completely different person in theory, but her dimples looked so familiar when she smiled, conjuring my unfortunate sister's image in my memory. It cost me a lot of effort to hold myself together and look at Princess Astrid's cousin in a new light. Her movements, looks, voice, everything else. The flood was immediately swept away. No, this was not Ties. There was a resemblance, but she was not my sister, an entirely different person. How could I even compare them? I could guess who might have been trying to mislead me by sending those visions. "Monsieur Renard," Princess Astrid came to me. "I'd like you to meet my cousin, Helga Sigurdsson." Bertrand told me the northern jarls were equivalent to the southern dukes, meaning Helga was in the Vestonian noble code at the level of a marchioness. "Your ladyship," I bowed in the saddle. "It is an honor." Renard? Helga asked, and her dark brows shot up in surprise. The man who hired a Frost Knight for his bodyguard. Not exactly, your ladyship, I answered quietly. A former Frost Knight. Helga did not like my response. She clearly had her own scores with Sigurd's former brethren. I saw a pensive smirk on Princess Astrid's face. I was getting the impression that she had set this meeting up on purpose. I wondered why she wanted all this commotion around some Vestonian bastard. In any case, everything would become clear with time. By the way, monsieur, Princess Astrid came to me again. Last time you promised to tell me about the history of your order, and she nodded pointedly at the silver wing on my chest. Helga just snorted and, rolling her eyes, shook her head. I had noticed before that northerners treated their guests from the south dismissively. We were openly regarded as weaklings and softies. There seemed to be a similar opinion about Vestonian medals and decorations. And to tell the truth, who was I to them anyhow? Just another minor noble searching for adventure. If I'm not mistaken, this decoration is awarded to those who serve with distinction on the frontier. Astrid continued her interrogation. That's right, your highness, I replied. And what great feat did you accomplish, monsieur? Helga jumped in, adding with mockery, something very heroic, I trust. I am far from a hero, your ladyship, I replied with a respectful smile. I only did what any noble person would have done in my place. But you got a medal nevertheless. Helga's dark eyes squinted slightly, and her full lips spread into a wicked smirk which gave her cheeks elegant little dimples. For a moment I felt like I was seeing ties, but a moment later she was gone, especially after the look Helga used to measure me up from head to toe. It was full of sincere disregard. If the real Max were in my place, he'd have gone red with awkwardness and confusion. I wondered what about me bothered her so much. I said, and shrugged. My calm indifference seemed to get on the princess cousin's nerves. She was about to say more, but Jean-Louis, who was riding next to me, got ahead of her. Your Highness, he jumped in with a broad smile. The experienced noble had sensed the conversation taking a strange turn and hurried over to smooth out any bumps. Allow me to speak in my friend's defense. I allow it. Princess Astrid supported his friendly tone, her pink lips stretching into a happy smile to reveal even rows of pearly white teeth. The Kanung's daughter seemed sincerely amused by how much this was bothering her cousin. Jean-Louis glanced at me and continued, my friend Chevalier Renard has an array of unique good qualities, one of which is modesty. Just so you know, let me tell you that in Vestonia, cavaliers of the Order of the Silver Wing are rare enough to be counted on your fingers. For instance, the only person in my family to be so highly honored was my great-grandfather Baron Jean de Levy. Astrid and Helga turned their heads toward me at the same time. The princess stopped smiling, but there was something strange in her eyes. I got the feeling she was looking at me the way a person looked at a newly acquired object. And most importantly, she was not disappointed with her purchase. But in her cousin's eyes, beyond distaste, there was now some curiosity. You've caught my interest, Astrid came. Continue. Jean-Louis glanced at me inquisitively. I just shrugged my shoulders without comment. Jacques had recounted the tales of my misadventures on the frontier to Baron de Levy at a stopover on our way north. At the time, it seemed to me that Jean-Louis was already aware of them from other sources. The royal court was first and foremost a nexus of all kinds of rumors and hearsay. For the record, the Baron de Levy was an excellent storyteller. For the next half hour, he described in detail my fight with the Shadow Beast, my travels with injured brothers in arms over the steppes of the frontier, and our miraculous return to Westerly Fort. If the Baron's audience were common Vestonian ladies, whose biggest concerns were fashion choices for ball gowns, my authority in their eyes would have shot sky high after that poetic rendition. But Princess Astrid and Helga were not common ladies. Astrid was a powerful combat mage in her own right, while Helga was a healer who had already taken part in a number of deadly battles. But even still, the Baron de Levy's tale had an effect. The look in the princess' eyes grew even more sympathetic and considerate. Helga, meanwhile, stopped looking at me with scorn. Killing a shadow beast isn't all that easy, the princess said, particularly for a person with no gift. He probably came up against some small creature weakened by the ebb, Helga snorted. 4 people could easily handle such a thing. What kind of beast was it, Chevalier? Astrid asked me. It looked a lot like a wolf, I responded and added, only very big. Helga just laughed and shook her head. Your Highness, I came, lowering my hand into a pocket of my saddlebag. Allow me to give you a small gift. Riding up closer, I tilted my head and handed Astrid a black claw from the leader of the Shadow Pack. I shot a quick glance at Helga, whose eyes started going round after seeing my artifact. Astrid, meanwhile, was also impressed. Hefting the claw, which was as big as a boathook, the princess glanced amusedly at Helga. Little creature, cousin, fat chance. Looks like they were able to take down a Darkpaw, and based on the claw size, it was an adult male. Few strikers would be up to such a task. I personally would have been very wary to go against such a tough beast. I just snorted to myself in approval. And rightly so, sure, she was a well-cultivated Medius, but if she'd done battle on the lakeshore that day, I'd have placed my bets on the Shadow Wolf. After that, the princess glanced at me and without the slightest smile said, I tilted my head to one side and replied, "The honor is all mine, your highness." When the sun dipped beneath the horizon and stars blanketed the sky, our hunting camp was overcome with the haze of smoldering fires. The air became saturated with the smells of char and roast meat mixed with a thick aroma of snow-covered evergreens. In the middle of camp, on a well-trod area, there was a towering fire surrounded by wooden benches and chairs. On them were copper trays of food and pitchers of warming beverages. In the light of the flames, the shadows of the feasting hunters played out a jerking dance. Around the fire there were tents, each of them decorated with the crests and flowers of various clans. Some of them were bigger and more opulent, with golden ties and embroidery intended for the Kanang and his family. The other more basic ones served as simple abodes for huntsmen and servants. Near the fires, away from the hustle and bustle, and under open sky were our temporary horse runs. Their quiet neighing and the rustling of hay periodically broke the silence of the night. Somewhere in the shadows, under the protection of the pines, I could see the dark silhouettes of soldiers on night watch keeping a close eye on the surroundings. Despite the feast, the Kanung's people had not forgotten their ruler's safety. Bjorn Sharptooth himself, like a wild animal, was always on guard. Around him, there were always 10 gifted people ready to fend off any foe. Our means of transport, which was now transformed into a half-tent, half-wagon, stood out a lot from the other traveling vehicles and drew a great deal of attention. The main features were its functionality, simplicity, and ease of setup. My first guests were the prince and princess. While their tents were still being set up, my transformer wagon was already equipped to accept visitors. When saying goodbye, Princess Astrid said she wanted to get a similar wagon for herself. To which I replied that when I got back to Heroicsville, I would place an order with the craftsmen. But I neglected to mention that these craftsmen were already far too busy working on a new traveling wagon design, a larger one with more space. It took a bit of fussing to explain to them what precisely I wanted, but the result was worth it. When we ran the first test of our home on wheels on the shore of the pond near my castle, Jacques was naturally delighted. In fact, he seemed to start respecting me even more that day. When all the guests had gone their separate ways, Sigurd and I sat down at the small table to eat dinner. The addition of a second stove meant the tent was warm and dry. Bertrand and Gunnar ate separately, inside the wagon. The stubborn old man was kept a sharp eye on etiquette even while traveling. However, when the prince and princess came to visit me, my valet didn't embarrass himself. His Highness truly appreciated the level of service and flawless serving of beverages and snacks. Just as we were getting started on the mulled wine, the tent flap slid aside, letting some frosty night air inside. Elira was standing in the doorframe. Throwing back the fur cover, she quickly walked over to the table and, unceremoniously grabbing a fat piece of meat, sunk her teeth into it with relish. I slid her a dish of meat and poured her a glass of warm wine. She had spent a few days in the forest carrying out my orders. Based on the cold look in her eyes, there had been problems with the game. We spent a little while in silence watching Elira eat her fill. Finally, once done chewing and swallowing the last bite, she breathed a sigh of relief and came, as we thought, the brown wolves are up to something. They have werewolves with them. Were you spotted? Sigurd asked. Elira shook her head no. How many are there? I asked. And how far are they from camp? Several hours' travel, she replied and added, there are 2 werewolves, both very tough. There are a dozen brown wolves and 20 common troops, so there's no wolf pack at all, Sigurd asked. There is, Elira replied. However, it's being led not by an alpha male but an old she-wolf. They came down from the north. I imagine the brown wolves managed to make an arrangement with the lesser beings so they wouldn't draw attention. Then we should expect the werewolves to attack during the hunt, said Sigurd. No, I shook my head. We must attack first. When do we move? The striker asked calmly. Tomorrow morning, I responded, standing up from the table. And now you may rest. Having again interrogated Aelira, but more thoroughly, I sent her off to bed, then sat up at the table thinking through my circumstances again. Dodger's mind, as it always did, was now actively sifting through all possible options to find the optimally rational course of action. Attacking first while nobody was expecting it was the right move. However, going on the attack as a group of 3 against 4 dozen warriors, half of them shapeshifters, was doubtlessly equivalent to suicide. I also wouldn't be able to get rid of the tough werewolves secretly, so I had to take the loud option. Finally weighing all the pros and cons, I made my decision. Wasting no time, I tossed the fur mantle on my shoulders and headed for Jean-Louis' tent, which wafted with cries of joy and boisterous toasting. Baron de Levy had arranged a little drinking session just for his inner circle, so to speak. There were both Vestonians from Prince Louis' embassy there and nobles from other countries. The little friend group even included a couple Wintervolders. I had also been invited. Overall, it was a formidable group. Even Lord Grey, the royal striker, was there along with 2 of his arms bearers, both combat mages of expert rank. When I came in, the good times were rolling, the heat turned up by the presence of some courtesans in states of provocative undress who had also joined the royal hunt back in the capital. My entry was greeted by cheery shouting. I was immediately brought a large silver goblet of wine as a punishment for the late arrival. I had to drain it completely to general jubilation. Then, a few minutes later, came another, and another after that. Thankfully, my energy system blocked all the alcohol's effects on my body no problem. Closely listening to the conversations of everyone there, I waited for a good opportunity to do what I'd come to do, and in the end, I pulled it off. The conversation turned to the hunt, so more people started tuning in. The aristocrats' general conclusion was that they were getting bored. They were all impatient for the promised wolf hunt, but for some reason the Kanang was moving slow, as if trying to make the fun last as long as possible. In the heat of that discussion, I casually dropped that I wanted to get some fresh air, and thus had decided the next morning to go out on a hunt with my people to scare up some meat. Furthermore, my people had discovered the tracks of a large moose at the foot of the hills, and that was actually the pure truth. Elira had told me about a moose or elk. Honestly, though, we wouldn't be able to hunt it because it had already been taken by the werewolves, who had set up camp in an abandoned village in the foothills. Fueled by booze and promising smiles from the aristocrats' ladies, every last one of them swallowed the bait and said they wanted to come along with me. And somehow, they quickly all forgot who had even come up with the amazing idea. A few minutes later, everyone was picturing themselves in a successful hunt. Baron de Levy's friends among the local nobles tried in vain to bring everyone there to their senses, because the lands where we suggested going had been depopulated by a fierce wave of plague 2 years earlier. Beyond that, the area didn't have the best reputation before the epidemic. But the caution of the locals only made the foreign guests more eager to go. By the time I was back, it was decided. By my approximate calculations, 20 nobles plus their arms bearers and riders put us at around 70 people going out to hunt. Okay, the first step had been taken. That morning before dawn, Sigurd and Elira caught me at work. I was sitting at a table looking over 24 crossbow bolts and a leather case of potions I'd bought in the crafting district. Yellow viper poison, I commented quietly, cautiously smearing the viscous dark amber liquid on the bolt tips. Highly concentrated. If even a little drop of this stuff hits an open section of skin, it will mean practically instant death. Sigurd and Elira watched me carefully and nodded at almost the same time. I felt their probing gazes. I was certain that in the time they'd been with me, I had made them reconsider their employer's true identity on a few occasions. I wondered what they'd say if they found out the poison I was applying to my arrow tips had already been enhanced by me. Yes, I had spent a lot of money, time, and mana on experiments, but in the end I was able to increase the concentration of the corresponding types of energy in the potions I'd bought in the crafting district. Now the effect of each of the potions had been increased by many times. When I was done with the bolts, I took another few colored phials out of the box. "This is glowing whirlwind," I said, handing Sigurd and Elira 4 elongated bulbs of dark emerald liquid, 2 each, very highly concentrated. My bodyguards, staring transfixed at the elixirs, accepted them gingerly. Their reaction was easy to explain. Glowing whirlwind was one of the most expensive magic elixirs in the world, accelerating all processes in the body. Its high price was explained by the fact that alchemists made it out of pure brutes. Drinking the normal version could turn the Avent into an absolute death machine for about 15 minutes. And after my work with the elixir, Sigurd would become a demigod of war for half an hour. "That's not all," I said, extending them the remaining bottles. "The crimson one is living reservoir's breath. The alchemist who sold it to me said this potion would boost your regeneration in case of injury or if any energy nodes burst. This ash gray one is stone skin. I imagine you know what that does. And this is azure dawn, which the brewer assured me was a pain reliever. And finally, I handed our scout a rounded flask. This is dust made with a base of pale lotus petals, which will make you invisible to shapeshifter noses for a time. Before leaving, you should carefully rub it all over your skin, hair, and clothing." Elira uncorked the flask and, closing her eyes, sniffed its contents. After that, she glanced at me in surprise. "Now I see why I couldn't sniff you out that night. It's also why I could sneak up on your would-be assassins," I responded with a chuckle. Nearer midday, the hunting party rode out from the Kanang's camp towards some hills known popularly as Stone Snake's Ridge. Our departure was no surprise to anyone from the guard team because a few groups of royal huntsmen were going out with us. The Kanang decided before the main event to hold another feast, which threatened to stretch on for days, so his underlings were in a hurry to provide their lord with fresh meat. When Sigurd and Elira saw the little army, they looked at me with respect. In response, I just shrugged my shoulders. For some time, the aristocrats without the magic gift struggled with hangovers, but based on their sullen faces and plaintive looks, they were no longer glad to be heading out into the forest at such an early hour. But now, almost an hour later, when Elira, who I'd introduced to everyone as an experienced, gifted hunter with excellent senses, found the tracks of the moose, everyone livened up. The thrill of the hunt took over. The further we went, the more the landscape around us changed. The forested slope was soon left behind, and we found ourselves moving through barren and rocky terrain. Before entering a small glade, Illyra froze and, thrusting her head up, started sniffing loudly. I nodded, pleased with the flawless performance, just as we'd agreed. "What's there?" an impatient baron shouted. "I smell blood," Illyra rasped back, pointing to the right. A few minutes later, we were on a large meadow. In the middle of it, mixed with dirt and snow which had frozen half solid over the night, were scraps of bloody flesh and a set of big, huge horns that must have come from a giant moose. "Looks like we've been beaten to the punch," Lord Grey shouted, easily jumping down from the saddle and getting down on one knee to inspect the huge paw prints in the snow. Everyone else followed his example. A few minutes later, everyone concluded unambiguously that our moose had been taken down by shapeshifters, and their tracks led into the hills. "Messieurs," one of the local nobles shouted, "this is all highly unusual. We have to check where these tracks lead to, then mount your horses," Lord Grey announced loudly, raising a hand and jumping into the saddle. "The Ulfidnar will be full and sluggish." Illyra came, riding up to Sigurd and me. Her services as a tracker weren't even necessary. The werewolves left extremely clear tracks. Beyond that, she added, after the change of appearance, they'll need to restore their energy. I gave a silent nod, and we headed out together after the other riders, whose silhouettes had already disappeared between the dark trees. "Messieurs," Lord Grey addressed our northern companions, who were staring in surprise at the scene unfolding before them. Any idea who that might be? They just shook their heads, discouraged. "Don't look like His Majesty's huntsmen," Lord Grey started saying out loud. "Don't see any standards. I would guess we've stumbled upon a poacher's camp." Jean-Louis came. "Although on the other hand, I wouldn't want to go casting blame indiscriminately." "Then let's get to the bottom of all this." Lord Grey called and pulled on his reins. His mare, still excited from the recent gallop, darted forward a bit too eagerly. The aristocrats all buzzed in approval, and the hunters, falling in line, started off after him. Their mares started to build up speed and continued bounding through the snow like lynxes. The sound of saddle harnesses, weaponry, and hoofbeats filled the air. I nodded to my bodyguards, got out my already cocked crossbow, and carefully set a bolt with poisoned tip into the guide channel. Sigurd and Illyra did the same. Some people in the werewolf camp spotted us. Immediately, I saw activity. The fact that it wasn't a common hunting party in the farmhouse became clear to my companions when archers started lining up at the half-collapsed stone barricade. Lord Grey was first to recognize the danger. "To battle," he blared just as the first arrows were loosed into the sky. The striker put down the visor of his bone helmet. Grabbing the sword from his scabbard, he raised it over his head and started galloping his mare. I saw dark lilac energy spread over his armor suit. His striker arms bearers rode by their liege's side with visors down and weapons pointed forward. The other aristocrats and their arms bearers weren't far behind. Quickly getting their bearings, those who had spears or swords already out dashed off after Lord Grey. A booming hoofbeat and whinnying rang in from all sides. Just then, the first arrows started whistling in through the air straight into our ranks. A few of them missed, others thudded off people's armor, but a few of the arrows did find their marks. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a horse fall beneath its rider, who somersaulted over the ground. There was no second volley. The archers from the camp were clearly spooked by the sight of the mass of horses racing their direction. Without firing another shot, they split like a flock of frightened sparrows. The riders noticed their retreat and gave a loud "arrah" of encouragement. A few moments later, the cavalcade headed by Lord Grey had made it into the camp. At that very second, a mass wolf howl rang out. The true masters of this place were finally entering the fray. I heard loud collisions, shrieks of pain, growling, the crack of breaking trees, and frightened whinnying. The wild call of the shapeshifters mixed with the shouts of humans, forming a thick, almost palpable atmosphere of chaos and madness. The air filled with an unmistakable aroma of blood, shit, and death. We were still outside the camp when Illyra shouted loudly and pointed at the far end of the half-collapsed barricade. A dark shadow had just flickered past. "It's one of them." Illyra's nostrils flared animalistically. With a predatory snicker, I turned Chickadee toward it. Sigurd and Illyra followed my lead. One of the werewolves was apparently ducking out of battle. He had opted to abandon his comrades and retreat. Once I reached the barricade, I hopped down from my horse, got down on one knee, and took aim. Out of the corner of my eye, I spied a sudden movement to the right. It was Illyra hurrying to point her crossbow at the big dark spot racing toward the hills. "He's mine," I warned her curtly. Drawing a little ball of energy from my reservoir, I released it into my energy structure, filling the channels. I aimed, held my breath just for a few seconds, and then, after exhaling, pressed down on the trigger. A dull thud and the bolt went whistling through the air, tearing off into its target. A moment later, it had sunk into the back of a werewolf. With a very short yelp of pain, he kept running out of inertia. However, I already knew they were his last steps. One last awkward leap and the werewolf rolled over the ground with his appendages flung limply aside. One down. I nodded in satisfaction and traded glances with Illyra. Her yellow animal eyes burned with excitement, and a set of sharp fangs poked up from behind her lower lip. Sigurd, meanwhile, kept sitting in the saddle, covering us from possible attack. "Find the other," I said. Elira bared her teeth and raced toward the camp. With cat-like agility, she easily jumped over a scattering of boulders. Sigurd and I followed behind. In the camp, it was all over. The shapeshifters didn't hold out long. Although the nobles were equipped for a hunt in light armor, they didn't leave Clan Brownwolf even the ghost of a chance. The only ones who survived were those that fled. Now our warriors were walking around the farmhouse finishing off the wounded. Others, meanwhile, were investigating the time-weakened buildings, hoping to find something of value. Based on the happy faces, the hunt had gone splendidly. We found the second werewolf not far from the wall of the farthest building. "Now I see why your buddy abandoned you," I said, staring down the broad-shouldered, gray-bearded man with a short spear protruding from his belly. "You must have popped out of your house and gotten hit right away," Sigurd said calmly. "Not even the amulet could help. Maybe if you dodged, you'd have survived." "Who says he's dead?" I asked, laughing. In true vision, the werewolf's energy structure was slowly refilling. Beyond the innards, which had been reduced to a bloody mass, the spear tip had also injured his spine. People with injuries like that didn't live long. But this was no person. If I didn't finish him off right away, he'd be back on his feet in no time. "This big wolf is hard to kill." Sigurd clicked his tongue in respect and poked the shapeshifter with the tip of his boot. "He's good at faking, too." The Nightwolf's guild assassin raised his eyelids and cast a glance at me that was filled with hate. A moment later, his black eyes went wide in surprise. "I see you know who I am," I chuckled. "I take it your bosses still haven't realized I'm best not to be tangled with. Or was my crazy aunt so convincing? I'll have to tell her she's dealing with amateurs." The gray hair barked dully and blood streamed down his chin. "You want to die, like your buddy who ran off like a yellow-bellied coward." I kept laughing. "My brother will take revenge," the shapeshifter rasped. "Oh no," I shook my head. "You don't get it. Your guild's days are numbered. When I'm done up north, I'm going back to Heroicsville to hunt down every last one of you mangy mongrels. I'm sick of you." The gray beard said something else, but I was no longer listening. With a glance at Sigurd, I nodded, and he took out his sword before cutting off the shapeshifter's head in a single energy blow. We spent a bit over 2 hours at the farmhouse, but that was enough for the servants to construct some travois to transport the wounded, as well as the bodies of those who died both on the enemy's side and ours. Elira scoured every nook and cranny at the farmhouse and counted up the enemy dead. Outside of the werewolves, there were 12 Ulfhidnar and 18 common fighters. Apparently, none of the northern shapeshifters had escaped. Unlike the werewolves, they all fought valiantly. Very soon, we realized why. The local nobles recognized among the dead Ulfhidnar Sverre Moonbeast, a close associate of the head of Clan Brownwolf, Eirik Irontooth. And that very Eirik was now at the royal camp, feasting at Konung Bjorn Sharptooth's table together with Konung Harald Greywolf and the other jarls who came on the hunt. The news that we had taken down a Brownwolf camp was cause for serious contemplation among the nobles. Lord Grey tried to dispel their doubts, loudly declaring that the truth was on our side, and we didn't attack anyone unprovoked. In fact, we had been shot at first by the archers. In other words, we were defending ourselves. His words were taken with excitement, but everyone among us, even the dullest servant, could see that the ceasefire was now on shaky ground. A conflict with the leader of Clan Brownwolf was inevitable. Before leaving camp, I ordered Elira to follow after the runaways. There were 2 late Brownwolves missing. Sigurd's wife caught up to us a few hours later. We rode a bit to the side of the main column so nobody could hear us. "You find them?" I asked when Elira's horse caught up to mine. "Both dead," she said, confirming her words by throwing me 2 bone talismans with tufts of brown fur. "I found the body of the first not far from the farmhouse. He bled out. The second made it a bit further, though he was also injured. He was still alive when I found him. He was very talkative, too. I promised to heal him and grant him freedom if he told me what they were doing at the farmhouse." Elira looked darker than a storm cloud. "So your instincts were right?" Sigurd asked her. She nodded to her husband and glanced at me. "The whole hunt is just a cover. Clan Brownwolf came here to kill King Sharptooth. They were long preparing to take revenge on him for driving their clan out of Varglund. So the wolf pack was their doing?" I asked. "Sverre Moonbeast, who was slain by your best striker, knew how to talk to lesser beings," Elira replied. "He promised the pack mothers good hunting in these lands. Sharptooth was supposed to be killed during the hunt. He didn't say anything else." I nodded back and considered it. So our daring raid had thwarted an attempt on the Konung's life. "I'm sure Konung Harald had a hand in this." Sigurd came. "The delicate ceasefire is splitting at the seams." I came thoughtfully. "At the very least, now I see why Harald and the priests were slowly bringing their forces to Fjordgrad. Your worship, will you tell the others?" Sigurd asked. "Not yet," I shook my head. "I'm going to hang on to this bit of information. If you're going to talk about this kind of thing, make sure you do it with the right people. What happened happened, a chance encounter during a hunt. Yes, many Brownwolf fighters died, but our side also suffered losses. Yes, Eirik Irontooth will be outraged, but Lord Grey is right, the truth is on our side. We were attacked, then forced to defend ourselves. In fact, in the first volley, their archers spilled blood in our ranks. When we made it to the Konung's camp, everything went topsy-turvy. Before entering, Lord Grey told everyone to stick together and just in case to be ready to fend off an attack. It was like he could see the future. As soon as Eirik Irontooth found out whose bodies we had on the travois, he immediately announced to the whole camp that the Southerners had broken the ceasefire by killing Northerners. The ugly bastard must have figured that the best defense was offense. The Northerners mixed together and formed a living wall around us. Their faces, lit by the torches, expressed a combination of anger, suspicion, and curiosity. In the very middle of it all was us, separated from the world by a ring of firelight. Brandished our weapons, preparing for battle, still warmed up from the recent fight, then spurred on by the loud, confident cries from Lord Grey that the truth was on our side. Our people weren't the least bit afraid of a bit of fighting. Sigurd and Illyra stood with their backs to me to defend me, their bodies taut like bowstrings. Eirik Irontooth, a giant with a crude face and teeth that looked like hunks of iron, was standing in front of everyone, prepared to run into our ranks at any moment. The air around him vibrated with a tension of wild energy. He was about to transform. "Scum," he barked, "you will answer to me for the death of my brethren." Right when it seemed like everything was about to spin out of control, a horn blared out over the camp. Konung Bjorn had come to watch the show, and next to him were Konung Harald Greywolf and another few jarls. Everyone was tense and agitated, but trying not to show it. As expected, our minstrel prince was the very last to arrive, staring awestruck at everything going on as if it were just another play staged in his theater. "What is going on here?" Bjorn Sharptooth barked out in a booming voice, and silence hung over the camp. "The dastardly Southerners murdered our people," came outcries from the ranks where Konung Harald's warriors were standing. "They must pay in blood." The crowd roared in approval and lurched forward. The darkness, dim torchlight, thick air of fury, loud cries from commanders. The people were blinded with rage to such a degree that they didn't even notice that the ranks of the Southerners contained Vintervolders trying to call out to their countrymen. If Eirik Irontooth were a bit quicker on his feet and more decisive, the onslaught would have started at that very moment. But the Brown Wolf pack leader was moving slow, and to my eye, missed his opportunity. Bjorn Sharptooth walked up in silence to the travois with dead bodies and started looking them over closely. Just then, I suddenly got the impression he wasn't the least bit surprised. I took a quick glance at the Sharptooth twins, same reaction. I ran a quick glance over the crowd and saw Princess Astrid and Helga. They were walking with determination toward Prince Louis, who had a big group of Vestonians piled up around him. I saw Max's cousins, their faces looked pale. Unarmored and wearing lightweight, vibrant outfits, if this turned into slaughter, Uncle Heinrich would lose all his heirs. Once finished with his survey, Sharptooth turned in our direction and, unfailingly finding the leader of our group, addressed him. "Monsieur, what do you have to say in your defense?" Lord Grey stepped forward and gave a dignified bow. After that, standing up straight with pride, he said loudly, "Your Majesty, we have no need to make excuses. We did nothing wrong." A buzz of dissatisfaction ran down the northern ranks. Their Eirik Sharptooth could again have taken advantage of the situation and run on the attack. I was certain the crowd would have followed, but he was too slow again. Instead of seizing on the opportunity, he kept casting glances at Konung Harald, who in his turn pretended not to notice the Brown Wolf pack leader. Eirik knew how to work the crowd, but wasn't determined enough to make the final step. Watching the whole pantomime closely, I realized Sigurd was right. The assassination attempt on Bjorn Sharptooth had been planned by Konung Harald. Now, seeing the bodies of the people who were supposed to attack the Konung of Vintervold during the hunt, Greywolf started distancing himself from his ally. In the right, Konung Sharptooth asked, "How should I take that, monsieur? Are you saying you were justified in murdering these people? As far as I am aware, these lands still belong to me. And if anyone has the right to kill, it is me. But even still, blood was spilled during a ceasefire. Your Majesty," Lord Grey came, not losing his self-control. "Your sovereignty over these lands is beyond question, and we are but guests here. However, even guests have a sacred right given to them by the forefather, specifically the right to defend their lives even during a ceasefire. Am I understanding you correctly, Monsieur Grey?" The Konung squinted. "You killed these people to save your own lives." Cries of astonishment sounded out in the crowd. "Exactly right, Your Majesty," Lord Grey replied without a shadow of doubt. Switching to True Vision, I compared their energy systems out of curiosity. It wasn't immediately apparent who would prevail. The King of Estonia's top striker was doubtless a serious opponent, but Bjorn Sharptooth was no less powerful. Honestly, though, if they met in a duel, I would have placed my bet on the striker. Although the Konung's gift was powerful, it seemed to me too unbridled and wild. Lord Grey's energy structure, on the contrary, was highly developed. Karl III's striker had clearly not been resting on his laurels. Essentially, in this case, I would have bet on skill and practice. "Monsieur, do you see these people?" the Konung asked and pointed around at everyone with a broad gesture. "They all hunger for vengeance. Although Northland is now being torn asunder by a brother's war, any son of the North, even if they came to my lands with ill intent, would be closer to me than any of you. I suggest you choose your words very carefully. Otherwise, even I will not be able to protect you against the Northlanders' fury." Inside, I laughed. This Kanang was a true politician. He took advantage of the situation very skillfully. What a speech. He just called all Northlanders a single people. Now let anyone try and say that Bjorn Sharptooth didn't care about the sons of the North. They appeared to be buying it as well. They were looking at the Kanang as a true sovereign, even those who were vassals of Kanang Herald. He meanwhile looked darker than a storm cloud. I'd bet my hand that if he were given free rein now, he'd have killed us all, including his failed assassin Eirik Irontooth. Lord Grey stood up straight. Your Majesty, I along with all my brothers in arms are willing to accept any fair punishment, but only if my actions are deemed by you to have broken the law. The Kanang and Striker's conversation was starting to drag, and I could see that Sharptooth was drawing it out on purpose. He was trying to assuage the initial outburst of anger. The people, stoked by the calls for revenge for the fallen Northerners, slowly started to settle. But some of them saw their comrades in our ranks and started sharing their observations with their neighbors. Sharptooth could see it, and so gave his people time to come to their senses. Eirik Irontooth, on the other hand, was far from delighted. The crowd he'd so successfully set ablaze was starting to cool off. Plus, Harold seemed to be throwing him under the bus. But even still, the Brown Wolf pack leader's eyes glimmered with spite and determination. He was clearly not planning on backing down. Harold's people, noticing their Kanang's mood, didn't shout out any more provocative things. Everyone froze in anticipation of what would come next. Then you have my undivided attention, monsieur. The Kanang came and crossed his mighty arms on his chest, and Lord Grey started to talk. The more he said about what happened to us, the more the looks on the people's faces slowly started to change. Their fury and willingness to kill the vile Southerners were replaced by bafflement and confusion. When Lord Grey was finished, Bjorn Sharptooth turned and glanced at the Brown Wolf pack leader. A wry look flickered in his attentive, harsh eyes. Eirik Sharptooth was at maximum tension. His energy system flickered and pulsated. Listen, Eirik, Sharptooth came a bit dismissively, tilting his head to one side a bit and running his broad hand through his beard. I was just listening to this Southerner, and now I have a few questions. Just what were your people doing in my lands? Why were they hiding out in some abandoned farmhouse? Why didn't they come here to my camp? Eirik Irontooth hesitated a bit. I could see the shapeshifter's eyes starting to fill with blood. He was clearly enraged. After all, there was a provocation hidden in the Kanang's question. Essentially, the land we were now on had once belonged to Clan Brownwolf, until House Sharptooth expelled them. The provocation almost worked, but Eirik Irontooth suddenly spoke on behalf of Kanang Herald who, as it turned out, had been counted out of this conflict a bit too early. Weren't you the one who invited all sons of the North to these lands? Kanang Greywolf asked Bjorn loudly. His Northlandic was strangely twisted when he spoke. It must have been a northern dialect. I had to listen closely to every last word he said to figure out what they were talking about. Or are only outsiders allowed to hunt here, and to kill our tribesmen unpunished, not to mention the ceasefire? Harold's people all shuddered as if on cue. Cries of approval ran down their ranks. The Vestonians started trading glances. Lord Grey looked uncomprehendingly at his arms-bearers, and they in their turn shrugged their shoulders. I was seemingly the only Vestonian to now comprehend what Harold was saying. Greywolf's words seemed not to throw Sharptooth off in the least, but I could see his energy structure flicker. This weak prince's people are behaving like this is their home, but those who should respond are the ones who are the flesh and blood of this land. Kanang Herald continued. What laws were broken by Eirik Irontooth's people, and why are we to believe the words of outsiders? Yes, I see they have Northlanders among them, but they're all from Wintervold. I don't see any of my people in their ranks, nor those of my enemy Jarl Sigurd Bloodsword. All of Eirik's warriors are dead. Isn't that odd? Perhaps they didn't want witnesses who could report to us what really happened in that farmhouse. An ill stirring started in the ranks of the Northerners. I never should have thought Harold had backed down. He simply stepped back and waited for his time to strike. I looked at our ranks. The Vestonians couldn't tell what was happening. Some Wintervolders had just started translating what Harold was saying. In my very skin, I could feel time slipping away like sand through fingers. We had just been accused of murder and violating the ceasefire. Beyond that, Prince Louis had been called weak. Every noble was obliged to stand in defense of the honor of this son of their king. I breathed a heavy sigh. Oh well, he said it, I heard it. Were I a mere servant, I could just say nothing. But here I was a noble, albeit slightly flawed. If they found out I could understand Kanang Herald's speech but said nothing, there'd be no avoiding shame. Sigurd and Elira spoke to me in a similar dialect. They knew I had understood. They probably didn't care about my reaction, but still there would be an impression if I didn't do anything. Noble blood and a noble's honor meant something in this world. I placed my hand on Sigurd's wide back. As if he was expecting it, he immediately made way for me. Out of the corner of my eye, I spotted his pointed gaze. Hess, so I was right. While everyone else looked on uncomprehending, I split off from the formation and froze a few paces from both Kanangs. As if on cue, they turned their heads toward me. Sharptooth looked at me with intrigue, giving the impression he already knew about me. Harold, meanwhile, looked me over head to toe with scorn. Your Majesty, I came loudly with a bow. Allow me to introduce myself, Chevalier Maximilian Renard. I request a word. SHRPTOTH shot me a condescending smile. Chevalier, I hope there's no need to explain that your life now depends on every word you speak, he asked, switching to Vestonian. I am a nobleman, your majesty, I said, raising my head with pride. Several hundred years ago, a glorious ancestor of mine set forth on the first expedition into the shadow shoulder to shoulder with Prince Albert the Bold. Ever since I was very young, I was taught to be responsible for every word I spoke because the honor of my family comes before everything. After saying that, I looked expressively at Conung Harold, who started to frown. Tall and gaunt, his slim figure stood out compared to his beefier vassals. Beardless in a long gray robe, if I didn't know the man before me was a Conung, I'd have taken him for a priest. His dark hair was cropped short, and he wore a simple steel crown on his head, a symbol of his royal status. His face was severe and always gloomy, as if he was unhappy or annoyed. His dark eyes looked even blacker in the torchlight. A fine response, Chevalier, said the Conung, still smiling condescendingly. You have permission to speak. Turning, I looked over our formation, then at that of the Northerners, and continued, I have taken the liberty of asking to speak for the simple reason that I am apparently the only person bothered by the replies your questions received from Clan Brownwolf's leader. But Sharptooth led his wide hand over his beard. For a moment, a predatory smile flashed on his lips. Did my questions really receive answers? Exactly, I nodded. You were never told why there was a group of werewolves at an abandoned farmhouse, or why they were hiding out there. After all, we didn't see a single clan banner, but we were marching openly. After saying that, I nodded at the banners fluttering in the wind over the heads of my allies. All I heard in response to your questions, your majesty, were dubious excuses and unsupported accusations directed at us. Staying silent or dodging a direct answer aren't those signs of weakness or cowardice. If Eirik Irontooth's looks could incinerate, I'd have turned to ash on the spot. Yes, I hadn't named anyone specifically, but the buzz in the crowd made me think everyone knew this was Prince Louis the Weakling's response. I had just earned myself another enemy, but at the same time all Vestonians at the Conung's camp today would remember what I said and what I was about to do, and the reasons for it would be heard in Herouxville's royal palace. Also, beyond an enemy, I had gained a highly powerful benefactor. Bjorn Sharptooth's smile of approval was proof of that. He looked at me with even greater interest. He was in no hurry to say anything. After all, my jab was not going to go unanswered. Eirik Irontooth didn't keep me waiting long. I'll tear out your heart and eat it, he roared, clenching his broad fists. I will strangle you, snot-nosed little worm. I felt Sigurd shiver behind me. The head of Clan Brownwolf had just insulted me, and I was simply obligated to challenge him to a duel. My bodyguard was ready to enter the circle already, but alas, this time wouldn't be so easy. It wouldn't solve the real problem. Ignoring the furious Eirik, I turned calmly to Sharptooth. Your majesty, note even now the Brownwolf leader is trying to avoid giving a straight answer. I turned to my allies, then looked around at the Northerners all around us. I caught a smoldering look from Princess Astrid and a baffled stare from Helga. I glanced at Prince Louis' pale face as he continued to look around dumbstruck at the people all around him. It seemed like he hadn't fully understood what was going on, and I know why, I exclaimed, loud enough for all to hear. The crowd shuddered. I felt movement behind me. It was Sigurd and Elira preparing for battle. Speak, Chevalier. Conung Sharptooth's booming voice overpowered the buzz of the crowd. I pointed at a travois with shapeshifter bodies. Your Majesty, at the farmhouse, I was able to interrogate one of them before he died. And what did he tell you? Bjorn's eyes looked like shards of ice staring back at me. Hess, so the Conung knew everything. That was why he wasn't surprised when he saw the Brownwolf corpses. An oppressive silence hung over the camp. The crowd, in the light of the flickering tongues of flame, froze in expectation, watching the situation unfold intently. The eyes of the people, reflecting the glint of the fire, were directed at me. Lit by the dim but lively glow, the people's faces expressed the full spectrum of emotion. Some of the people, such as the servants of the Vestonian nobles, looked downtrodden, their eyes wide in fear. Others, like Sigurd and Elira, on the other hand, were waiting for the battle to begin, their eyes full of determination. Here and there, the torchlight fell on glimmering armor and weapons, adding an ominous glow to the spectacle. The shadows cast by the people and torches danced on the ground and camp walls, creating a gloomy and mysterious atmosphere. The whole wolf hunt was a trap, I shouted. In reality, Clan Brownwolf was planning to assassinate you, Your Majesty. The man I interrogated told me that Eirik Irontooth wanted revenge against you for the loss of Varglund. The wolf pack, meanwhile, among the corpses, is a man called Sverre Moonbeast. He's the one who directed the lesser beings to your fiefdom. When I finished, a dead silence hung over the camp. Then the northern formation, which seemed united up to that point, suddenly started to split into two camps. Sharptooth and the Alliance of Five's people on one side and Conung Harold's warriors on the other. Bjorn Sharptooth heard me out and turned to face Eirik Irontooth. They looked at one another with silent, hateful gazes, and again when I least expected it, Kanung Herald jumped into the brewing conflict. Those are serious accusations. He exclaimed and set his hand on Eirik Irontooth's wide shoulder, who seemed about to transform and fling himself onto the Kanung of Wintervold. To be frank, I would have been fine with that, but I was aware that it wouldn't end so easily. Eirik shuddered at the Kanung's touch. Understanding appeared in his eyes. Harold was helping him not get carried away and hinting at what to do next. Everything that Southerner said is a lie, Eirik exclaimed and bored into me with a burning gaze. If he has any evidence, let him present it. I turned and looked at Sigurd. He first burst forward, but I shook my head to stop him. It felt like my only chance to enter the circle on my own. I felt tense looks from the Vestonians and Northlanders. Those who were aware of what was coming looked at me like a dead man. Splaying my shoulders and raising my head with pride, I took a step forward and said loudly, I swear on my family honor and the memory of my ancestors that everything I just said is the truth. I accuse Eirik Irontooth of taking advantage of the ceasefire to set a trap so he could slay Konung Bjorn Sharptooth, and by the grace of the heavens, we were able to take down the criminals before they could do it. I again call upon the gods, both new and old, southern and northern, to settle this dispute. I glanced at Eirik Irontooth, pitiful coward and liar. Are you prepared to step into the ring and face the judgment of the gods? Or will you again dodge like a slippery eel in a hot frying pan? You and your people came to this land to exact revenge, but at the very last moment you're afraid to admit it. It was a mistake to make you clan leader, and I'm surprised people followed you. Their deaths are on your conscience. I will tear you to pieces with my bare hands, you little bastard. Eirik Irontooth roared and stepped forward. I will tear out your heart and liver, then feed your innards to my hounds. Challenge accepted, Bjorn Sharptooth declared loudly. Now let the gods have their say. Taking my sword from its scabbard, I slid a gaze over the faces of the nobles from our ranks. Jean-Louis Lord Grey, his strikers and arms bearers, they were all looking at me with approval, and some with outright admiration. They nodded and smiled. Sigurd looked cold and silent as ever, while Elira looked at me with concern. I scanned for Bertrand in the crowd, but failed to find him. Good, he had no reason to be here. But even still, I knew that if he saw me, although he would be worried, he would fully approve. I remembered how happy Bertrand was to see my medal, and when he explained the full significance of the decoration to me like an ignorant fool. After all, I didn't actually assign particular importance to that little unremarkable piece of jewelry which had been hung on my chest by the mayor of Toulon with such solemnity. When I was working out a plan for the future, my thinking was wrong categorically. I thought that to achieve what I set out to do, I first would need money. I was partially right, but Bertrand pointed out some big holes in my plans. And as for me, my rating was very low due to being branded a bastard and the son of a traitor, which was why, for my plan to work out, I had to first improve my reputation in the eyes of elite society, especially the King of Estonia, and that would take more than just a large fortune. Karl III was known to esteem personal valor above all else. The people in his inner circle were an example. I had already made a number of noteworthy achievements. For example, the Silver Wing, or saving Princess Adele. But as my adoptive mother used to say, the more aces up one's sleeve, the higher the chances of victory. Of course, I was not desperate to hang around near the king just yet. I needed to slowly up my level, and today just so happened to be the kind of occasion for me to pull another ace from my hand. I entered the ring holding a sword in my right hand and a long dagger in my left. I rejected a shield from the get-go. I was not planning for this fight to last long. I would have to slay the shapeshifter quickly and unquestionably. Also, Eirik Irontooth was not joking around. He really did enter the ring unarmed and nearly unclothed as well. In true vision, I saw the energy nodes in his fists and joints swelling. Say your prayers, wimp, he growled out, boring into me with his bloodthirsty gaze. Today is the day the gods forsake you. Suddenly, the shapeshifter started transforming before my very eyes. At first, it was just an optical illusion. I got the sense his skin was quaking and flickering like a light from underwater. But then the process sped up. His body started giving off a dim glow, and I saw the first changes. His hands started getting bigger, and his bones stretched out while his skin erupted with a rough, dark fur. The tufts of hair grew with incredible speed, covering the human skin beneath. His fingers twisted, growing wider and longer. Long, sharp claws sprouted from the end of each, replacing his fingernails. The shapeshifter's ribcage flexed out, expanding and growing a layer of dark hair. The muscles on his shoulders got bigger, making Eirik look stronger than ever before. The breadth of his shoulders grew significantly, becoming wider than those of any normal human. Irontooth's face also underwent some changes. His nose got longer and sharper, while his eyes grew bigger and took on a golden hue. His cheeks pulled back to reveal a sharp set of fangs. The shapeshifter thrust his altered head upward and issued an extended howl. The sound sent a shiver down my spine. After that, my opponent dashed forward with a fearsome bark. Honestly, though, I was expecting more verve out of him. Despite his altered appendages, the magically enhanced Eirik Irontooth still moved quite heavily and to my eye sluggishly. Without a doubt, it was fast enough to best a normal man, but I was no normal man, particularly in light of the recent transformations my magical body had undergone. The shapeshifter's energy system appeared unrefined and underdeveloped. What jumped out at me were his unevenly developed energy channels and nodes. It formed the impression that Eirik Irontooth had gone quite a long time without bothering to cultivate his magic system. For instance, I spotted dark pulsating lines in the places connecting his energy flows. Such dark growths popped up like parasites when a mage pushed masses of mana through their system that were too big for it. It created something like burns, which subsequently led to those sections dying. And clearing the dead tissue would have cost the gifted man a large amount of time meditating. Being born with a gift was one thing, but learning to use it properly was another. As was learning to use it without harming one's body, the shapeshifter was saved by his excellent regeneration. Were he a common gifted man, the dark thromboses would have finished him sooner or later. Eirik made a long jump with a dull roar. His paws with their elongated fingers ending in dark claws came racing straight at my chest. I saw a look of triumph and anticipation in his yellow animal eyes. He was probably already imagining tearing my ribcage wide open. Seeing my thin little ribs shatter under the weight of his body and the cry of pain getting stuck in my throat, I wanted so badly to unleash energy through my blade and plunge it straight into the chest of this wet dog stinking beast, but I stopped myself. Now was not the time to reveal my power, and so I made a last-minute fluid motion to the right, dodging the shapeshifter's hefty body. The crowd gasped in unison. Probably they took it for pure luck that I dodged what they considered a lightning-fast shapeshifter jump. Clumsily rolling over the frost-bitten ground, the shapeshifter growled in fury and jumped up on all fours. Shaking his shaggy head and sending drops of thick saliva flying, he clacked his teeth and again came racing in my direction. Another leap and he again missed. But that time, falling to the ground, he squealed loudly in pain, because while dodging, I stuck my dagger into his side up to the hilt. I aimed it straight at a dark mass between the shapeshifter's ribs. Catching a piece of sharp steel in the old scar tissue, Eirik rasped loudly. His ribcage heaved fitfully while his big, huge clawed paws tried in vain to remove the dagger from his body. Forgetting everything on earth, he writhed in place, casting pieces of frozen dirt and ice in all directions. One of the main downsides of animal form was losing control. The animal side overpowered the human, and I took advantage of that. Trying to stay behind the pain-enraged beast, I quickly approached to land the fatal blow. Right when I was preparing for my strike, Eirik must have sensed something. He shot to his hind legs and whipped around, and that was when the tip of my blade pierced his ribcage, plunging into his feverishly beating heart. We locked eyes for an instant, and his yellow, wide-open eyes were inscribed with a look of surprise and disbelief. It was as if he was asking how such a thing could have happened. Eirik waved his paws clumsily, as if trying to drive off the darkness, and that was when I decided it would look more believable if I got hurt. Pretending to hesitate, I tried to hop back, but the claws on the shapeshifter's right paw swiped my left shoulder at the last moment. The pain, quick and sharp, shot through my body in sudden flickers, making me shudder. Dropping my sword and stumbling, I took 2 steps back and fell to my knees opposite the shapeshifter as he writhed in per-death convulsions. When he finally fell silent, I heard Bjorn Sharptooth's loud voice, "The gods have spoken." Bjorn Sharptooth ran a triumphant gaze over the crowd. For an instant, I thought I saw a humorous glint in his eyes, and partially I couldn't blame him. If my guesses about what he knew were correct, the Konung of Wintervold had plenty to laugh about. Some southerners, who were regarded here as nothing but weaklings, first took down a group of shapeshifters by complete chance, which was planning to send the Konung himself to meet the forefather. Then at the court of the gods, completely taking the cake, some little Vestonian, whose lips might as well have still been wet with mother's milk, slayed the leader of a shapeshifter clan, and the Ulfhidnar was in beast form. He had good reason to laugh. Konung Harald, meanwhile, was in no laughing mood. While the Jarls and other northern clan leaders kept shouting out the ritual phrase, "The gods have spoken," confirming that I was right in the dispute with Eirik Irontooth, I practically saw Harald's face darken before my very eyes. In accordance with ancient custom, the death of the leader of Clan Brownwolf was de facto confirmation that there had been a conspiracy. The effect was reinforced by the fact that the common 20-year-old boy had killed a ferocious shapeshifter. Was that not the gods' reply? Konung Harald, to my eye, had just 2 options left. 1, take the bull by the horns and dispute the court of the gods, and 2, on the contrary, to do exactly what the others did and recognize the results of the ritual duel. In the first case, Konung Harald and all his people would most likely not last until sunrise. Also, something was telling me that Bjorn Sharptooth would be delighted by that outcome. He must have been sincerely sorry that not a single warrior from Harald's retinue was on a travois. But in the second case, Grey Wolf would be showing weakness. And now, Harald was looking gloomier with every second. Finally, all the most respected northerners had their say, leaving just Grey Wolf. He was now staring blankly at the corpse of Eirik Irontooth, and when his turn came, he shuddered. He looked around and met eyes with Bjorn Sharptooth. The silent standoff didn't last long. Harold breathed a heavy sigh and announced loudly, "The gods have spoken. The brown wolves must have decided to murder the Konung of Wintervold, thus betraying all of our trust." I chuckled internally. Konung Harold was not bold enough for a fight to the death. Something was telling me that Grey Wolf would have something to say soon enough. Harold turned sharply and made for his tents. His warriors followed after him straight away. Before leaving, he cast a hate-dripping gaze straight at me. Another enemy. I stared at the corpse of Eirik Irontooth. On the other hand, this was a bigger problem for some than others. If only Harold knew who had been reborn in the body of the Count de Gramont's wayward bastard. I was certain he wouldn't have been so fast to shoot me threatening looks then. In my past life, I had dealt with plenty of monsters fearsome enough to make this northern chief look positively puny. When Konung Harold and his people had left, both formations fell apart. The tensions hanging over the Konung's camp slowly started to let up. I heard cries of joy and laughter. Okay, there would be no slaughter. At the very least not tonight. I felt someone picking me up by the shoulders. It was Sigurd and Elira. For appearances, I winced, though my energy system blocked the pain quite successfully. There was an unspoken question in my bodyguard's eyes. I got lucky, I chuckled. That Eirik Irontooth wasn't as fast as I thought. Sigurd just snorted and shook his head while Elira came firmly. The gods have spoken. Bjorn Sharptooth walked over to us. He also looked me over wryly. "Chevalier, you've managed to surprise me." "Your Majesty," I bowed awkwardly, held up on both sides by my bodyguards. "I only told you the truth, and the gods confirmed that." Sharptooth gave a broad smile. He now looked like a cat with a belly full of cream. Removing a wide, gemstone-encrusted gold bracelet from his wrist, the Konung extended it to me. "Please, monsieur, accept this bracelet, in remembrance of this day. Today you proved yourself a true nobleman. If you should ever desire to move to Wintervold, you'll always have a place in my court." I heard barely audible gasps of approval from the Vestonians piled up nearby awaiting me. "Okay, Monsieur Renard," the Konung nodded at me in approval. "Your answer is but more proof that noble blood flows in your veins. You have my gratitude, Your Majesty," I said with another bow, taking a clumsy step forward. Lowering my voice, I said, "I also have a little souvenir for you." The Konung's eyes went wide in surprise. "Here," I said, taking 2 black amulets from my bosom and extending them to the Konung. "These are proof that the Black Wolf Guild was also party to the conspiracy." Sharptooth's brows converged on the bridge of his nose. He took both amulets and started staring at them. In his big, huge hands, the black werewolf fangs looked like dog teeth. The presence of southern shapeshifters in his lands was apparently a surprise to him. Finally, the Konung looked at me and said, "This I will not forget either, Chevalier." I tilted my head in silence. The Konung threw the amulets to a soldier standing next to him, turned and announced, "The hunt is finished. The day after tomorrow, we return to Fjordgrad. It's time to commence the event you all came here for. But now let the feast begin. I hope we will not be interrupted again." The Konung's last few words were met with a cheery roar and laughter. Watching the Konung's wide back, I said, "And what about the wolf pack? Sverre Moonbeast is dead," Elira explained. "The pack mother probably sensed that and has already retreated far to the north with her children, far from human settlements, which is why the Konung announced the end of the hunt. He doesn't believe the wolves remained in Varglund." Before I could respond, we were surrounded by Vestonian nobles. Lord Grey, his arms-bearers Robert Bolton and Gaston de Gaulle, Baron Jean-Louis de Levy, and other aristocrats who had joined us for the glorious hunt. They all congratulated me on the victory, assuring me of their genuine friendship and expressing admiration. Meanwhile, the blood on my shoulder didn't seem to bother anyone. Understanding that all this might go on for a long time, I feigned malaise and frailty, after which my bodyguards quickly dispersed the crowd around us and dragged me into my wagon, where Bertrand was already waiting with hot water, warm bedsheets, and a fresh change of underwear. The old man must have seen my duel after all. After waiting for me to prevail, which he claimed not to have doubted for even a second, he hurried full speed to our wagon to prepare everything for my arrival. Before my bodyguard's eyes, I drank down a quarter of a flagon of crimson liquid. Meanwhile, I had to keep an eye on my aura to make sure the healing didn't proceed too quickly and raise questions. I got washed up and put on all clean clothes, shut my eyes, and laid back in a fresh bed. I could scarcely hear my valet's reassuring muttering as he fussed around by the oven. He thought I was already asleep and couldn't hear him. "If only your grandfather could have seen you today, he'd have been so proud of you, your lordship." Already drifting off, I distantly considered that Bertrand, despite my periodic adjustments to his energy structure, was starting to grow old. He was starting to slip up. He called me lordship like some count or marquise. Or was that just me? It didn't really seem like him. Or maybe he did it to push things forward. I'd have to remind him tomorrow not to call me that by accident with others around. I'd be in lots of hot water if he did. The fiefdom of Varglund. Hunting camp of Konung Bjorn Sharptooth. At midday, when Helga, Astrid, and Prince Louis all went to visit the outlandish tent belonging to Renard, she, as a healer who had seen a lot of blood and death, was ready for turgid air saturated with the smells of blood, medicinal herbs, and disease. She also expected to see a half-dark room packed with bandages dotted in rusty brown, but to her surprise, it was bright and fresh inside the tent. There were no bandages lying around, nor overwhelming ill aromas, just the pleasant smells of meat snacks and delicious wine. Furthermore, the Viscount himself met them on his own 2 feet instead of lying in bed racked with fever. He gave a big smile and a fairly nimble bow. The only signs of his injury the day before were a slight pallor and a bit of white bandage peeking through a slit in the chest area of his tunic. Helga had a hard time holding back her surprise. She saw the shapeshifter's slash with her own eyes. It should have left Renard's left shoulder unusable, at least temporarily, and healing it would have been a serious challenge even using the most powerful magic potions. This Vestonian upstart really was hardcore. Helga didn't want to admit it to herself, but this southerner had taken her by surprise. Insolent and haughty, he was also noble and valiant at the same time. When Helga looked at Renard, she was overcome by strange emotions she had never experienced before. Sometimes she thought the young man who had the gaze of a 40-year-old man was someone she'd known for a long time, as if she'd seen him before at some point. She also had a hard time admitting that he didn't seem threatening. She only felt that way around her father and mother. And well, once very long ago around her older brother as well, before he died in battle at Twilight Hollow. Helga did everything she could to fend off the strange fleeting sensations that welled up in her soul around Renard. And now, that odd look in his eye when he glanced at her, as if he was trying to see someone else in her. Oddly, she noted that his eyes always looked warmer when she smiled. Astrid told her then that Renard had probably been noticing her dimples. Her cousin always said those dimples could charm any person on Earth. Helga herself was no big fan of the feature, though. Her smile, even when restrained, created an illusion that Helga was soft and weak, even though she wasn't really either. It was those damned dimples that made Helga try to smile as little as possible. She was also surprised and made wary by her cousin Astrid's interest in Renard's fate. Her cousin had started mentioning the Vestonian in conversation with unexpected frequency, and when she did, she always had a strange and mysterious smile. If Helga didn't know her cousin's personality, she might have thought she had fallen in love with the insolent southerner. But no. There was something else there, and strangely, it started to really bother Helga. She was aware that Astrid was pursuing some goal of her own, and Helga was trying in vain to figure out what exactly it was. What need did she have for that Renard? The strange, sly, dodgy, insolent, and as last night had proven, extremely lucky man. Before falling asleep, Helga had thought back on that night's duel many times. Prince Louis the spineless dodderer had seemingly not yet realized that Renard had been defending his honor last night. He was publicly called weak, but Renard had repaid the insulter's kindness in full. Helga thought back with satisfaction on the outraged crimson faces of Konung Harold and his lackey Eirik Irontooth, and she was delighted to have a front-row seat for the per-death convulsions of that Ulfhidnar. The famed chief of the Brown Wolves was dead, and the most humiliating and shameful part of his death was the fact that he had fallen to some young southerner who didn't even have a magical gift. The highly esteemed shapeshifter had been stuck like a pig by a mere normal man, and a Vestonian to boot. Oh gods, that alone was enough for Helga to forgive Renard for all his boorish haughtiness. After exchanging greetings and pleasantries, Renard invited them to a richly appointed table. Helga, as a true daughter of the savage north, understood little of all these southern subtleties, but based on the satisfied looks exchanged by Astrid and Louis, the table had been set in full accordance with the rules of their precious Vestonian etiquette. At the table, they were served by a gray-haired old man who looked to be around 60. Helga, an experienced healer, was unable to ignore that the man was in prime physical shape despite his age. He had a lively look in his eye, stood up straight, had healthy teeth and a relaxed gait. It was all evidence that Renard's valet had spent some time with healers, or was gifted himself, though that was unlikely. Her trained eye couldn't be deceived. Renard's second servant, a young man who was clearly from the north, was playing backup to the old man. Helga noticed that the light-haired muscle man didn't look unhappy or browbeat. He was well-dressed, prim, no fear or disaffection in his eyes. It gave the impression that the people around Renard were happy with their master, which was actually a great rarity. "I am glad, Monsieur Renard, to see you in good health," Prince Louis said, and taking a small sip from a glass, smacked his lips with satisfaction. "And I'm doubly glad to have you with us. This Lyrian vintage is simply excellent. I'm glad I could please you, Your Highness," Renard smiled back. Helga, looking at Prince Louis, struggled not to wince. Last night, Renard had risked his life for this man, and here he was praising some swill. Astrid was firm in her intent to marry this thin-skinned prince and herself become Queen of Vestonia. Knowing her cousin's personality, Helga was certain she would get what she wanted even if it meant bearing a bit of humiliation. However, Helga looked at Louis, and and was unable to imagine that her cousin would be willing to risk her life to put this capricious sniveler on the throne. Although that depended on how one looked at it, knowing Astrid, Helga was perfectly aware of who would be the true ruler of the Southern Kingdom if she pulled it all off. Monsieur, Astrid addressed Renard. Yesterday you proved yourself a true knight. We're all delighted by your bravery. Eirik Irontooth was a highly esteemed warrior. Few would have dared to go against him. I had truth and the gods on my side, Renard shrugged, so I wasn't really taking a risk, Your Highness. Helga seemed to hear some humor in his tone. He clearly did not believe what he was saying, and he found it funny. How could one laugh at the will of the gods? In one way or another, you did get pretty hurt. Helga came coldly and nodded at his shoulder. I must say I'm surprised by how fast you've recovered. You know something? You're right. Astrid shuddered and glanced at Helga. My cousin is a very skilled healer. She could take a look at your injury. My opponent's blow was merely glancing. Renard waved it off. Helga noted that this talk made him uncomfortable. It was just a scratch. The magic potions I acquired in the crafting district can handle it with ease, so my injuries do not merit your attention or concern. As you can see, I'm nearly recovered. And what specific potions did you use? Helga asked. She liked making Renard uncomfortable with her questions. The injuries clearly made him tense to talk about. Astrid also noticed, as an aside. Renard meanwhile glanced at his valet and said, "Bring me my bag of potions." The old man went away with a respectful bow. Now this I want to see. Astrid's eyes lit up. Have our master craftsmen really risen to such lofty heights? For fairness' sake, I should say that the alchemist who sold me the potions was not a northerner. He's from somewhere out east. Curious Helga came, looking thoughtfully at Renard. The slight embarrassment and discomfort she had been enjoying were completely gone. He was again put together and calm. Was he really only 20? Typically at that age, young men turned red or went pale. This one, on the contrary, had retained full self-control. She and Astrid traded fleeting glances. Her cousin had also noticed the drastic shift in Renard's emotions. His self-control was the stuff of envy. Helga glanced at Louis and sighed. The prince had his head in the clouds again. He didn't care one bit what they were talking about. He seemed to again be humming a tune to himself, probably composing some moronic ditty. He really was not of this world. Helga had asked herself many times if her cousin would be so interested in such a man if he didn't come attached to a large, wealthy kingdom. Honestly, she could only ask such questions to herself. If she asked Astrid such a thing, their friendship would be over. The servant returned a minute later and extended his master a small leather sack. Renard dug around inside it while his guests looked on intrigued and started removing various flagons and placing them on the table one by one. They clearly contained magical liquids, and when Helga saw them, a chill ran down her spine. She glanced over at Astrid. A slight blush appeared on her cousin's cheeks. Such things always happened when she was very concerned. Living reservoir's breath, Renard came, or at least that was the Eastern alchemist called this potion. This is the one I used to treat myself. Helga gulped with a scratchy throat. She, one of the most powerful healers in the north, was seeing a potion of such high concentration for the first time. And this, Renard placed on the table an elongated flagon of dark blue liquid. Azure Dawn, this potion makes it so I practically don't feel pain. Helga traded another glance with Astrid. The looks in their eyes seemed to ask, "Are you seeing what I'm seeing?" When Helga turned her head in Renard's direction, for a moment she seemed to see a smirk on his lips. She winced. No, it was just her. "Your Highness, your Lordship," Renard set 6 flagons on the table, each with their own appearance. "Allow me to give you these elixirs. As you can see, the craftsman who made them was a miracle worker." Helga first opened her mouth but was unable to say anything. Prince Louis Pale Valet flew into the tent, a man named Olivier de Belmont. "What's the matter, Olivier?" The prince exclaimed in indignation. "How am I to take this? Your Highness." The valet fell to his right knee. "Terrible news from Heroicsville. Your father, His Majesty Karl III, has sustained a fatal injury." "So, my friend, how is His Highness feeling?" I asked, taking a sip of wine from a small silver goblet. Leif René, owner of the Copper Cauldron, had his head chef preparing an excellent rabbit ragout with Bertrand's close supervision. I was going to serve it today for lunch to the Baron de Levy. Jean-Louis looked gloomy and pensive, and no wonder the events of the last few days, to put it lightly, were not the kind to put one in a cheery mood. We had returned from Varglund to the capital city of Wintervold a week earlier, and the whole time there had been a lot of turmoil in Prince Louis' embassy. As a person who had essentially been coerced into this trip, with the argument that it was my duty as a nobleman to accompany His Highness Prince Louis, it was quite arresting to watch Karl III's youngest son's inner circle over the last few days. Just a month earlier, these same people had been tripping over each other to curry favor with the King of Estonia's youngest son, draping themselves head to toe in green bands. But today, they were packing their things to return to Heroicsville without their deeply adored Prince Louis. It was all down to the news about Karl III being at death's door. Nobody knew yet the details of what had happened to the king. Either it was a poisoned magic arrow or a magic crossbow bolt, but there were already rumors swirling among the Vestonians that their sovereign had decided to personally take part in the siege of a Burgundian fortress called the Château de Lumière, which had been occupied by the Atalians, and there had been struck with some incurable vile substance. For the entire week, not a day went by that another messenger didn't come to Fjordgred dispatched by relatives, patrons, and representatives of various princes to deliver correspondence for barons, viscounts, and counts who had traveled here with His Highness Prince Louis' retinue. It was not hard to guess what was written in the letters. Based on how fast the gentle aristocrats left Fjordgrad, Prince Louis' green card had not come up on the draw. The struggle for the Vestonian crown now revolved around the red and blue parties, and former Greens were hurrying to attach themselves to the strongest group. But there were also people who were not going to abandon Louis, those who had nothing to lose or whose fortune was directly tied to the youngest Vestonian prince. Jean Louis, who was now dining in my room, was among the latter. His Highness is still despondent over the terrible news. He responded to my question, as are we all, my friend, despondent. Hardly I saw the way the prince's countenance blossomed when his valet told him about his father's injury. Louis looked like he'd just woken up from a dream. Helga and Astrid also saw the triumphant smile on the prince's face. Louis didn't even seem to be trying to hide his delight. I saw that Helga was slightly bothered by the prince's behavior. Astrid's high forehead also sprouted a very fine wrinkle. She was clearly upset. All that led me to believe the Princess of Wintervold was all too aware of why the news of the king's injury struck Louis that way. She must have known about her rival. Recalling that morning, I found myself rubbing my temples with the tips of my right hand fingers. It was hard to fit their visit into my plans, particularly in view of what had happened in my sleep. The issue was that when I fell asleep, my enhanced body started healing itself without my involvement. When I finally woke back up, I discovered that the wound on my shoulder looked like 10 of the most talented healers in mainland had been working their magic on it all night. Based on the suspicious looks being shot at me by Astrid and particularly Helga, who was a powerful healer herself, my health had caught them by surprise. I had to quickly invent a story about miracle potions I'd acquired from an Eastern alchemist. In the end, it cost me 6 bottles of enhanced elixir. Then the prince's chamberlain rushed in, and all attention turned to the bigger problem. Now I want to know why Louis was still in Fjordgrad instead of flying on the wings of love to Heroicsville to be with beloved Blanca de Gondi. After all, the man who ordered him to marry this northern princess was now at death's door if he was not in fact already dead. In other words, there was nothing more keeping Prince Louis here. Honestly, as far as I was aware, he had no one expecting him in Vestonia either. Blanca de Gondi was clearly not intending to bind her fate to the junior prince, who now had no chance of wearing the crown of Vestonia. I suspected that events in Heroicsville now meant that the Green Prince would be safer staying up north. The red and blue parties would very soon start vying for supremacy, and it was likely someone would get the bright idea to knock the little green figurine off the board, to keep him from mucking things up. I figured Louis' inner circle, those who truly remained loyal to him, were perfectly aware of that, and the fact the lovelorn prince was not racing headlong to Heroicsville was because of them. For the record, the news of the king of Vestonia's mortal wound, given he was ruler of essentially the largest kingdom in mainland, had stirred upper aristocratic circles in Northland, who were now packing to go to Fjordgrad for the great trial. That played into my hand. The attention of all the Konungs and Jarls was now focused on recent news about world politics, and my duel with Eirik Irontooth had faded into the background. I of course was not feeding any illusions about Konung Harald's forgetfulness. I remembered his hate-filled gaze. He was sure to try and repay the favor, but I was ready, and if I had to make a preemptive strike, I would do so without a second thought. Yes, my friend, I nodded, surfacing from my thoughts. I'm sure that His Majesty's healers know what they're doing. Jean-Louis breathed a heavy sigh and stared pensively out the window of my hotel room. He practically hadn't touched the ragout and was more taking to the wine. I understood his mood. The prince he had served so loyally all these years and who he owed for his promotion had lost his position before his very eyes. Truthfully, the Baron de Levy as a person had earned my sympathies somehow. During our trip north, I was able to get to know him better and came to the conclusion that Jean-Louis was the kind of person who was not so easy to break. But today I was getting the impression that something had changed. It was the first time I was seeing him like this, sullen, contemplative, and lost. For some time, silence reigned in my hotel room. I kept eating quietly while Jean-Louis clenched the goblet fitfully in his hands and thought tensely about something, staring out the window. Finally, he breathed a heavy sigh as if emerging from underwater and stared directly at me. Based on the look in his eyes, he seemed to have come to a decision of some kind, and I suddenly realized that it involved me as well. My friend, I came in a penetrating voice. I know you to be a noble person, and you have proven many times that your honor as a nobleman means a great deal to you, which is why I'm not asking you to swear an oath. I need only your promise not to tell anyone what I am about to share with you. I want to assure you now that your silence will do nothing to besmirch your honor or that of your family name. If you wish to remain in ignorance, simply tell me and I will say nothing." I stared into Baron de Levy's eyes. I didn't exactly need the wisdom of Solomon to be aware of what Louis' inner circle wanted out of me. I certainly didn't believe that Jean-Louis invited himself to my place for lunch on his own initiative. The quickly thinning ranks of the Green Party, the capricious prince's inappropriate behavior, the less than reassuring news from Heroicsville, all of that required immediate action to hold onto what little remained. Basically, those who had nothing to lose, and those whose position depended directly on Prince Louis, were looking for new moves and new allies, and I wasn't the least bit surprised that they were now turning to me. The thing was that after my duel with Eirik Irontooth, my rating among the Vestonian nobility had shot through the roof. People paid attention to me, who used to be disgusted to even glance my direction. As a matter of fact, a few of the Vestonians who had already left Fjordgred had invited me to join them. Those who had decided to join the Blue Party were particularly eager for me to leave. They argued that Prince Heinrich held strength and personal valor in high esteem, so he would be sure to take me under his wing. And as for the reception at Max's aunt's, His Highness had probably already forgotten the vexing, awkward situation that had arisen that night because of me. Sure, of course. Okay, I would hear them out. But out loud I said, "I promise you, my friend, that everything you and I are about to say will remain between us. I never expected you to say anything else." Jean-Louis came with a smile while sighing in relief. "Okay, you have my undivided attention." Setting aside the goblet of wine, the Baron de Levy leaned forward slightly and, lowering his voice, started to say, "You have probably already noticed that our embassy is losing delegates by the day." Of course, I smiled. "It would be hard not to. You've probably also gotten a message from your uncle, the Count de Gramont, with detailed instructions." "No, I haven't received any messages." I shook my head. Jean-Louis glanced at me in surprise. "Odd, as far as I'm aware, your cousins got a letter from their father this morning." I just shrugged. I can only be happy for my cousins because they have such a caring and attentive father. But as for me, as I already said, I haven't gotten any letters. Not from my uncle, the Count de Gramont, and not from my aunt, the Duchess du Bellay. Jean-Louis rubbed his chin thoughtfully and considered it for a second. I meanwhile decided to hurry him along. Otherwise, this conversation threatened to take a long time. After all, I still needed to visit the crafting district to inquire about the progress on my armor and weapons. "I suppose you wanted to discuss Prince Louis' return to Heroicsville?" I asked. "As far as I am aware, Vestonia's participation in the Great Trial has been suspended, and His Highness would like to get underway as soon as possible so he can be there for the reading of his father's last will and testament. Although, as I said, I don't believe His Majesty will give up so easily, especially with the best healers in the country at his side." Jean-Louis shuddered slightly at the sound of my voice. He rubbed his puffy chin and said, "I should tell you, my friend, that matters are somewhat different than that His Highness will remain in Fjordgrad and abide by his father's will." "I see you're surprised." "More like a bit baffled by His Highness' decision," I replied. "Being up north has clearly had a depressive effect on him. I assume you're referring to the prince's infatuation I heard so many courtly rumors about." Jean-Louis asked directly. "Exactly," I answered just as directly. "Well, I can tell you confidently that everything has changed," the Baron de Levy stated. "Blanca de Gondi is no longer the object of His Highness' affection. Recently, the prince received a letter from Heroicsville, which made him even more depressed than he was after he found out about his father's injury. Nobody knows what the letter said or who sent it, but I know one thing for certain after reading it. His Highness was outraged, talking angrily about how he had been betrayed by his brother, Prince Heinrich and Blanca de Gondi. He even gave an order to prepare to depart, but something happened, which is specifically what I came to discuss with you. I'm all ears." I had a hard time not laughing. I'd have bet my hand the little letter about Blanca de Gondi and Prince Heinrich was the handiwork of one of the Greens. I wondered what kind of trick they'd played to convince Louis. "The issue is," the Baron de Levy lowered his voice and looked at the front door. Now this was something new. Jean-Louis could be called all kinds of things, but not a coward. What I was seeing now was clearly fear. "Don't worry," I reassured him. "One of the most powerful strikers in the north is standing on the other side of that door. Trust me, no one is going to bother us." Jean-Louis glanced at me. Seemingly, he felt ashamed by his passing weakness. I just smiled approvingly, letting him know that nothing of the sort had happened and I was not mocking him. "Continue, I am listening closely. You spoke of some event." Baron de Levy nodded and continued in a firmer tone. "The gods must be upset with our prince for some reason. Because that very evening, over dinner, His Highness's wine taster started feeling unwell, and it was his duty to sample every wine before it could be served at the prince's table." I frowned. "Someone else must have been behind these tricks. Are you saying someone was trying to poison His Highness?" "Yes," Jean-Louis nodded. "The poor wine taster was dead within the hour." "Have you found out who is responsible?" I asked, continuing to frown. "No," Baron de Levy shook his head, "but we do know they were not local. The bottle of poisoned wine was from the personal stocks of the prince and was brought here from Heroexville. That was what I wanted you not to share with anyone else. Only a few people are aware of the assassination attempt, those most loyal to His Highness. If the others hear about it, we might lose all our supporters. They're fleeing like rats from a sinking ship as it is. Jean-Louis again reached for the goblet and drained it. I could see this was not easy for him to talk about. He was clearly very angry at his former cohort, who quickly fled as soon as the going got tough. You have my word, I nodded. So that means an unknown group of enemies were planning to poison His Highness ever since he left for the north. Baron de Levy's eyes lit up. Oh yes. I could only imagine Karl III hadn't even yet given up his soul to the gods, and the northerners were already planning a march on his capital. After all, there was also Prince Heinrich, the Dukes de Gondi and de Beaufremont, whom I was getting the feeling I would have to find a less restive country before too long. Honestly, Jean-Louis continued, immediately straightening up, it would all still be possible if Lord Grey wins the tournament. Our conversation was interrupted by a knock at the door. Come in, I permitted. Bertrand appeared on the doorstep. Your worship, a footman has come from your elder cousin Viscount Gabriel de Gramont, he reported, extending me a small envelope. Here is the message he delivered. He said he would wait here for your response. Apologizing to Baron de Levy, I accepted the envelope, opened it quickly, and read the contents. It was immediately obvious that Gabriel had devoted more time to calligraphy than fencing. His handwriting was beautiful, rounded, and neat. The letters were even with a pleasant curliness. I finished reading and looked up to say to Bertrand, my answer is no. The old man bowed in silence and left the room. I looked at Jean-Louis, who sized me up with a tense gaze. I saw that he had already guessed what the letter was about. Honestly, though, it had a bit more in it that he wasn't going to like. As you said, my cousins got a letter from the Count de Gramont. I came, ordering them to return to Heroexville. They're leaving tomorrow. I assume you were also instructed to leave Fjordgrad. The Baron laughed. As I already mentioned, no letters came from me personally. I responded and added, also the Viscount de Gramont told me that Lord Grey's fiefdom, which the king bequeathed to him, has been attacked by the Count de Blois. That wiped the smile right off Jean-Louis' face. Chalk white, he bounded up from the table and ran out of the hotel without saying another word. The sky over Fjordgrad that evening was stretched over with a parchment thin layer of clouds, which showered us with tiny little flocks of snow from above. The main gates of the capital of Vinnervold were thrown wide open to make way for several dozen riders and 12 carts. The hooves of the horses clopped on the hoar-frosted stones, giving off a crunching echo that carried over the small square. The snow creaked discordantly beneath the heavy wheels of the cart. The horses snorted in alarm. The people behaved nervously. It was all because Lord Grey and his arms-bearers and escorts were leaving Fjordgrad in a hurry. When we bid him farewell, he was somewhat scatterbrained and his responses were out of turn. I figured he was already far from this place in his mind, and I found it hard to blame him. The fiefdom the king had granted him, and which had previously been revoked from a failed conspirator, was still claimed by an heir of the former holder, a certain Count de Blois. As far as I was aware, Lord Grey's entire family escaped to Heroexville, but not without injuries. People from his inner circle got hurt during a fight with the Count's soldiers. Essentially, Lord Grey was racing home. Based on his mood, someone down there was in for serious pain. I figured de Blois knew what he was doing. After all, Lord Grey was equivalent to a small army all on his own, and he was not going alone. His arms-bearers were also strikers, and not weak ones at that. Well, the king wasn't even dead yet, and things were starting to fall apart. Like Lord Grey, his departure put a big fat X over the Green's long-term plans. According to the rules, only people who had been announced in advance could take part in the Great Trial or, in extreme circumstances, people who came with an embassy. Otherwise, the other contenders would be offended. Beyond the fact that Lord Grey's family was now in danger, though, he parted ways with the prince without particular regret. His relationship with the prince had been rocky since the start of the trip north. Prince Louis perceived Lord Grey as a person loyal to his father, and according to some particular logic, conflated the striker with all the troubles that had befallen him. For the entire time, Louis either pointedly ignored Lord Grey, or, on the contrary, spewed out all his discontent on him. For instance, Louis had given the royal striker quite a harsh reprimand for his supposedly irresponsible behavior during our memorable hunt. Overall, I probably wouldn't be wrong to say that Lord Grey had considered abandoning this mission and going home on several occasions, but he held out to the end. Even word of the king's mortal wound had not shaken his determination, but the attack on his family had unbound his hands. While saying goodbye, he told me that if the king couldn't defend his family, why should he, Lord Grey, be obliged to defend the king's son? I wondered if he would have allowed himself to say such things if Karl III weren't at death's door. Lord Grey and his people were followed by another group of riders and carts. Among them, I saw Max's cousins. They must have decided to get underway with strikers to protect them. With Sigurd as company, I stood near the gates waiting for everyone to pass so I could go to the crafting district. That was right when Gabriel de Gramont rode up to me on his raven horse. The vibrant plumage in his younger brother's hat had already flitted through the gates. First of all, I never got any orders, I responded calmly, which made red spots crop up on Gabriel's face. Discounting that little note you sent me with your footman, I mean from your father. Second, even if he had ordered me personally, I'd still have stayed. And well, when it comes to Baron de Levy, his valiant and noble deed only speaks to his honor. To my eye, that is exactly how a true nobleman should act. That morning I met with Jean Louis. The always cheery and resilient Baron de Levy looked like a different man today. I got the impression that he had lost a significant amount of weight overnight. His clothing hung off him like a hanger. There were also dark circles under his sleep-deprived red eyes and a sullen gaze full of some kind of fatal triumph. His Highness Perfumer was clearly preparing to die a hero's death. After all, he had accepted the call to take part in the great trial. I had to give Jean Louis his due. He was the only gifted Vestonian nobleman, still with Prince Louis, who knew how to hold a sword, even just thinking back on the dance at the Duchess du Bellai's reception. Baron de Levy held his own with dignity and was only knocked out because he had to go up against multiple opponents, so Gabriel was talking nonsense about him. Jean Louis had every chance to hold out for a few fights, but Max's cousin was right about one thing: the Baron winning the tournament was out of the question. I had seen the people who were going to compete in the trial, like Conung Harold's son, Ivar the Raven. I figured after Lord Grey's departure, the gifted man was doubtless the most likely to win. I didn't know if the Count de Blois, who I had never heard of before, had a secret motivation in attacking Lord Grey's fiefdom or not, but one thing was clear: his actions had greatly upset the plans of both his king and Bjorn Sharptooth. Not to mention Astrid. Your insolent behavior is showing disrespect to the head of your house, Gabriel hissed through clenched teeth. You and your brother are bringing shame on that same house by running away, I shrugged. Gabriel gave a twitch as if he'd been slapped. He first reached for the gemstone-encrusted grip of his sword, but upon meeting eyes with me stopped short. I saw a mixture of hatred and fear in his eyes. If Francois were in his place, he'd have rushed to attack, but Heinrich de Gramont's eldest son was more rational. He would have his response later. He'd do something nasty but sneakily. Well, best of luck to him. I'd like to see him test Dodger in his own arena. Gabriel took his hand off the sword. He hit me with a scornful gaze and hissed through his teeth, "You'll regret saying that." With that, he pulled the reins and his raven mare dashed off. "Good decision, cousin," I shouted after him with a smirk, ignoring what he said. "You're still very young men, you have your whole lives ahead of you, and send my regards to your sister and cousins." "What now?" Sigurd asked, watching the rider fade into the distance. "To the crafting district," I replied. "Albrecht told me through an assistant that everything is ready. Let's go pick up my order." Albrecht Lothar, the artifactor, kept his promise. The striker armor and blades I ordered he had made in the narrowest timeframe, for which I had promised him a generous bonus. In the end, to get my order finished, the last few days were a joint effort involving all his understudies and assistants, and I should note they did an excellent job. The shadow snakeskin armor created from my sketches had an unusual design that made it look drastically different than everything else made by local craftspeople. I had based it on a scout's jumpsuit from my world. I used to have several of them for various specialized purposes which I used to carry out missions. Albrecht picked up on the idea behind the design, which was new to him, and started animatedly working out a garment that struck me with its beauty and practicality. The coal-black armor suit looked like a second skin covering the wearer's body. The jumpsuit was elastic and comfortable. When I put it on, I was able to move with my usual agility and speed without feeling the weight of the leather armor. I could tell Albrecht was very sorry I was not gifted, meaning I could not meld myself with the armor suit. He had to make peace with the fact that he had created a uniquely effective sort of striker armor which, due to the whim of some rich aristocrat, would serve a purely decorative function like some statue gathering dust in the corner of a castle. I just snorted to myself. "Don't you worry, mater, your craft will see its intended use." The upper part of the jumpsuit was meticulously form-fitted to my body, and in a few places the thickness of the leather was doubled. The reinforcements were placed on particularly vulnerable areas: my chest, back and sides, providing additional protection to my vital organs. Nevertheless, even these double layers of leather were so finely crafted and carefully sewn on that they were practically impossible to notice. Beyond that, in true vision, I could see that all elements of the armor were connected together, with brown magic channels. Albrecht Lothar was not trying to cheat me. It was very honest labor. Honestly, though, I saw that there were some sections I could upgrade further. A few of the nodes could be enlarged and reinforced, for instance. The mater really would have been surprised to find out that he had essentially created me a prototype, which would be undergoing a number of transformations. The lower part of the jumpsuit, which covered my thighs, knees, and shins, also had additional reinforcements. Scaled ornaments similar to those on the upper section were present on the knees and groin, providing defense against attacks from below. The helmet, which was also made of shadow snakeskin, was somewhere between a classic local helmet and a hood. It clung to my head, leaving just my eyes uncovered. Armor inserts of large snake scales provided protection to the neck, back of the head, and temples, but that wasn't the full extent of my imagination. I asked Albrecht to build an additional energy system into the armor suit to be powered by mana from brutes. In essence, I was suggesting the mater create a large magic amulet which, like a human nervous system, could link together all parts of the armor suit. I was afraid to even imagine the lengths Albrecht must have gone to complete my order on time. Based on his sunken eyes and the dark circles beneath them, the craftsman had been sleeping intermittently the last few days. But he got it done, the energy system doubling in the armor suit, which was made of thin but very resilient and elastic filaments of shadow metal, was powered by a dozen brutes placed at even intervals throughout the armor suit. But there were problems there too. Your worship, Albrecht came to me. He looked somewhat upset. Nodding at the scraps of snakeskin, he said, as I warned from the start, there was a certain amount of unavoidable waste, but I can explain. The snakeskin you brought me came from a creature that, based on telltale markings on its scales, was injured several times over the course of its life, which was why I had to dispose of a few skin sections that were not suitable to be made into armor. Yes, mater, I understand, I reassured him. So Albrecht cleared his throat, taking an elongated bundle from beneath the table. Unfolding the fabric, he placed on the tabletop a rectangular box which was a work of art in its own right. It was made of, as far as I knew, a very rare and prestigious material that had a deep, saturated red color suited to aristocratic aesthetics. As an aside, my uncle Heinrich had wanted to marry me off for a forest of just such wood. The box was decorated with unique carved elements of bone, depicting a battle scene between a mythical hero and a giant black snake. The carving had been rendered in exquisite detail, demonstrating the mastery of its creator. The bone elements were framed with thin lines of gold, giving the design an even more refined air. The box's lock was also made of pure gold encrusted with gemstones. Bravo, maestro. I smiled and clapped my hands together. Amazing, but this box. Yes, I know, monsieur. Albrecht took the initiative in a respectful manner. It wasn't part of our fee. It's my gift to you. This box was made by a friend of mine, Mater Lorenzo Costa, one of the best jewelers I've ever met. You were generous to me, and beyond that, I got a chance to work with a rare material. I'll be frank, working on this order required me to bring in all my inner reserves and pushed my development as an artifactor forward from a prolonged dead stop. Great, I'm very happy for you, I nodded, but I get the sense you're uneasy about something. Albrecht Lothar breathed a heavy sigh and opened the box. Inside of it were two sections covered with a soft, pitch-black velvet. One of the compartments was noticeably shorter than the others. The craftsman again sighed and took out a thin scrap of gold-embroidered fabric, beneath which were two blades. Upon seeing the contents of the box, I raised my head and looked inquisitively at the craftsman. I thought we spoke of two swords, but these are one sword and one dagger. Albrecht breathed a third faded sigh and replied, we discovered a problem while crafting the left sword. Inside the tooth, we found a small cavity we didn't notice at first and only became apparent during processing. I suppose the snake must have damaged the tooth and it started to decay. When I pushed my reinforcing energy through the internal energy channels of the fang, it started to crack and then shattered. If it was striker energy, the defect would have gone undiscovered, but artifact or mana, it's different, it's hard to explain. Don't you worry, I nodded. I am aware of the properties of shadow energy. Even though I am not gifted, I had good teachers. My late father, the Count de Gramont, spared no expense on my education. I can believe it, your worship, Albrecht stated. Before we met, I thought all young aristocrats were only interested in balls, hunting, and amorous adventures. But to my eye, you're more an exception to that rule, and I was being sincere. Albrecht immediately blossomed and bowed. Okay, then show me. Smiled, I can't wait to see what you've created. Albrecht smiled back and, not touching the blades, led a hand over the box like a magician about to perform a trick. As we agreed, these are the ceremonial scabbards, he said, but there are more basic ones for travel. I've already made them for you. I nodded, continuing to look over the contents of the box. Periodically, I switched to true vision. The scabbards for the sword and dagger were crafted with incredible meticulousness and attention to detail. They were made of ebony with bone insets, must have been the remnants of the snake fang. The bone facing was polished to a mirror shine, and its grayish shade paired wonderfully with the color of the wood. The golden tips of the scabbards were shaped like snake heads, their bodies wrapping around the scabbards. The leather straps sewn on the scabbards allowed me to attach them to a belt or saddle, providing easy access to the weapon at any moment. Albrecht carefully extracted the sword from the scabbard and extended it to me with a bow, holding it horizontally. For some reason, I was reminded of my teacher Mamoru Yamada, who presented me my first weapon with almost the same gesture. Removing the sword, which was unusually light, I looked the blade over closely. curved, dark gray. It was ideally sharp and polished. The intricate alternating patterns on the surface of the blade that appeared after the bone had been processed with brown mana created the illusion of movement, making the weapon incredibly resilient to damage. On my request, the grip of the sword had been made of black ebony and wrapped in snakeskin without additional decoration. Only the bone tip had been made in the shape of a snake head. The wide-open maw was a place to attach a brute. Of course, when placing the order, I had essentially copied the idea from the anonymous craftsman who made the ghost weapon I lost earlier. I looked over the dagger and tested its balance. It was crafted no less elegantly, and I thanked the craftsman for his diligence. Then, after paying and saying goodbye, two of the craftsman's assistants hauled my purchases outside where Sigurd was waiting. When we returned to the copper cauldron, appetizing aromas streaming from its kitchen, I was greeted by Bertrand, who wore a look of concern on his face. "Get it out," I hurried him along. "Your worship," he came. "1 hour ago, Princess Astrid's messengers were here. You don't have much time to get ready." "Get ready for what now?" I asked, though I could already guess what I was about to hear. "Her Highness has invited you to lunch in the palace," Bertrand replied. Northland Fjordgrad, capital of Vintervold. The Pearl of the North, Palace of Konung Bjorn Sharptooth. Princess Astrid was sitting at the head of the table and looking around at the Vestonian noblemen through half-open eyes with condescension. There were less than 30 of them left. They were primarily members of weak houses who had slightly improved their lot over the last few years by proximity to Prince Louis, and they were all far from warriors. However, they had spent the entire morning discussing the well-chosen female characters in François Nemours' spring verses. Then over lunch they argued, until hoarse, about how Anton Garel's earlier sonnets were significantly inferior to those written in his later period. Astrid herself would have been happy to enjoy these conversations, and even take part in them, but alas, she couldn't allow herself. Prince Louis surrounded himself with people very similar to himself. People who entertained themselves with art, but who were utterly unsuited to the difficult challenges of life. They were on the same wave as the prince, fully removed from reality. That was why Astrid now had to secure her own future. Of course, some of Louis' supporters were people who thought intelligently and pragmatically, but there were only a few of them, and they didn't have particular influence at Vestonian court. For example, the Count de Neger, who had lost an inheritance lawsuit to his cousin. Or the Marquis de Lacoste, son of the Duc de Lacoste, a member of a once wealthy and elite family whose lands were swallowed up by the shadow. These people and those like them had once counted themselves members of the Green Party, hoping to improve their station. All those who represented true power had already left Prince Louis to join the other parties. Astrid suspected that if any of the elder princes sent out feelers to the remainders, Louis could end up losing even his last holdouts. Although Astrid's studious gaze paused on Maximilien Renard, who she had personally invited to lunch, and who was seated now next to Baron de Levy and deeply engaged in a discussion with him. Astrid could see that most of the people there were looking at Renard when he appeared in the reception hall. The dumber ones looked clueless and even had a certain disgust on their faces, but the smarter ones were intrigued and on guard. The princess noted with satisfaction that she was right about him. Despite the fact that Max did not wear Prince Louis color, he had remained with the embassy and was seemingly not about to go anywhere. What was more, she became aware that he had defied the head of his house, who ordered his sons and nephew to return to Heroicsville. Recalling the royal striker and the conversation she'd had with him, Astrid involuntarily clenched her fist and lowered her head a bit, pretending to pick herself a pastry. A wave of power ran down her energy channels, as it always did at such moments. Astrid sometimes used that trick to calm herself down and gather her thoughts. Just then, the princess felt someone's burning hot gaze coming from the other side of the table, right where Renard was sitting. She looked up, but the odd sensation immediately went away. Max kept talking to Jean Louis, and seemingly, nobody around noticed. Astrid sighed and raised her wine glass to her lips. It must have just been her. All the blame lay with the outbursts of anger all strikers were prone to, because the shadow energy in the lilac brutes was the most savage of them all. The master who trained Astrid always said that it was a force both unstable and unpredictable. Mastering it was a lot for a striker to overcome. Astrid had taken a long path full of exhausting training sessions and deep meditations to achieve the necessary level of control over that power. However, even still, the burden of that energy always required her constant focus. At any moment, lack of attention or tiredness could cause the shadow energy to slip out of control, which could lead to dangerous consequences. For that very reason, combat mages who used that energy rarely reached old age. Either they died in battle or fell victim to their own anger. Astrid recalled her conversation with Lord Grey. After all, she nearly lost it back then. She asked the stubborn bastard to delay his departure. She laid out some clever reasoning. assured him that his family was safe, and even if enemies captured his lands, she would promise to help hunt down all of Lord Grey's enemies after officially becoming the fiancée and later wife of Prince Louis. After all, no one doubted that he would emerge victorious from the great trial, but no, Lord Grey was not convinced and left Fjordgrad. And with him went all the other influential aristocrats from Prince Louis' embassy. Astrid was so angry then, angry at the whole world, at Carl III, who foolishly put himself in harm's way, at her father, who had the idea for this idiotic trial to chase the specter of peace in Northland, which in the end just complicated matters further. Astrid was sincerely convinced that peace in the North was just an unfulfilled dream of her father, who saw himself as the sole ruler of Northland. She, unlike the Konung of Wintervold, had never believed in that dream. The North would never be united. Too many different peoples dwelt in its harsh climes. Blood would always be spilled here, and achieving even the merest of results would require many years and a succession of Konungs who, in their turn, would have to stick to a single plan in their rule of the country. That was how peace was brought to Vestonia. She was also angry at that old spider Konung Harold, who had ties with the priests, and at his disgusting little son, whose vile and flesh-eating glances at her sent an uneasy chill down her spine. Well, that at least was simple. Astrid had already made up her mind. If Ivar the Raven won the trial, she would not survive until the wedding night. Honestly, though, that would drown the whole North in a bloodbath, but she couldn't care less. No man other than her Louis would lie with her in the marriage bed. If that meant having to be steeped in the blood of all Northerners, she, Astrid, was willing to take even that step. She found herself again unwittingly glancing at Louis, who was seated next to her looking distracted while listening to one of his party members. Astrid sighed. And it was all coming together so nicely, but after the news of Carl III's injury, everything had gone off the rails. She had such a hard time keeping Louis in Fjordgrad. She had to conspire with the Count de Neger and the Marquise de Lacoste, who, as expected, long had written evidence of the amorous connection between Blanca de Gondi and Prince Heinrich, and which the Count and Marquise were holding on to for the right occasion. Astrid told the pair in no uncertain terms that there was no more sense in waiting. As Astrid expected, when Louis got the letter from his mysterious benefactor, he immediately announced his speedy departure. That was why Astrid enlisted his people to poison the wine that had killed the prince's wine taster. The magic poison she decided to use was, to her eye, the vilest of them all. It was harvested from the gonad of the violet mollusk. The skin of a person poisoned with it got covered in disgusting boils, then they died in a matter of hours. Few healers would have been capable of saving them. Astrid chuckled to herself. Helga, of course, could have, but much to everyone's misfortune, she was not present for lunch on that day. Needless to say, the sight of the terrible, torturous death of his wine taster horrified Prince Louis, and when it emerged with Astrid's nudging that the poison was brought from Herouxville, Louis became soft as silk, just like all his supporters. In fact, all the Vestonians left with Carl III's eldest son were now in the thrall of Princess Astrid. And when she thought it was all said and done, Lord Grey announced his very untimely departure. She looked at Baron de Levy. She of course appreciated knowing that her beloved had people like Jean Louis on his side, ready to go to their death for their prince. However, the fact the Baron's participation in the great trial was nothing short of suicide Astrid never doubted for a minute. She had heard that Jean Louis was a decent fencer, and most likely, he could win a couple of battles. After all, it wasn't only going to be gifted people taking part in the tournament, but the prince's perfumer didn't stand a single chance against strikers or shapeshifters. Astrid meanwhile turned her gaze again to Renard, and found herself unwittingly chuckling at her thoughts. Now he may have stood a chance, which he proved when he slayed Eirik Irontooth. She recalled the strange chevalier's blade piercing the heart of her father's late enemy, and the memories made a slight shiver run over her skin. After that duel, she and Helga had discussed it. Her cousin was also impressed. After all, just like Astrid, she assumed Renard would be torn to shreds that night. But that wasn't what happened. Oh, it was so nice to see Harold's face looking sour and surprised. Just think how much that old spider looked down on him before, a bastard, and southerner to boot. That Konung Harold was behind the conspiracy neither Astrid nor Helga doubted for a second. But because no one could catch him in the act, it was impossible to prove he had a hand in it. Astrid hit her cousin with a look. She kept stealing glances at Max, and the princess had noticed. Astrid knew what it meant when Helga looked like that. Her cousin was always attracted to things she couldn't figure out. She could dig for hours into research trying to untangle a riddle, and that was the element of her personality that made her one of the top healers in Northland. Renard was a riddle just like those, and Helga wouldn't settle down until she'd untangled it. Thinking of her cousin made Astrid steal a sigh. She had been informed that a groom had been found for Helga. The engagement was Astrid's father's idea. Bjorn decided to marry his niece to his wife's nephew to reinforce their coalition. Astrid had found out about the plan a few days prior, but just couldn't find the courage to tell Helga. She was never a fan of Hakon since childhood, and he was never particularly brilliant. Hakan himself would probably be happy when he found out about the Jarls, and Konung's decision. He'd been in love with Helga for a long time. Astrid glanced at her cousin and shook her head slightly. She decided not to put it off any longer, and that today she would tell her the unpleasant news. Let Helga find everything out from Astrid and be prepared for it. Princess' thoughts were interrupted by the coming of a group of servants carrying trays of more goodies. It was exactly the opportunity Astrid was waiting for. The footmen then came to the table and served their trays in near-perfect timing. One of the footmen was very near Renard. Astrid saw him lean down and quickly whisper a few words to the Vestonian. The servant was doing as ordered. Renard had just been told that after lunch he should proceed to Her Highness Princess Astrid's farthest orangery. And if he was in, he was supposed to nod. When the footman finished placing the dishes and went in sync to leave the hall, Max looked up at Astrid and gave a slight nod. For an instant, the princess thought Renard had long ago realized why she wanted him at today's lunch. The look in his eyes that Vestonian seemed to see straight through her. Astrid blinked, and the flood of emotions retreated. Renard kept talking to the Baron de Levy, and the other guests started arguing about the most recent work of a young sculptor named Fabrizio Pantaleo. After ordering her escorts to leave her alone, Astrid entered her farthest orangery to find Renard standing at the edge of the fountain and pensively staring at the colorful fish swimming around in it. This fountain was Astrid's pride and joy. The artifactor who created it had used her designs. When the Vestonians saw it, they assured her that no king in mainland had anything comparable. Astrid unwittingly curled a lip. They must have been lying. Now Renard was staring into the fountain like he'd seen something similar before. That was the expression on Astrid's face when she walked up to Max. "Monsieur, I am glad you accepted my invitation." Astrid replied with a slight nod, and with slight sneering in her voice, continued, "After all, your countrymen have been getting on my nerves for the last few days. In fact, they're hurrying to flee Fjordgrad, as if my father's kingdom were a ship about to sink to the bottom of the sea." She didn't mention the word rats, but the crooked smirk on Renard's face told her he'd understood. "I assume my countrymen are concerned by His Majesty Karl III's health," he responded. "More concerned than his own son." Astrid snorted. "You, for instance, haven't left yet. Or are you not concerned by your king's health? The news of His Majesty's injury was cause for concern for all of us. I pray to the gods every day for our great sovereign's recovery. But as you rightly noted, Your Highness, I am still here, and only for one reason. I took on the obligation to accompany His Highness Prince Louis' embassy, and duty compels me not to abandon my mission until I've seen it through." The words of a dignified nobleman. Astrid smiled. "If only Lord Grey could hear you now. Don't get me wrong, Your Highness," Renard said evasively. "I am not trying in any way to cast blame or justify Lord Grey's actions. All I can say is that I am very glad I didn't have to choose between my duty to my family and my duty to my king. In one way or another, Lord Grey made his decision." Astrid frowned. "His departure upset the plans of two sovereigns at once. As far as I understand, all is not yet lost." "Are you referring to your friend, Baron de Levy?" Astrid asked condescendingly. "Yes," Renard nodded. "The Baron is one of the greatest swordsmen I've ever had the pleasure of meeting. I'm certain he will perform with dignity at your father's tournament." "I'm sure you mean to say he will die with dignity," Astrid threw out. She had decided that it was time to turn this conversation more frank. "Monsieur Renard, both of us can see clearly that Baron de Levy will not survive the trial to the end. But I know a person who has every chance of surviving and prevailing. After the duel in Vargland where you defeated Eirik Irontooth, I concluded that you would be a more than fitting candidate to compete in the great trial. Beyond that, the experience you gained on the frontier makes you a formidable opponent. You have fought shadow beasts and survived, even emerging victorious. You proved yourself a man who truly holds the word honor in high regard. You are a genuine nobleman, and I am simply certain that you would manage to survive until the end of the tournament and win it." Continuing, Astrid raised her voice and added notes of triumph. She wanted to make sure it didn't come across like an empty compliment. She wanted to prove Renard's value in her eyes. She wanted it to be more than simply recognizing his skill, but an assertion of his status as an important figure. Astrid had pulled this trick many times on people she had chosen to serve her, and every time her penetrating and triumphant tone had achieved that. People could see the importance of the moment and would express a desire to serve their princess, thus reinforcing her own confidence in her oratory gift. But this time, something went awry. Her speech clearly had not had any effect on this unusual person. While Astrid spoke, she noticed a sly glimmer in Renard's eyes. She suddenly felt like he was mocking her, though nothing in his pose or facial expression gave that away. But those eyes, knavish, mocking, seeming to see straight through her. Suddenly she realized that she had fundamentally misapprehended this man's motivation, and if she looked at everything from that new angle, what she just said seemed a bit funny and pompous to her as well. Also, she suddenly realized that there was something animal in Renard's facial expression. She was essentially being looked at as prey. She fell silent and looked attentively at Renard. her facial expression also changed. Now opposite that southerner was standing not only the Princess of Wintervold, but also a dangerous combat mage who had earned the nickname the Swift. Oddly, Renard realized that, but didn't show any fear, and the mocking glimmer in his eyes didn't go anywhere. "And what will be your answer, Chevalier?" Astrid asked, trying to make her voice sound calm. "My answer is no," Renard shrugged. Astrid was not the least bit surprised. Scared, she laughed, expecting that to set him off. What nobleman, much less man, would like being accused of cowardice? But no, he surprised her again. "Is it really a crime to fear for one's life?" Renard answered calmly with a question of his own. "Beyond that, what difference does it make which one of us, as you put it, dies with dignity, me or Baron de Levy?" What's more, the Baron himself took up the call. Astrid squinted a bit. A guess flickered in her head. She seemed to understand how to talk to this man. "What if you find a good reason?" she asked, tilting her head. Seeing then that Renard was starting to lose interest in the conversation, she hurried to add, "Let's say, for instance, a very generous reward." Interest flickered on Renard's face. She thoughtfully led her fingertips over her chin. They met eyes. Astrid immediately felt beside herself. The man looking back at her could not be a mere 20-year-old. "Your Highness, am I understanding correctly? You're trying to hire me to take part in the great trial?" "Yes, monsieur, you understand correctly," Astrid replied firmly. "Now I'm curious," Renard came. "What do you intend to offer me for a dignified death in the tournament?" Meanwhile, the cheery glimmer in his eyes disappeared. Astrid now saw cold calculation in its place. "Gold?" She threw out the first bait, watching the reaction in his face. Renard raised an eyebrow as if considering the offer. She knew that in his veins flowed the blood not only of an aristocrat, but also of a merchant. Her countrymen had brought up that part of his biography on multiple occasions with spite. "Gold, of course, has its value, Your Highness," he began his cautious reply. "But it seems to me that if you want to convince a person to go to certain death, you should offer a very unique stimulus. For example, as far as I am aware, Lord Grey was promised new lands if he could prevail." Renard's eyes lit up with more than mere greed. There seemed to also be curiosity and a desire to find out how far he could push this negotiation. How far was she willing to go to convince him to take part in the trial? "You're no less aware than I am that I am currently not able to award lands or titles," Astrid responded, coming over to the edge of the fountain. She glanced pensively at the supple backs of the colorful fish, for which her father had to pay a pretty penny to transport here from the Eastern Isles. Renard stood next to her in silence. Astrid saw the reflection of his face in the water. The Vestonian's eyes looked more attentive and penetrating. She seemed to be aware of what might catch his interest. "At our last conversation, you mentioned that you visited the crafting district and acquired some rare potions there. If I am able to convince you to take part in the tournament, you'll need magic potions. Non-mages are allowed to use them. That way, you'll have better chances against gifted people." "Potions won't help against strikers," Renard shook his head. "Tournament rules forbid strikers from using magic armor or weapons, and shapeshifters from taking combat form," Astrid responded, which seemed to catch the Vestonian by surprise. "That condition was forwarded by the priests of the forefather, and my father had to agree. That of course improves my chances, but that is precisely why ungifted contenders are allowed to use elixirs." Astrid interrupted and, lowering her voice, added, "Which is why I will provide you with powerful elixirs, and beyond that, take you to my personal treasure chamber where you can choose from among several artifacts for payment, all collected recently from the frosty gloom, a part we know as the Svartfold. I promise you will not regret it." Astrid glanced searchingly at Renard and realized she had finally hit her mark. "I will require your assistance," I said to Sigurd when we left for the Copper Cauldron Tavern after visiting the palace. "For the next 7 days, I will need a strong opponent for training. Naturally, I will pay you separately for that service. I will be glad to assist, your worship." The striker responded as calmly as ever and added as if in passing, "It's actually 7 days until the great trial." I laughed to myself. These Northlanders had a real weakness for pompous names. The great trial, yes, sure. It was just a tournament where those wishing to claim Princess Astrid's hand would face off in one-on-one duels. Well, except for the fact that most of the participants were powerful, gifted people who had come from every corner of mainland. But otherwise, it was just a tournament. Really, though, what else did I expect from the ruler of Little Wintervold? The very fact he'd gathered so many powerful, gifted people together and kept them from squabbling before the trial began could already be counted as an impressive achievement. "That's right," I nodded. "I have to get ready to fight in the trial." Sigurd turned his head toward me and came thoughtfully. 7 days won't be enough." I chuckled. "You flatter me." We went the rest of the way in silence. On the way home, I considered Princess Astrid's offer. To tell the truth, it wasn't much of a surprise. The Konung's daughter seemed to be dead set on marrying Prince Louis, and acted as expected. And she started off predictably with a penetrating speech, playing on my sense of duty to my king and country, my honor as a nobleman, and other such drivel rulers are so fond of using to regale their subjects before sending them to certain death. The fact that Astrid had such a confident and composed speech showed that she had previously managed to compel people to follow her and do her bidding. But with me, the program glitched, and I had to give Astrid her due. She realized that quickly, and our dialogue became even more constructive. Honestly, though, not enough to convince me to take part in the tournament. I was already going to refuse. In fact, I had said no once, but Astrid was insistent. I was actually curious and partially amused to see her raising the stakes, but I had already made up my mind. I kept listening to her only out of politeness, and was planning to finish the pointless conversation as quickly as possible, take a bow, and leave the palace. But then Astrid mentioned the Svartfold, and everything changed. The Svartfold, or Black Forest, as they called the most dangerous and mysterious part of the frosty gloom, was located in the northwest of the anomaly. Recently, I had put together all the crumbs of available information and latest news on the area. That was actually one point of the mission the Duc de Beaufremont had given me. I had been instructed to find out everything about the latest expedition sent by Konung Sharptooth to the Svartfold, which the Duc de Beaufremont had become aware of despite all its secrecy. But he and his spy network were unable to uncover even the most minor detail. My employer wasn't even certain if the expedition had returned home or if every person in it had disappeared in the Black Forest. By the way, the fact that Astrid had essentially told me a state secret must have meant that I was her last hope. At the very least, I was the last chance of solving everything with minimal pain. She clearly knew that I would appreciate her offer. Although I wasn't gifted, I did have a silver wing pinned to my chest, and I knew a thing or two about shadow artifacts, so she led with her ace. The fact that artifacts from the Svartfold was her ace I couldn't possibly doubt. The Black Forest was the most dangerous of the known anomalies. In fact, everything harvested there was considered a highly valuable product on the magic artifact market. The Duc de Beaufremont had good reason to pay all those highly valuable magic pearls just for information. And here I was getting the ability not only to see the artifacts, but to choose one for myself, because Princess Astrid's treasure was more than some shop in the crafting district. Her doting father, the Konung, must have shared the best of his harvest with his deeply adored striker daughter. Meanwhile, beyond artifacts and magic potions, my part in the tournament would provide me with, at minimum, a favorable relationship with Princess Astrid, who seemed to be quite a goal-driven young woman. I didn't know what her father was hoping for, but she herself seemed to have far-reaching plans. I was reminded that Jean Louis had mentioned her desire to move to Heroicsville under the wing of Prince Louis at the head of an army of thousands of northerners. She seemed to be entertained not only by the culture and art of the southern kingdom. I wouldn't be surprised to learn that Astrid wanted to wear the crown of Vestonia one day. In light of recent events, it was an easy explanation. However, she was unlikely to receive a hero's welcome in Heroicsville. The Dukes de Beaufremont and de Gondi, Prince Heinrich and his crayon friends who had a bank even here in Fjordgrad, the western nobles and the northern ones, none of them were likely to accept a new player on the board. I assumed Princess Astrid knew what she was getting into. However, to tell the truth, it wasn't my problem. In any case, even if she failed at every scheme she dreamt up, I would have a powerful ally in Vestonia. Heck, just one little thing first: winning the great trial. By the way, I had a theory to test. Out of almost 50 contenders, in my view, only around 12 of the fighters could cause me serious trouble. What do you think? I asked Sigurd. Which of the tournament contenders should I be the most worried about? Before I would have said all of them, he responded, glancing at me. I saw not even a shade of derision in his eyes. But now what do you think? After I saw Eirik Irontooth's death, I think you should be afraid of 7 of them. The gods were on my side against the shapeshifter, I said just as seriously. I don't think I can count on their blessing for every fight. I have a difficult relationship with the gods, your worship, Sigurd replied calmly and pointed a finger at the ugly scars on his face. But that doesn't mean they have any cause to turn against you this time. You know, I said thoughtfully. Our conversation reminded me of my instructor, the first man to place a sword in my hand. At the time, he told me the gods were busy creatures, and that people shouldn't distract them with minor issues like their prayers and summonings, because they had given us great artifacts we could use to solve our own problems. I assume one of those artifacts was the sword, Sigurd asked, and set his wide hand on the grip of his blade. Yes, it was weapons, I nodded and added thoughtfully. Another thing my instructor said was that he wasn't totally certain if it was gods that taught humans to kill each other, or if it was demons. I was suddenly overcome by memories of Mamoru Yamada, who had left me so suddenly. A few years after he disappeared, when I tried to track him down, I couldn't find even the slightest trace. It was like he dissolved into thin air. In one way or another, Vadoma was right. Mamoru Yamada's departure had taken us out of harm's way, and he'd probably just adopted another persona, settling down somewhere on the other side of the planet. I suddenly found myself dwelling on the whims of fate. My instructor probably couldn't have imagined that the knowledge he imparted to me would end up being used in another world. I shook my head slightly, driving off the unwelcome memories. Sigurd, riding next to me, stayed respectfully silent. You said there are 7 I should be worried about. I broke the silence. Who did you mean by that? Probably Conung Harald's son Ivar the Raven. After Lord Grey's departure, everyone is certain that he will win the tournament. He's won, Sigurd replied. He's a powerful Ulfhidnar, but he lacks experience. He's also short-tempered like all shapeshifters, which is his weakness. In other words, between him and the other 6, you wouldn't bet on Ivar the Raven. Right, Sigurd nodded. I'd more likely bet on Baron Pierce Butler from the Foggy Isles. He's a very powerful Medius and also an experienced and formidable dueler. One of the top Steel Guild trained strikers. That's why Duke Arsadekny chose him specifically. I nodded in silence. I remembered that Baron. His energy system also seemed well developed to me, but Sigurd didn't see what I saw. Butler's left shoulder was completely enveloped by a coal-black spot. He had probably not warned his sponsor about the poorly healing injury. I was not about to tell Sigurd that he most likely would have lost his silver if he'd bet on the Islander, but in any case, I would have to think up some way to warn him if Butler and the Raven were chosen by lot to fight. That's 2, I said. Who else? Olaf Birdcatcher, Sigurd replied, the younger son of the chief of Clan Snowhair, a powerful, gifted man. They say he inherited his power from his grandfather, who was able to draw power from the forest spirits of the north. I said nothing back. I knew about him already. A young and very fit man with a cat-like gait and the steadfast gaze of a predator. I figured him for the same age as Max. If not for how messed up his underdeveloped energy system was, I would have figured Olaf Birdcatcher for the favorite in the tournament. Actually, his aura reminded me of Luca's. Also Minna the Flame. Sigurd continued naming my future opponents. A mage raised and trained by the Sun Guild of Strikers. As far as I know, she's still a Medius. She currently serves the Duke of Carinthia, who is hoping to use her to win himself a bride. Beyond the fact that Minna is an excellent mage, she is also a highly skilled warrior. Fear her Polax. In fact, she was a Medius. I had seen her just once at the feast, which was more like a drinking binge. A fiery red-headed mountain of a woman with a round red face marred by a long ugly scar and hands as big as shovels. She gulped down booze just as heartily as the Northerners and could rip the heads off half the competitors with her bare hands. And the 3 strikers, too, Sigurd said. 2 Mediuses from Island, and number 3 we know well. Count Etienne de Mornay, I nodded. I'm sure he'll be happy to learn we're taking part. Sigurd just snorted back. That was how we made it to the Copper Cauldron, discussing each contender. I had to admit, Sigurd was quite well informed on the matter. His rundown of almost every person competing in the tournament was very helpful. When we made it to the tavern, I was in for a surprise. Jacques and Lucas were back. Now tell me, I encouraged Jacques when the 2 of us were left alone in my room after the celebratory dinner set for us by the owner of the Copper Cauldron on the occasion of his war buddy's return. Leif was right, Jacques nodded. Sergeant Tom Davis and his boys were accompanied by Icelandic merchants. We had to drag our hides after them to western Northland, but it all went very well. They are willing to make a deal with you. They accept the conditions. They will come with a merchant to Fjordgred any day now. They will sign a contract and go straight to you. How many are there? I asked. 12 fighters, Jacques replied. Any gifted among them? Nope, but you can't take their experience away from them. A few of them were fighting by my side in the kinds of battles I'd rather not think about. They're solid. Jacques considered it for a bit and added, although, who knows? I never saw the Lucas thing coming, and look how that turned out. Just take a look at them. All right, I nodded. Did you tell Lucas anything? Not a word, your worship. Jacques shook his head. Good, I nodded. There will come a time when I will tell him everything and even help him cultivate his gift. Jacques nodded and frowned slightly. Out with it, I encouraged him. I see you've brought some news. What's on your mind? There's something odd going on, Jacques said. A hidden scheme of some kind. I first thought my 6th sense was failing me in my old age. I started seeing everything as a trick. But no, Tom Davis thinks the same. There have been a lot of oddballs on the roads, and they aren't people from nearby villages and farming settlements rushing to the start of the tournament. They bring their whole families in their finest clothing to see and be seen. I have a good eye for this stuff. There are warriors coming to Fjordgrad, and I don't know yet who they belong to. You're right, I said. You aren't the only one who noticed, so just in case, be ready and warn our guys. I figure as long as the ceasefire holds, it will be relatively quiet, but who can guarantee it will continue after the tournament victor is announced? I understand, your worship, Jacques said and added hurriedly, but that isn't all the news I wanted to tell you. Out with it. On the way back, we stopped for the night in an inn, Jacques started. 1 day's travel from Fjordgrad. He rubbed his chin and continued, well, there I met an old friend, the one you bought the boys from. Arvid Olsen, I clarified, so his father didn't kill him for that. Did he recognize you? Yes, Jacques replied. At first he was very mad, kicked up a bit of a fuss. After saying that, Jacques rubbed the knuckles of his fists. I just laughed. Then I offered him a drink. He agreed, and from there it all went smooth as butter. Mug after mug, I didn't even need magic potions to get Arvid talking. His father still buying slaves for the priests? I asked. That's right, Jacques replied. Despite his son's slip-up, he's even expanded his business. So I assume Konung Sharptooth's tax collectors are in on it. You can say that again. Jacques laughed. a little greased palm here, a little silver dropped there, and every path opened for them. And meanwhile, everyone is happy and no one is talking. Jack fell silent for a moment and gave a clever smile, but that isn't the biggest part. That night, Lucas decided to look into what else the gentlemen merchants were transporting. As I said before, he was the best scout in our group. He did especially well in the forest, and now I see why. Basically, in the wagon the priest was traveling in, there were another few curious trunks. When Lucas looked into the wagon window, one of them was open. Lucas said he'd never seen so many brutes in his life. Jack and I both smiled. Keep going, I nodded. I found out where they were bringing slaves. One day's travel from the inn, there is a large manor which belongs to one of the people who are in on the smuggling scheme. Arvid's father is there to let the slaves gather a bit of strength, then they're being sent onward to Konung Harald's lands. In Ulson's words, the manor is guarded by 5 frost knights and another few regular soldiers. Wait, I stopped Jack and called loudly, Bertrand. A few moments later, the door to my room opened and my valet appeared in the frame. Call Sigurd. Bertrand nodded and a minute later returned with the striker who was on night guard duty outside. Sending Bertrand away, I pointed Sigurd to a chair and said, sit down and listen. I'm sure you'll want to hear this. Jack repeated his tale. Sigurd didn't blink once the whole time. For a moment, I thought I saw a glimmer of hate in his eyes. When Jack was done, I said to Sigurd, I know that I hired you and Aelira first and foremost as bodyguards, and what I'm about to suggest isn't entirely legal. Sigurd raised a hand to stop me. Your worship, allow me to save you some time. If you want to suggest my wife and I rob Frost Temple priests, you can count on us completely. It took us less than a day to reach the manor of the Wintervold merchant who covered for the affairs of the priests of the Frost Temple. Jack said 2 days, but he and Lucas were traveling in a small wagon specially purchased in Fjordgrad's market. We meanwhile rode on horseback, and each with a backup steed which saved significant time. The merchant's dwelling was hard to call a mansion in the standard sense of the word. It would have been better to call it a small wooden fortress surrounded by a stockade wall and located on a riverbank. The owner went all out providing for its security. However, there was no other option in this harsh landscape. We set up a temporary camp in a small glade not far from the merchant's residence. Now, bunched up among trees on the forest's edge, we were observing an empty caravan departing from the fortress headed by a broad-shouldered, black-bearded northerner riding atop a large horse. Next to him, rocking in the saddle, rode my old friend Arvid Ulson. Based on the resemblance between the pair, it wasn't hard to guess that the black-bearded man was Arvid's father. Where are they headed at this time of night? Lucas muttered. Fjordgrad, Jack replied, riding next to me. I think by sundown they'll make it to the inn. They must not want to spend too much time around the priests. Arvid complained to me that the Frosties made him feel beside himself. I'd bet anything his dad thinks the same way. Then I added, all the better for us, less fuss. There I agreed with him. Arvid's father had 10 fighters in tow. They of course were real fighters. I recalled the criminals beating them up over the son's debt that time, but in any case their departure made our job easier. I drew in air through my nose and sniffed. Aelira and Sigurd went back. I sent them to look over the fortress from the back line. A few moments later, Lucas got on guard. I just nodded to myself. Jack Warbuddy had finely tuned senses. He also sensed our scouts approaching. Beyond the 5 knights, the manor is guarded by 7 soldiers, Sigurd reported a few minutes later. The fortress owner's servants are nowhere to be seen. I don't think they are there at all. But that makes sense. The priests don't want people sticking their noses into their business. By the way, there are 3 of them. Know any of them? I asked. All of them, Sigurd nodded. You've met one of the priests before, too. Eimund Larsson, that's the one, Sigurd confirmed, and a predatory smile warped his face. He has 2 people with him, Gerd Rant and Ulrich Jensen. I'm particularly glad to see Ulrich. Let me warn you now, he's mine. Scores to settle? I asked. This is his handiwork, Sigurd said, pointing a finger at his face. It's time to repay the favor. All right, I nodded and added harshly, but let me warn you business first. Then I turned my icy gaze on everyone there and said, that goes for everyone. Yes, your worship. I glanced at Sigurd and asked, what do you say about strikers? All 5 are experts, he replied. When I was in the order, 2 of them were still initiates. Jan Burns is the commander of the 5, a real villain. He fled from the Foggy Isles and joined up with the Order. A clever, bloodthirsty bastard. He put together a team of people just like himself. I wouldn't be surprised if they were the ones guarding the slaves. All right, I nodded. I've seen all I care to. As planned, let's start at Shadow Hour. For now, let's get back to camp. Letting everyone else go ahead, I held back Aelira, who had been casting impatient looks my way all that time. Sigurd glanced at us, but then, clearly having guessed what we were talking about, headed for camp. I nodded at Aelira. I see you sense something too. Sigurd's wife looked gloomily toward the darkening fortress walls. I sense death in there. Old, vile death, a bad place. Many souls have met their end there. I assume you've seen similar things before, I asked. Yes, she responded, when I freed my husband from the Order's dungeon. The smell of death there came from the altar of Hor the Wicked, which was where the priests carried out their bloody rituals. If Elira's senses could be trusted, the Frosties had erected a new altar under Bjorn Sharptooth's very nose. I was actually curious whether the Konung knew. So are we going to destroy this place? Elira looked at me with desperate hope. It's the only way, I reassured her. There can't be any witnesses or evidence left behind. Sigurd's wife breathed a sigh of relief and again looked toward the manor, which from the distance resembled a dark angular monster. The look in Elira's eyes burned with hate and another thing anticipation of our imminent revenge. The shadow hour was what the people of this world called the period between 3 and 5 in the morning. Locals thought that it was a time when ancient spirits known as shades sometimes emerged from the shadow into the undermoon world. These creatures not only sucked the souls out of those born beneath the sun, they also sometimes took over their bodies so they could continue hunting. The first time I heard that legend from Bertrand, I praised myself for not telling anyone about the real me. For the record, my mystery benefactor had cast my energy body into this world during the shadow hour. So Bertrand, who had a fervent belief in such mysticism, would consider me a real-life shade who had taken over the body of his beloved master. Walking up unnoticed to the manor walls was not particularly difficult, especially when heavy black clouds covered the sky as if on cue, blocking the moon with their dark gray bodies. The sleepy sentries, warming themselves near fires burning on the causeway, did not notice our approach, nor the two dark silhouettes that climbed over the wall with lightning speed. They also didn't notice the instant when their souls were sent to another world. Sigurd and Elira went up on the wall, and before 2 minutes had passed, 2 ropes fell down the wall like dark snakes. I climbed up the wall much faster than Lucas, who then pulled Jack up after he was finished. I of course could have climbed up the wall without a rope and helped take down the sentries, but I reasonably concluded that, first of all, I had no reason yet to show off my abilities, and second, I had no reason to charge in front of the formation with my status. I had hired these people specifically so I wouldn't have to be in the front ranks for attacks. What was more, they were doing a great job without me so far. And so 4 defenders down, the fortress walls were under our control. While Sigurd and Elira moved from different directions toward the main building like wordless specters, Jacques, Lucas, and I took convenient positions and readied our bows to fire. Sigurd had suggested this plan of action. He said we would be more useful this way, and it would be easier for him. When the mage battle began, he didn't want to be constantly distracted worrying about my safety. Beyond that 5 experts versus one of the most powerful avants in mainland was sure to be a quick fight. I was only in favor of the formation. The few torches hung at miserly gaps on the walls drove off the darkness inconsistently, casting shadows on the stone pavement of the fortress' internal courtyard. The constant guardians gave off light that danced in the air like wild spirits, unconfidently casting their flickering glow on the walls, increasing the contrast between light and shadow. It had gotten a lot colder, as if the icy breath of a gigantic monster had fallen to earth, making everything empty and dead. The sounds of the night seeped into the gloomy wooden carcass, interweaving with the rustling of the wind and the distant whisper of the forest. Looking around half-blind, the man tried to yawn again, but just then a shadow behind his back started moving, and his mouth was covered by a hand with animal claws. A sharp burst of a second clawed paw turned his throat and neck into a mess of blood. One more down. Elira, who looked frail and dainty compared to the big man, dragged his hefty body into the shadows with relative ease as it writhed in per-death convulsions. And she did it all without making the slightest sound. I could sense her wealth of experience. Somehow, that woman had managed on her own to free her husband from the dungeons of the Frost Temple. I turned to look at Sigurd. He just so happened to be walking up to the western wall of the main building and stopped for a second. A few moments later, he disappeared around the building's corner. Elira then, who had disposed of the corpse in the meantime, ducked into the door the big man had left open. As if on cue, we raised our bows and got ready to fire. For the first few minutes, nothing happened. Then her supple shadow reemerged from the door she ducked into. She looked my way and raised her right beast paw, which was bathed in blood that steamed in the frosty air. After showing me 2 clawed paws, she ran her hand lengthwise across her throat. Another 2 down. I nodded and gave the signal to Jacques and Lucas. Time to come down. The rest of the opponents were in the main building, and I could already hear screaming and noise coming from there. When Elira heard, she dashed forward. Just then, the hefty front door of the main building flew open, and from inside, stumbling and weaving, a man fell out in his underwear. The whole right side of his carcass was bloodied. Glancing around stunned and rasping mutedly, he was holding his left hand where his right shoulder and arm once had been. Legs giving out, he took a few steps back, tripped and fell to the snow. With a few twitches, he quieted down. Running over to the dead man, I noticed in true vision the remaining emanations of lilac mana. That must have been the first expert who fell to Sigurd's sword. Elira ran past the dying striker. bent down sharply, and split open the back of his head with her clawed paw. Meanwhile, an animal roar burst from her throat, sending chills over my body. The soul of yet another opponent drifted off to be reborn in another world. Illyra first jumped into the building, then dashed toward the cries of pain coming from within. We meanwhile waited a bit and followed after her, ready to stick an arrow into anyone that tried to come after us. While we walked across a wide entryway, the floor and walls of which were covered in fresh blood, the far door, camouflaged in the wall, came open, and from inside jumped my old friend Ayman Larson in the flesh. The priest was wearing a long nightgown and thick cloak. Now he looked even skinnier, but despite his apparent frailty, the priest was carrying a large sack. Scanning revealed that it contained lots of magic items. The old man spotted us and froze for a second. Our faces were covered with cloth, so the question he asked was purely logical. Who are you and what gives you the right to come barging onto the property of an honest merchant? The priest's voice sounded relatively confident despite it all. Beyond that, nobody killed him right away, so Ayman took our actions for lack of confidence. Every last one of you will be put on pikes. The priest's voice gained strength, and I could tell why. In true vision, I saw the ice amulet on his chest start to swell with a strange black magic. I had never seen magic like it before. The priest and I were less than 20 paces apart, but the emanations from the thing on his chest were making my inner nature squirm. I looked closer and saw that the black mana dripping into his amulet was coming from a large coal-black brute the priest was squeezing in his left hand. I realized that something irreversible was about to happen, so I gave the command kill, and right then, with a sharp whistle, 3 arrows sunk into the old man's chest, ending his life. When he fell to the floor with a loud sob, I breathed a sigh of relief. The black mana instantly turned back into the brute in the priest's hand like the tentacle of some horrid creature, and that disgusting, nasty feeling went away. The unknown energy must have been completely safe inside the brute. I turned and met the stunned gaze of Lucas. He seemed to sense it as well. Death magic, he rasped with a parched throat. I just nodded in silence back. I could talk with him later. The heavy footsteps coming from the hallway made us draw our bows. Your worship, Sigurd said. Don't shoot, it's me, come out, I shouted back, not lowering my bow. Jack and Lucas followed my example. The striker's stocky figure appeared in the dark doorway. He raised both hands and said, It's over, your worship. The fortress is ours. Excellent work, I nodded, making sure it really was him before lowering the bow. Whereas Illyra, in the basement, the striker replied and making a half-turn, raised his hand to beckon us. There's something you have to see, your worship. The farther down the stairs into the manor's basement we went, the more I felt nausea rolling up my throat from my stomach. Jack had already vomited once. Now he was behind me, squeezing his nose and mouth with a rag and muttering curses at the priests and their cronies. The unbearable stench, a mixture of putrid rot, excrement, and mildew, wafted up from the depths of the basement. Then I understood what Illyra was trying to tell me. I could sense it too, emanations of death magic, the same that was bound up in the black brute. When we finally made it down into the basement, we were overwhelmed by an inky darkness, which Lucas' torch was scarcely able to combat. Thick, almost viscous air instantly filled our lungs, inspiring another wave of nausea. My heart pounded furiously while a terrifying sound rang in my ears. It was hard keeping myself together. Walking behind Sigurd's broad back, I looked at everything around. The basement walls were made of crude stone, dripping with icy moisture. It was as if the walls themselves were crying, hiding their horrifying mysteries from the world. The floor was a filth-blackened stone tile, covered in lots of spots of unknown origin. When we finally made it to our destination, I realized that our guesses about the altar were right. The walls of this part of the basement were covered in symbols and designs made in some black substance with a structure similar to magic inks. The floor was littered with bones and scraps of clothing. In the middle of the room was a stone table covered with a film of darkened blood. Next to the table, we discovered Illyra. She paid no one any mind, grunted slightly, and tried to pull something off the vile altar. I walked closer, and a ghastly scene presented itself. On the table lay a naked girl with arms and legs tied up. Illyra tried to tear one of the straps to free the prisoner's right hand. She looked to be 19 or 20 years old. Scanning revealed that we were dealing with a true gifted person. Honestly, though, I was having a hard time seeing it. Based on her reasonably developed constitution and energy system, she was no softie, and clearly not from the poorer strata. She was blonde with proper facial features and big turquoise eyes that looked at us searchingly with utter shock. It made the impression she could see straight through me. Then it hit me, this strange, gifted woman was a seer just like me. I see you have something to say, I said to Sigurd and Illyra, nodding at the table. On it was a small box made of black ebony, the sides and top of which were covered in a thick layer of small runes. In true vision, the writing glowed with a dark lilac magic. When I saw them, I was very surprised to discover I knew the language. Apparently, the priests of the Frost Temple didn't shy away from witching magic when they stood to benefit. In this case, it was some complicated concealment curse. I made a note to myself to figure out the runes later. These priests had plenty to hide. Inside the box were 3 small black brutes and a narrow, very sharp dagger I first took for a common hunk of dark glass. Then, looking closer at the strange and clearly magic weapon, I concluded that we had found a sacrificial knife. As an aside, the energy structure of the knife was in some way reminiscent of the energy structure of the ghost dagger I had lost to the Wild Duke. The pommel of the strange blade was shaped like an ice spider, and any of the black brutes could be placed in its arms, and I recognized the shape of the arachnid. It looked a lot like a weaver spider. Sigurd and Elira said nothing, but I saw that the pair had something to say, much the same as me, as well and Jack and Lucas, who were currently busy loading our spoils onto horses. For the first hour after our assault, my people and I had undertaken a thoughtful and meticulous survey of the manor. And the longer we went, the viler our finds became. Beyond the woman we took off the altar, there were no living slaves left. Jack and I had found mummy-like desiccated corpses in one of the barns. They lay there in rows, naked, cast carelessly around like unwanted wooden toys. Several dozen men and women. I also saw a few children. Right then, Jack and I traded glances and shot each other understanding nods. When I bought our boys from Arvid, I had essentially saved them from this very tragic fate. I saw Jack's jaws grinding. I could tell by his cloudy gaze that the priests had earned themselves another sworn enemy today. After carefully examining several of the bodies, I discovered one hard rule. All of them had been killed with a single accurate blow to the heart. Meanwhile, the dried blood around the wound looked like coal-black tar and radiated slightly with death magic. There could be no doubts all these unfortunate souls had been sacrificed. My sixth sense was telling me that there was a connection between the black brutes and human sacrifices. Too bad there was no one to ask. All the frost priests and knights were dead. Sigurd had to finish off 2 more servants of the cult of Hor the Wicked. Like Aymund Larson, who we killed before, they tried to pull the same trick with black magic. I glanced at the tabletop, where 3 black brutes lay next to a box, alongside 3 ice amulets taken off the bodies of the dead priests. Beyond the controversial items, we also made off with a small chest of whole brutes, clearly what Lucas had seen when he climbed up to scout that night in another chest filled with thick bags of magic dust, 2 crates of various magical artifacts such as fangs, scales, and claws from shadow beasts, 3 small boxes of magic potions, several rolled pelts and furs from shadow monsters, 5 fat sacks of gold and silver coins, striker armor and weaponry. A small herd of horses and mules, a large amount of clothes and shoes we were not going to take with us because we were perfectly aware who they belonged to, as well as a small clay jug filled to the brim with gemstones and jewelry. The final piece was purely my discovery. I accidentally discovered the pretty little pot in the backyard of the manor. It was buried at the wall of the stables, and if it hadn't contained a pendant with a tiny little brute with a weak background of crimson energy, I never would have found the treasure, which must have once belonged to the manor's owner. All the rest of the priest's items we took were carefully packed up in one room. The priests seemed to have been just preparing to leave, and now they'd gathered everything up in one place, which made our lives a lot easier. And whereas everything was clear with the common brutes and artifacts, as well as the rest of the loot, the black crystals turned out to be a problem. Sigurd and Elira were clearly not too pleased when they saw we were taking the evil artifacts with us. "You may speak," I said. "This vile stuff should be destroyed." Elira shot out in her usual manner. "Let's say we do," I nodded. "How would we do it?" "Well, weren't you planning to torch the place?" Sigurd said. Unlike his wife, he was totally calm. "As far as I'm aware, brutes don't burn," I responded. "Shouldn't you know that?" "Then hide them." Elira found her footing. "Good idea," I agreed. "Any suggestions?" "You must remember that they should be hidden in such a way that no one finds them. As far as I'm aware, some gifted people can sense crystal magic. The box is marked with protective runes." Sigurd nodded. "But you're right, your worship. We would have to pick a good spot." "Throw them into the sea," Elira replied, now quieter and less confident. "There's a chance the box would be pulled up in a fisherman's net or cast ashore by the tide." Sigurd shook his head. "If this nasty stuff falls into the wrong hands." They both glanced at me. I could read anticipation in their eyes. I had noticed my authority in their eyes rising significantly since we started journeying together. Whereas at first they saw me as yet another young aristocrat from a wealthy family, things now had changed significantly. "I'm in complete agreement," I responded without feeling bad at all. I didn't have the slightest desire to take a risk, experiment, or even touch the nasty things. "We cannot bring the box to Fjordgrad," I continued. "If we are discovered with it, trouble is sure to strike. So I suggest we create a temporary hiding spot in a modest, preferably hard-to-reach place. Any ideas?" Elira gave a pensive nod. "I know one. It's outside the city among some cliffs." "Good," Sigurd replied. "Let's say we do hide it." "What next?" "Next," I said confidently, "we take the box to Vestonia. There I can hide it somewhere no one will ever find it. You can be sure of that. And while it is held in that safe location, you and I can look for a way to destroy the crystals." Sigurd and Elira traded looks. I could only guess what they were thinking. Essentially, this was answering the question of how much they trusted me. In any case, if suddenly at that moment the two of them got it in their head to finish me off, I would be ready to counter. I was standing one step from the striker, his helmet now in his hands. One lightning-fast energy blow to the temple, and Sigurd would be dead. And it didn't matter that I was weaker than him. The element of surprise was on my side, and he was not expecting that sort of thing out of me. Elira would take some doing, but Jack and Lucas would come running if they heard a fight break out. She couldn't take all three of us. I really didn't want any of that, but I was ready. The tense silence didn't last long. I saw Elira nod at her husband. Sigurd looked at me and said, "Your worship, we know you are a man of your word, which is why we trust you fully in this matter." I nodded to express that everything was going exactly how I wanted. After that, quickly picking up the black brutes and ice amulets from the table, I put them into the box and closed the carved lid. Meanwhile, I nodded to myself in satisfaction. The witching charms took effect, hiding the contents of the box from my gift. As an aside, the black brutes hadn't done anything while they were just lying on the table. Even when I touched them, they didn't react at all. If I didn't know what they were, I'd have thought I was dealing with common obsidian shards. Honestly, in order not to risk it, I blocked my own aura the whole time I held the brutes in my hands. "As you are aware, I have questions for you," I said, hiding the box in my traveling satchel. "You want to know whether we're familiar with that magic?" Sigurd nodded. And I cast an inquisitive glance at him. "Yes and no," he replied. "Before I was declared a heretic, I'd never seen the like of it. But in the dungeons of the Frost Temple, I heard all kinds of things. There were rumors of priests digging through ancient manuscripts describing ghastly rituals. Is that what you were telling me about before?" I asked Elira. "Yes, monsieur," she responded and added with hate in her voice, "Death magic, the most ancient and vile form of magic. It existed long before the coming of the shadow. Our old shaman told us about a strange force the demon of eternal winter granted to all those who worshipped him." "The demon of eternal winter?" I asked. "Hor the wicked," Sigurd explained. I had another few questions, but the sound of footsteps at the front door made all three of us turn around. In the doorframe stood the woman we'd taken from the altar. While we were busy searching for trophies, Elira helped the girl find clothing and a warm cloak before showing her to a nearby washroom. She had spent the last hour there. Upon her return, Sigurd's wife told me the girl appeared to be mute or had lost the ability to speak temporarily from what she'd been through. Beyond that, Elira said that her grasp on Northlandic was very poor. She needed to speak very slowly and clearly to be understood. I wondered where she came from in the first place. Jack and Lucas told me that she was certainly not among the slaves Arvid Ulsson's father was driving. Otherwise, they'd have remembered her for her beauty, and that muteness most likely, it was her way of trying to get her bearings in this new situation, because according to local laws, she was now ours to command until the master, i.e. me, decided otherwise. "Mademoiselle," I said to her in Vestonian. Although she was technically our prisoner, I decided to remain fully respectful. Now that she was dressed and didn't have any traces of mud or blood on her face, I was only more certain this woman was not from a common family. "How do you feel? It's time for us to get going. Do you know how to ride a horse?" No, I was not wrong. The stranger, just like last time, had her turquoise eyes wide open and was insolently scanning my energy system, seemingly unaware that I could see perfectly well what she was doing. She was filled with contradictory emotions, which were reflected on her face, and no wonder she was staring wide-eyed at my energy system, which was unique for this world. And considering the fact that just then it was linked with a few large brutes of various colors, I figured I was breaking the mold for this woman. No one here could operate with all kinds of energy at once, or at the very least, I hadn't met any mages that could. Only a few shadow monsters had multiple colors in their energy structures. Sigurd found his own explanation for her unusual reaction to me. He just chuckled, looking at me pointedly, and immediately got a slight poke of the elbow to his side from Elira. Finally, she got herself together and realized she was being spoken to. She shook her head at my Vestonian, letting me know she didn't understand a word. The same happened with Atalian and the language of the Foggy Isles. But in Icelandic, I got a reaction. She understood it better than the others. When I asked if she could ride a horse, she replied with a nod. "I suppose it's time to put our plan into action," I came. "Let's return this vile place to ashes." The great trial opened with a piercing trumpet blast that blared out over the entire ice fjord. The sound of music vibrated in the air, while the echoes off the walls of the huge arena erected directly on the ice only added to the effect. The massive arena gates slowly opened, and a herald came out wearing bright livery, his chest adorned with the Konung's coat of arms. He raised the horn to make an announcement, and his booming voice rang out over the crowd. "Welcome to the great trial. Today, on this sacred land, valiant warriors from all over the world will meet in duels for the right to be named best of the best." After that, the competitors began marching out. Fully armed warriors, each wearing their own unique suit of armor or axe, entered the arena one by one, greeting storms of applause from the crowd. Their names and clans were announced by the herald to mass approval. I was one of the last to be announced. It had been 5 days since we took down and torched the Frost Priest nest. All that time, all I did was train sword fighting with Sigurd. Honestly, it was hard to constantly hold myself back. I was literally bursting with energy, but I managed, and my bodyguard didn't notice a thing. In my turn, I had forced him to quickly use his magic on a few occasions, which earned me several respectful outbursts. At the time, Sigurd told me that, after he learned my manner of fighting, he was sorry to hear that my instructor was no longer among the living. And that was just me raising the curtain a tiny bit. I was not going to show him everything I knew. Even so, after every fight, Sigurd looked pensive. The training ended when one of the Konung's heralds brought me an official invitation to the opening ceremony of the Great Trial. And there I was, walking at the end of a column of contenders with nobody paying me any mind. I wasn't wearing any armor because I didn't want the extra weight, especially considering that the lots had already been cast, and I wouldn't be fighting until tomorrow. My first opponent, by a very curious series of coincidences, was none other than my old friend Count Etienne de Mornay. Based on his cheery face, which shone like a polished copper basin, there had been a bit of good old-fashioned bribery involved in setting this up, though maybe I was wrong. Astrid said that her father took organizing the tournament very seriously. The Count and I had even managed to speak before entering the arena. He beelined straight to the end of the column to welcome me. Chevalier Renard, he said, welcoming me good-heartedly. He was wearing the suit of armor he once bought back from me for a tidy sum. I wanted to tell you personally, use this night well, because tomorrow your short life is coming to an end. I can't wait for our meeting tomorrow. De Mornay replied with a bloodthirsty smile. I understand you're hoping that strikers not being allowed to use the magic of their armor will save you. A vain hope tomorrow, you will see what it means to fight against a combat mage. Where had I heard that before? Count, I smiled and shook my head dejectedly. I've seen you fight once before and your skills made no impression on me. By the way, how is your shoulder? Do you really think it's wise to tempt fate twice? Because I won't be so nice tomorrow. I took mercy on you last time. This time it will all be different. I had to give de Mornay his due. He didn't start cursing or spewing threats like before. The Count turned on his heel and, proudly thrusting his head up, proceeded to his place at the beginning of the column among the other more elite contenders. After the procession, the Konung himself went up to the largest box over the arena. He stood there decked out in monarchical regalia, crown glimmering in the sun like his bodyguard's armor. Bjorn Sharptooth raised a hand to call for silence, and when the crowd quieted down, his voice sounded out like a cave bear's roar, "May the great trial begin," and the arena exploded with loud cries, applause, and whistling. Just then I met eyes with Helga, who was standing in a neighboring box. In her eyes I saw annoyance, incomprehension, and seemingly pity. She seemed to have already considered me dead and buried. Oh well, I would have to surprise her. I intended not to merely survive. I was going to win this tournament. Listen, listen, the herald yelled with his full throat. His round face was red with tension, and thick steam poured from his wide mouth like a tank full of boiled water. Today, on the second day of the great trial, first to the duel yard will be. The herald made a dramatic pause and turned his proud, pointed gaze at the stands, filled to the brim with spectators. His lordship Count Etienne de Mornay, the herald called out and extended his right hand toward my rival, who was standing surrounded by retinue. After the announcement, the Count stepped majestically forward. His straight back, proudly thrust forward chin, and bored look gave the impression that this duel was just a minor hindrance he would quickly overcome before fighting real, worthy opponents. And based on the mood of the crowd, they felt the same way. In fact, the same thing happened today as yesterday after the lot was announced. People looked at me like a dead man. It was reflected in the bets in the bookmakers' shops. Everyone wagered on the Count to win. Was this a joke? A striker against a regular person. That upstart chevalier couldn't expect any other outcome. I suppose that the only ones to bet on my victory were my people, myself included via Bertrand. The whole night and morning, Jacques' face was plastered with a dreamy smile. I didn't know how much cash he'd taken to the bookmakers, but based on his elevated mood, he was probably already imagining himself much richer. As an aside, Gunnar wouldn't leave him alone. My people's blind faith in me had left me with strange, utterly unfamiliar feelings deep down. As long as I could remember, I'd always been alone. Partly it was how Vadoma raised me. The old witch always drilled into my head that for people like me and her, personal attachments were primarily a weakness that sooner or later my enemies would use against me, and that was exactly what happened. After the death of my adoptive mother, the one time I went against her teachings was when I became Ty's brother, and in the end, that was what led me to the pit. Now though, something strange was happening to me. Gradually, a small circle of people had started to form around me. Their personalities and interests varied wildly, and they weren't all my friends. It was something else that brought them together, serving me as a master, whose orders they were willing to follow to the point of risking their own lives. Honestly though, one person was different, Bertrand, but that was a different story. Lucas, whose sympathetic glances I caught periodically, did not share his buddy's mood. Jack's confidence in my victory surprised him, but still, as I found out later, he bet on me as well. He clearly didn't want to be left out. However, I didn't yet know who Sigurd and Elira had put their savings on, and to be frank, I didn't care. And his opponent, Chevalier Maximilian Renard, the herald, boomed. In his voice, I could hear distinct notes of a certain disregard. As if to say, another condemned man who thought he would try his luck and try to cut himself off a bigger piece of the pie, although I was already accustomed to that reaction. Today, like yesterday, I was interested in the elite figures in the biggest boxes in the stands. After last night's announcement, Prince Louis was a pitiful sight, particularly after I bowed to show him and all those present whose name I would be fighting in. The poignant, mocking gazes from the nobles bothered Louis to no end. He had clearly been written off, as of course had I. New favorites had emerged in the race for the princess, hand after Lord Grey's departure. Louis had fallen from the top rankings very suddenly, and Jean-Louis had told me he was very angry about that. And what a fickle nature. I seem to remember him being totally beside himself over something else completely not all that long ago, although I could somewhat understand Louis. It wasn't a day after my participation was announced before the Green Prince became an object of mockery in the Konung's court. The last straw clearly was a bawdy tune composed by a courtly minstrel and which very quickly went out to the masses. It was called The Knight's Sword. It told the story of a certain knight from a faraway land going to war. But when the battle got started and a combat mage came out against him, the knight's sword proved useless, leaving him unable to fight his opponent. It wasn't hard to guess who in that song was the knight and who was the sword. Furthermore, the minstrel incorporated a bit of wordplay. In the ballad, he mentioned that the knight was fighting with a 1.5-handed sword, popularly known here as a bastard. Actually, my world had the same sword, which was just more proof that our worlds sometimes intersected in some way. But what more proof did I need? My coming here demonstrated that as well. Who could guarantee that my mysterious benefactor wasn't pulling the same tricks on other people? Basically, the Vestonian embassy had already been written off as a lost cause, particularly after the drawing of lots was announced. I saw Prince Louis' face looking pale and thoughtful. There was no hope in his eyes. He seemed to have the least faith in my victory of anyone. I also saw Konung Harold and a few chieftains from Konung Sharptooth's camp trading glances. I could only imagine what happened behind the theater curtains of high-level politics. Everyone believed Konung Harold's son would win, particularly after he easily defeated a striker from the list of 7 Sigurd had told me. The influential people of the north started bubbling over. If Astrid was married to Ivar the Raven, much would change in Northland. Everyone understood that. Bjorn Sharptooth just looked so gloomy that day. He looked at me pensively, not blinking. The way people look at nothing, he must have also considered me as good as dead. Even the always upbeat Astrid was frowning. She must not have been expecting me to come up against one of the most powerful warriors of the tournament so quickly. She had once mentioned to me that she would try to do something to make things easier for me. I didn't totally understand what she meant, but based on the sour look on her face, she hadn't gotten anywhere. Also, I got a message from her that day. A box with 24 bottles of very expensive potions. I should note that these elixirs were only slightly lower in quality than the ones I'd modified. I was afraid to even imagine how much a box like this must have cost. Making these elixirs clearly involved ingredients with high concentrations of mana. Most likely, the Svartfold loot had already made its way to market. When I walked into the middle of the arena, I heard a disjointed howl of voices from the stands. The audience was smiling, singing, clapping their hands, and stomping their feet. They kept pointing at me constantly. The minstrel's ballad had only gained popularity. Translated into Vestonian, this was approximately what it sounded like. Ah, bastard sword, you're no good, no foe would fear your grin. 'Twas folly to dream of fortune and fame, but all that'll be left of you is your name. The Count de Mornay looked at me significantly with a smile on his face. Noticing that I was taking a bottle of potion from my pocket and lifting it pointedly to my lips, he laughed, Chevalier. Do you really think that can help you? Paying no attention to the Count, I drank down the contents and hid the empty container in my pocket. For the record, the potion I used was the simplest and cheapest one I had. Why waste an expensive product? I decided to test my new self in a fight with a combat mage without using crutches such as brutes or potions. A little energy boost accepted. I wanted to know what I was worth against a strong Medius. The potion I drank, meanwhile, was a smokescreen to explain to the audience why my reaction time and speed would be so unexpectedly fast. I was going to have to move a lot today and quick. That was why I was wearing just the brigandine that had once belonged to de Lamar. As for weapons, I had a sword with a narrow blade and a long dagger. When Etienne de Mornay threw off his cloak, I laughed. The Count was wearing a pure white chemise with elegant lacing on the chest and cuffs. The one-handed sword he was holding, meanwhile, was made of common metal. De Mornay wanted to show by coming out unprotected that he didn't need an advantage to fight me. So, Count, I see you heeded my advice. I shouted out loudly with a big smile. Afraid of losing your armor again. Nice move. though I won't hide it, I'm very sorry I'd already found a buyer. Based on the cheery buzz from the stands, they were enjoying our little verbal spar. Before the herald announced the start of the duel on the Kanang signal, I scanned the count and found on his chest just one amulet with a dark lilac brute of medium size. He really had gotten ahead of himself. When the signal rang out, de Mornay dashed my direction without using almost any of his brute's energy. He seemed to want to end the fight in a single blow. So imagine his surprise then when I parried his opener with ease, and after it his second, third, and fourth swings as well. The plaintive cries from people in the stands who had bet on my death in a single blow only aggravated the striker. He wasn't smiling anymore. His face was tense and his eyes bored into me as if trying to make a hole. De Mornay clearly had no idea what was going on. His last few lunges had come with generous outpourings of lilac energy. But they brought him no result. His opponent just kept pushing back his attacks. "Count," I addressed him loudly. "Let me say the local alchemists really know their craft." I patted my pocket where I'd hidden the empty bottle of potion I'd drunk. "If you want to keep your promise, you'll need to try a bit harder," I added. I could see that the mage's energy structure was aflame with dark lilac energy. The Count de Mornay was enraged. I had often heard that strikers were prone to anger and not balanced. And that made perfect sense. It was simply the nature of their lilac energy. They couldn't let their guard down. The energy could take control at any moment. That was why there were no self-taught strikers. Initiation without professional instruction generally caused the gifted person to die. The power ate them from the inside. De Mornay's concentration hadn't broken, but there was a serious problem: his amulet. The striker believed he would end me quickly, and so he went out lightly armed without securing the artifact properly. And now I saw it popping out of his chemise, hanging around his neck. The thin chain glimmered in the rays of the morning sun. De Mornay was ready to attack, but I beat him to the punch, which came as a great surprise to him as well as everyone else in the stands. Nobody was expecting such a thing. A shared gasp ran over the arena, one lunge another. The Count parried them both, and then he immediately counterattacked. It was fast, very fast. The tip of his blade passed just a few millimeters from my chest. In that moment, I saw confusion in de Mornay's eyes. In theory, a normal person wouldn't have been able to dodge such an attack. I parried the next blow with my dagger and, sharply falling to one side, swung my sword, sensing a slight vibration. The striker again reacted in good time and dodged the blow gracefully. His body, brimming with energy, moved with lightning speed and agility. I, meanwhile, wasting no time, took lunge after lunge. Just then, I pretended that my left foot slipped on the snow and fell to one knee, touching my left hand to the ground. I saw the Count struggling to avoid my two blows. He jumped back and froze in a combat stance. His chest was heaving nervously, and a dull growl issued from his throat. The Count took a step to one side, then suddenly stumbled as the stands again gasped. Many stood up trying to see if he was wounded. Everyone saw what happened to my rival's body. He started moving slower and less graciously than at the start of the fight. For a moment, the Count froze, then shuddered abruptly. Pressing his hand to his chest, he started looking down to check what was under his feet. "Monsieur Mage," I shouted loudly, and raising my hand, hefted the chain in my hand with its lilac brute amulet, looking for something. De Mornay twitched as if he'd been slapped, and a shadow ran across his face. He said nothing. The stands also fell silent. "How about we set this little toy aside for a minute?" I asked, throwing the amulet a few yards away. "I assume now you'll have to show me and everyone else here what a real mage is truly worth in battle." De Mornay barked out a curse and dashed forward. There was still some mana in his energy system, so he decided to use that and put it all into his final blow. But his efforts were in vain. Pushing a large ball through my energy system, I turned the Count's blade aside with my sword and sunk my dagger into his liver up to the hilt with lightning speed. De Mornay gasped and, like a scarecrow that fell off its pole, started falling to the ground. His eyes rolled back and the sword fell out of his hand. I sharply pulled the dagger from his body and hot blood poured from the wound onto the snow. I took a step back and looked up at the now quiet stands, completely ignoring the looks from the Count de Mornay's retinue. In it, one man with a crimson energy system stood out, probably the striker's personal healer. He'd never get the wave from me. I was not going to have mercy on my rival, much like he would not have on me. He entered the arena to kill a weak, non-gifted man in cold blood, and most likely, he had paid a huge bribe to whoever was drawing the lots to do it. The Count de Mornay was my enemy, and I was not going to leave an enemy alive. What was more, he was beyond saving already. If of course the healer didn't know how to bring back the dead, because de Mornay was already dead. In the absolute silence, I feigned a respectful bow at the box where Kanang Sharptooth sat looking confused along with Prince Louis and another few people from his retinue. Meanwhile, everyone sitting there thought I bowed to them. Based on his bewildered face, Louis didn't seem aware of what had happened. As an aside, Helga's emotions were in some way similar. I saw her eyes open wide and cheeks flush with crimson. Just then, she looked more like Ty's than ever before. Princess Astrid, meanwhile, was jubilant. She knew perfectly well who I was just bowing to. That night, lying in my bed with my hands folded behind my head, I thought back on everything that happened that day. From somewhere down below, in the tavern of the Copper Cauldron, I heard my people shouting mutedly. Today they had all earned good money on my victory and immediately celebrated the landmark event. I meanwhile had also made decent money, which put the owners of the bookmaker's office in despair. Honestly though, I heard all that only later. Recalling our most recent adventures in Abville, I sent Sigurd, Jacques, and Lucas out for my winnings. The times when I dealt with such matters personally were behind me. Recalling how happy Sigurd and Elira looked, I laughed. It wasn't hard to guess who they'd put their bets on. I figured the two of them were starting to understand. Seemingly, I was in for a serious conversation very soon. The stranger that we saved kept trying to study me. I was trusting her muteness less and less, but I wasn't pushing yet. Let her think she had us fooled for now. After all, I was studying her too. The time would come for us to talk. Sleep just would not come, and so my thoughts were jumping around between the other contenders' duels. I rolled footage in my mind of Olaf Birdcatcher's fight with a shapeshifter from some far-off clan. As expected, Olaf won, and he was the person I was going to have to face off against tomorrow. I was in for another very tough fight, which was odd. I thought Astrid also noticed. She was probably taking measures. Olaf was a powerful warrior, but he was too self-confident and not fully able to restrain his gift. He needed another 3 or 4 years of meditation and training, then Konung Harald's son would be in for a nasty surprise. I was distracted from contemplating my fight with Olaf Birdcatcher by a muted sound coming from the far corner of the room. I tensed up and perked my ears. A few moments later, I could distinctly hear singing and light rustling, as if someone was dragging something across the floor. Switching to true vision, I saw a small energy system belonging to a human-like being. If not for the very short height, coming up approximately to my knee, I'd have thought it was some little thief boy climbing into my room. But the creature was too small even for a child, and it was also clearly magical. I looked closer and spotted the glow of crimson mana. It was the clay pot of coins and crimson magic amulet I found under the wall of the stable. This must have been the maker of the hiding spot at the manor we'd burned down. And now this creature, having carefully wrapped the pot up in a rag, was dragging it to a faraway window. I quietly turned on one side and, raising up on a shoulder, said distinctly, "Going far." The sound of my voice made the tiny thief freeze in place. Just then, the moon peeked out from the dark clouds and illuminated the robber. The little red-headed person had a shock of long hair that hadn't been brushed in ages. Their comical, snub-nosed appearance filled me with a hurricane of emotions. Among them were fear, mistrust, surprise, anger, again mistrust, and again surprise. A moment later, the person twitched. Their silhouette, like a reflection on a river's surface, was covered in ripples. Then a little raccoon took the place where they'd been standing, quite unkempt looking. Another second later, the raccoon was back to human-like form, and with a gasp, they fell to the floor and said in what was clearly a woman's voice, "That is all, Spellsword. My forces are depleted. I've spent the last. Don't torture me, please. Finish me off quick and end this." The unknown creature spoke to me in the witching tongue, not even considering whether or not I understood the language. Also, despite my efforts, it spotted my true nature with ease. My first thought was the lutein she would have been up to this task. Honestly, though, last time we met, she praised me for my progress in stealth. "Well, finishing you off would be simple," I replied in witching. In fact, I couldn't fail. "True," the creature said with a glum sigh, not yet getting up off the floor. I chuckled internally. In true vision, I could see perfectly well the way it was slowly and unhurriedly starting to draw mana from the crimson amulet in the pot with the merchant's belongings. For the record, the mana in it was already just fumes. Even a fool could tell that it was trying to slow me down while itself preparing for a diversion. "What makes you think I'd want to kill you?" I asked. Meanwhile, I got up and sat on the bed. "What if I let you go?" "Let me go." A thoughtful look appeared on the stranger's snout. Just like that, I confirmed. "So I can just go?" I saw its hair start to move. I looked closer and spotted little raccoon-like ears. For the record, I was already aware of what kind of creature I was dealing with. Most likely, this was a forest nis. Vadoma had told me about them. Normally, these creatures lived in forest glades next to places of power, where they drew the mana necessary to live. They protected and guarded their reservoir. My adoptive mother told me that if there were any unclaimed places of power in my world, then they were hidden very well from the human eye, and that usually meant some little beings just like these. But sometimes nis were known to serve gifted people, and it didn't matter what kind, all they cared about was getting a regular portion of power. Otherwise, without that fuel, a nis could die. In that way, they resembled luteins, but they served a different function. Nis, unlike luteins, didn't like to stay away from their magical reservoir for long. They were homebodies and good guards. With a little Wonder Woman like this in the house, I could rest assured that my possessions would never be left unattended, particularly when it came to gold, silver, and other items I valued. If there was a coin rolling around under a couch or in an old jacket, that was a sure sign of a home without nis. They never left things like that lying around. They would have everything accounted for and stored carefully in a modest and hard-to-access place to deter thieves. And meanwhile, thieves would be better off not poking their noses in Anissa's house. The Nis would tear anyone to shreds for their master's belongings. Realizing what kind of creature was now in my room, I figured out why it had come to pay me a visit. Go, I permitted and smiled internally. The Nis wheezed and slowly stood up. She shook off pointedly. I noticed that her clothing was all patched and sewn back together, much the same as her energy system. This poor creature didn't have to feign weakness. The Nis's hair reminded me of a bird's nest. Stalks of hay and straw stuck out of her hair. She herself looked quite rough. She must have been starving both physically and in terms of energy. The amulet inside the pot was her whole magic reservoir. It probably contained a modicum of her master's power. Considering that the energy in it was down to the bottom, this little thing was not long for this world. Meanwhile, the Nis slowly walked up to the bundle containing the pot of coins and the amulet, sneaking glances my way to check if I was watching. When she picked up the bundle, I cleared my throat. The Nis shuddered and froze in place. I permitted you to go, but I didn't say you could have my stuff, I stated, struggling to hide my smile. The Nis breathed a heavy sigh and her shoulders fell, powerless. It was foolish to expect anything else from a fox, she muttered quietly to herself, but I heard it. Not dropping the little bundle, she turned her head to me and said, "This is not your stuff, it belonged to my lady master, and I was told to guard it." I snorted, perhaps that was the case. "But now it's mine. I found it and now it's in my room, and you're trying to steal it." The Nis opened her mouth to object, but I got out ahead also. "You're a middling guard at best. Your master was wrong to entrust you with their things. They weren't well hidden. They were practically in plain sight, there for the plucking." My teasing worked as intended. The Nis dropped the bundle and, standing akimbo, thrust her chin upward. The red bird's nest on her head careened amusingly. She placed her right leg forward. Her little toes poked out of holes in her well-worn moccasins. Big dark green eyes glimmered with challenge. Heth, and where was this poor and unfortunate mortal going? "Mind your tongue, fox," she squeaked out in offense. "I've been guarding this stuff since the grandfather of the current Kanang lay in the cradle wetting himself. It was well hidden. Many tried to find it and got nowhere. How long had she been sitting in that one spot? I wondered where her master was. She was probably never coming back. By the way, that reminded me. The coins in the pot seemed to me to be of an old minting. I never found the time to properly look through the contents." "Something isn't coming together," I snorted. "If things are really as you say, why then is that pot here in my house? When I took it from the ground, no one was there to stop me." "What do you mean?" The Nis was outraged. "Who do you think turned the ground to stone? And who was distracting your warrior's eyes? Even the descendant of the great snow leopard couldn't sense anything." Now there she was right. Jacques couldn't believe for a long time that there was something buried beneath that wall, and then, while working the shovel, he complained that the ground was frozen solid. "To you, fox, my sorcery is but child's play," the Nis added more quietly. "The amount of power in you pains me, both from within and what you've borrowed. And is there any way to hide a magic treasure from a seer? The smallest flicker of power looks like a beacon in the darkness to a seer. If the pot was cursed or sealed with runes, then sure, but such magic is beyond me." She then looked totally defeated, as if the last spark of strong emotion had drained the last of her life force. And she wasn't pretending. I could see it perfectly well. Her energy system was fading. "What's taking your master so long then?" I asked, though I could already guess what I'd hear. "She left but never came back for you." "She's gone now," the Nis answered quietly, nearly in a whisper. "Has been for a long time. I cannot sense her life force. But I will do her bidding to the end, know that." "Whoa, what a bond they had. And all that's left of her is that amulet?" I asked, nodding at the pot. The Nis shuddered and raised her head sharply. In her eyes burned determination to fight to the end, even if it was for a long-dead master. A moment later, her ears perked up and she cast a cautious glance at the door. I got on guard but relaxed a second later. It was Bertrand. I wondered what he could want in the middle of the night. When my valet knocked, the Nis raced off like a silent shadow toward the cracked open window. A moment later, she slipped through the gate and disappeared into the night. "Come in," I said, and the door opened. Bertrand's pale face emerged from the darkness. "Your worship, forgive me for disturbing your sleep." "Don't worry, I wasn't sleeping. Has something happened?" Bertrand gulped uneasily. "Downstairs there are some people who want to talk to you. They're very angry and acting hostile." "Who are they?" I asked, pulling on my pants. "The name of their leader is Magnus Thunder. He's chief of Clan Snowhair. What could he possibly want with me?" "I do not know, your worship," Bertrand replied in confusion. "The only thing I could make out in their cursing was that the son of the chief was poisoned tonight." "So Olaf Birdcatcher is dead," I snorted. "Actually, now I understand why his dad came to visit me. Where are our people?" "Blocking the tavern door, your worship," Bertrand reported back, helping me button up my brigandine. "Among them, by the way, are the tavern owner, and a priest of the forefather, the same one who blessed the duel between Sigurd and the late Count de Mornay. When speaking the name of my opponent from the day before, Bertrand blessed first me then himself with a protective gesture." "So what is a priest doing here?" I asked in surprise. "He was feasting all evening," Bertrand explained, straightening out the scabbard of my sword. He joined up when you were already upstairs. He loves this sort of thing. He's a bottomless pit when it comes to ale. It's a quick way to lose one's wits. I see, I snorted, no longer listening to Bertrand's mumbling. It's freezing in here. The old man shivered and looked around. Spotting the cracked open window, he shook his head and hurried to close it. Leave it open, I stopped him before leaving the room, and with a smile added with a quick glance at the wrapped-up clay pot, let it air out a bit. You know how I am. I don't like stuffy, stale air. I didn't want to be responsible for the Niss's death, particularly after she didn't try to do me any harm. She was a different breed of creature. They lived by different laws. They were as ancient as the world itself. Even if she didn't have long left, I didn't think she'd manage to get too far. The amulet's energy was essentially down to fumes, but alas, I was also tangentially at fault for that. She could have survived another few years on that tiny bit of mana, but now she wouldn't even be able to move around properly. She was probably sitting somewhere in the attic of the stables right over her stash, half asleep to conserve energy, coming out to hunt mice and insects as little as possible. So let her take her long-dead master's things and go. As for the coins, I could afford it. On my way down the stairs, I heard distant screams from outside. The loud, booming voice of the priest of the forefather monotonously droned out to the people that they shouldn't violate the ceasefire, for the Kanang had announced it and the gods had blessed it. I praised the priest in my mind. He spoke confidently with no stumbling. His tongue didn't even slip, although if Bertrand was to be believed, he had drunk quite a lot. How did such an old sagging man have so much strength? On the other hand, it was no surprise. Most likely, the priests of the forefather, just like their frosty colleagues, had their secrets. Honestly, though, last time I didn't notice any magic in Leaf's friend. I would have to look into him closer. Here, in this world, anything was possible. Just now I had been speaking with a creature that was regarded as a fairy tale in my home world. When I stepped out the door, as if on command, everyone turned my way. To my satisfaction, I couldn't see even a hint of fear on my people's faces. There was a slight worry, and that was fine. It was always that way before a fight, but there was no fear, and that was clearly not just the alcohol. My people had backbone, I could sense it. I nodded to them and turned to the northerners standing in a dense formation opposite the tavern entrance. The clan's snow-haired delegation, led by a gray-bearded big man, had come in full force, and meanwhile they were all armed to the teeth. Out of the corner of my eye, I glanced over at where the priest and owner of the copper cauldron were standing. Both of them were smiling in satisfaction, sensing a sudden chance for profit and a bit of fun. Oh, it had all started with a nice round of drinking, and now logically had to end with a big fight. It would be the kind of thing people around here talked about for years to come. My name is Maximilian Renard, I said calmly. My servant told me that someone wanted to talk to me. I am Magnus Thunder, chief of Clan Snowhair. The gray-bearded bruiser stepped forward. And I accuse you of villainously poisoning my son. You were afraid to face him in the arena because you knew you'd lose. Well, this guy was not beating around the bush, and no wonder. Based on his fur clothing and weaponry, which was of less than stellar quality, these snowhares had slunk in from some backwater. These guys were used to settling matters quickly and without delay. But okay, I'd have to meet them where they were. And by the way, they had come with a few troops from Kanang Harold's camp. Completely expected. They were essentially on the same side. For the record, I wouldn't be surprised to find out Olaf Birdcatcher had been poisoned on Harold Greywolf's orders, a sort of primitive operation, but it might work on savages. It also helped his son take down a dangerous enemy, play on Kanang Sharptooth's nerves, and turn a clan of savages against me. Anything was possible. Now I found that theory more plausible than the one where Olaf Birdcatcher was poisoned by Astrid, although she most likely was also capable. While conversing with the princess, I came to the conclusion that she wasn't as simple as she seemed. There was something dangerous and dark inside her. She let slip at one point that she would do what she could to help me in the trial, and so she poisoned Olaf Birdcatcher. Sounded like help to me. I publicly declare that you are lying. I never poisoned your son, I said loudly and with a less respectful air. Why should I have done that? I would have defeated him either way. The northerners started buzzing and murmuring. My people meanwhile looked at them and smiled. Then may the gods judge us. Magnus Thunder boomed out. May the gods judge us. I repeated the ritual phrase and took a step forward. My people parted ways. They immediately opened a space for us. Priest went into the circle and said a short blessing. Magnus Thunder, unlike his son, was not gifted. That was not to say he was any less dangerous an opponent, though. The gray-bearded giant stepped forward. The big, huge battle axe looked like a child's plaything in his mighty mitts. The last words of the prayer sounded out, ushering in the start of our fight. I drew my sword and dagger and stood in position. Olaf Birdcatcher's father barked out loudly and threw himself at me like a savage beast. He was slow, very slow. Not for most people here, of course. It would be plenty fast for them, but not for me. Quickly hopping to one side, I let a sweeping blow of the poleaxe whiz past, cutting a stripe into Magnus' thigh as I went. The snow immediately took on a reddish shade. The clan chief took 2 steps forward out of inertia. With a sharp turn, paying no attention to the injury, he jumped my direction. The poleaxe whistled a few centimeters away from my face. I again sidestepped it, and again cut a stripe into the northerner's leg with my sword, this time his right. Everyone there could see that I was playing with the Snowhair Chief. If I wanted to kill him, I'd have done so already. I caught sullen looks on me from Magnus' family. They must have already been aware of where this was leading, particularly in light of what had happened in the arena the night before. Magnus Thunder, whose eyes and mind were overwhelmed by anger and fury as well as sorrow at the loss of his son, tried to get me another few times. But every time his jump and lunge came along with a successful counterattack by me, while he slowly lost speed and agility. My breathing hadn't even quickened. Also, I hadn't yet used any mana. My body's reserves were enough. The snow underfoot turned into a mess of blood. Magnus Thunder, oozing blood and breathing heavily as he slowly moved his feet, tried awkwardly to get me one more time, but he couldn't. He stumbled and collapsed to the ground with a heavy sigh. With a bit of mumbling and turning onto his back, he froze. A loud rasp emerged from his throat. I walked over to him and got down on one knee opposite his head. Meanwhile, I was keeping a close eye on his energy system, in order to be ready for an unexpected strike. But seemingly my opponent was no longer planning to attack me. Tears welled up in Magnus' eyes. "Why didn't you kill me?" he rasped. "I want to join my boy." "Because I want to give you a chance, old man," I replied. "A chance?" he asked. Incomprehension froze in his eyes. "A chance to take revenge on your son's murderers," I responded so only he could hear me. "You saw it yourself, the gods have spoken. I had no reason to poison Olaf. I wanted to best him in a fair fight. I was not afraid of him. But the villain who took Olaf's life was." The old man looked around, staring at his allies and enemies. "The man who killed your son is probably much closer than you think. This is not your time. The gods have spoken," Magnus rasped out quietly. There were no more tears in his eyes. I saw understanding on his face. "Exactly right," I nodded and took a crimson elixir which I had modified from my satchel. I uncorked it, then poured a couple drops into the chief's throat. After I put the cork back, I lifted Magnus' hand and set the bottle in it. "Take care of yourself, old man," I said, and standing turned to Magnus' warriors. "Help your chief." Without another word and not listening the priest's cries about the will of the gods, I went back into my room. Tomorrow was going to be a hard day. In fact, the day had already turned. I needed to get some sleep. When I got to bed, I saw that the bundle with the pot was no longer where I'd left it. I rocked measuredly in the saddle as I rode out to Icefjord, thinking about what the day had in store for me. The last day of the great trial. I was under no illusions it was going to be difficult. No one in my inner circle thought otherwise. Elira, who was providing me with daily doses of recent news from the capital, said that even more armed people were now on the streets of Fjordgrad, making their way around town in small groups. Many among them were gifted. Typically, the city guard didn't seem to notice them. That led me to believe my theory that they were all somehow connected to Bjorn Sharptooth. Overall, everything that had already happened had filled the air in the capital of Wintervold with anxiety, tension, and excitement. Anticipating the finale, the city folk were discussing recent fights nonstop, telling one another with envy about how one of their friends had made a ton of money on bets, cursing the lucky bastards out of habit, and falsely, with a glint in their eyes, sympathizing with the losers who had been beaten to a bloody pulp. Additional bustle was added by the constant traffic of couriers, runners, and diplomatic escorts. Everyone was waiting for the tournament to end so they could evaluate its impact on the internal and foreign politics of both Wintervold and Northland as a whole. Meanwhile, unlike most Vestonians, I hadn't got any letters from Hero Uxville yet. Neither my uncle nor aunt had graced me with a message. Still, though, I had no doubt my cousins had found time to complain about me. Sure, my uncle's feelings about me were clear, but the Duchess du Bellay could have sent word. Particularly considering our last meeting, where she treated me more than favorably. She must have been biding her time. She probably saw me as a puppy thrown into water. If I learned to swim, all would be well. If I drowned, it must have been written in the stars. Valerie hadn't sent word yet either, but that was no surprise. It wasn't all that easy for her to send me letters. Even if she could, they would have to go through my uncle's hands first. I figured my sister was more than aware of that, and thus not taking the risk of picking up a quill. The only person to communicate anything was the Duc de Beaufremont, not personally, through the lutein. Tika had come to me again to find out how the mission was going, and to rush me along, of course. This time, the lutein was not able to sneak up on me. Elira was on guard. My bodyguard had already warned me that some unusual creature was lurking around the tavern. First, I thought of the Nis, but then when she mentioned a white cat, everything fell into place. I commanded Elira not to touch the lutein, but to track the white cat closely. But my scout was not quite that skilled. Tika was plenty solid herself. After sensing that she was being tracked, she hightailed it out of there and vanished completely. When Elira told me about that, she looked sullen and vexed, as well as very surprised and puzzled. I meanwhile just noted it to myself for the future. The lutein wasn't so easy to pin down. She easily evaded tracking, even from someone like Elira. Her kind of magic was different. Tika seemed to have lived several centuries already in this world. I could only imagine how silly she found Elira. I figured the lutein had let herself be detected on purpose. She must have gotten bored, and so was playing a game with the shapeshifter. Meanwhile, that led to a logical question. Why had to Bofremont, or rather the lutein's true master, wanted to give this mission to me in particular? With abilities like the lutein's, finding out about the latest expeditions to the Svartfold would be no trouble at all. I had a few guesses about it myself. One of them was that they were trying to test me. Tika's real master must have had far-reaching plans for me, and if that was so, they had gotten ahead of themselves. There was another option as well, that the lutein had sniffed out in some way that I could do more than I let on. That would have explained a lot. In any case, the mysterious mage commanding the lutein was looking into me. Somehow my thoughts turned imperceptibly to Princess Astrid. Over the last few days, I became certain that she had approached the issue of my victory in the great trial very seriously. The offer of help she intended to provide me was apparently not just hot air. Olaf Birdcatcher's death was a vivid example, whereas at first, I had my doubts that his death was Astrid's handiwork. Later, I thought back on the striking and significant look from Bjorn Sharptooth's daughter when I came out into the arena on the day I was supposed to duel Birdcatcher. The sheer jubilation in her eyes when my opponent failed to appear. That was when I realized Astrid was clearing me a path to the victor's pedestal. Word of Olaf's death spread through the city at the speed of sound, and by midday when we were supposed to fight, most of the people in the stands were howling and screaming loud insults of every kind at me. I heard every name in the book from the audience. Coward, vile murderer, cheat. Honestly, though, it didn't last long. That morning, something happened that I wasn't expecting at all. When the herald was just about to announce my victory due to my opponent's failure to appear, Olaf Birdcatcher's father Magnus Thunder walked into the arena to a gasping crowd. A dead silence fell over the arena. The chief of Clan Snowhair walked unaided despite his wounds, though he was limping a bit. I had started thinking the old man wanted more after the last night's duel, and decided to pull another stunt, but then we met eyes and I saw that Magnus Thunder had entered the arena for another reason. He walked up to me and gave a short, silent nod. I scanned him quickly and concluded that my potion had worked wonders. The injuries were healing, and Magnus was on the mend. The old man turned to the stands and exclaimed loudly, "I, Magnus Thunder, chief of Clan Snowhair, acknowledge Maximilian Renard's victory. The gods have spoken. He did not kill my son." Then he turned back to me and stated softly, "I was blinded by sorrow. You opened my eyes, and you were right, I should really look into everyone around me a bit closer, then strike decisively." I nodded in silence. Naturally, I wasn't going to tell him my theories. It was none of my business. I had already done a lot. I left the arena on that day to confused grumbling from the crowd. Nobody was singing the song at me anymore, much less slinging insults. Everyone was occupied by a bigger question: what just happened out there? Astrid must have decided to stop at Olaf Birdcatcher, though. Or maybe she thought my next opponent was unworthy of her attention, and I could handle him on my own. The expert striker was not a part of Sigurd's 7. But that did not mean he was a weakling. What was more, after my fight with the Count de Mornay, my opponent had reached the same conclusion and come out fully armed. So to speak, he was armored up with a few amulets containing lilac brutes, but he resisted any jibes. To the delight of the crowd, he was wielding the type of sword known popularly as a bastard sword, and for the record, he was pretty handy with it. Beyond a magic gift, the striker had a talent for sword swinging. If he were wearing magic armor and wielding a magic weapon, this would have been a tough match for me. This striker was part of Konung Harald's allied camp. Needless to say, he wanted very much to appease his patron. The expert swung his hefty sword like a little twig. He was fast and agile, but not enough. In the end, I gained ownership of a nice suit of armor and a blade. My collection also grew by 3 lilac brute amulets, which I gave to Sigurd. Something was afoot in the capital, and I didn't want my Avant bodyguard to be left without mana in the coming storm. In the end, beyond me, another 4 contenders had progressed this far. As was entirely expected, they were all members of Sigurd's 7. The favorite, of course, was Ivar the Raven, son of Konung Harald. I should note that I partially didn't blame Princess Astrid for trying to prevent Ivar's victory at all costs. The young Ulfhidnar was a real monster. Without even taking animal form, he had torn his opponents to shreds barehanded. After his fights, the arena was awash in blood, which the bloodthirsty audience surely found entertaining. Konung Harald's son, as completely expected, was the audience favorite. When he stepped into the arena, the stands were packed to the brim. Sigurd was right. Baron Pierce Butler, the man from the Foggy Isles who represented the interests of Duke Arsadekny, was serious competition. Despite the injury, which he was hiding quite well, the Medius had significant mastery over his blade and his gift. Based on the condition of his energy structure, Pierce Butler was a step away from Avant Hood. Unlike Ivar the Raven, he dispatched his opponents both quickly and efficiently. 1 or 2 lunges and his enemies died quick deaths. Butler didn't play with them like a predator with prey. He simply struck them down in cold blood. He also studied them closely. After my fight with the expert striker, I spotted the Baron in the stands. Looking into his icy gray eyes, I became aware that unlike the others, he perceived me as more than serious. Minna the Flame, a medius fighting in the tournament in the name of the ruler of the small duchy of Carinthia, was my third potential opponent. She had the strength of a bear paired with the agility of a mink. The heavy combat axe in her hands flickered with such speed that it appeared to be made of cardboard. With it, she cracked her rival's armor like walnut shells. Minna the Flame, meanwhile, also garnered attention from minstrels. In their ballads, they called her the blood matchmaker, trying to win her master a bride by swinging her axe in the arena. For the record, as in my case, Minna wasn't the least bit affected by that popular ditty. She even seemed to like it. But the Duke of Carinthia was severely upset, as was Prince Louis by the song about the bastard sword. As for Louis, I honestly didn't care what the dim-witted and capricious prince thought about me. He didn't seem to be fully aware that Princess Astrid had given him a chance to survive the storm gathering over his native kingdom. I didn't even know what Astrid saw in him, though it was not my business. Everyone had their interests. By the way, speaking of that, the unspeaking woman who we took from the sacrificial table was keeping a very low profile. She did her best never to leave the room I rented for her in the Copper Cauldron, and which was next to Elira's room, much less let anyone see her. And our interests were aligned there. In theory, it was no challenge to figure out who she was afraid of, particularly considering who she had been captured by. I had made no attempts to get her talking. Let her put her guard down, then I could find an opportunity. But Elira, who she was drawn to, I instructed to keep a close eye on her. Bertrand, too, the old man didn't see her as a threat. What was more, when my valet found out what happened to her, I saw unfeigned concern. And that paid off. Bertrand had run through every name he could think of until he figured hers out. She responded to Verena. It was probably not her real name, but it was a first step. I was distracted from thinking about Verena, or whatever she was called, by an insolent look boring into the back of my head. I turned sharply and met eyes with a thin, bearded man with yellow animal eyes who was heading for Icefjord just like me. He was my fourth potential rival, Agmund Grey, an Ulfhidnar from Clan Moonwolf. He stared at me unblinking, as if preparing to sink his teeth into my throat then and there. Agmund was angry, very angry, and with good reason. Eirik Irontooth, who I had taken down in the hunting camp, was a relative of Agmund Grey. No wonder then that he was out to get me. Still, though, he wasn't bold enough for direct confrontation. Nevertheless, the Avent's massive figure was constantly looming behind me, and beyond that, the night before, my little army had recruited a dozen new fighters. As Jacques promised, his old war buddy Tom Davis and his underlings had joined my service, and that night they were given their instructions and established a perimeter around the tavern. Agmund Grey, meanwhile, was left to stare me down with his gray animal eyes. I nodded to him with a slight smirk and turned away. It remained to be seen how the final trial would go, which had been scheduled for today after a 3-day break. For the record, they weren't casting lots anymore, and that meant that Bjorn Sharptooth had a little treat in store, so to speak. That guess turned out right. The arena had transformed dramatically over the last 3 days. The big area where the fights had been held was now blocked off with wooden stakes. Beyond that, behind the strange barricade, was a thick formation of blades of dusk fighters, 1 in 5 of them gifted. I counted 20 strikers of various power levels. Honestly, though, there was not a single Avent among them. The changes surprised not only me, but everyone in the audience. By the way, based on the uncomprehending faces of Princess Astrid and Helga, Konung Bjorn Sharptooth hadn't told a soul about this. I noticed the princess looking at her father and saw a cold rage and anger in Astrid's eyes. I didn't know about the king's relationship with his daughter, but were I in his place, I wouldn't turn my back on her today. Bjorn Sharptooth hit his daughter with a passing wry gaze and, getting up from the throne, walked to the edge of the bed. When he threw up his hands, silence fell over the arena. Hundreds of sets of eyes darted over to the ruler of Wintervold. "Listen up," he said loudly. "Today is the last day of the great trial. This is the day we find out who has been chosen by the gods to wed my daughter. Only one man can remain alive." After he said that, a few dozen bearded men pushed a big, huge cart through a gap in the barricade into the center of the arena. It was covered in thick gray fabric, making it impossible to see what was inside. When the cart stopped, the dead silence was broken by a ferocious, mighty roar that sent a shiver down my spine. The bearded men, meanwhile, pulled the gray cover off and revealed a large cage with heavy bars, containing a huge pitch-black bear ready to attack and with fur standing on end. I didn't even need to switch to true vision to realize the Konung had brought a shadow beast into the arena, and the black terror of the Svartfold shall be today's messenger of the gods. Konung Sharptooth announced triumphantly, pointing at the beast in the cage. The shadow creature being brought to the arena came as a surprise to everyone. I could practically feel in my bones the wave of awe, fear, and excitement that rolled over the audience. The giant black bear's roar flooded the stands with a buzz of elation. The viewers were eagerly taken in by the drama in a way only people who had never seen such a spectacle before could be. Was this a joke? A shadow creature used to scare them into bed as children, and there it was, just a step away from the stands. Primordial excitement overcame everyone, from big to small, from local to newly arrived visitor from faraway lands. Women's eyes went wide in fear, and they pressed up against their men. The men then shouted out tough phrases, cheering on the fighters they'd bet all their savings on. Old men squinted and peered into the arena, evaluating the rivals and shaking their heads, trading self-important opinions about each contender's survival chances. For the record, there was no one discussing anyone beating the shadow creature. The five of us had seemingly already been written off. Children climbed up to the highest point of the stands, looking like little birds about to take off in excitement and glee. They looked delightedly at everything, chirping feverishly like a flock of sparrows that had just been thrown a big handful of high-quality millet. The gray clouds crept aside, letting the rays of the morning sun fall on the snow. The very sky over the arena seemed to come to life, reflecting a general sense of anticipation. I slid a gaze over the top of the stands where the Kanungs and their inner circles were seated. The large figure of Bjorn Sharptooth, laying back deceptively relaxed in his massive throne, looked like a marble statue from afar. He paid no mind to what was going on around him. He didn't seem to care how his enemies and those close to him looked at him. The look in the Kanung of Wintervold's eyes was directed at the arena and the monster raging in the cage. I saw cold determination in his eyes and superiority. I had plenty of time to observe the man, and today, at this precise moment, everything I had theorized manifested itself. Kanung Sharptooth had enacted a play all his own. All the talk about an arrangement between him and Karl III to have Prince Louis wed Princess Astrid were left in the past. I couldn't say what Bjorn Sharptooth was hoping to achieve just then, but I could be certain of one thing: he now had other plans for Astrid's future husband, and they had no room for any of the men now in the arena, because in his opinion, none of us five stood the slightest chance against the creature, now trying to tear its way through the thick steel bars of the clearly enchanted cage. As a matter of fact, the rule forbidding magic armor and weaponry to strikers, and barring shapeshifters from taking combat form, I would bet my hand had been devised specifically to further reduce all of our chances of victory. But who could really say what the Kanung was thinking? Could it be that my guesses were all just the fruit of my imagination? In one way or another, I could be 100% certain of one thing: neither Astrid, nor Helga, nor Kanung Harald himself, based on their sullen and astonished faces, had even the slightest suspicion of what Sharptooth was about to throw out today. I saw the way Astrid glared at her father. There was a very ill look flickering in her eyes. She was clearly intending to fight for her beloved to the bitter end. However, I had never seen Prince Louis looking so happy before. Actually, no. That was a lie. He looked just as pleased when he heard about his father the king's injury. It was just that then, the prince was trying to keep a lid on it, albeit with limited success. But today when he saw the shadow creature, his sweet, always bored faces blossomed into a broad smile, revealing his true nature. Blanca de Gondi must have gotten under his skin because, despite the threat to his life, Louis was pleased with the current situation. But the deadly pallor and faded look on the Baron de Levy, who was seated behind the prince, told me that he already considered me as good as dead. The look on the Vestonians' faces next to the prince, meanwhile, were approximately the same. Honestly, though, I figured that most of them didn't so much feel pity for me or the fate of the Green Party. In case of my death, they were sad to lose out on money they'd already placed on bets. Helga's reaction, I have to admit, surprised me. The icy lady mask slipped for a moment, and I saw beneath it sincere fear and disbelief. "Monsieur," I heard Sigurd say, tense. I stopped staring at the stands and turned. My bodyguard was standing just outside the wooden spikes, pushing the guild fighters around us aside with his shoulders. Lilac mana streamed over his armor, and in his eyes I could see a readiness to carry out whatever order I gave him. A bit farther away, my other people's gloomy faces loomed. I laughed to myself. I'd never seen Jacques so agitated. Good thing Bertrand stayed back in the tavern. He was a strong old man, but I thought it best not to worry him too much. Despite the months of diligently reinforcing his energy system, no one could be totally secured against a random heart attack. My valet was just painfully impressionable when the matter at hand related to me and my well-being. I met eyes with the Avent. I was curious to see how Sigurd would do in battle against the Shadow Bear. But alas, then I would not get to see Princess Astrid's treasure. After I saw the monster from the Svartvold, I wanted even more to gain access to the Konung's daughter's coffers. If the Konung's strikers were able to take this specimen from the shadow all the way here, I could only imagine the kinds of artifacts in his daughter's treasure chambers. Meanwhile, I could now guess who had been on that expedition. The Blades of Dusk, of course. That was why there was such strict secrecy around the mission, and why it had succeeded. No, I shook my head, stopping Sigurd. My bodyguard squinted. We met eyes. I didn't know what he'd seen, but a few moments later, he took a step back and again pushing through the mercenaries, went back to his place. all well and good. Paying no more attention to the stands, I concentrated on the giant beast already rampaging inside the huge cage. How much shadow metal had it taken for the artifactors to build this contraption? Each bar was as thick as my wrist. Switching to true vision, I looked at the surface of the shadow metal and saw witching runes etched into it glimmering with a magic light. Essentially, this cage was a giant magic amulet. I had seen something similar on the frontier, the cage they kept the ghost in. The amulet's reservoir was a large brute inserted into a special slot in one of the steel walls of the cage. Next to the reservoir, awaiting a command from the Kanung, stood a gifted man. He was ready to pull the brute out at any moment and leave the arena. Once I figured out the cage's mechanism, I glanced at the monster. Beneath its thick coal-black fur, I saw rippling mounds of muscle. Powerful paws with razor-sharp claws scraped the bars of the cage passionately, giving off a discordant squeal. Thick, viscous saliva dripped from its broad maw's sharp, curved fangs to the floor of the cage. The lilac animal eyes smoldered with rage. The black bear's energy structure glowed a saturated dark lilac color interwoven with channels of crimson. The many lines lead to an enormous two-color reservoir. The brutes were large. The lilac one was bigger. It was the size of my fist. The second, slightly smaller one was crimson. While I studied the bear, out of the corner of my eye, I made sure to watch my rivals, who weren't wasting any time. I had heard Pierce Butler telling the others to band together and kill the creature altogether, then to continue the fight, but Ivar and Agmund, his partner, refused. Based on their predatory grins, the shapeshifters were not planning to stick to the tournament rules when it came to their animal forms. The strikers, meanwhile, were less fortunate. They had less chance of winning without their magic armor or weaponry. Once their brutes were empty, they would be easy picking for the creature. Not to mention the other challengers. In the end, my rivals split off into two groups of two shapeshifters and two strikers, and neither group extended an invitation to me. Nobody was even looking in my direction, and that only played into my hand. Finally, the signal rang out. The mage disarmed the cage and ran to the exit. The runes on the bars flickered and went out. The shadow bear sensed that his magic prison had lost its power and gave a loud, triumphant roar. The audience in the stands replied with a similar bellow. While Pierce Butler and Minna the Flame took positions, the shapeshifters cast aside their essentially useless weapons and got ready to take combat form. I meanwhile downed a few flagons of modified potion and tried not to attract attention, then ran along the edge of the arena in a long circle. I wanted the shadow monster and my rivals to first tear each other to shreds, then I could join the fray. While I ran, I could just barely hear the mercenaries guarding the perimeter commenting on my actions. Some called me a cowardly rabbit, and others had guessed my true nature without suspecting it. "Gee, what a sly fox," one of the fighters murmured. "Look at his opening move. He's got the right idea," came a quick answer. "While the bear tears the shapeshifters and strikers to bits, he can sit it out over there." "But what's the point?" Another mercenary snorted. "He still won't stand a chance. The creature will tear down the strong opponents first, then come after him. Taking on a black horror of the Svartfold is no small feat even for a team of strikers in full armor." Someone from the group shouted out cheerfully, "Looks like our Kanung doesn't want to lose his daughter. He doesn't like any of the suitors, and so he threw them a party." "Run, run, your worship," someone shouted at me, "but you'll never run away from the creature." "Hey now, everybody cram it," the commander barked. "I want you paying attention. This monster is about to eat these losers up. Then we're going to have to get it back in the cage. If there's anything left of the cage," came a rasping voice to the right. "Look how angry the creature is." The man was right. The bear had caught the scent of freedom and was now whipping his head around, fangs digging into the bars. I heard steel clanking and scraping. The bars bent easily, but the cage withstood the initial onslaught. Honestly, though, in the end, the shadow creature got what it wanted. A powerful burst from its hefty body, and the upper part of the cage popped off with a loud squeal. Just then, Pierce Butler and Minna the Flame ran toward the escaping creature. They must have decided this was their best chance to attack. When they reached the cage, Minna swung her battle axe full force at the bear's head, managing to slip it into the gap the bear had made. At first, I thought it was over for the creature. The blow landed right in the monster's right eye. The steel head of the axe sunk in almost halfway, seeming to get stuck dead in the bear's skull. A gasp of delight flew over the stands all at once, but a moment later, a furious roar from the injured monster blanketed the arena. The pain had given the bear strength, and it burst forward, seemingly saving its own life in the process. Pierce Butler, trailing slightly behind Minna, tried to sink his hand and a halfer into the monster's other eye in a sharp burst, but the blade didn't quite connect, just scratching the thick black fur. If the striker hit where he was aiming, the monster would have been done for, but clearly the ancient gods of this harsh country had other ideas. As a matter of fact, Pierce Butler not only missed, he left himself vulnerable to a swipe from the bear's paw, which immediately flew in through the big gap in the cage. The huge clawed paw cut open the striker's armor like a tin can. Pierce Butler's lifeless body flew aside like a rag doll. A pool of blood started spreading beneath him immediately. I gulped unwittingly. The creature hadn't even escaped its cage yet, but it had already killed one contender. Minna, despite her build, was savvier than her dead ally. Having lost her axe, which was still stuck dead in the monster's skull, she made a long somersault to one side and grabbed a short sword off her back. Panting, she froze for a moment. I saw her furiously pumping mana into her energy system, preparing to land another blow. The bear meanwhile broke the cage roof off with a few powerful bursts which, due to the bars poking out in different directions, started to resemble the skull of a deep-sea fish I'd once seen a picture of in my past life online. When the bear's head was sticking out of the steel sheet, the handle of the axe stuck in its skull got caught on a bar. The monster wailed in pain. And right then, Minna the Flame decided to strike. With a sharp swing, her body transformed into a blurry outline. Minna was clearly aiming for the monster's throat, but it was able to react and dodge her blade like some insolent little fly. The sword swung through thin air, while Minna found herself locked in the bear's embrace. A moment later, the monster bit her head off before tearing her body in two. My nose was struck with the sharp scent of blood and disemboweled guts. From the stands, I heard shouts and women shrieking, drawing the attention of the monster that had just escaped its magical enclosure. I meanwhile still running a circle around the arena was right behind the creature. I was heading for the cage. While I watched the strikers fight the creature, an idea came to mind. The plan was middling, but worth a try. Who could have known the Kanang would throw us such a curve ball? GHM, or rather, a big, huge magic bear. Meanwhile, if Bjorn Sharptooth thought these games were going to get him anywhere, he was very deeply mistaken. I didn't know about the rest, but I would not be forgiving him for this. I would be returning him the favor, be it in a month, a year, or 10 years, and it would come when he was least expecting it. And I didn't care that he was a Kanang and guarded by the best soldiers and guild mercenaries. He never should have tangled with Dodger, and he would pay the price. But before repaying Astrid's father, I would have to survive. I froze for a moment and got ready to blast. I didn't have to wait long. Ivar the Raven and Agmund Grey finally turned, and I heard a simultaneous wolf howl. They were immediately answered by a thundering bear roar. No one seemed to notice that they were breaking tournament rules. What difference did it make? These two were goners anyway. Let them give it their all. It would also make the fight more fun to watch. I was sure Bjorn Sharptooth was thinking exactly that as he sat on his throne watching things unfold in the arena with satisfaction. Meanwhile, the shadow bear and two big, huge wolves turned into a single, furiously growling ball of fur. Scraps of fur and blood went flying everywhere. To be honest, I didn't know what to expect from the pair getting into close combat with a shadow creature, and I didn't want to. Mainly, I just wanted them to last a little while so I could have time to prepare. While the shapeshifters and bear tore each other to bits, I ducked down and went racing toward the cage. When I got next to it and glanced inside, my nose was struck by the vile aroma of bear feces and urine mixed with nauseating notes of half-rotten flesh. The cage floor was littered with a few animal skeletons, among which I could distinctly make out some human remains. The Kanang must have fed some of his foes to his pet shadow creature. I winced, spat on the ground, and walked up to the bars. Then a moment later, a smile appeared on my face. I was not wrong, this was shadow metal, and its conductivity was even better than the metal that of the cage the wild duke put me into before feeding me to an ebb. Carefully, not wanting to draw any attention, I pumped a bit of my energy into one of the bars. Excellent. It was working exactly how I wanted. The metal interacted with my aura no problem. Now, it was just the small matter of selecting the right position. I figured the two bars that had bent outward so obligingly would make a fine place to enact my scheme. Getting inside the cage, I walked over to the bars I had selected, touched them, and started dumping in mana. From an outside perspective, it looked like I was trying to hide from the creature as it finished off the still-living shapeshifters. Ivar the Raven was still holding on, but it would not be for long. He was not up to the Shadow Bears League. He could tackle a whole pack of shapeshifters like him, no problem. I looked for the other Ulfhidnar. Agmund Grey's stomach was split open, and his ribcage cracked down the middle, his body just lying there giving no signs of life. Then, a few short moments later, the arena was pierced by a desperate cry of pain. The bear had finally made it to the shapeshifter's throat, and its jaws clamped down, putting an end to Kanang Harold's heir's life. The huge black Ulfhidnar's body hung from the bear's maw. The monster shook its head sharply side to side, and the wolf's head separated from its body with a crack. That was all. I was left one-on-one against the horror of the Svartfold, which sensed me right away and turned sharply with a loud roar before racing my way. It must have sensed the energy my reservoir was generating at a rapid pace. Shadow beasts had that skill. I saw the creature approach like a slow-motion video. Steam billowed from its black maw, and bloody saliva dripped out onto the snow. Minna's axe had knocked out one eyeball in the end. In its place was a bloody gaping hole. I slid the corner of my eye over the stands. There was something strange going on over there. I saw Kanang Harold hopping up out of his seat. His face was so pale. Drawing his sword, he shouted something at his people and pointed to Bjorn Sharptooth, whose warriors also drew their blades. What happened next there, I did not see. My whole view was blocked by the giant body of the black bear, which, not slowing down, jumped straight at me. I saw the bars I'd pumped full of energy slide into the creature's broad chest like a hot knife through butter. Before the cage flipped from the strong impact and darkness smothered me, I saw one of the long bars pierce the bear's heart, bursting it to pieces. I was walking through a strange spectral forest where nature and the unknown intertwined in a mysterious dance. At first, I thought it was a standard young pine forest with short trees of identical height growing in neat, even rows. But the farther in I went, the more wide-branching giant trees I encountered, their trunks and branches overgrown with thick moss. In fact, upon closer inspection, there were a lot of strange aspects to the landscape. The leaves on the branches of the trees and bushes pulsated with strange colors, scarlet, blue, and gold, as if reflecting not only the light of the sun but also mysterious forces hidden somewhere deep within the roots. In some way, the ghost forest reminded me of what I'd seen beyond the barrier, in the shadow of the wing of Strix. Then it hit me it wasn't the forest that was ghostly, it was me. My body disappeared. It turned into a wisp of fog, otherworldly and alien to this world. I couldn't totally understand what I was doing there. My thoughts faded together as if I'd been pumped full of nasty drugs. Something similar had happened to me in my past life, and now I felt approximately the same way. Before I could get my thoughts together, they slipped away from me, so I had to simply concentrate on what was happening around me and proceed deeper into the forest glade. I was drawn into it as if by a magnet, or rather it was more like a person's call. And something in it was deeply familiar, reminding me of childhood. Before too long, my journey through the eerie forest came to an end. I found myself in a small, cozy meadow with a giant centuries-old oak towering in the center, thin rays of sunlight streaming through its twisted branches onto the green grass and bushes below. The light made the morning dew shimmer like little emeralds. Among the thick roots of the oak, I spotted a small earth shelter. And sitting on a log by a little fire just outside its doorway, there was a little girl. A tidy ponytail with light green ribbons, little freckles sprinkled on a curved nose, a clever face if not for the serious and grown-up look in her dark emerald eyes, which reflected centuries of wisdom. I'd have taken her for 11 or 12 years old. She kept repeating an incantation to herself and throwing plants into the fire. I couldn't smell or hear anything, but I knew for certain that the smoke from the fire and the incantation were the source of the uncanny force drawing my ghostly body to this place. When I found myself 10 steps from the fire, the girl shuddered and, raising her head, looked at me. I could immediately tell that she couldn't see me, but she could sense me. Much to my surprise, I realized that I knew the girl seated before me. I recognized her sharp facial features. If my ghost body had a heart, it would have started beating faster out of joy. It was Vadoma. Honestly, though, she had been reborn in another body in a new world just like me, and based on the rubber boots and rain jacket made of waterproof synthetic material, it must have been a more advanced world than the one I'd been cast into. Young Vadoma stood easily to her feet, walked around the fire, and came toward me. Stopping a step away, she raised a hand and, based on the movement of her lips, started to speak. I had no way to respond. How could I? I had no mouth. I first tried to concentrate on her lips, but either she was speaking some local language I was not familiar with, or my strange, clouded state made it hard to understand her. Then something happened that would have made my non-existent heart beat even faster. The young Vadoma addressed me in a sign language she'd taught me as a child. And most importantly, I was able to understand it despite my state. Son, the red-headed girl asked me, you came to my call after all. It was very strange to see Vadoma looking so young and at the same time grown up and wise. My adoptive mother must have also been able to retain her memory after being reborn. Actually, was she somehow doing this all along? All her tales about ancient times and her witching grandmothers and great-grandmothers were those just about her own adventures in other worlds. At the very least, it gave a new meaning to what she said before dying that she'd spent too long in that world. I first twitched. I tried to respond, but there was no result. I can sense that you're here but unable to respond. She sighed and ran her thin child's hand through the air right through where my chest would have been. Then a satisfied smile appeared on her face, and her hands again flitted around like bird wings. But that's very good, son. It means you didn't come from the world of the dead. Then she shuddered and, frowning, looked somewhere behind me. After that, her eyes again focused on the place where my ghostly body was hovering. With quick gesticulation, she started, we don't have much time, son. I violated the law to summon you through my marker. Take caution, someone is hunting you. I don't know who he is, but you will have to remember everything I ever taught you. And now get out of here. You cannot stay here any longer or the fell shadows of this world will sense you. She stepped forward and pushed me sharply with 2 hands in the chest. Then a moment later, I opened my eyes and saw the familiar wooden ceiling of my room in the copper cauldron. After everything fell into place, the shapeshifters of Clan Moonwolf paid us a visit, Jacques said with a sly smirk. And how'd it go? I asked. We stuck them full of arrows, Jacques replied. Some we even ripped off their ears and tails. Meanwhile, Jacques slid a gaze over Sigurd, seated quietly at the table, a clear indication of who had torn off the Ulfhidnar's ears and tails. I glanced at my bodyguard and nodded gratefully. He just nodded back in silence. Now behind them sat Jacques, Lucas, Sigurd, Elira, and Tom Davis. The sergeant, who was a newcomer to my now greatly expanded team, didn't say much, and when he did speak, it was only when people spoke to him or asked him questions. He was still getting a feel for me and my bodyguards. Jacques was essentially speaking for everyone, telling in detail everything that happened in Fjordgrad, while I was in my strange dream wandering the spectral forest and talking to the much younger Vadoma. And it had been no more and no less than 6 full days. In that time, much had happened in the capital of Wintervold. For example, Konung Harald followed Ivar the Raven to the next life along with most of his allies and inner circle. The death of his son and sole heir had clouded Konung Harald's mind. Before I lost consciousness, I had seen the start of his attack on the Konung of Wintervold. As I first guessed, Bjorn Sharptooth was playing his own game. I couldn't yet understand all his moves, but some I had unraveled. For instance, I was pretty sure Bjorn was intentionally provoking Harald to do something stupid. I figured Sharptooth was very pleased with the result. After all, it had all gone better than he could have expected. Harald attacked him during a ceasefire. The winner of the great trial had yet to be announced, after all. And for the record, it was a while before everyone found out I'd survived. Strangely enough, everyone in the stands was focused on the bloodbath between the Konungs, which spilled over onto the streets of the capital like a raging fire. For a few days, Fjordgrad bubbled with street fights between Konung Harald's fighters and Sharptooth's warriors, along with those of the Jarls he was friendly with. Beyond that, the ruler of the capital had the blades of dusk on his side. As always happened in times of war, there was also some looting. Small groups of criminals took advantage of the chaos and broke into the homes of well-to-do city folks, stealing and murdering as they went. Overall, to some it was war, and to others it was a blessing. The Copper Cauldron garnered attention from those groups a few times, but their attempts ended in disaster. First of all, Leif René's tavern was practically a small fortress, and it was defended by an elite group of warriors. Sigurd could have taken on any of the groups by himself. In the end, Bjorn Sharptooth came out on top of the pile. What was more, he forced the surviving leaders of the northern clans to swear allegiance to him. Not all, of course, many left the capital of Wintervold, and probably spread the news of what happened along the way. Overall, the north was in for a long and protracted war. Sigurd, who pulled me out from under the dead shadow creature impaled on the cage bars, told me that everyone who saw my chest rising and falling couldn't believe their eyes. In my bodyguard's words, I looked a fright. I was caked head to toe in blood. Honestly, though, when they washed me off in the tavern, my people were surprised to see that there wasn't a scratch on me. All the blood was from the bear. But naturally, nobody said anything about that. My victory was yet again chalked up to the will of the gods. Supposedly, they had made it so a bit of mana was left in the bars of the cage, which had then pierced the monster's heart as it slammed full force directly down onto the sharp ends. I just happened to be in the right place at the right time. But overall, the Konung's conditions had been met. I was the only person still alive and thus prevailed in the trial. Honestly, though, I was no great hero to the Northerners. In fact, they didn't much care about what I'd done. But that didn't bother me much. What mattered was that I had upheld my end of the bargain with Astrid. Either today or tomorrow, I would drop by the palace to collect what was owed to me. Then I could go home. Enough of this northern crap. What was more, all my business here was finished. What about the priests and the Frost Knights? I asked. As far as we're aware, they did not take part in the fighting, Jacques replied. What's more, there are rumors that they left the capital before the final trial. So they must have caught wind of Sharptooth's preparations and hurried to leave, Lucas suggested. Sounds like their style, Sigurd spoke up. The priests never take part in battles they know they'll lose. They waited to the last and figured out whose side things were tipping toward, Jacques said comprehendingly. They saw that the guild would not stand aside and left Harald to be torn to shreds. Beyond that, I wouldn't be surprised to learn the priests had gotten promises and guarantees of some kind from Sharptooth and gone to the lands of the late Harald to prepare their flock for the new ruler. Astrid's father was pursuing his ends come what may. A true politician, sly and cold-blooded. I also suspected that Pierce Butler and Minna, the Flames' employers, had gotten expensive gifts from Sharptooth. They'd probably made some deal that was beneficial to all of them, too. The Dukes Arcidechny and Carinthia, after all, had not personally fought in the duels. Sure, they didn't win the main prize and lost powerful strikers, but in the end, they probably made out good. If they weren't fools, of course. While my people traded theories and opinions, I yet again returned to my thoughts about the realistic dream. What or rather, who was Vadoma trying to warn me about? That it was a very dangerous and powerful enemy, I never doubted even for a second. My adoptive mother was even able to sense it from another world and another body. I didn't suspect her witching mark, which had been woven into my energy system, was capable of such a thing. That meant Vadoma was much more powerful than I imagined. I sighed. I felt sorry the mark had disappeared. It was a tiny memento that bound me with my former life, a warm reminder of my mother who, as it turned out, was looking after me even from another world. That Sharptooth's a clever one, Jacques snorted, summing up his opinion, then added while looking at me, and he's real tight-fisted. Everyone agreed heartily. They were talking about the body of the shadow bear from which I was given a pelt, half-empty brute's fangs and claws. Everything else Sharptooth kept for himself, clearly thinking those trophies would suffice for me. And there was still a lot of interesting stuff, Jacques continued, like the liver, which I saw the court alchemist licking his lips over. For the skeleton, Lucas supported. There were enough bones there to make a full set of striker armor. Oh well, just wait until I've gotten into Astrid's treasure chamber. I would make sure I was fairly compensated. As for Kanung Sharptooth, his debt to me had only grown slightly. The time would come for him to pay it all back in full measure. 3 days later, with Sigurd and Tom Davis's 5 fighters escorting me, I came back to the Copper Cauldron after a visit to the palace. And in my bag was my payment for taking part in the tournament. Kanung Sharptooth's daughter had kept her word. She took me to the Crypt of the Pearl of the North, the royal palace, and let me into her treasure chamber after kind-heartedly announcing that it was at my full disposal and that I could take any 3 items I liked. Right at the front door, I was greeted by a set of plump barrels filled to the brim with gold and silver coins, fancy boxes and chests with large gemstones, gold and silver dishware. The princess told me right away with a flattering smile that one of those barrels or chests would count as 1 item. I assumed all that was intentionally set out in the front to tempt the poor chevalier. But I thanked the princess and told her that I had come for artifacts from the Svartfold. After passing by shelves and cases full of various dishware, armor, suits, and weaponry, we made it to a small door behind which was another small room. When we came inside, I quickly sensed powerful magic emanations. When I thought back on the artifacts stored there, I felt a chill run down my spine. There I saw colorful magic elixirs, pieces of ore of some kind, pulsating with internal mana, pelts and bones from shadow monsters, weapons and armor for strikers and brutes of all colors. A few of them were as big as both of my hands together. There was also dishware, jewelry, statuettes, furniture, and a lot of other stuff. Meanwhile, all of it radiated magic energy. I suspected that the most valuable of it had been frittered away in advance of my visit, but even still the abundance of artifacts I did not know the purpose of was dazzling. To guess where it was all from wasn't particularly difficult. All the items had once belonged to beings from beyond the barrier. Kanung Sharptooth strikers must have looted a village, or more likely, a whole city of the northern compatriots of the Lao. Based on the items, they were more developed as well. And as far as I knew, that had never happened before. Wandering between the shelves for a bit and giving everything a careful scan, I picked out 3 artifacts. For the record, my choices surprised the princess. Or rather, when I took the 2 largest brutes, lilac and crimson, that made sense. The crystals were the size of my 2 fists and filled to the brim with mana, but my third choice surprised Astrid to no end. She clearly was not expecting me to pick a little statuette made of black stone in the shape of a fox ready to attack, passing over the other big brutes and magic weapons. Whoever was sent to put away the most valuable things must not have been aware of what they had. When I saw the black fox crouching low with a grin, it was very hard to keep my composure, particularly when I looked inside the statuette in true vision and saw very weak golden magical flickers. That was why I made such predictable choices for the first 2, picking the 2 largest brutes. And then, with a dispassionate voice, I announced that I'd like a keepsake to remind me of my partnership with Astrid. For instance, this cute little fox figurine. Astrid seemed to like my explanation. As I guessed, after we came back upstairs, Sharptooth's daughter started telling me again about the duty of every noble, which consisted in supporting her future husband, Prince Louis, who now, due to his father's illness, was in quite a tough position. By the way, Jean Louis, who I'd met with recently, was very glad to see me in good health. He congratulated me on the victory, then with a sour face told me that I had fallen into disfavor with His Highness, and that I was permitted to leave the embassy. Oh well, it was completely expected and totally fine with me. In the end, Astrid asked me to do her one more favor, to take her letter to Heinrich de Gramont and the Duchess du Bellay. Extending me scrolls sealed with magic wax, the princess told me that they were invitations for my uncle and aunt to her and Prince Louis' wedding, which would be taking place in the capital of Wintervold. Astrid also added that she would be glad to hold a wedding in Heroaxville, but while her father was fighting in the north, she could not leave Fjordgrad. Essentially, the vivacious princess had placed her little hand on Prince Louis, and a striker's blade could appear in it at any time. For the record, she didn't say a word about her father or what he'd done, as if it was nothing. Although I remembered perfectly well the way she looked at Sharptooth on the day the caged shadow bear appeared in the arena. Before saying goodbye to Astrid, I asked her to send my best regards to her cousin, because Helga had gone north along with the Konung's warband. When I mentioned her cousin, Princess Astrid looked at me oddly and promised to fulfill my request. Honestly, though, I saw that she wanted to tell me something but clearly could not make up her mind. It was around lunchtime when we reached the Copper Cauldron. It was to be our final lunch together. Tomorrow we would be back on the road, returning to Vestonia. While Leif set the festive table, I went up to my rooms, where Bertrand was busy packing up. When I made it to my room, I heard him give a surprised and at the same time joyful outburst, "Aha, there it is, and here I thought it had gone missing. What is it, old fellow?" I asked in the meantime, without much interest. I couldn't wait to take a closer look at the black statuette. I heard footsteps, and in the doorway appeared a smiling Bertrand, holding the little pot which the Nis had held onto so faithfully. "Your worship," I found it. A happy smile lit up Bertrand's face. I looked everywhere, and I just couldn't find it. I didn't know what to think. Frowning, I quickly walked over to Bertrand and opened the top of the pot. Atop the gold and silver coin of an old minting, the old amulet lay looking forlorn, but the crimson brood in it was missing. I quickly scanned the contents of the pot and noticed a barely visible dust giving off a faint magical emanation. Annoying, so the brute hadn't lasted long and the Nis was left without energy. That meant she would die soon. She was aware, and yet she brought back the treasure from her late master. "Show me exactly where you found it," I asked Bertrand, and together we went into another room. Right here, the old man pointed at a corner next to an open window. I crouched down and, while Bertrand looked on baffled, inspected the floor closely. But alas, the Nis had left no trace. And no wonder. They were creatures with a great ability to go undetected. But still, I had a clue. Nis lived in attics. Leaving my room to the corridor, while 2 of Tom Davis' 10 troops guarding my room looked on in surprise, I quickly went to the ladder leading to the tavern attic. Ordering them not to come looking for me, I went up and, switching to True Vision, started searching. Among the old furniture, bales of rags, and other trash, I finally discovered what I was searching for. The Nis, curled up in a ball, was lying on the bottom of an old box. Her pale little face was sunken, and beneath her eyes were dark shadows, her animal ears pressed down against her head. The Nis opened her eyes, revealing suffering, and raised her head. "So, Fox, you came to finish me off after all?" She asked without a shadow of humor. "Do you wish to die?" I asked. "What good is a life such as this to me?" She responded with a question. "I no longer have a master. I was not able to safeguard her belongings, and without the power that was stored in the amulet, I have no way to survive." "You're being too hard on yourself," I said, sitting down next to the box and putting my arms around my knees. "The fact your master died is not your fault, and okay, you said yourself that I am powerful. You tried to stop me, but it didn't work. And as for the amulet and the power stored within, it's no great trouble. I'm sure we can think up something. So you really want to call me to serve you, Spellsword?" The Nis lit up and propped herself on her elbow. A spark of hope lit up in her eyes. She really was a different type of being. There was nothing false in the Nis. "Hey, why not?" I said. "I need servants like you, especially considering how much stuff I have." "It all needs constant supervision." I saw the Nis laughed. "You really do have a lot of stuff. A bit more than my master. Your old servant is loyal to you, but he can't keep an eye on everything. So you see," I agreed. I also made a note to myself. The Nis was aware of everything happening in my temporary residence and yet never once made herself known. What's more, this is only a small portion of my property. "Whoa," the Nis exclaimed and sat down. "And your house, is it big?" "I've got 2, I smiled. "One of them is a castle. Now you see why I need a helper like you. Jumping ahead, I can say you won't have any energy problems. I can see," the Nis nodded directly at my reservoir. "You are powerful and your energy is pure without a drop of darkness." "Then do we have an agreement?" I asked and extended her hand. "We do," the Nis nodded and boldly reached out for my pointer finger. A moment later, I felt a little ball of my energy slide into the Nis's nearly empty reservoir. My new helper's pale cheeks took on a healthy glow. She closed her eyes and, filling her lungs with air, breathed out. "So nice," she squeaked and looked happily at me. After that, hopping to her knees, she suddenly transformed into a raccoon with fur that no longer looked so mangy and disheveled. After that, the Nis reappeared. "Whoa," she exclaimed. "So much power. I haven't felt like this in a long time." I just chuckled internally. It was just a little bit. "Excellent," I chuckled and stood to my feet. "And now let's go eat. We have to gather our strength. Tomorrow morning we're heading home. By the way, do you have a name?" "Don't worry about feeding me, master." The Nis waved it off. "I won't go hungry. And the name's Ida. I'm Max, I know." After the celebratory dinner, I went up to my room, got in bed and tried to fall asleep. But as luck would have it, sleep did not come. I turned onto one side, then the other. The inexplicable panic I'd been feeling since I woke up that morning kept growing stronger and stronger. And now I was tossing in bed and unable to shake the strange trembling that always came over me before a fight. I opened my eyes and stared at the dark ceiling. It was quiet all around. None of the tavern rustling or skittering of mice in the floorboards. Even the city outside was completely quiet, though the port never quieted down for a second. There was always something going on out there. I lay there for a bit and shut my eyes, and right then my ears detected a quiet rustling. At first I got tense, but then I realized it was the Nis. Now we had an energy bond. We could sense one another. The headboard of the bed swayed, and I heard Ida clambering quietly up. Master, she whispered to me in agitation. There's a shade here. I can sense him, over there in the far corner. He was preparing. He's about to strike. So there was the explanation for what had been going on with me for the last few days. This must have been what Vadoma was warning me about. Mashade. That was what they called evil spirits that supposedly came from the shadow. Vadoma had told me in my dream to remember everything she'd taught me and forced me to learn by rote. She must have meant the incantations against evil spirits, which, truthfully, I had never used before because I didn't believe in spirits. Whispering to myself spectral shroud, one of the incantations my adoptive mother was most fond of, I turned to look at the far corner. As soon as I did, a black silhouette separated from it and came flying my way without the slightest sound. Ida squeaked and pressed herself up against me. I distantly noted that she did not run and stayed with me. Quickly hopping up in bed, I shouted the last words of the incantation and reinforced them with large masses of energy. Before me then appeared an opaque wall, which the black figure slammed into full speed. Why you? The shade hissed. The sound of his voice sent a chill down my spine. You have taken something that does not belong to you. My sovereign is aware of you now. He's coming for you. Before I could respond, the black figure again raced forward, and running into the ghostly barrier, blasted into hundreds of dark opaque shards. An instant later, they all dissolved into thin air. He's gone, the Nis said and breathed a sigh of relief. I, breathing heavily as if I'd just run a great distance, got down in bed and ran a hand over my damp forehead. I thought I knew who the creature's sovereign was and what I had taken from him. Okay, I rasped out. Tomorrow, we leave for home at dawn. Enough of this northern crap. Thank the gods we're home, Bertrand sighed with relief. I had heard him say that once before. And just like back then, the day I first arrived in here at Uxville, we were standing atop a hill, looking down at the city sprawled out below us. The old and new capitals, the nauseating smell of filth coming from the Legha, the succession of people coming and going into the city and out of it. It felt the same as the day I first arrived. True, it was cloudy winter didn't seem to be in any hurry to relinquish its claim on the first month of what was supposed to be spring. It seemed like we were about to get hit with more of the slushy, wet snow that we were all so heartily sick of after our travels. Feeling happy, I straightened up in the saddle and gave Chickadee a gentle slap on the neck before turning to take a look at my little crew. 5 wagons loaded to the brim with trophies and all sorts of useful items purchased in Fjordgred's crafting district. Armor, weapons, fabrics, shadow artifacts, potions, and ingredients. I had to shell out quite a bit of cash for it all, but I didn't regret doing so for a second. I turned to look at the city in the distance below us and fell into a brief spell of contemplation. Bertrand said we were home, and he was right. I hadn't been in this world for all that long, but this city already felt like home. More specifically, my fox den felt like home. Sure, the castle had been built by the Duc de Clermont, but it almost felt like it was built specifically with me in mind. I felt well protected in it, just like a fox in its den. Thinking of protection, I frowned. In light of the new threat hanging over me, I realized I would need to reinforce the castle, and I'm not talking about simple wood and stone. Walls were no barrier to my new enemies. I would need witching magic, ancient and dangerous, the kind of magic that brooked no forgiveness for those who misused it, and also required special ingredients which, alas, I didn't have. And that meant I would need to go make nice with some of the very last people I would normally have wanted to contact. The Nis confirmed these thoughts for me during a conversation the very evening after my enemy's ghostly emissary disappeared into the night. They're a vile breed, Ida sighed after the shade vanished. Then she added, but you, master, that was impressive. I was about to give you up for dead. I thought that would be the end of you. But you, spellsword, you surprised me. You've been trained in some ancient witching incantations. That knowledge doesn't get shared with just anyone. My previous master, for example, she never knew such powerful spells. And believe me, she was no lightweight when it came to being gifted. The Nis cast me a penetrating glance. My adoptive mother was a powerful witch, I explained. That explains a lot. The Nis's eyes widened. A spellsword, a seer, and raised by a powerful witch, that's my new master. Ida was beaming as she rubbed her little hands together. Don't get excited just yet, I chuckled. My mother imparted the knowledge to me, but I haven't really used it very much, except for little things. Averting someone's eyes, for example, or a little deterioration spell. Basically, I'm going to have to remember a lot. After all, up until very recently, I thought I would never have any use for all the stuff she taught me. I'm referring to all these spirits and ghosts and things. I never really believed in any of that before today. Well, whether or not you believed it, you rattled off that spell like an expert, and you put just the right amount of power into it. Ida smiled. It's obvious she did a conscientious job with your education. That's for sure, I chuckled, reaching up to itch the back of my head. Vadoma always knew how to get what she wanted. You, master, you're going to have to remember all the science your mother taught you. Without realizing it, the Nis had just repeated Vadoma's admonition to me, almost word for word. Whoever sent that shade isn't just going to leave you alone. Then, eyes narrowing a little bit, she glanced at me again and asked, I see you already know whose toes you stepped on. Actually, there were a number of possibilities. The most obvious one was the priests of the Frost Temple. I told the Nis about them, and also about the trophies we had acquired from their castle. This seemed the most likely origin of the whole mess. That was my first thought, too. The Nis confirmed my suspicions with a heavy sigh. After all, that night when you attacked the castle, I saw everything. Then she added in a very serious tone, "We need to leave this place, master. The further south, the better. True, they'll come for us either way, but I'm sure that way you'll be able to prepare for them." "Do you regret ending up with a master like me?" I chuckled. "As you can see, my life's a barrel of fun. Werewolf assassins, mages, and now priests, I've managed to step on a lot of toes. If it weren't for you, I'd be dead already," replied the Nis with a rueful laugh. "And as for your enemies, they're my enemies now too. And what difference does it make if we have one more or one less? Plus, chopping up those priests was the right decision. I had plenty of opportunities to see what they were doing while I was waiting for my old master to return. They committed many evils in that castle. It's good that you consigned their nest to the flames. I'll admit, the stuff you took from them has me a little worried, but I can tell that you understand all this already." "Don't you doubt it," I answered, and then added, "By the way, I didn't know that the priests had the power to command shades. Apparently they've got a powerful soul catcher in their ranks." The Nis shrugged. "They managed to suborn a shade and also make it travel such a long way from the barrier. So that must be the sovereign it was talking about." I mused. "Who did you think it meant?" "Well, that little god of theirs," I muttered. "Hor the wicked." Ida let out a derisive snort. "He's not a god at all. He's one of the Hrimthurs, one of the ancients. Before he was exiled to Niflheim, which is where he belongs, he wreaked a great deal of evil on the land. My grandma used to tell me that during those times the northern lands were almost entirely depopulated. The ice demons, or the Hrimthurs, are bloodthirsty creatures, especially the ancients among them. Who exiled him? The wizards of the Brejvin Waste, who concluded a pact with the emperor who reigned at the time," the Nis replied. "They were also known as Orings. I don't know what about them originally caught the interest of the human emperor, but I'm sure their price was a high one. But this was all a very long time ago, before most of the empire, along with the wastes themselves, were covered by the shadow. Nobody really remembers those great events anymore. Well, except for creatures like me. I remember distinctly that I felt utterly flabbergasted as I sat listening to the Nis's story. What the hell kind of place is this, I thought. Demons, mysterious Orings of some sort who can exile the demons to other planes of existence, and of course the shadow. I can only imagine that the mysterious benefactor who sent me to this world must be rubbing their hands gleefully. On the other hand, there was one thing that was good in all this. All those extremely powerful creatures seemed to have died out long before I made my appearance, or at least I sincerely hoped so. So those shades, who are they? I asked my next question. The souls of people who have been killed by the barrier's magic, and who for some reason don't go back into the round of rebirth, replied the Nis. It happens, albeit pretty rarely. Afterward, they roam the borders of the shadow and hunt those who get too close to the barrier. The closer they are to that barrier, the stronger they become. The shade that just paid us a visit must have wandered too far from the shadow. Next thing you know, a soul catcher snaps it up and puts it to work. My contemplations were suddenly interrupted by joyful shouts from my people outside. Finally, I heard Jack sigh with relief as the stone wall surrounding my castle came into view. With a loud gulp, he added, "I've been missing Agnes and her grub. I could eat a whole bull right now. I could eat two at once, I think." Lucas chimed in from somewhere a little further off to my side. Rocking gently up and down in the saddle, I just chuckled. My people were engrossed in conversations about the dinner that would be waiting for us at the Fox Den since before breakfast. Just to make sure, Mark Ducos, my butler, would be prepared to welcome the master of the house after a long journey to the north and back. I had sent Gunnar ahead of us with a letter for him before dawn on the previous day. And while Gunnar was preparing his horse, Jacques and Lucas were whispering all sorts of instructions to him concerning the menu for the upcoming meal. I wouldn't be surprised to see several of my melee fighters' most beloved dishes on the table when we arrived. Sigurd, riding to my right, chimed in with an approving grunt and a smile. Elira, who was keeping pace with us easily, even straightened up a little bit in the saddle and sniffed the air like some sort of animal. The other warriors in our column also livened up. After a long, exhausting journey, people could sense the imminent approach of rest and plenty. I didn't have even the slightest doubt that everything would be ready for our little caravan by the time we pulled in. Mark Ducos, my butler, could be reproached for a lot of things, but a lack of professionalism wasn't one of them. The man knew what he was doing. I don't get it. Jacques frowned as we walked in through the wide open gates of the castle. What's going on here? And indeed, the main entrance to my castle was cluttered with a whole host of carts and wagons. Some people I didn't recognize were shuffling in and out of my home, loading those wagons with furniture, packages, boxes, and pictures. As far as I could tell, it all started not long before our arrival. "Close the gates," I snapped before turning to Jacques with a nod. "Move. Don't maim anyone you don't have to. Bring me the leader." Jacques and my other warriors jerked their reins to the side and tore forward. Within just a few minutes, I was sitting on a chair from one of the carts, which had been set up on a wide platform abutting the entrance to the house. Legs crossed, I watched as my unexpected guests were lined up in front of me. 5 of their number who had attempted resistance to my people were lying on the ground, faces tucked against the courtyard's cobblestones. Judging by the light armor and weapons lying in a pile farther off, they were supposed to guard the wagons once they'd been loaded with my goods. The others were just servants and serfs, who were all quick to comply. Behind them all, my warriors stood at attention in a semicircle. A short distance behind them stood my servants and footmen, whose faces expressed a mixture of disbelief, surprise, and joy. Although neither Mark Ducos nor Charles Simon were among them, nor for that matter was Gunnar, who should have arrived the day before. What, I wondered, was going on here? That was exactly the question I asked to the broad-shouldered man kneeling on the stone before me, with his hands bound behind his back and a fresh bruise spreading out across his right eye. I recognized him immediately as Bruno Foulon, senior aide to the steward for the Count de Gramont. He had already paid a visit to my castle once, and I remembered that things hadn't gone well for him that time either. Although at least that time, if memory serves, it was his left eye that took a beating. The law of the land gave me every right to kill all these people, who were guilty of deliberate trespass onto my land, and who were, in effect, committing what amounted to outright robbery. After all, as soon as Max's castle had been returned to me, I commissioned my private attorney to make sure the return of the property was documented through all the proper channels. Long story short, on paper, the fox den was mine. Every I dotted, every T crossed. What stopped me from doing so was the fact that these were my uncle's servants, the head of the family to which I belonged. Bruno Foulon didn't respond. He just glared up at me from under his thick eyebrows. I glanced at Jack. He understood instinctively what I wanted and kicked the tip of his boot gently into the big man's side. Bruno grunted and winced. "Your worship," he stammered. We're not freemen. Whatever our masters order us to do, that's what we do." "Who exactly gave you the order?" I asked. The big man pursed his lips and hesitated. Without waiting for my sign, Jacques tapped him once again with the tip of his boot. Bruno recoiled, then quickly began to speak. "Her ladyship, the Countess de Gramont, ordered us to remove all the wine, furniture, and other items to her youngest son's mansion. Word came from the north that you were going to fight in the tournament, and well, her ladyship—" Bruno trailed off, lowering his head sheepishly. "So as far as they're concerned, I'm already dead." I chuckled as I looked around at my warriors. They burst out laughing. I could hear notes of pride and respect in Jacques' voice, as well as pure joy, and that wasn't surprising. My people ended up making a pretty handsome profit in the final rounds of betting. Foulon flinched and raised his head. His eyes were full of disbelief and incomprehension. "Does my uncle know about what's going on here?" I quickly changed the subject. Bruno didn't reply, instead just shaking his head no with obvious reluctance. That brought a huge smile to my face. Very good. The picture was coming together pretty clearly. The Countess Mommy Dearest wanted to give her favorite little baby boy what he wanted, and so without informing her spouse or checking the rumor mill, she ordered her servants to go clear out the insolent bastard's mansion. According to Valerie, those were the exact words the Countess de Gramont normally used to describe me. Basically, this was all because of Francois' wine collection. Over the last few months, this sore spot had festered into a gaping, fist-sized hole in the mind of Mommy Dearest, and the issue of the furniture and other stuff from my mansion crept in later on. And what did it matter anyway? The bastard was already dead, right? This little turn of events didn't really bother me. Quite the contrary. Actually, I was happy to have a little lever to apply pressure on my uncle. I would have loved to see the look on his face when he found out about his wife and son taking the law into their own hands, and it would be interesting to know how Duchess du Bellay felt about all this. This was the kind of scandal that a family as respected as the de Gramonts would normally try to keep under wraps. In my mind, I was already rubbing my hands in gleeful anticipation. While I debated what to do with Bruno Foulon, Elira, and 2 warriors from Tom Davis' unit appeared from within a small alleyway that led deeper into the estate's grounds. Each of them was helping another person along by the arm. It turned out to be Mark Ducos, Charles Simon, and Gunnar. When they got closer, I noticed bruises and blood blisters on their ghostly pale faces. There were also bloodstains on their shirts. Owing to their age, Mark and Charles were barely able to shuffle along, but Gunnar was managing to stagger stoically forward, although I could see that he had taken the worst beating of all. My assumption was that these 3 were probably unwilling to stand by and see my mansion robbed, and suffered for their diligence. Thankfully, at least in this case, Kevin wasn't living in the mansion anymore. For Bertrand, my protege had discovered a sudden interest in finance and trade, which wasn't surprising. He was from a merchant family, after all. In light of this, prior to our departure for the north, I got the kid set up to apprentice with my broker, Monsieur Biron, so he could learn the tricks of the trade in working with valuable documents. Kevin's shadow gift had yet to manifest, so I decided that for the time being, it would be best for him to get some knowledge of a profession that wasn't strictly concerned with magic. All this meant that, as was standard for any apprentice, Kevin was temporarily living with his teacher. Naturally, all the costs of his maintenance were incumbent upon me. Found these tied up in the stables, said Elira as she led the injured men over to me. When he spotted Bruno Fulan kneeling nearby, Gunnar instinctively leaned as if to charge at him. Catching the look on my face, however, he stopped himself, although he continued burning a hole in the big man with his hateful glare. I glanced down at Bruno Fulan, who recoiled again at the heavy look in my eyes. I recalled him being quite a bit less polite at our last meeting, and that wasn't surprising. At that time, I was basically on my own. And look at me now, I thought I've got a whole unit of killers at my command, who disarmed the Count's men as if they'd been rural conscripts who didn't even know which end of the sword to hold. Actually, speaking of them, I decided to leave Bruno for later and turned to Tom Davis as I nodded at the Count's men, get them on their feet. Once all 5 of the men were able to stand again, I examined their gloomy-looking faces. None too young, all of them were over 30. Compared to Tom Davis' line, mean fighting machines, these guys looked like overguard dogs. I didn't see any fear on their faces. They already knew that nobody was going to kill them. It seemed certain that they all had some sort of fighting experience. It's just that in my uncle's service, they'd let themselves go a little bit and gotten too soft. The men escorting Eveline and Valerie in Abville were quite a bit more imposing. The Count must have sent his very best fighters to protect his beloved daughter. I could only wonder what the mustachioed captain of the Count's men was doing with his time. These guys obviously hadn't picked up a sword in quite a while, or maybe these 5 worked for somebody else. Either way, I thought I don't care. So I said in an icy tone, "You came into my house. You beat up my people. You tried to rob me. If I were to give the order to kill you all right here, right now, I'd be fully within my rights to do so." The expressions on the faces of my uncle's men suddenly became drawn and pale. It seemed like they suddenly realized they were in a situation where they might very well die. "You're going to leave here alive today, but only because you serve the head of my family," I said after a short pause. Then I added, "All your weapons and armor, and any other property my uncle may have entrusted you with, are my trophies by right, and you're going to report this verbatim to whoever sent you here." I waved my hand and Tom Davis warriors dragged the Count's men over to the gates. "Your turn." I turned to look at Bruno Fulan, whose head was squeezed fearfully against his shoulders. "You remember what I told you the last time we met?" The senior aide to the steward winced, but he found the strength to answer. "Yes, your worship," he stammered in a shaky voice. "I always keep my promises," I said coldly, and then turned to Jacques. "Bring him to the stables and give him the lashing I promised. But don't go crazy, I'm gonna need him alive." I glanced at my butler, who was watching the proceedings with intense delight. I smiled. "Mark, I imagine that we could find some appropriate work for the senior aide to my uncle's steward." "Certainly, your worship." My butler was as unflappable as always. "As it happens, we were planning to clean out the castle's sewage system now that winter's over." "Excellent." I slapped my hands down on the armrests of my chair and stood up. With a nod at Mark, Charles, and Gunnar, I turned to Bertrand, "Fill them up with potions, then find quarters for Verena." The young woman had been sitting in my wagon the whole time, watching the proceedings outside through a window with rapt interest. I caught her looking at me several times, as if sizing me up. And I should note that by the end of our travels, I was totally used to the fact that she seemed to pay special attention to me, more specifically, to my energy structure. At first, she was pretty intense about it, but with time her interest cooled just a little bit. I was also keeping an eye on her, although I was trying to give her some space at the same time. Basically, I was trying as hard as I could to get her to relax and let her guard down a bit. Soon, we'd have to have quite a serious conversation. I looked around for our cook, and when I found her I asked loudly, "Agnes, I hope you're not going to leave us all hungry." "Perish the thoughts, your worship." She threw up her hands and immediately started jabbing her minions into action. "Everything will be ready shortly. Have Lucas take care of finding quarters for the others," I said to Bertrand as I took a step toward the door of the castle. "Consider it done, your worship," replied Bertrand then. As he followed me in, he asked, "What would you like done with your uncle's servants and serfs?" I thought for a moment, then answered just as quietly, "These people didn't do anything wrong, they were just following orders. I guess I could claim the serfs as trophies, but I'm not going to do that. First of all, because I don't want 20 more mouths to feed, and second, because it's not yet time for open confrontation with my dear uncle. So have them put all the stuff back where they found it and help clean the castle, then you can send them home. They'll all be mine soon anyway." Bertrand replied with a satisfied nod of understanding. The old man already knew what I was cooking up. I had to lay my cards on the table at least a little bit where he was concerned. Although, to be honest, he had probably figured out quite a bit on his own anyway. The idea of reclaiming everything that Max's dear old dad had managed to lose first occurred to me way back in Abville. To be honest, I dismissed the idea at first, figuring that the exiled bastard of a traitor wouldn't have a prayer against his mighty uncle. And how could a person even dream of acquiring a whole county when their magic source was the size of a pea, and they were lying at death's door beneath a swarm of creditors and all sorts of persistent duelists. With time, however, as I started to regain my power, and the problems started to pair off with their solutions, Dodger's mind started to absorb information and adapt quickly to the realities of this new world. The thought I had previously rejected began to evolve into a simple plan, which I shared with Bertrand, in whom I found exactly the loyal ally I was expecting to find. Of course, the plan was still only beginning to unfold, but some preliminaries were already checked off. My reputation as a valiant swashbuckler, loyal to the crown and to his word, was steadily solidifying throughout society. The next step was an increase in status, and that was what I was going to work on. It was time to step things up to a new level. Sure, I could have left everything as it was. The volume of my magic reservoir was restored. It was even bigger, in fact, than it had been before my transmigration to this world. I didn't have any problems where either money or magical ingredients were concerned. I had a roof over my head and even a small army. A lot of people would have stopped at that, but not me. Especially given that at any moment, the Duc de Beaufremont, one of the princes, or even the king himself could take it all away. And never mind the king. My dear uncle's wife was perfectly confident that she could rob me in my absence, apparently without any concern for the potential negative consequences. And the worst thing about it was that as the most junior member of the family, I was obligated to handle it all with tact, even submission. True, my relatives probably weren't expecting anything even close to submission out of me by that point, because my plan was working. Slowly but surely, I was no longer simply the bastard that nobody knew or cared about. I was a force to be reckoned with. Basically, I was planning to live my last life in such a way that even the king would think long and hard before attempting any move against me. Even he would have to consider whether it was worth the headache. I stepped across the threshold into the castle and paused for a second, sucking in a full breath of air. Despite the mess the Countess de Gramont's people made, I felt safe again. The walls of my den seemed to radiate calm and trustworthiness, having protected the mysteries and secrets inside so well for so long. "We're home," I said with a smile when the doors of my office closed behind me and I was finally alone. Well, maybe not alone exactly. "You can come out," I said quietly. A ripple passed across the nearest wall, and the Nis materialized next to me. Mouth open in excitement, she turned her head from side to side as she examined her new surroundings. "Well, what do you think?" I asked. Ida rubbed her little hands together, and with a happy smile she replied, "It'll be a lot of work, but I like it here." For the next few days, my castle looked less like a fox's den and more like a disturbed anthill. With the unexpected gift of about 24 extra workers, and taking advantage of the spring warmth, Marc Ducos launched into the task of getting my manor into a halfway decent state. Many tasks had accumulated during the winter. For example, all the rooms and storage spaces needed to be aired out, the chimneys needed sweeping, the whitewash needed a touch-up, the floors needed lacquering, the garden needed to be brought under control, and of course the sewage system needed to be cleaned out. The last task was being conducted under the vigilant eye of Bruno Foulon. For the first few days, I noticed the senior aide to the Count's steward casting furtive glances full of hope and longing toward the main gates of the castle. Apparently, he was still hoping that the Count de Gramont would come swooping in at the head of his resplendent army of retainers to punish the errant bastard for his presumptive insolence, and rescue his loyal servant in the process, of course. But with every day that passed, the hope grew dimmer in Bruno's eyes until finally, by the end of the week, it was gone. Nobody from my dear little family disturbed me the entire time, and there was a good reason for that. On the day after my arrival, I got a letter from Valerie, in which she sounded genuinely joyful at my return, and in which she described in detail how the Countess de Gramont had launched into hysterics upon hearing of the audacious and outrageous antics of that despicable bastard. According to the chapter, the only thing that saved me from inevitable punishment for my unspeakable villainy was the absence of the head of the family, who was expected to return to Heroixville by the end of the month. In other words, until my uncle's return, my aunt and I would be putting our little military exercises on pause. Although actually, they might be enough to make Heinrich de Gramont come back ahead of schedule. His wife had written a thunderous letter to him in which she regaled her husband with tales of what happened and described all the sins of the horrible bastard in detail. Valerie knew about the contents of the letter because the Countess gathered all her children and nieces together to read it aloud to them before sending it. Basically, Catherine de Gramont was seriously expecting her letter to morph into some kind of punishment for the disobedient bastard. At the end of the letter, Valerie thanked me for the pleasure she'd gotten from watching it all, basically, for yet again disturbing the stinking swamp and its biggest toad, Catherine de Gramont. Besides that, my sister expressed some worry about what fate might have in store for me, and that they might send me into exile again. I didn't doubt for a second that my little sister's worries were genuine. After all, it wasn't me she was worried about first and foremost, it was herself. I didn't doubt that for a second either. An increase in my status would bring positive effects for her too. In every letter, Valerie tried as skillfully as she could, or so it must have seemed to her, to manipulate my feelings and motivate me to greater accomplishments in order to solidify my standing in high society. Heh, a couple letters like that would have made the old Max try to move mountains, just to justify the hopes his loving little sister placed in him. After all, she was praying day and night for his welfare, and believed in a bright future for him at His Majesty Court. And she also humbly hoped that her beloved brother, her only defender, wouldn't forget about his loving sister. There wasn't a word about Nadine or Patricia in any of this. It seemed that for Valerie, her older sisters didn't even exist anymore. In my letters back, I did my best to tactfully stoke Valerie's belief in her own significance. It was to my advantage to do so. This would help lower her guard and show her that we were really on the same side. Basically, I figured it was best for her to believe her cunning ploy was working, and that her trusting, gullible brother was faithfully following all her recommendations. As for my uncle and his reaction to what I had done, I have to say, I was waiting impatiently for him to make his move. My act of resistance was a test. It was time to see how tough the head of this family really was. Time for him to show what he was made of. Weakness or strength, either result would work for me. I needed to know who I was dealing with. In any case, my relatives would need to understand that my property and my people were off limits. Aggression toward me and trespassing on my property would meet with a harsh response, and the law of the land was on my side. Look at Lord Grey ignoring the king's order. He returned to his lands and restored order there with an iron hand. Not only did he collect a huge force and run through the offenders' lands like a fiery tornado, for which, by the way, he received not a word of rebuke, the Count de Blois actually had to flee to the capital and put himself under the protection of the king. And if the rumors among the courtiers were to be believed, His Majesty not only neglected to punish the strongest striker for taking the law into his own hands, it seemed likely that he was going to force de Blois to sign a peace agreement with Lord Grey, whose terms would probably see the Count surrendering part of his landholdings to the striker. And something told me that de Blois would end up swallowing his pride and agreeing, so as not to lose everything. By the way, as far as I could see, nothing during the development of the whole affair seemed to have surprised any of the power players in this world. Quite the contrary, in fact. It was all perfectly in keeping with the spirit of the times. The strong assumed power over the weak, and it seemed like the king even encouraged it to some extent. Admittedly, I made the intuitive assumption that Carl III would one day remind Lord Grey of this little episode of vigilantism and call on him to return the favor. It simply wasn't the time for a conflict with a loyal Avant, who happened to have several powerful medius and experts in his armed retinue. Summer was coming, and soon it would be time for military campaigns against the Atalians, not to mention the king's wounding, which worried not only the dukes but the common people as well. Even before we got back home, I learned on the road that the king made an appearance at the festival of some saint or other in order to dispel the rumors surrounding his wound, each of which was more vague and dubious than the last. For this reason, Carl III stood for almost a full hour on the balcony of his palace, accompanied by his most influential courtiers and probably supported by the best healers in the kingdom, waving occasionally to the ecstatic crowd as they celebrated and toasted His Majesty's health. Mark Ducos later told me that he was there that day and saw His Majesty with his own eyes. My butler was genuinely inspired by the manliness and calm of his king, as was everyone else who was there on the square that day, and there were several thousand of them. Carl even gave a fiery, piercing speech about the threat facing us all from the despicable Italian enemy. He called on his subjects to be bold and united at this difficult time. Mark told me that the ruler's speech lit a decisive fire in many of the people there and moved them to fight for their land and their loved ones. Many people wept as they were overcome with emotion, and when several hundred barrels of fine ale were carted out into the square, the appearance of the king before his people turned into a real holiday that lasted several days in a row. Listening to Mark's rapturous story that day, I once again realized just how similar our worlds really were. Despite the king and his advisors trying to stay one step ahead of the rumors and show the unwashed masses that everything in the kingdom was fine and dandy, my senses were suggesting the opposite. Unless my own eyes and ears, along with reports from Tomcat, my Infabot and Sardent were deceiving me, clouds of change were gathering above Vestonia. Tomcat communicated in scrupulous detail how prices for provisions, weapons, cloth, beasts of burden, and especially slaves were skyrocketing. As for that last item, the most valuable slaves on the market at the moment were strong, healthy men, preferably ones with fighting experience. Besides that, Sardent was seeing mercenary units, both large and small, pouring in from the free counties and baronies on their way further into Vestonia. There were an especially large number of adventure seekers coming from the Foggy Isles. The civil wars there had quieted down a little bit as of late, so the dogs of war were making their way to the mainland in search of gold and plunder, which would definitely be available if the dukes decided to move. By the way, this also explained how Lord Grey suddenly acquired so many strikers in his retinue. He simply put out a call to his countrymen. To systematize all the information I was getting, I set up a huge wooden shield on the wall of my basement, hammered together from several planks of wood. In the end, it looked something like a classroom blackboard, to which I affixed strips of fabric in a three-color scheme representing the three princely parties. Within this, I then made indicators for each of the powerful players in Vestonia, as well as in the rest of mainland. As I put the whole layout together, I made little drawings, portraits of several of the key figures, which I then tacked up onto the board. These portraits were connected by little threads to show the connections between the people they depicted. I also tacked up little notes and explanations, as well as reminders to myself for future use. As I worked, my graphic depiction of the political situation began to display new details. But Astrid understood that if she crossed the Vestonian border at the head of a foreign army, the Vestonians would perceive her as an invader. The campaign to put, or perhaps more diplomatically, return Prince Louis to the throne would have to happen under the banners of the native nobility. For that reason, while the Khanum was forcing the north into submission with fire and sword, Astrid would be doing everything she could to return the Green Party's erstwhile allies to their former allegiance. The main downside of this whole combination was the fact that unlike his bride-to-be, Prince Louis didn't really have much interest in the crown of Vestonia, and to be honest, the role of ruler didn't suit him very well. Although looking at the issue in a wider sense, this kind of king one who could be manipulated would be extremely convenient for Astrid and her father. Consider Prince Philippe, for example, who was completely under the control of the Duc de Beaufremont. I couldn't even imagine how Blanca de Gondi would ever be able to shove the current queen's brother aside. It certainly didn't seem like either she or her father could do it peacefully. My assumption was that if the country ended up erupting in flames, it would be because of a confrontation between those two dukes. And then, of course, there was Prince Heinrich, who was the polar opposite of both his brothers. This prince was the one who really wanted to try his father's crown on for size. At the very least, he was the only one who personally did a lot to work toward his own goal. After the king got wounded, Heinrich basically took command of the Vestonian army, which was in Burgonia at the time, and if the Heroicsville rumor mill could be believed, the king's middle son had quite a talent for command. The prince gave an excellent account of himself in 2 battles, which if truth be told were really no more than skirmishes, but all these victories were trotted out before society as grand heroic deeds. When Heinrich returned to Heroicsville about a month ago, he was given a hero's welcome. So now, while the Vestonian army froze its ass off in the Grey Foothills, the most northerly and sparsely settled region of Burgonia, the hero prince and his generals glittered at every ball in the capital. Actually, though, the Atalians were in even worse shape. I learned this from my broker, Monsieur Baron, whom I had asked Kevin to invite for lunch a few days before. While Burgonia was allied to Vestonia, Alfonso V, known as the Honorable, was on enemy territory, taking heavy losses from attacks by the Burgonians, whose forces split up into small flying columns that started raiding Atalian supply chains. Besides that, in order to assuage the discontent among his loyal courtiers, King Alfonso's advisors convinced him to issue an ordinance proclaiming that all promissory notes issued to Icelandic businesses by Atalian noblemen were henceforth null and void. Icelandic bankers were forbidden from demanding payment for those notes, and Atalian noblemen were forbidden from issuing such payment. Over lunch, Monsieur Baron explained to me in animated detail how Icelandic bankers began a mass exodus from Atalia, bringing their capital with them, along with everything their clients had put up as collateral for their loans. Most of these bankers then chose Vestonia as their next port of call. The Messieurs Crayon, naturally, were less than excited at this news, since the influx of competitors meant a curtailing of their ability to indulge Prince Heinrich's flights of fancy. By the way, in light of the developing situation in Northland, those of the Vestonian nobility who held lands in the north but supported the Blue Prince might well become inclined to turn their attention to the northern princess, who could promise peace for their lands. If everything worked out for Astrid, the Vinterwalders would become eternal allies to Vestonia. My guess was that Astrid had already sent couriers to those barons and counts. Overall, the country seemed to be on the verge of changes. The situation was becoming more heated by the day, and if you ask me, the whole mess was probably the brainchild of Karl II himself. Why he might have wanted to do so was still a mystery to me, but my feeling was that the king had some kind of ace up his sleeve. I stood in front of the board, staring pensively at my complex diagram. The whole time, I kept winding a lilac ribbon around the index finger of my right hand, a ribbon given to me by Princess Adele. I reached out for a sheet of paper and a piece of coal, and then did a quick sketch of Princess Adele's face from memory. I lifted the drawing up, cocked my head to the side a little bit, and looked closely at it. Looks pretty good, I thought. Picking a pin up off the table, I sank it into the portrait of the king's granddaughter, thereby affixing the picture to a corner of the board, and then drew a little question mark next to it. I chuckled as I cleaned the black dust off my fingers. Who'd have thought I would end up drawing so much, and doing such a good job of it too? Besides knowledge of foreign languages, I inherited something else from Max. It turned out that the previous inhabitant of this body spent a lot of time drawing as a child, and that he was actually really good at it. Later in life, of course, he abandoned the hobby. According to Bertrand, Max came to consider such a pastime to be beneath the dignity of a real man. Admittedly, I couldn't really understand how he thought that composing mediocre poetry was somehow more dignified, but I had long ago given up on trying to understand the logic in my old body double's actions. My new skill had emerged not long before, during one of the rest stops on our journey south. Seemingly out of nowhere, I, a man who had never really drawn much before, suddenly felt an urge to take up some charcoal and a piece of paper and draw Elira's face. At the time, the northern woman's snow-white hair was swaying enchantingly in the heat generated by our campfire. She was normally so put together and stern, but on that day she seemed somehow more relaxed and open. Sparks of joviality flickered in her wide-open eyes, and her thick hair formed a tight frame around her narrow face. That, together with her dreamy smile, created the impression that it wasn't a fearsome she-wolf shapeshifter sitting at the fire, but a normal human woman, maybe even someone with a family and a home of her own. I remembered that when I finished my little sketch and showed it to Elira, she stared at it for some time, seemingly spellbound. When she looked up at me again, there were tears in the corners of her eyes. It turned out that what she saw in my drawing wasn't herself, it was her mother, who died when Elira was still a little kid, and who, unlike her strict father and shrill, angry stepmother, was always kind and affectionate toward her. As the years passed by, her mother's face gradually faded from memory, leaving only a dim recollection behind. But then, completely unexpectedly, both for Elira and myself, mind you, I managed to replicate her image. I remember how, as Sigurd and the others looked on with surprise, Elira stood up from her seat, walked over to me in silence, and kissed me on the cheek. Then, still silent, she carefully pressed the drawing to her heart and walked off toward the wagons. Sigurd watched his wife walk off with evident concern and was about to go follow her, but Bertrand gently stopped him, silently telling him that it would be best to leave the woman alone with her memories for the time being. And I also remember how, ever since that day, Verena, who saw it all happen, started looking at me with even more interest than before. These contemplations were brought to an abrupt halt by the sound of footsteps upstairs. Someone was in my office. "It's your old servant," the Nis mumbled as she sat at the table, carefully counting out golden coins before wiping them down and sorting them into piles based on their minting year. "He's alone." I activated the entrance to the basement, and within a few seconds Bertrand appeared at the bottom of the stairs. "The crew is ready, your worship," he informed me, before looking askance at the red-haired raccoon who, with one squinted eye, was carefully examining a heavy gold thaler. The coin appeared huge and heavy in her tiny little paws. None of my people knew about the fact that I had a Nis serving me. Once she had a sufficient amount of energy, she had no trouble at all hiding herself in my wagon without anybody noticing her. Even Elira didn't sense her. I introduced Ida and Bertrand once we returned to the capital. To say that the old man was shocked would be far too much of an understatement, which wasn't surprising, of course, because for him, a Nis was something out of a fairy tale. Now, each was constantly keeping an eye on the other. And something told me that sooner or later they'd find common ground. Okay, I nodded and got up to head off toward the stairs. As I was standing up, I heard Ida's slightly worried voice behind me. "Be careful, master. You know what these people are like. Take your eye off the ball for even a second, and you'll be in debt to them up to your eyeballs." I just chuckled in reply and headed up the stairs. Today, my path would take me to Moneychangers Square, where I had seen some noblemen's marks displayed on one of the columns. It was time to make contact with the underground, the real here Uxville. I took a seat in the carriage and glanced quickly out at the first-floor windows as we passed. Upon noticing a tiny silhouette flash by in one of the windows, I smiled at my own thoughts. The Fox Den hadn't been built by everyday craftsmen. The place had been created by an artifactor, and judging by the secret basement, they'd been one hell of an artifactor. But with the Nis's arrival, the castle seemed to come to life. It was like the building had acquired a soul. For the first 2 days after our arrival, Ida wandered the house, getting familiar with her new residence. I didn't see her once the entire time. I even tried to call her, but to no avail. The fact that she was up to something important was clear from the weird magic emanations I kept seeing at intervals throughout the whole period. The Nis finally appeared on the morning of the third day, looking energetic and happy. I don't know what kind of magic she worked, but it obviously did her some good. Ida looked very different. Her hair was no longer the same rat's nest it had been when I found her, and her wardrobe was new too, no more rags and hole-ridden moccasins. Instead, she had a cute little linen tunic with a hood and tall boots made of soft leather. I didn't even attempt to guess how and where she got them. In answer to my question about how she was settling into the castle, she smiled happily and began explaining all the information she'd collected. It turned out that the castle had 3 secret storerooms whose existence I hadn't even suspected, despite a thorough search of every dark nook and cranny of the place when I first moved in. I told Nis as much. In response, she just shrugged and said something to the effect of "you should have looked harder." Anyway, 2 of the storerooms held more of the coins I was already familiar with, minted in the so-called Forgotten Kingdoms, along with various bits of jewelry. In the 3rd stash, the Nis discovered a big pile of long rotted papers, which we were far too late to save. Which was really too bad. I would have loved to read the notes of whoever used to live in this castle. So all things considered, and not counting the main storeroom, the Fox Den held 9 secret stashes, which I ordered the Nis to fill with modern coins and conceal carefully. That could be my stash for a rainy day. By the way, it turned out that Ida didn't need any kind of amulet to get into the castle's basement, or into any other corner of the castle for that matter. This was somehow connected to the Nis's skills and the magical connection between me and her. Besides that, Ida already knew everything that was going on in the mansion anyway, literally from conversations between servants and footmen, right up to the exact number of spiders living in every little corner of the house. And actually, on the 4th day after she moved in, Ida declared war on the rodents resident in the mansion, who, according to her, had lost all sense of restraint and grown fat on the mansion's larders. And Ida wasn't fighting the rats alone. She gathered a small task force around herself, consisting of 2 scruffy-looking street cats, 1 ginger and 1 gray, who inhabited one of the neighboring alleys and who the Nis lured in with some liver she'd borrowed from the kitchen. At the same time, there was a big speckled cat who had also grown fat off the kitchen's sour cream and cottage cheese, which Ida mercilessly hounded off the grounds of the mansion. To be fair, it was just temporary a chance for the animal to reconsider its behavior, because it's lazy and it seems to think it owns the place. There were also 3 wolfhounds in the little unit, who Charles Simon would let off their chains at night to patrol the area around the house. Basically, all things considered, it was looking like the rats were going to have to find a new place to live. Ida was deadly serious where they were concerned. As for the castle, the Nis also gave me a detailed rundown of their financial situations. Jack had done the best of all so far, and that wasn't surprising. My head of security hadn't lost a single bet on any of my duels, and over time he managed to rack up quite a nice sum for himself. To be honest, Jack probably could have retired quite some time ago, bought a nice house and started a family, and still had a nice nest egg left over, but Jack had other goals. At a certain point, we talked about his future, and from what I could tell, he was taking it seriously. It seemed that his next step would be investing some of his money in securities. He had listened in on some conversations between me and Zacharias Baran, and it seemed like he was applying what he'd learned. I even knew who Jack was planning to work with to make his very first investment. Kevin, who my broker simply couldn't stop praising, was only too happy to help out his old fighting trainer. I'm not going to lie, it made me happy to see my fighters growing more comfortable. And for their part, they understood that their position in society, and also their general welfare, depended directly on my own status and personal welfare. As big as the jar of honey might be, however, there was always bound to be at least one fly in it. Specifically, this came in the form of news which I'd received from Ida the day before that there were several spies among my servants. She was completely certain about 2 of them, and 2 others were still under suspicion. The first person the Nis named was Roman Civil, the senior assistant to Agnes the chef, who was secretly dropping information to our temporary sewage system repair technician. It seemed that the chubby little man with pink cheeks and an obsequious expression had actually been funneling information to Bruno Foulon for some time, reporting on everything that happened in the castle. Based on the conversations she'd heard, the Nis informed me that besides the predictable financial compensation, Bruno promised Roman a promotion, a transfer to the Count de Gramont's kitchens, with the position of Sue's chef, which, as an aside, didn't seem likely to me. The second spy was Denise, one of the maids. To be honest, when Ida told me that one of the maids was betraying us, my first reaction was fear, but when I heard that it wasn't Josie, Agnes' daughter, I breathed a sigh of relief. Don't get me wrong, I didn't have feelings for the cook's daughter or anything like that. I just really liked Agnes. We had a good relationship, and she was a great cook. And I also knew that unlike many of her colleagues in other kitchens whom I heard plenty about from other noblemen like myself, she didn't steal either the food she bought or the money she was given to buy it. The Nis, by the way, also confirmed this to be the case. As for Denise, with time, I started to notice her paying more and more attention to me. Occasionally, I caught her staring at me, seemingly studying me. Besides that, she happened to cross paths with me far too frequently for it to be a coincidence. She would just glance into the fireplace hall by chance, for example, or brush past me in the hallway with a stack of freshly pressed linens. And every time, she would blush and issue sheepish apologies. It seemed like she was trying to appear as attractive as possible while making it look unintentional, and she was always extremely surprised by my complete lack of reaction to it all. As soon as I noticed it, I made a mental note to have a talk with Mark Ducos about his subordinate's unprofessional behavior and to ask him to have a little performance improvement discussion with her. That, after all, was his job, and I paid him pretty well for it by local standards. Long story short, a lot of things fell into place after my conversation with the Nis. She told me that there was a certain cavalier with whom Denise spent all her free time. They would walk the city for hours, and then spend a long time hanging around by the gates when they got back. My men guarded those gates day and night, of course, and they kept a close but surreptitious eye on the pair. Young love, everybody understood, especially since Denise's cavalier didn't exactly look like the kind of guy who was used to wielding a sword. Judging by his clothes, he most likely served in some sort of merchant's office. The Nis, on the other hand, reacted to him with some alarm. One evening, after one of their dates, Denise suddenly had a little leather wallet full of silver coins in her hands. Assuming, logically enough, that that kind of money was a lot for either a maid or a merchant servant, the Nis waited for the pair to return the following day, listened to their entire conversation, came to see me afterward, and repeated it word for word. Judging by the slick way that the recruiter worked, and the kind of questions he was asking, it didn't seem like he was working for any of my relatives. Someone more adept at spying was behind Denise's cavalier. I didn't want to scare the happy couple away too soon, so I decided not to mention this to my people. Better, I figured, to keep them close and have the Nis keep them under surveillance. When Ida dropped the other two names, however the names of those she suspected, but wasn't sure of it, gave me some serious food for thought. The second name in particular was upsetting to me. These two people attracted the Nis's attention in exactly the same way Denise had. Big lump sums of money, appearing suddenly and seemingly out of nowhere. First, there was Benedict, my gardener, a quiet, industrious old man who always seemed to love his work. Second, there was Mark Ducos. According to the Nis, his lump sum was by far the biggest. I understood that it was still too early to draw any firm conclusions, but if the suspicions around my butler were confirmed, I would be really disappointed to lose such a consummate professional. "Your worship, are you sure about this?" Sigurd asked as we came to a stop outside the entrance to a small herbalist shop. It was tucked in a tiny, neat little alley, along with a multitude of other equally tiny shops. We found the alley by following the witch's mark I had noticed on one of the columns in Moneychangers Square. Sigurd, who was accompanying me, also recognized the mark but tried not to show it. Although he'd already been frowning by the time we were halfway there, because Gunnar, who was holding the reins today and driving us around, was clearly and carefully following the witching marks on the walls of houses as we passed. I realized, of course, that showing up at a witch's stall with a former Frost Knight was not the best idea, but I wasn't really worried about that. And anyway, one look at my bodyguard would give them a chance to see who they were dealing with. I'd have bet my right hand that they could already sense his power, and that we were already being followed. I could almost feel their invisible, malicious glare on my skin. "Absolutely," I replied with a nod. Sigurd grunted, opened the door, and slipped into the shop before me. "If you please, your worship," I heard him say a few seconds later. Bending down slightly, I stepped quickly inside and stopped right behind the door as I looked carefully around the inside of the shop. The smell of herbs and perfumes immediately lit up my nostrils. Hundreds of vials and boxes of various potions and powders covered the shelves along the walls. Bunches of herbs and feathers hung from the ceiling, along with amulets made from little bones, colored threads, and ribbons. I snickered. The amulets were trinkets, nothing more. Same with the potions and powders. The herbs were the only thing that was real, although even they were nothing out of the ordinary. That said, it all combined to create exactly the impression a typical customer would expect. For a second, I doubted my decision. Was it even worth coming here in the first place? Could they really give me what I was looking for? My doubts were dispelled, however, as soon as I saw the owner of the place. She was already expecting me. Frozen behind the counter stood a short, black-haired, middle-aged woman, whose dark, slightly crossed eyes were boring into me with a glare that suggested a hint of disgust. Her hands were down behind the counter. Knots of muscle twitched on her thin cheekbones. Quickly but carefully, I scanned her energy system and chuckled in my head. A powerful witch. Obviously not the most junior member of the coven. "Your worship," she said, obviously trying as hard as she could to hold back an intense feeling of disdain. "I dare say you and your servant might have taken a wrong turn at some point." Sigurd was obviously making her uncomfortable. I could see her staring at his scars from beneath her furrowed eyebrows. While the witch's attention was fixed on my bodyguard, who was perfectly calm and cold as a hunk of ice through it all, I switched to true vision and looked around at the walls, then at the shelves behind the shop owner's back. Nothing too surprising. Behind a barely discernible door, I could sense two more energy systems, pulsing with mana, although they weren't as well developed as that of the black-haired witch. "You're mistaken, my dear," I replied with a smile, trying to pretend that I couldn't sense the tension in the room. "I've come precisely where I meant to come." My answer surprised the witch, and she turned to look at me with mild confusion. "What could a noble gentleman such as yourself need from a simple herbalist's shop?" she asked, smiling back at me. There was a smile on her lips, but her eyes were as icy as before. "Healing potions, unlikely. Your worship undoubtedly has access to the services of the best healers in the capital. Perfumes? No. I can smell expensive perfume on you as we speak. Perhaps you've heard some fantastic tales and decided to acquire some love potions for yourself. If so, I'm afraid I have to disappoint you. There is no such thing as a functioning love potion. Even if there were, you would have no need for it. You're young, handsome, and rich. Any girl would consider herself lucky to join her fate to that of a young man such as yourself. A bright future cannot but await you, with or without some useless potion." The witch's soft voice flowed into my ears like molasses. She was trying, carefully and gently, to get me out of her shop. "A shame," I said with a very convincing look of disappointment. I noticed a wry grin on Sigurd's face out of the corner of my eye. "I was so hoping to acquire just such a potion from you. It's just that the Viscountess de— Actually, let's leave names out of this. Anyway, she looks so adoringly at the Viscount, but seems not to notice me. It's as if I were nothing but thin air. When I was told I could acquire such a potion here. Ugh, what a shame. Alas, your worship," the witch was about to continue in the same vein as before. But all the same, if there's even a faint possibility," I hurriedly interrupted her. "My family is one of means. I can pay handsomely." I nodded, and Sigurd laid a heavy bag with a golden buckle down on the counter. Opening the elegant clasp, I spread the folds of the bag a little bit and showed the witch the small mountain of golden imperials gleaming inside it. With a smile, I watched a metamorphosis sweep across the witch's face. Malice quickly gave way to greed and a desire to obtain the treasure she saw in front of her. "Your worship," she said in a slightly deflated tone of voice. It seemed like we were about to have a very different conversation this time. "The potion you require is on the ban list. According to an ordinance issued by His Majesty, violations will be punished by death." I slid the bag over to the witch and replied in a seductive tone of voice, "This is just an advance. Make this potion for me and you'll receive another bag just as big, and no one will ever learn of your involvement, the young woman about whom I told you. The wedding will not only make me happy, but strengthen both of our families as well, if the potion works of." "Two?" The witch's reply was immediate and firm. "What do you mean, two?" I asked. "Two more bags like this, and that girl will never notice anyone but you again in her life." The witch's dark eyes were locked on mine. An enigmatic smile danced on her lips. I rubbed my chin and responded, this time in my normal tone of voice, "I see you're someone we can work with. I think we can begin the serious conversation at this point." As the perplexed witch looked on, I nodded to Sigurd to indicate that he should leave. After waiting for the door to close behind him, I turned around. My eyes met those of the witch. Her thin eyebrows were furrowed into a frown, which caused a barely perceptible fold to appear on her forehead. The fire of danger shone in her eyes. With a nod down at the bag of money, I calmly continued, "I want you to listen to me and pass on my request to the elder mother of your coven. Regardless of the result of our conversation, this gold is yours." At the mention of the coven and its leader, the witch winced and her cheeks flushed a deep red. Nevertheless, she laid a hand on the bag, pulled it toward herself, and hissed through clenched teeth, "Speak and then leave." Inside my head, I couldn't help chuckling. A witch, turning away free gold. Not a chance. That was something they simply did not do. Nevertheless, I still had to seal the deal. "If you really do pass on what I'm about to say," I continued unflappably, "you'll get this as well." I took a little velvet bag out of the inner pocket of my jacket and shook its contents out carefully on the countertop. It was a little brooch at first glance. It appeared to be nothing more than costume jewelry. It had neither gemstones nor any kind of intricate engraved flourishes. What's more, it appeared at first glance to be made of normal, unalloyed iron. Overall, it looked like a bizarre decoration, more like a hunk of thick, tangled-up wire than anything else. But that was just at first glance. In reality, anyone who knew their stuff would easily recognize this bizarre little piece of jewelry as a witch's defensive rune that was filled to the brim with energy. I had several little items like this in my possession, acquired in the crafting district up north. Admittedly, they had all lost their magical charges long before I bought them. But after a few experiments with magical potions, I learned to fill them with lilac mana pretty easily. Judging by the way her eyes bulged, the shop owner knew exactly what was lying on the counter in front of her. She turned to look up at me and asked in a subtle, secretive tone of voice, "Who are you and what do you want? Tell the elder mother that I've got something I want to discuss with her." And I proceeded to divulge my purpose to her. At first, the witch staggered back in surprise, but she quickly got a hold of herself. Taking a big, loud breath in through her nose, she sniffed the air, and a few seconds later, a wry smile spread across her lips. "Fox tribe, I should have known." Then, throwing a quick glance at the brooch, her eyes narrowed cunningly and she added, "I'll do as you asked. Come back in 3 days." The The heavy engraved doors that led into the fireplace hall burst open, and the Duc de Beaufremont appeared on the threshold. As always, he was peppy and full of energy, with a big, white-toothed smile on his rosy face. Judging by the horse smell that surged into the hall behind his grace, the Duke had just returned from a trip on horseback. Brandy. He shouted loudly into the empty space around him. He didn't slow down a bit as he walked, and didn't appear to have any doubt that his order would be carried out immediately. Upon seeing me frozen in a bow near the fireplace, Claude de Beaufremont exclaimed, "And here's our hero. Ladies and gentlemen, we've heard so much. Rumors of your victory, monsieur, have rocked every high society salon in Heroicsville. I am truly flattered," I replied with another bow. The Duke's invitation to so-called second breakfast, which normally consisted of tea and cookies in high society houses, had been delivered the previous evening, right after my return from the herbalist's shop. Based on the Duke's request for brandy, it didn't seem like he cared about what other noblemen normally consumed at second breakfast. He didn't even make it all the way to the fireplace before a quick and agile young lackey produced almost as if by magic wand a little circular table with a brown glass decanted and two elegant, round, long-necked glasses on top of it. Removing the cork with perfect confidence, the lackey poured some of the dark amber-colored liquid neatly into the glasses, handed them to us, and immediately disappeared. After plopping down into a wide, soft armchair and stretching his legs out happily toward the fireplace, the Duke's eyes closed a little as he took a sniff of the contents of his glass. I followed suit. I wouldn't call myself a connoisseur of brandy exactly, but I couldn't fail to appreciate the deep, rich aroma. A bottle like this couldn't possibly be cheap. After saluting me with his glass in silence, the Duke took a small sip and let out a satisfied sigh. "So Monsieur de Beaufremont suddenly got straight to the heart of the matter. Your rash action brought some serious unpleasantness crashing down onto my poor nephew." There was no hint of personal attack in his tone, he was merely stating a fact. "Now Sharptooth has an excuse to involve himself in the confrontation for the throne," he continued, again as though everything was perfectly fine. If the Duke was trying to throw me off with his frankness, it wasn't working. But of course on the outside, I pretended that this was making me a little bit tense. "Fear not, monsieur," the Duke reassured me. "I understand you were only doing your duty, and so much the better since so many royal strikers allowed themselves to forget it. If I had an opportunity to do it all again, I would answer the call of duty just as before," I said with a little bit of added emotion. The Duke just sighed and shook his head. "You're still too young, and yet you're in a hurry to die." Mind you, I'm not judging you for that. I seem to recall that when I was your age, I felt the world was mine for the taking. It is bad, however, to hurry off to one's death before settling one's debts. People of honor should know better, your grace. Enough already, he waved for me to be silent. Despite his playing the role of the kind old mentor, there was nothing but ice in his eyes as he spoke. I understand perfectly. Refusing a request from such a beauty as Princess Astrid does not come easily to most men. Such a woman is worth the risk of one's life. Unless I'm mistaken, the Konung's daughter has been favorably inclined toward you as of late. The Duke's eyes narrowed into an expression of mockery. Her Highness was kind to me, I shrugged. Kind, the Duke chortled. You, young man, were merely a pawn, offered as a desperate sacrifice. I'm sure the princess herself was surprised when you survived. I hope she rewarded you generously. Because knowing my nephew and his feelings for a certain young lady of high societal standing, your victory in the tournament cannot have failed to upset his plans. I hear that Louis has distanced himself from you. Stupid boy. He never did have much of an eye for good people. I tried hard to make it look like everything the Duke was a real revelation to me. I see that my words have made you think, the Duke chuckled. Politics, young man, is unforgiving of amateurs and overconfident fools. See that you don't forget it. Try to refrain from similar rashness in the future, especially if you wish to remain a recipient of my patronage. I will remember your words, your grace, I bowed. The Duke nodded approvingly, then replied, I very much hope that such is the case. Now, though, I'd like to hear more about the particulars of your mission. Did you carry out my assignment? Yes, your grace. From there, I proceeded to tell him everything I knew about the expedition to the Svartfold. True, there were a few details I kept up my sleeve to end the story with a bang, because I could see that, so far, nothing seemed to be surprising the Duke at all. Apparently the lutein had gotten a whole lot of information for him already. But I knew for certain that at least one of the aces I had up my sleeve would bring a smile to the Duke's face. Even the omnipresent lutein couldn't possibly have learned all the news I had access to, unless of course the lutein had somehow managed to burrow her way into my Niss's mind. During a stop on our trip south, I happened to be talking to Ida one evening, and during the course of our conversation, I showed her the trophies I had received from Astrid's storehouse, and specifically the little statuette of the fox. Immediately upon seeing it, she informed me that magic radiating out from the artifact was that of the mysterious Orings, the immensely powerful sorcerers who drove the ancient ice demon out of this world. True, neither of us could really figure out anything else about the statuette or its potential application. But that wasn't the really big news anyway, because during the course of our conversation, Ida mentioned that she overheard something about a massive ebb in a conversation between two strikers camped nearby. I asked her to repeat the conversation verbatim, and to my great surprise, I realized that there had never been any expedition to the Svartfold Shadow at all. Or more specifically, there was an expedition, but the unit of strikers that Konung Sharptooth sent didn't even have to cross the barrier. All the immense wealth they brought back to Fjordgrad was found in the zone of an ebb which occurred on a territory the size of a small county, which, as if its size weren't enough, had spent more than 30 years under the shadow. It was frightening even to imagine the quantity of wealth that must still be there. Shadow beasts, shadow-altered natural resources, and magical plants. Whoever could lay hands on those lands would become one of the most powerful people in mainland. It seemed like the North was witnessing the embryonic stages of what could one day be a massively powerful state. That is, if Sharptooth managed to amass the strength to turn his plan into reality, and if the Northerners could be prevented from squabbling with one another. There was no point trying to conceal any of this information from the Duke. Every ruler in mainland would know about the huge ebb in the Svartfold soon enough anyway. When I finished, the Duke sighed and then answered in a disappointed tone, "Well, young man, you completed the assignment with distinction, but alas, you haven't told me anything new. I already knew everything you just reported to me, but fear not, your reward will still be forthcoming." He was about to pick up a little bell off his end table, but I stopped him. "Your Grace, I dare say that besides the promised reward, I've also earned an additional bonus in this assignment." The Duke's left eyebrow rose. Most likely, his iron gaze was intended to make me feel like a worm, who was insolent enough to have dared to demand something. I realized that as I spoke, I was risking conflict with one of the most powerful people in all Vestonia before I was ready for such a thing. After all, if Karl III died, and de Beaufremont managed to get his eldest nephew onto the throne, the master of the palace would become the regent and de facto ruler of the kingdom. But I also understood perfectly well that after the deaths of his strikers on the frontier, the Duke had a real staffing problem, and as such, provided I treaded very, very carefully, I could afford to be a little bit bold with him, especially since I really did have something to offer him. "I decidedly do not understand, Chevalier," said the Duke coldly. "What sort of bonus could possibly be in order? And more importantly, what aspect of your performance warrants my further encouragement? Your feline assistant certainly did a difficult job, and did it well, but nonetheless I'm confident that she hasn't managed to dig up everything about the expedition to the Svartfold. But I have. After all, there's a good reason I spent so much time ingratiating myself with Princess Astrid. And it's this information, and of course my own stubbornness, which lead me to request a small bonus." The Duke stared into my face for a moment, apparently trying to drill a hole through my head with his eyes. Then, suddenly the tension abruptly dissipated, and he replied in a sarcastic tone, "You certainly don't lack self-confidence, Chevalier, but you're in luck because that's precisely the kind of operator I require. One who can take initiative and achieve results, but who doesn't neglect their own interests in doing so. I understand such people. I know what to expect from you, but you in turn must understand that you're playing with fire and that mistakes will not be tolerated. With that in mind, what sort of bonus are you interested in?" "A service," I replied laconically, and then added, "Promise me that at some point in the future you'll do me a service, which I'll request of you when the time comes. Just one. I promise it won't be anything that would besmirch a man of the great Duke de Beaufremont's standing. And of course, it won't be anything that could harm you or your interests in any way." The Duke rubbed his chin as he thought, then his eyes narrowed and he snickered. "My lutein is right, you certainly are a fox. Cunning and insolent. Very well, I agree. But I warn you, if your news turns out to be worthless, and this has been no more than a waste of my time, you should forget about being in my good graces. Now speak. I've spent a great deal of time on you already. What do you know about the huge ebb? You know, the one that freed up a territory the size of a small country, which was covered by the shadow for 30 years. I noticed the Duke's facial features grow sharper, and a fire of excitement burst into life in his eyes. Inside, I couldn't resist a laugh, so I managed to get a step ahead of the lutein after all. I got back home before lunch. A footman was waiting at the door to take my cloak and tricornered hat, and so was Bertrand, who was holding a small silver tray in his hands. This was the way he always brought me my correspondence. "What is it?" I asked Bertrand as I nodded down at the 3 carefully folded envelopes. "A letter from your aunt, Her Grace the Duchess du Bellay," he began listing off. "A letter from Thomas Gilbert, and a message from the Marchioness de Gondi." I froze for a second and glanced down at the tray, but I trailed off as I picked up the envelopes. Blanca de Gondi. Be careful what you wish for, I guess. I have to give the Duke de Beaufremont's intelligence team their due. After our conversation and my deferred reward, I wanted to get out of that palace as quickly as I could, but one of his footmen stopped me and asked me to return. The Duke was waiting for me in the same fireplace hall, but this time his lutein was with him, staring me up and down with slightly insane eyes. It seemed that as soon as I stepped out, Tika must have rushed in with some new information for the Duke. As soon as Claude de Beaufremont saw me coming back, he said once again, speaking as appropriate for one addressing a nobleman in high society, Monsieur, as I mentioned, your victory has brought you popularity in the highest circles of Heroexville society. You haven't sensed this yet, but I assure you very soon, you will begin to receive invitations to receptions at the most illustrious of houses. I've just learned that you've piqued interest at the home of the Duc de Gondy. I heartily encourage you to attend this reception, and then, of course, to share your observations with me. You've already shown an aptitude for collecting and analyzing useful information. Naturally, your services will not go uncompensated. He nodded to the lutein, who handed me a bag with 5 small pearls inside. I hope this will suffice, the Duke inquired. Most certainly, I replied. Then, with a bow, I turned to leave once again. As it turned out, the Duke had decided that he'd found himself another spy. Well, I thought, why not let him think that? I definitely hadn't missed the portentous look the lutein gave me when she was walking me out. It occurred to me that she would probably want to introduce me to her real master soon. Upon opening Blanca de Gondy's letter, a wave of pleasantly floral magical perfume washed across my face. Judging by the concentration, it couldn't have been cheap. The Marchioness wrote that she would be happy to see me at her father's upcoming reception. His Highness Prince Heinrich would be in attendance as well. Setting aside the pleasantly aromatic sheet of paper, I opened the small envelope from the Duchess du Bellay. My caring aunt hadn't sent her dear nephew so much as a line of text the entire time I'd been up north, but somehow she saw fit to remind me of her existence in the most forceful terms. Basically, she was reproaching me for insufficient displays of deference toward her. Further on, she informed me that she desired to see me at her home no later than the end of the week. And then she warned that my presence was obligatory, since there would be something like a family council, at which my long-term fate would be decided. I snickered. Far too little, far too late. I was a long way from being some kind of nameless bastard who just crawled his way back from exile. In the last envelope, there was a letter from Thomas Gilbert, which also contained an invitation to lunch. Very tactfully, the wine magnate reminded me that I owed him a visit, and that his daughter Betty would be boundlessly happy to see me in their capital city mansion. Ah yes, I thought, Betty will be happiest of all. Laying the letters aside, I thought for a moment if de Beaufremont was right, there would be a lot more invitations like these coming my way. I would just need to find the time for them all. Suddenly, a knock at the door tore me out of my contemplation. Come in, I said, and Mark Ducos immediately appeared at the threshold. I immediately noted his paleness and worried expression. Both were quite uncharacteristic for my normally calm and collected butler. Your worship, Mark began, voice slightly trembling as he closed the door behind him. I'm listening, I said encouragingly. I was sitting on the edge of my desk with my arms folded across my chest. Mark was scrupulously avoiding eye contact with me, alternately going pale and breaking out in red spots. Fidgeting with his hands and seemingly unable to stand still, he couldn't seem to get the words out. Come on, Mark, I said, a little softer this time. Something wrong with the castle. This made the butler jump and shake his head furiously. Everything in the castle is in order, your worship, he answered. But finally he made up his mind and took a little bag out from behind his belt with a trembling hand. It fit the description of the one the Nis had mentioned. As if reading my mind, a heavy portrait behind Mark slid a few inches to the side in total silence. A little raccoon head poked out from behind it and nodded vigorously. What's this, Mark? I asked. My question made the butler jump once again, and he dropped the bag. His voice was still shaking as he spilled the beans. Basically, a few days before, when Mark Ducos was in some relatively deserted alley somewhere in the city, a young woman accompanied by 2 burly goons approached him and initially asked politely whether he'd be interested in a mutually beneficial agreement that would see him occasionally providing information on what Chevalier Renard was up to, who he talked to and about what, who came to see him at his home. Basically, any and all information about me and my circle. When Mark refused to help them, the intimidation and threats began. The little group informed him that they came from the secret chancery. She promised that if he failed to cooperate, she'd find him a nice warm spot in the Heroexville catacombs. I don't think I need to mention the magical effect that mentioning Heroexville's underground tended to have on simple, non-gifted people. That was where Lucas Devers almost rotted away while still alive. I recalled how, when Jacques and Gunnar went down to find him, even the jailers themselves didn't want to go look for the guy right away. It was a scary place. In the end, Mark was scared to death, so they stuffed the silver into his hands and let him go. It took Mark 2 days to recover from the shock, but then he made his decision, which brought him to where he stood in front of me, completely in my power, and there was a lot of hope in his eyes. Mark. I walked over and laid a hand on his shoulder. You made the right choice. Remember this, though, I never abandon my people. As long as you're loyal to me, you don't have anything to fear. You're under my protection, and those people aren't your problem anymore. Believe me, they're going to regret their actions very, very soon. Tears were rolling down Mark's ghostly cheeks. He tried to fall to his knees, but I held him up. "Here," said Mark, holding the bag out to me with shaking hands. I smiled and shook my head. "That's your money, Mark. Consider it compensation from the secret chancery for emotional distress." The butler smiled weakly and stuffed the bag back behind his belt. "What would you say to earning a little more money?" I asked with a wry smile. "I'm sure the secret chancery has plenty to offer." Mark looked at me in shock. "I don't understand, your worship." "It's quite simple, Mark," I answered. "You'll tell them what they want to hear. Although, admittedly, I'll be making a few minor alterations to the information you provide."